Chapter 1. Welcome to the Soul Transfer Center. I am HP. How may I assist you? Libayan opened his eyes in bewilderment, his hands still poised as if furiously typing on a keyboard. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a place reminiscent of a bank lobby from the early 2000s. All right, you think this is a game, huh? You said it would flash and then explode, and you just threw it in my face. So this is how we play, is it? If I'm not up to par, you'll just practice more. No need to whine here like a child. Care to challenge me, unknown? After a barrage of such nonsensical complaints, Libayan gradually opened his eyes, now dazzled by the overwhelming whiteness surrounding him. He suddenly realized he was slumped in a rather undignified manner in a lounge chair. What on earth is happening? Libayan glanced around, then looked down at his own ethereal, slightly translucent form. Surely this can't be real? Having read numerous traditional time travel novels, Libayan easily accepted the grim likelihood of his untimely demise while feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. After all, dying in a car accident, sacrificing oneself to save another, being crushed under the thumb of a ruthless boss, or being driven to death by a melodramatic heroine would all have been noble causes. Even if he fell heroically to support his harem, he could have boasted among the greats of the time-traveling community. But to perish from a flashbang while gaming with 4 unruly children? That was fodder for mockery. Help me up. Increase my compensation. I demand a more dignified demise. Libayan straightened his posture and moved his almost ethereal body slightly, inquiring, "Excuse me, what should I call you, and where exactly am I?" Before him stood not a seasoned bank employee, but rather a swirling mass of light resembling mist. He replied, "Mr. Libayan, I am designated as HP. You may also refer to me as the System. This is the System Binding Service Center. To ensure your satisfaction, this system provides personalized unknown service, matching you with the appropriate system to assist in realizing the dreams of every protagonist." Such grandiose claims, yet the decor is so outdated, Libayan mused internally, maintaining a perfectly composed exterior and even managing a hint of a sycophantic smile. "Thank you for your assistance. Could you elaborate on the services provided?" The luminous entity exhibited no change in its emotionless demeanor, responding in a somewhat robotic tone. "This system will randomly select a universe for you and grant each host 5 card drawing opportunities. Each card represents a talent that you may carry. You can select 3 cards from the 5 drawn, thereby embarking on a new journey." After a brief pause, it continued, "Additionally, Mr. Libayan, the layout here is a reflection of your subconscious and is not influenced by the system." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Libayan scratched his head, thinking, "Goodness, it can read my thoughts. No wonder I've probably even been caught in my childhood indiscretions. There's no hiding anything from this little entity. Your memories will also be automatically retained. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, Mr. Libayan?" "Just a small question. Please proceed. Am I truly dead because of a flashbang?" The entity clearly hesitated for a moment, its previously rigid voice now tinged with an uncomfortable awkwardness. "Mr. Libayan, your death was an unfortunate mishap within the vast operations of the system. Hence HP is here to provide you with humanitarian compensation." "I knew it. Wait a moment, did you all cause my death?" Libayan pushed himself off the table, or rather, floated upwards. "Mr. Libayan, we have also provided compensation. We hope you can understand the system's operational errors. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, we shall proceed to the card drawing segment." "Hold on, let's clarify things first." "Very well. Thank you for your cooperation. Transitioning you to the card drawing interface now." Before he could respond, the light entity swiftly exited the counter, and the entire scene began to whirl around him. What a superfluous concern. But how did it move so quickly? In my current state, I am at its mercy. It seems to be treating me like a threat, Libayan pondered amidst the dizzying whirl. However, a minute later, a familiar card drawing interface appeared before him. Here lies a vast pit, to be filled later. No way, Yuan? It turned out to be the lottery system from my homeland, taking its sweet time to initiate. At least it's a bit more favorable, providing 5 draws with a safety net, compared to certain games where a single draw costs 200. And getting even a single unit feels like a stroke of luck. How generous. Not overly fixated on his earlier doubts, Libayan rubbed his hands together, performed a customary gesture of prayer, and fervently pressed the single draw button, dismissing the notion of a 5-draw. As expected, a flash of white light appeared before him, reminiscent of traditions passed down through generations. Leibine did not open it immediately and pressed the button again. White. Dazzlingly white. Not one to succumb to superstition, Leibine pressed a third time. White, still white. Ah, you little rascal, you've truly inherited the craft well. Every major streamer had advised Leibine that if he failed to draw anything decent after 3 attempts, he ought to stop. Continuing to draw with such luck would be futile. Could Leibine tolerate this? He was the protagonist of this narrative. Kneeling down, he humbly offered fervent prayers. It was merely a misunderstanding due to my insincerity. O great card-drawing deities, do not hold it against me. My life hangs in the balance with these 2 draws. I am indebted to you upon my return. Whether it be Balenciaga or Valentino, I will ensure to honor the authentic brands, never settling for fakes. I implore you to show mercy. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. In that moment, Leibine felt as if luck itself had descended upon him, and with fervor, he slammed the button, "Grant me a draw." Perhaps the sincerity of Balenciaga had moved the unseen deity of the lottery, for a sliver of purple light burst forth, cascading its brilliance upon Leibine's face. Seizing the moment, he pressed the button again, launching a surprise attack, and doubling his fortune, a fleeting golden light appeared right before him. Lo and behold, a true safety net. Leibine hastily opened the cards laid out before him. White. Cleanliness above, all universal. Description. Your visage will maintain a healthy state, allowing for rapid recovery to normal facial condition, though damage cannot be avoided. Only accelerated healing applies to the face. White. Affability universal. Description. You will always evoke initial goodwill in others, though this goodwill holds no value against foes. White. Sense of direction universal. Description. You possess an innate ability to discern directions. Though this ability is limited to your visual range, you may still lose your way in the fog. Purple. Bloodline of Dumbledore special. Description. You are a member of the Dumbledore family, possessing a natural affinity for phoenixes. Moreover, your magical potency is significantly greater than that of your peers given time. You will undoubtedly reach an astonishing level. Gold. Mastery of Spells special. Description. You are an exceptional spellcaster, capable of rapidly mastering even the most complex incantations, and with further practice, you will achieve silent casting. Nonverbal spellcasting may merely be a matter of time. Note, your talents in the Transfiguration branch will experience some diminishment, yet remain superior to the average. It's evident that I'm destined for the magical realm. The latter 2 are non-negotiable, while I can casually choose one from the first 3. Leibine felt quite at ease. Both the golden and purple options were undoubtedly advantageous, leaving the remaining choice as mere formality. Cleanliness above all sounded appealing, and affability seemed advantageous as well. Though sense of direction felt somewhat superfluous having entered the magical world, would I truly falter over such trivialities? With the banner of Dumbledore under which to stand tall, I could amass magical gear to my heart's content, bide my time until the protagonist team clears the path, and then joyfully establish my own banner, living in prosperity. It would serve as compensation for my tremendous loss. Then I shall select affability, the bloodline of Dumbledore, and mastery of spells. As soon as Leibine finished speaking, the remaining 2 cards vanished into thin air, and the selected 3 slowly integrated into his mind. Then came the familiar blinding white light, accompanied by the system's intermittent voice. This service has concluded. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Farewell. Leibine quickly lost consciousness amidst the overwhelming whiteness. Meanwhile, in another world, the night had just begun to unfold. For many, this night would be like any other, without significant distinction. Yet for a certain elderly gentleman, this night promised to be anything but tranquil. It was a deep autumn night in a dilapidated house in East London. Leibine slowly awakened, rubbing his eyes and pressing his temples, gradually processing the memories he had just synchronized with .it. Must be said that the system is indeed reliable, as it has remarkably bestowed upon the esteemed Mr. Albus Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, a son named Chris Dumbledore. Perhaps it is the peculiar curse associated with the Dumbledore surname. Unlike Aberforth's first son, this Dumbledore is but a silent soul, while credence remains unremarkably muted. One can only conclude that the genetic legacy of old Dumbledore's brother leaves much to be desired. Coupled with old Dumbledore's unwavering commitment to a child-free existence, it seems that the formidable Dumbledore lineage is destined for a fleeting legacy. This Chris Dumbledore, having been separated from Aberforth during the First Wizarding War, found himself adrift in France. After establishing his footing there, he wed a Muggle woman. Tragically, shortly after the birth of Hector Dumbledore, both parents passed away. Hector then endured a tumultuous existence, ultimately arriving safely in London, thanks to the system's clever orchestration. Diagon, in his current incarnation, is none other than Hector Dumbledore. Reflecting on his life, Hector marvels at the system's might. Consider the myriad of fortuitous circumstances that enabled Hector to survive until now, journeying from a secluded corner of France across the seas to London simply astonishing. However, this is hardly an opportune moment for reflection. As Hector surveys his surroundings, he finds himself in a dilapidated shack that bears a striking resemblance to a refuge once sought by its former owner. Yet, something seems amiss. While the house is indeed aged, it hardly appears to have fallen into such dire straits. Could it be that his magical essence had erupted unexpectedly? The commotion suggests it was no minor event. Hector carefully attunes himself to his body, sensing a turbulent flow of energy swirling within him. Though restless, it does not seem to inflict significant harm. As he moves his fingers, this energy converges at his fingertips, as if responding to an unseen command. Is this the mastery of the Golden Talent spell? I recall Harry Potter possessing no such grandeur during his time. As the heat at his fingertips intensifies, Hector relinquishes restraint and points skyward. With a thunderous roar, the roof withstands the impact of the luminous beam for but a second before yielding to ashes, while the increasingly robust light pierces the heavens. Hector's finger glows like a radiant flashlight, overwhelming not only his own eyes, but also captivating much of London with the sheer force of this celestial column. Truly, he is a man of unparalleled brilliance. His inaugural display of power is nothing short of extraordinary. As Hector contemplates whether he might once again find himself on the dishonorable list of time travelers, the light gradually dims, granting relief to his dazzled vision. Hector takes a deep breath, relieved that he need not fear being blinded by his own brilliance. Yet he is soon enveloped by an indescribable sense of emptiness. It is a void so profound that even the slightest flutter of his eyelids feels burdensome. Hector succumbs to slumber. This 11-year-old body has, in its own way, experienced a cathartic release, albeit through an unconventional means. Many are stirred from their dreams, cursing the inconsiderate child who plays with a blinding flashlight in the dead of night before returning to their slumber. Meanwhile, the venerable Dumbledore, seated upon a bed surrounded by piles of cockroaches and engrossed in a book, sets it aside, rises abruptly, and with a gentle wave of his wand, dons his traveling cloak. "Fawkes, I must trouble you," Dumbledore murmurs. Fawkes nods. Eyes alight with curiosity, he senses an unfamiliar essence, as if yet another Dumbledore has emerged. In an unnoticed alley in East London, amidst the shadows, a burst of flame materializes, revealing Dumbledore and Fawkes. "Oh, Merlin's beard!" Dumbledore exclaims, beholding the conspicuous gaping hole in the roof and the lively magic particles dancing in the air. Taking a deep breath. Let it not be another muted soul, he implores as he draws his elder wand and vanishes from the alley, reappearing within the dwelling. He surveys the surroundings, noting only a rickety bed and a table that has seen better days, devoid of any other furnishings. Dumbledore first glances at the gaping hole above, then at the child lying unconscious on the small bed, appearing to be no more than 6 or 7 years old. The frail body sprawled upon the wooden bed makes it seem excessively spacious. Dumbledore bends down to sense the magic coursing through Hector's veins. Fortunately, It is not at an uncontrollable level, and it is remarkably abundant for one so young. At that moment, Dumbledore involuntarily gazes at the child's face, feeling an inexplicable familiarity and a budding fondness. He must be a good child. Dumbledore straightens, adjusts his robe, and points his wand at Hector, uttering, "Revive swiftly." Hector soon awakens, squinting as he struggles to shake off the effects of the previous blinding light. Is this really his luck? In one day, he nearly encounters death twice, as if hastening to deliver a report to the underworld. Before he can fully voice his grievances, he looks up to find an elderly man clad in a purple robe, with a mane of white hair and beard, gazing down at him through crescent-shaped spectacles, a gentle smile gracing his features. This is Dumbledore, a figure of profound significance that no seasoned Harry Potter fan could ever forget. He stands as the undeniable foremost authority in the wizarding world, the illustrious White Wizard, Albus Dumbledore. It is hardly coincidental. Having just arrived in this realm, and before the protagonist has even endured the trials they are destined for, the organization seeks you out directly, paving the way for an unimpeded journey. With a life of leisure in the magical realm just within reach, young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the unfolding narrative promises to be even more riveting. The past sorrows, which you have not yet experienced, will soon be overshadowed by the happiness that awaits, and Hector's heart swells with joy. However, the pressing matter at hand is how to claim his heritage in a manner that is both sensible and beyond reproach. After all, to abruptly expose the identity of the person before him and then wail and cling to their legs in a desperate plea to return to the organization would seem rather abrupt. Should this old be uncover any inconsistencies, the entire truth serum and memory extraction process would lay bare his little secret right before the very eyes of the first White Wizard. The days ahead, while perhaps manageable with a little whip and chilly water, could turn excruciatingly unbearable if one were to face true torment, as for the attribute of being a tough nut. Hector does not consider himself one. After all, he cannot be blamed entirely for lacking the requisite talent. Can he? Child, what is your name? Dumbledore inquired first. Hector, Mr. Hector Dumbledore, came the response. Fortunately, the system is equipped with an automatic translation feature, alleviating Hector's considerable concerns regarding communication. Dumbledore, the previously bright eyes of Dumbledore, now shone even more brilliantly. Who is your father? Dumbledore stepped closer, bending down to gaze into Hector's eyes with a warm smile. Chris Dumbledore, though he has long since passed away. Hector initially averted Dumbledore's gaze, but then locked onto those cerulean eyes and asked, "Grandfather, do you know my father?" Dumbledore took a deep breath, waved his wand, and a piece of debris that had fallen from the ceiling dramatically enlarged and transformed into a sturdy and elegant chair, upon which he slowly seated himself. I could see that moment. A magnificent red bird appeared in the room, perching on Dumbledore's shoulder, its curious eyes fixed on Hector. Hector felt an involuntary sense of kinship, devoid of any fear. "Fox, I fear I must trouble you to make a trip to the Leaky Cauldron to find Aberforth. And do bring along that book from my office as well," he mused, examining Hector's face, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his features. Fox nodded, casting one last glance at Hector before vanishing in a burst of flames. "Child, I am Albus Dumbledore," he declared. Exuding warmth and kindness, he gently ruffled Hector's hair, conveying the care of an elder. "If all goes well, I am your grandfather." Perhaps due to Dumbledore's affable nature, he readily accepted Hector's identity, lowering his guard and refraining from any memory extraction. Dumbledore took Hector's small hand in his OWND. "Oh, you have any belongings? I must take you to meet someone rather irresponsible." Hector rose, nearly stumbling in the oversized boots. Dumbledore's eyes reflected a hint of remorse. With a light flick of his wand, the boots shrank to a more fitting size. "Mr. Dumbledore, is this magic?" Hector inquired. "Indeed, Hector, this is a clever and practical spell," Dumbledore replied. Gazing into Hector's eyes, which mirrored his own cerulean hue, a hallmark of the Dumbledore lineage. "You are a wizard, Hector." Dumbledore straightened his posture. "Time waits for no one. Hector, we must depart." He extended his arm. Hector clutched Dumbledore's arm tightly. And sensing Hector's trepidation, Dumbledore placed his other hand reassuringly atop Hector's. The space around them warped rapidly, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Ugh. Dumbledore gently patted Hector's back as he retched uncontrollably. The first time using apparition can be disorienting. You will soon acclimate, child. Hector waved his hand, taking a deep breath of fresh air and massaging his temples to alleviate the intense discomfort. Mr. Dumbledore, where are we? He asked, rising to survey his surroundings, which revealed a tranquil and profound street, flanked by houses reminiscent of a bygone century. This is Hogsmeade. Hector, are you feeling better? We have a short distance yet to traverse. Dumbledore led Hector along the main street before turning into a small alley beside the post office. Aberforth has always been reluctant to allow me to apparate directly to his tavern. Dumbledore explained with unusual gentleness. We have a minor disagreement. He has always preferred to avoid me, but today should be an exception. Stopping before a tavern adorned with a hanging pig's head, Dumbledore spotted Aberforth standing at the door. His arms crossed over his chest, he appeared disheveled and unkempt, with an expression of anger and disdain. Dumbledore released Hector's hand and approached him. Aberforth, I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. Aberforth glared fiercely at his brother, his fists clenched tightly. Dumbledore did not rush to respond, but instead brought Hector forward from behind him. Oh, do not even think to tell me you sent Fawkes merely to gloat. Aberforth's sarcastic retort faltered as he fixed his eyes on the frail child who had just emerged from the shadows, his fierce demeanor replaced by astonishment. Aberforth crouched down to scrutinize Hector's face closely, then glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in affirmation. Aberforth turned and stormed into the tavern, banging his fist on the counter. We are closed for business tonight. Everyone, get out now. His commanding presence was sufficient to send even the most obstinate patrons scurrying away. Upon seeing Albus Dumbledore enter, they left without protest. Once the tavern was devoid of patrons, Aberforth faced Dumbledore, his face flushed with urgency. Albus, are you certain? Stay calm. Aberforth, Dumbledore replied, waving his wand a few times, conjuring a thick tome before them. Sit down, child. You too, Aberforth. Dumbledore took his seat at a table, gesturing to the page detailing both Aberforth and himself. Aberforth first assisted Hector in moving a chair, then seated himself at a distance from Dumbledore. I need a drop of your blood. Hector, fear not. It will not hurt. Dumbledore's expression was one of tender reassurance. Hector extended his hand, and with a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore extracted a drop of blood, letting it fall onto the page. The drop vanished upon contact, and a new line emerged beneath Aberforth Dumbledore's name, first revealing Chris Dumbledore's name, followed by Hector Dumbledore's. Aberforth's spirits soared, his face lighting up with joy as he turned to Hector. Filled with disbelief and the elation of reunion, he sprang to his feet, pacing the small tavern before crouching before Hector. Hector was acutely aware of the significance of the moment. He understood that the ritual of claiming his heritage had been completed, ensuring a formidable standing in the wizarding world. And no matter the likes of Malfoy or Burns before him, they were mere insignificant figures. Should anyone dare to challenge him, they could measure themselves against his grandfather. Albus, come here for a moment. Aberforth beckoned, his rough hands gently brushing Hector's face before he exited the tavern. Just before stepping outside, he turned to Dumbledore. Dumbledore rose, glancing at Hector, who met his gaze, seeing nothing but love and kindness in the old wizard's eyes. You need not follow us, child. Sit for a while, Dumbledore encouraged, stroking Hector's cheek before joining Aberforth outside. Albus, tell me more about this child. Aberforth stood with his back turned to Dumbledore, gazing at the moon in the sky, unwilling to face him. Dumbledore succinctly recounted what he knew, observing Aberforth's silhouette with a sigh. Aberforth, we must have a serious discussion about this child. Abruptly, Aberforth turned around, fixing his gaze upon Dumbledore's eyes. What do you intend to do? I must tell you, Aberforth, you have no connection to him whatsoever. I will not allow you to entertain any such notions. Do not be agitated, Aberforth. He is also my grandson. Aberforth continued to stare into Dumbledore's eyes. And Ariana is your sister. Aberforth glared at Dumbledore. We agreed not to bring this matter up. Dumbledore's eyes flared with anger, his demeanor shifting from benevolent to that of a fierce lion. This is not open for discussion. I will not entrust him to you. Aberforth, children must attend school. There are other institutions besides Hogwarts that I could send him both batons. Durmstrang is also an option. Hogwarts is the finest magical academy, and I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. Just because you are the headmaster of Hogwarts, the two, Aberforth and Dumbledore, resembled two lions vying for territory. Glaring at each other with no intention of backing down, Mr. Dumbledore, Hector interjected, having observed the escalating dispute for some time. Is there anything to eat? The rumbling of his stomach provided a perfect cover, offering Hector an ideal reason to diffuse the tension. Aberforth shot a fierce glance at Albus Dumbledore, but his expression softened as he turned to Hector. He forced a smile and said, "Hector, I shall prepare something for you, and you may call me grandfather." The previously tense Aberforth hurried into the kitchen to cook for his beloved grandson, while Albus Dumbledore took Hector's hand, and they sat down at a table. "Child, how old are you?" "I am 10 years old, Mr. Dumbledore. 10. Indeed." Dumbledore observed Hector's gaunt face. He looked nothing like a 10-year-old, his malnourishment making him appear merely 6 or 7. This thought brought a pang of sorrow. "You may also call me grandfather. There is no need to address me as Mr. Dumbledore." After a brief pause, he continued, "You will start school next year. Yes, you heard earlier. If given the choice, which school would you prefer?" Dumbledore regarded Hector warmly, knowing he could not directly persuade his obstinate brother and would have to appeal to his beloved grandson. "Oh, by the way, I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts," Dumbledore added with a wink, his face alight with a smile, suggesting ample implications. "Hector, do not listen to him. We shall not attend Hogwarts." Aberforth placed a platter of oddly shaped food on the table, patted Hector's head, and then glared fiercely at Albus Dumbledore. "I believe Durmstrang is quite good, and Beauxbatons as well. I'm certain their food will delight you. Aberforth, let us allow Hector the power of choice." Hector tentatively dipped a spoon into the peculiar mush, placing it on his tongue, not out of distrust for Aberforth, but because the gloppy substance appeared far from appetizing. Yet to his surprise, the mush was extraordinarily delicious. Hector began to devour it ravenously, instinctively ignoring the tense exchange between the two prominent figures of the magical world. Once he had cleared the plate, Hector noticed both men were now gazing at him with expressions filled with affection. "I apologize. It was simply too delectable." Hector placed a hand on his now sated belly, beaming with satisfaction. "Dumbledore, grandfather, what were you discussing?" "Hector, it was merely the earlier question. Which magical academy do you wish to attend?" Dumbledore inquired further. Before him lay 3 renowned institutions: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Hector was well aware of these schools and, without hesitation, affirmed his preference for Hogwarts in his mind. "Come on, I'm a Dumbledore. I assent it a privilege to attend Hogwarts. Or is my surname of no significance? Besides, being the favored child of Hogwarts is far better than heading off to some far-flung place in France or Northern Europe. Moreover, being under old Dumbledore's watchful eye is undoubtedly the safest option. By the way, what year is it now, grandfather?" Hector looked at Aberforth, who was delighted by the address. "It is 1990. Hector. 1990? Hector calculated the timeline. "Harry Potter will be coming to Hogwarts next year, truly the quintessential chosen one." Hector was not so arrogant as to think he could oppose such a character. Those who naturally possessed a protagonist's aura should be befriended, ideally avoided in conflict, while attending Beauxbatons would distance him from the strife of England. His roots were firmly planted there. In the original narrative, this very Albus Dumbledore had bravely sacrificed himself to eradicate Voldemort. And no matter how splendid life might be in France, returning to find one's home ransacked would be disastrous. With these thoughts, Hector looked at the elderly man before him, his white hair and serene countenance establishing a sense of trust and reliance within Hector in such a short span of time. "For this old man, I must choose Hogwarts. It is certainly not for the sake of having a powerful ally in the future. Indeed." Hector glanced at Aberforth and then back at Dumbledore. "Grandfather, may I choose Hogwarts? I do not wish to be separated from you both." Hector gazed at Aberforth with pleading eyes. Both Dumbledores felt a pang in their hearts. The family-oriented Dumbledores could not refuse such a request. Aberforth looked at Hector, then at Albus, sighed, and said, "Very well, Hector, let be Hogwarts." Aberforth turned to Albus, still somewhat irritable. "Is there anything else?" "Albus, you know you are not welcome here." Albus Dumbledore rose, his sky-blue eyes brimming with joy. He winked at Hector and turned to depart. Though his relationship with Aberforth had always been strained, the presence of Hector promised a shift in their dynamic. Fawkes descended from the sky, landing gracefully on Dumbledore's shoulder. What a splendid evening, do you not agree? Fawkes's melodic song resonated beautifully, while Dumbledore walked with an unaccustomed lightness, disappearing into the darkness. Aberforth regarded Hector, at a loss for words himself, Grandfather, where shall I sleep tonight? Aberforth suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, Merlin's beard! How could I forget this? Aberforth looked apologetically at Hector. Sit for a moment. I shall prepare your room. He displayed remarkable agility for his age, rushing upstairs, where the sounds of clattering could be heard. Soon, Aberforth hurried down, a thin layer of dust covering him. He tucked his wand into his waistband, rubbed his hands together, and managed a somewhat awkward smile. Hector, let's go see your room. Do you have any belongings? Hector shook his head and stood up. Very well. Aberforth appeared quite flustered, feeling as if his limbs were bound. The once sharp and capable innkeeper now seemed rather clumsy. He wished to take Hector's hand, but feared he might hurt him. Noticing the old man's unease, Hector reached out his small hand. Grandfather, please take me to see. Aberforth grasped Hector's hand tightly at first, then loosened his grip. Wary of causing him pain, he led Hector upstairs. Making his way to the farthest end of the corridor, where he paused before an exceptionally large door. Aberforth pushed the door open, proclaiming, This shall be your chamber. Time is of the essence, and this is the best I could manage. Aberforth scratched his head, his gaze imbued with anticipation as he looked into Hector's eyes. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Hector enveloped Aberforth in a warm embrace. Aberforth, as if immobilized by a spell, felt his body stiffen. His hands, uncertain of where to rest, merely brushed against Hector's head. Get some rest, Hector. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture to Diagon Alley together, Aberforth said. Your grandfather will take you to procure some essentials. The night's exertion was quite taxing for Hector's 10-year-old body, and he obediently climbed into bed. What is Diagon Alley, grandfather? Hector inquired. You shall find out tomorrow, Hector. For now, you ought to enjoy a good night's sleep. Aberforth tucked him in and extinguished the light. Good night. Hector, good night, grandfather. With that, Aberforth closed the door, and Hector quickly drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, good morning. Aberforth was polishing cups at the counter when he noticed Hector descending the stairs. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, compared to the previous day, the tavern was markedly cleaner. The once dusty windows now sparkled, and the air was fragrant with the scent of soap. Good morning, grandfather, Hector greeted as he seated himself at the table. Aberforth brought over breakfast, having donned fresh attire and trimmed his beard, appearing considerably more presentable than the day before. Hurry and eat, Hector, Aberforth urged, taking a seat beside him. We're heading to Diagon Alley, where you must acquire several sets of clothing and some books. Aberforth was still getting accustomed to his new appearance, continuously adjusting his collar. Of course, we must also procure you a wand, although you are not yet of school age. I trust you wouldn't mind receiving it a tad early, would you, Hector? Hector shook his head, hastily finishing his breakfast, his curiosity piqued by the rumored wonders of Diagon Alley. Aberforth wasted no time. With a gentle tap of his wand, the plates on the table vanished. And oh, time to dawdle. Hector, we shall depart immediately. Aberforth opened the door, and Hector dashed out ahead of him. Seeing Hector's exuberance brought a smile to Aberforth's face. He closed the door as Hector approached, asking, Grandfather, how shall we get to Diagon Alley? We shall take a bus, Aberforth replied, raising his wand. In no time, a bus sped towards them from the distance, gliding effortlessly through the houses without causing a single disturbance, coming to a sudden halt before them in a manner reminiscent of a roller coaster, leaving them momentarily breathless. A conductor, clad in a tattered uniform, emerged, engrossed in his newspaper, seemingly oblivious to the identity of the passengers. Welcome aboard the night bus. Where to, may I ask? The Leaky Cauldron, Aberforth answered. Upon hearing this, the conductor lowered his newspaper, glancing up. It's you, Mr. Dumbledore. And this young lad is my grandson, Hector Dumbledore. A pleasure to meet you. Young Mr. Dumbledore, the conductor greeted, his demeanor warming. Please step aboard quickly. Time is golden galleons. Hector was well aware of the night bus's illustrious reputation, and he could hardly refuse such a mode of transportation. Compared to apparition, it was indeed a gentler experience. One must admit, wizards are quite resilient. Apparition is commonplace, and the night bus is essential for travel. Even a trip to the bank requires a thrilling roller coaster ride. Those with weak hearts might encounter Merlin's specter several times in a single day. As the doors closed, Hector felt as if he were soaring through the air, although the bus disregarded Newton's laws. Hector's mortal form could not escape their grasp. Thankfully, Aberforth caught him, preventing him from crashing against the rear window. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating tale. Hector then witnessed the night bus weaving through the bustling morning traffic, executing illogical sudden stops and turns, before soaring into the air, leaping over several houses, even passing through a wall, leaving Hector bewildered. Why, if you possess such skills, do you bother driving along the road? You could simply take a direct route and save me the trouble, he mused. Yet, it was indeed swift. In mere minutes, the bus came to a halt before the leaky cauldron, leaving Hector, who was clutching the wall and feeling quite unwell, and Aberforth, who remained remarkably composed. My apologies, Hector, we ran out of flu powder at home, and Haven Tea had the chance to replenish it. So this was our only option, Aberforth said, scratching the back of his head and patting Hector's back. Hector finally straightened himself, inhaling some fresh air to alleviate his discomfort, and waved his hand dismissively at Aberforth. It's all right, grandfather. Where are we headed next? Aberforth pointed towards the tavern. This is the entrance to Diagon Alley. Taking Hector's hand, they entered the tavern. Aberforth, long time no see. What an unexpected visit. Care for a drink? Old Tom, behind the counter, greeted Aberforth, then noticed Hector. And who might this be? My grandson, Hector. I brought him to purchase a few items today. Oh, Merlin's beard, a young Dumbledore. Old Tom observed Hector closely, his initial impression revealing that the boy was undoubtedly well-behaved. His smile softening. You don't need me to guide you. Do you, Aberforth? Aberforth shook his head. Come by for a drink sometime. Not for any particular reason, just to celebrate this young gentleman, Mr. Dumbledore. Another time, perhaps. Aberforth glanced back at Hector, gesturing for him to follow as they traversed the corridor and approached a wall. Aberforth retrieved his wand, giving the bricks a gentle tap. The wall responded, shifting aside like a tide, revealing the entrance. Hector, welcome to Diagon Alley. The cobblestone path was smooth and pristine, flanked by an array of medieval-style buildings, all exuding an air of antiquity. Notably, a crooked yet steadfast structure stood at the center of the street. Emblazoned with a name, Gringotts. Typically, Diagon Alley bustled with activity. Throngs of wizards hurried to and fro, their eccentric attire setting them apart from the mundanity of other commercial streets. With the Hogwarts term having commenced some time ago, the influx of visitors would only swell as summer approached. Aberforth first led Hector to the entrance of a clothing shop, with a sign read Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin emerged, greeting Aberforth before her eyes fell upon Hector. Mr. Dumbledore, are you here to purchase robes? She inquired. Indeed, for him, Aberforth replied, noting the puzzled expression on her face. This is my grandson Hector. He is set to attend Hogwarts next year. So I thought it prudent to buy him some robes in advance. Madame Malkin appeared taken aback. Isn't the new term just underway? Isn't it a bit early to prepare? However, she refrained from voicing any further objections as the measuring tape began to take Hector's measurements autonomously. Mr. Dumbledore, would you prefer custom robes or ready-made ones? Let us opt for a couple of ready-made garments for now. The school uniform can wait, but it would be wise to have at least one set prepared. Aberforth exuded an air of affluence, and Hector could only watch as he orchestrated the arrangements, and no problem. There will be 4 galleons. The custom garments will be delivered by owl to the Hog's Head Inn. If I recall correctly, Mr. Dumbledore? Indeed, Aberforth affirmed, turning to Hector. You may browse for yourself. Choose whatever you like. Aberforth scratched his head, retrieving several galleons from his pocket and placing them in Hector's hand. Once you've made your selections, feel free to explore the street. Buy anything that catches your fancy. That I will be at the wand shop, as I need to purchase some flu powder and restock on cleaning supplies, which I haven't used in ages. Are you out on your own? Aberforth still harbored some concerns, to which Hector shook his head. "Do not worry. I am no longer a child," he reassured. Aberforth nodded, crouching down to tighten Hector's shoelaces. "Then, shall we meet later?" "See you later, Grandpa." Hector had always been averse to shopping. His family had never been particularly affluent in his previous life, and his grandfather's disposition clearly did not align with a fondness for shopping. Under the long-term influence of his grandfather's frugal views on spending, Hector had developed an indifference to retail therapy. Shopping was a waste of both money and time. It was far better to indulge in delicious food. Yet, this was Diagon Alley, a place many longed to visit but seldom had the opportunity. Hector found himself turning about slightly, satisfying his curiosity. It must be said that the offerings in Diagon Alley were indeed tailored for children. Having seemingly deciphered the code to wealth, every 3 steps a candy shop, every 2 steps an ice cream stand, mercilessly targeting the pockets of young ones. But was I, Hector, truly a child? Would I succumb to such trivial temptations? "You dare test my resolve," until he spotted the chocolate frog. "Come on, it jumps and is edible. How can you not be tempted?" Hector found himself, bewildered, clutching a large bag of snacks as he approached the wand shop. It wasn't that he was careless with money. There were unsavory characters among the crowd. Hector glanced at the slightly faded golden sign above the door. Ollivander, established 382B, a shop, appeared rather dilapidated. With a purple cushion in the window, displaying a singular wand. The establishment was small, the wooden door clearly aged, adorned with a rather peculiar doorbell. Hector hoisted the large bag with one hand and pushed open the shop door. The interior was cramped. Aside from a long bench and a counter, it held little else. The walls were adorned with an array of wands, and towering cabinets filled with wands of various materials reached to the ceiling, while the floor was strewn with wand boxes, creating a sense of tightness. Hector placed his snacks on the bench, and a ladder emerged from behind the rows of wand cabinets, upon which stood an elderly gentleman. He had a mane of white, fluffy hair, and though his attire was somewhat outdated, it was impeccably neat. He descended the ladder and strode briskly toward Hector, his steps betraying not the frailty of age. "A Muggle-born wizard. Have you arrived a tad late?" Ollivander's keen eyes scrutinized Hector, the man reputed as the paternity test of the wizarding world, yet he found no familial resemblance to Hector. "What is your name?" "Child, I am Hector Dumbledore." Sir Ollivander's eyes gleamed momentarily, and he leaned closer, allowing Hector to catch a whiff of the resinous scent emanating from the old man. "That would be Dumbledore?" Hector nodded. Ollivander's expression shifted to one of contemplation. "Albus Dumbledore He is my grandfather, sir." "That explains much." Ollivander turned to stand behind the counter, lowering his gaze as if examining some unseen object. As for why Ollivander did not first inquire about the renowned Albus Dumbledore's connection to Hector. Hector understood, but chose not to voice it. "Don't ask, and you won't get a response." After what felt like an eternity, Ollivander lifted his head. "Your father is a squib?" "Yes, sir." "Then there is no issue." Ollivander stepped out from behind the counter, embarking on a customary reminiscence. Albus Dumbledore and Albus Dumbledore. They each procured their first wand from my father. I have always felt honored to have sold wands to those 2 Dumbledores. I had long envied him, never expecting I would have the opportunity to host another Dumbledore. Ollivander appeared quite animated. "Albus Dumbledore. Who do you think you are?" Hector detected the underlying tone, stifling a laugh as he inhaled deeply and cleared his throat. Oblivious to his own words, Ollivander continued. "So, Hector, which hand do you wield your wand with?" "The right hand." Ollivander gently waved his wand, a measuring tape soaring from the counter to assess Hector's arm from elbow to wrist, from knee to armpit, and then measuring his right arm's circumference and head size before returning to the counter. "Excellent, excellent." Having recorded the measurements, Ollivander ascended the ladder, which swiftly moved, leaving only his voice behind. "Mr. Dumbledore, each wand is meticulously crafted by my own hands, each a masterpiece among masterpieces. Every Ollivander wand is imbued with potent magical essence, aiding you in mastering your magic." Ollivander soon reappeared within Hector's line of sight. Now bearing several boxes, he descended the ladder with a sprightly step, entirely devoid of the frailty of age. Hector rose from the bench, observing as Ollivander delicately placed a piece of purple velvet cloth on the counter and carefully retrieved a wand from its box. Remember, Mr. Dumbledore, a wand is not a toy, but rather your most trusted companion. With patience and care, Ollivander polished the wand before handing it to Hector. Many claim that wizards choose their wands, but I have always believed that wands choose their wizards. Give this one a try. Made of chestnut, with a dragon heartstring core, 9 3/4 inches, a remarkably clever pairing. Hector accepted the wand but felt no particular affinity for it. It merely seemed like an exquisitely adorned twig. Give it a gentle wave, Ollivander instructed. Hector complied, lightly swishing the wand. A dazzling burst of light erupted from the tip, flooding the entire shop. Hector mused that he had considered this outcome, though not entirely anticipated it. How to put it? Hector had always suspected that his true talent lay not in mastering intricate spells, but in achieving brilliance with a Lumos charm, that Merlin's beard. Ollivander had never witnessed such a display. Squinting, he took the wand from Hector's grasp, which continued to shimmer brilliantly, as if reluctant to T took a moment before it returned to normalcy. Rubbing his somewhat swollen eyes, Ollivander remarked, "This is very Dumbledore-like. Isn't it?" Such vigorous magical energy that he placed the wand back in its box and then offered Hector another wand. "Try this one. Redwood, phoenix feather core, 10 1/4 inches. This should suit you." Hector took it but still felt no connection with the wand. He gently waved it, seeking to gauge its power. Predictably, another brilliant flash ensued. Hector hastily set the wand down and glanced at Ollivander, who no longer bore the excitement from earlier, now adopting a serious demeanor. Noticing Hector's gaze, Ollivander managed a friendly smile that a discerning customer. "I see. And no worries. We shall find the perfect match, compared to the previous 2 attempts." Ollivander's selection process was markedly more cautious. After a considerable length of time, he finally selected a wand. "Try this one. Made of white poplar, with a unicorn hair core, 9 1/4 inches. It is both powerful and loyal." This time, Hector felt a flicker of something unusual, albeit faint, yet certainly better than the previous indifference. "Wave it gently, Mr. Dumbledore, gently," Ollivander urged, his eyes widening in realization, having learned from his earlier experiences. Hector covered his eyes before testing. Fortuitously, he did so, for this time the brightness exceeded that of the previous 2 attempts, accompanied by a resounding crackle. Hector tightly shut his eyes, setting the wand down, and waited a while before daring to open them. Meanwhile, an unprepared Ollivander found himself seated on the floor, hands shielding his eyes. 10 minutes earlier, Ollivander. "After so many years selling wands, I've seen it all." 10 minutes later, Ollivander. "This is something I've truly never encountered." Hector hastily rushed to assist Ollivander, observing his dazed expression with a twinge of embarrassment within. Was it intentional? One might wonder. Hector, being but a fledgling in the magical realm, truly possessed little knowledge. Yet if one were to assert that it was unintentional, he found it challenging to explain the preemptive gesture of covering his eyes. Confidence he could only attribute to his own self-assurance. Hector no longer harbored doubts regarding whether his golden talent had been swapped for mastery in the Dazzling charm. At this juncture, he had indeed become proficient in the art of the flashbang. "Sir, are you all right?" Hector inquired with genuine concern, gazing at the panting Ollivander seated on the bench. Ollivander remained silent, rationalizing that, based on his extensive knowledge of wands, this incident was most likely an accident. However, he pondered whether Hector could have given him a heads-up before shielding his eyes, as age had rendered him less resilient than the youthful folk of today. Naturally, Ollivander bore no grudge against Hector. Presently, he was far less concerned with notions of glory. His sole focus lay in selecting a suitable wand for this young progeny and dispatching him promptly. "Not to worry, Mr. Dumbledore," Ollivander remarked, having regained his composure, a smile still gracing his features. "Shall we continue?" Hector nodded in agreement. Aberforth, standing a considerable distance away, noticed intermittent bursts of glaring white light that seemed particularly dazzling. As curiosity piqued his interest, he soon spotted a crowd gathered at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, which sent a wave of anxiety coursing through him. Hastily, he approached, only to discover that the radiant light emanated from within the shop, its irregular frequency growing in intensity. Surely, this power cannot be a result of some new experiment by that old fellow Ollivander. This can't be good. Hector wouldn't be inside. Would he? I must investigate. With that thought, he maneuvered through the throng, and upon opening the door, was met with an overwhelming burst of blinding white light. My word. Everything is white. For reasons unknown. Those words sprang to Aberforth's mind. Once the brilliance subsided, he quickly opened his eyes to find his precious grandson seated safely on the bench, while Ollivander held a mask-like object in his hands. Beside them lay a towering stack of wand boxes, and judging by Ollivander's expression, it was evident he had yet to find the perfect match. Lost in contemplation, Ollivander only acknowledged Aberforth's presence when he stood beside him. "Ah, Mr. Dumbledore, greetings! Are you here to collect your grandson? I'm afraid you'll have to wait a bit longer. This young Mr. Dumbledore is quite the discerning customer." He greeted politely, turning to mutter to himself, "A wand core of dragon heartstring or phoenix tail feather would be splendid. Yet I have yet to find a right material. The performance of chestnut wood is utterly lacking, though the aspen wood isn't too shabby." Muttering to himself, Ollivander delved into the rows of wand cabinets, leaving Aberforth and Hector alone in the shop. Aberforth settled onto the bench, observing Hector, who was preoccupied with his fingers, and remarked, "Not going too smoothly, I see." Hector nodded, having witnessed Ollivander's transformation from merely covering his eyes to devising a welding mask. He truly admired Ollivander's ingenuity. After all, the longevity of his business was a testament to his remarkable creativity. Fear not, for a wand is an essential companion throughout your life. Selecting one that suits you is of utmost importance. You wouldn't want any mishaps while casting spells in the future, would you? The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector lifted his gaze to Aberforth and asked, "Grandfather, where's your wand?" Aberforth smiled, proudly producing his well-maintained wand from within his cloak. Peach wood, dragon heartstring, 14.5 inches, a truly exceptional piece. Ollivander emerged from the wand cabinet, glanced at the wand Hector held, and spoke fluidly. "My father produced this fine work. He always had a fondness for peachwood that I attempted to craft a few myself, but always felt something was amiss. Comparatively, I prefer Hollywood." Ollivander had truly unearthed the most treasured wands from his collection, and the box looked quite aged, with cobwebs still clinging to it. "Oh, give this one a try, young Mr. Dumbledore. Willow wood, phoenix tail, feather. 14 inches, it's a piece from some time ago, yet still exquisite." Hector carefully accepted the wand, just as Ollivander placed the mask before himself. Gently waved the wand. Remember, gently. This time, the sensation was entirely different. Hector seemed to hear the kind call of the phoenix within the wand. It felt as though the wand was an extension of his own, he waved it lightly. A silken blue light cascaded from the tip, gracefully transforming into the shape of a phoenix that circled around Hector. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Ollivander's gaze shimmered with a hint of obsession as he beheld the pale blue phoenix, his expression becoming profoundly reverential. A perfect match, Hector, truly a perfect match. In that moment, Ollivander appeared somewhat unhinged, his excitement unmistakable. "Indeed, you are a Dumbledore. I finally comprehend my father's feelings back then." Wiping away a tear that had escaped the corner of his eye, Ollivander continued, "Pray forgive my moment of indiscretion. I have never witnessed such a wondrous sight. This is a true boon for a wand maker. Merlin's beard." Before long, Ollivander regained his composure, smoothing his garments and addressing Hector earnestly. "Willowwood is known to serve only those wizards of great potential. They are exceptionally proud, and those lacking the corresponding talent cannot earn their respect. The phoenix tail feather holds similar sentiments." Ollivander took the wand from Hector's hands, but remarked, "However, once they recognize you, they will remain fiercely loyal." He waved the wand, yet it yielded no response. Much like now, it has already begun to reject me. Ollivander wrapped the wand, placing it within its box. "You are among the earliest of the new students, so that will be 7 galleons. Thank you." Aberforth stepped forward to pay, handing the wand to Hector. Ollivander escorted the two to the door, and as they bid farewell, he leaned down to gaze into Hector's eyes, saying, "Farewell, young Mr. Dumbledore. Please take good care of this wand, a creation of both my father and myself. I eagerly anticipate seeing your name in the Daily Prophet in the future." "Thank you, Mr. Ollivander," Hector replied, bowing respectfully, while Aberforth nodded in acknowledgement before they departed from Ollivander's shop. "What a fine young lad." Ollivander mused within. With a gentle flick of his wand, the sign outside shifted from open to closed. Having procured the wand, Aberforth led Hector back to the leaky cauldron, preparing to return to the Hog's Head Inn. "Watch your step, Hector," Aberforth cautioned as they approached the entrance. "And be sure to take good care of your wand." "Understood, grandfather. You mentioned it numerous times already." Hector, wand in hand, gleefully dashed ahead. "I say what I must," Aberforth thought to himself. Throughout the journey, Hector's hand never ceased its playful exploration of his wand, poking and prodding at this and that. Aberforth found himself apologizing more times than he ever had in his life. Yet, as he observed Hector's jubilant form bouncing along, Aberforth felt a deep sense of happiness and fulfillment. Hector was the first to push open the door to the pub, with Aberforth closely following. "Ah, Aberforth," called Old Tom, wiping a glass. "Everything proceeds smoothly. Would you care for a drink?" "No, Tom, I must return Hector home." Aberforth replied with a shake of his head that I would like to borrow your fireplace. "Make yourself at home." Aberforth at D.O. come by for a drink next time. Aberforth nodded in acknowledgement and approached the fireplace. With a flick of his wand, flames erupted instantly. "Hector, today we shall use flue powder to return home." Aberforth produced a tin can from his pocket. "Hector, take a handful of flue powder, step into the fireplace, clearly enunciate Hog's Head Inn, and sprinkle the powder downward. Remember, clarity in pronunciation is essential." Hector gazed at the flames before him. Although he was aware that flue powder was, in fact, remarkably safe and harmless, the sight of the fiercely burning fire still sent a shiver down his spine. "Hector, something feels amiss. It seems this old man intends to harm me." "Do not be afraid, Hector. The flames will not harm you," Albus reassured him, having sensed Hector's unease. Taking a deep breath, Hector grasped a handful of flue powder from a jar in Albus's hand and stood before the fireplace, seeking to discern if it emitted the usual comforting warmth of a proper hearth. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather a fear that Albus's silent spell might have gone awry. Hector vowed that if he felt any scorching heat, he would not step through, no matter how much Albus might plead. Compared to being roasted on both sides, a slight puff of apparition was far more acceptable. To his surprise, Hector perceived that, despite the flames' vigorous appearance, they lacked the searing intensity he had felt when he had assisted in stoking the fires back home in a previous life. He inhaled deeply and tentatively extended one leg forward, then stepped fully into the fire. The flames surged up his calf, and Hector was momentarily engulfed in darkness, feeling as though a colossal hand had yanked him from the fireplace and abruptly thrust him into a new one. As the darkness faded, the scene before him transformed into the familiar surroundings of the Pig's Head Tavern. What astonished Hector was that Albus had arrived at the Pig's Head Tavern before him. In stark contrast to Hector's dust-covered appearance, Albus appeared calm and unruffled. He watched Hector brushing off the dust from his clothes, a smile gracing his face. At least this is better than taking the night bus. It would be wise to master apparition for the sake of convenience, Hector mused inwardly. "Hector, would you like to try on your new clothes?" Albus offered, helping Hector dust himself off. By the way, your room is on the 3rd floor. I've redecorated it. You know how noisy the tavern can get at night. Staying a bit farther away might be beneficial. Hector nodded and swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, scratching his head as he observed the newly constructed staircase still bearing the scent of fresh paint. He distinctly recalled that just last night there had been a wall there. In other words, the original design of the Pig's Head Tavern had not included a 3rd floor. This implied that Albus had managed to erect an entire new floor in just a morning. Hector began to understand what Albus had been up to that morning. He cautiously placed a foot on the staircase, testing its stability, and found it solid. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he was greeted by a single door. Hector paused at the entrance, glancing at the neatly affixed sign above that read Hector's room. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the door. The room bore no trace of the fresh renovation odor. The newly constructed loft was spacious, nearly equivalent to the combined size of the 2 rooms from the previous night. In plain view was a seemingly crooked yet remarkably sturdy new table accompanied by a chair that, though somewhat rough in craftsmanship, was exquisitely smooth and cushioned. The table was cluttered with an array of magical paraphernalia, which Hector surmised had been prepared in advance of a brown carpet, fashioned from material Hector had never encountered. Cushioned the floor, inviting a comforting warmth underfoot. To the center of the room stood a generously sized bed, the linen still carrying the faint scent of sunshine despite having been used just the night before. In one corner was a wardrobe that reached the ceiling, beside which were stacks of books nearly as tall as Hector himself, adjacent to an iron cage containing a small owl, its large eyes fixed curiously upon Hector. Hector removed his robe and draped it over the back of the chair, only then noticing that the table was brimming with various magical joke products and a plethora of candies. Aberforth did not strike Hector as someone who frequented candy shops, let alone stores specializing in magical prank items. Spotting the infamous cockroach clusters among the assortment, Hector speculated that Aberforth had gathered a sampling of every candy available in the market and piled it all onto Hector's table. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. There was also a drawer in the table, which Hector tugged at, only to find it unyielding. Summoning all his strength, he finally managed to wrench it open, discovering it stuffed to the brim with chocolate frogs. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought a bit of everything today asked for the chocolate frogs. I remember Ariana adored them as a child, so I thought the taste would likely appeal to you as well. Aberforth's voice chimed from behind him. Hector turned to look at Aberforth, who was fidgeting with an air of bashfulness. So, do you like this room? At that moment, Aberforth's figure seemed to merge with the image of Hector's grandfather from his previous life in the depths of his memory. Hector's past had not been particularly joyous. His parents had divorced, and it was his grandfather who had raised him. In Hector's recollection, his grandfather had always been a pillar of strength. With a frail body weathered by time, he had tirelessly provided everything Hector needed. Even as his own health deteriorated, the burdens of life had grown heavier with each passing year, yet his grandfather had never uttered a complaint. He had sheltered Hector beneath the meager roof of his unwavering spirit. Life had been arduous, yet stable. Hector had achieved his dream of attending university, and his grandfather had celebrated with a small drink. For the first time in years, the weight of hardship had lifted, even if only momentarily. The usually stern and taciturn man had spoken to Hector for hours, resting against him, and it was then that Hector had realized how frail the man he had idolized truly was. As if the obsession in his heart had dissipated, his grandfather fell ill without warning. His once resilient body, akin to a roof riddled with leaks, had crumbled when the will to endure vanished. The doctor had shaken his head at Hector. Your grandfather has so many underlying conditions. It's evident he has aged considerably. Why has he never received treatment before? Judging by the test results. All we can do now is attempt to prolong his life. Prepare yourself. Ensure the old man has a good meal. Hector had exited the consultation room in a daze, finding his grandfather slumped in a chair in the hallway. He had forced a smile. It's nothing, Grandpa. It's just a minor issue that you'll be fine soon. He had assisted his grandfather home, stopping at the downstairs deli to buy a few cold dishes and his grandfather's favorite pig's head meat. Give me some wine. His grandfather had spoken for the first time since their return from the hospital, his voice breaking the silence. Grandpa. Hector had observed the determination in his grandfather's eyes and found he lacked the courage to refuse. They both understood the reality of the situation. His grandfather had taken the bottle Hector offered, feeling as though twisting off the cap was an insurmountable task. Hector had stepped in to assist. His grandfather's trembling hands had poured a glass for Hector, then one for himself. That you've grown up, my boy. From now on, this family will rely on you, his grandfather had said, taking a sip of his drink. Hector had felt the wine's sharpness and bitterness wash over him. That you've grown, my boy. The future rests on your shoulders now. His grandfather had taken another piece of meat, despite his shaking hands. Exerting all his effort to maintain control, it was as if he were not merely battling his own frailty, but waging war against the absurdity of fate. His grandfather had indulged heartily that day, his appetite more robust than Hector had seen since his illness began. The realization dawned on him. Tears had streamed uncontrollably down Hector's face. He held tightly to his grandfather's hand, fearing that a moment's release would mean losing this cherished figure. His grandfather's face shone with contentment, his head resting on Hector's lap as it had when Hector was a child. His grandfather was truly happy, genuinely so. With great effort, he had raised his arm, attempting to wipe away Hector's relentless tears. That don't cry like that. It doesn't suit a man. Grandfather turned away, presenting his back to Hector. Death, what a trivial matter. He shifted slightly, seeking a comfortable position, and soon fell into a deep slumber. By the time Hector realized it, grandfather was no longer able to hear his calls that a smile graced his lips, an expression far removed from suffering. Thereafter, Hector found himself enveloped in solitude until his inexplicable demise. He had never anticipated encountering someone akin to his grandfather. Yet here he stood, the elderly figure at the threshold with snow-white hair. In this moment, Hector gazed at Abufusi with tears welling in his eyes and rushed towards him. Enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace, Hector had not expected to be overwhelmed with emotion, particularly in front of this man he had only known for a single day. Abufusi, confronted with the weeping Hector, appeared at a loss. It was the first time this warrior, who had once stood resolutely against Grindelwald at the height of his power, faced such a scene. Without a plan to respond, he glanced at the chocolate frog in the drawer and, impulsively, retrieved one, unwrapping it to find the chocolate frog eagerly leaping into his hand. After a moment, Hector lifted his head, his expression earnest as he said to Abufusi, "I like it very much, thank you." "Grandfather," Abufusi looked at Hector and jested. "What an age you are, yet still crying. Have a chocolate frog. It will surely lift your spirits." He rose, handing Hector the chocolate frog, and then opened the door, adding, "Once you finish this, no more treats until you change your clothes and come downstairs for dinner." He descended the stairs swiftly, casting not a glance back at Hector. Once the door was closed, Abufusi raised his hand, quickly wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. During dinner, Hector resolved to ask Abufusi, who sat across from him, "Grandfather, could you teach me some spells?" Abufusi, head bowed as he ate, replied with a muffled tone, "You are still quite young. It would be best to wait until you arrive at Hogwarts to learn spells." Noticing the silence from across the table, Abufusi looked up, meeting Hector's feigned, pitiful gaze. He found himself utterly defenseless against such an expression and soon relented. "Very well, Hector, I can teach you some fundamental spells, but one thing must be clear. This will be under my supervision." Abufusi spoke earnestly. "This matter is non-negotiable. Do you understand?" Hector nodded. He had never intended to navigate this path alone, for that would be far too inefficient. Moreover, Abufusi's proficiency was quite commendable, and having him as a guide was infinitely more advantageous. "But do not rush. I need to prepare," Abufusi said, setting down his spoon and scratching his head. 2 days later, Abufusi woke early and, seeing Hector descending the stairs while rubbing his eyes, exclaimed, "Hector, hurry and eat." Noticing Hector's puzzled expression, Abufusi quickly clarified, "What's wrong? Did you not say you wanted to learn some spells?" He stepped out from behind the bar, gesturing towards the storeroom. "Eat quickly. I will be waiting for you there." Hector instantly awoke to the realization, swiftly finishing his steaming bowl of vegetable porridge before racing upstairs to retrieve the standard first-year spellbook he had prepared in advance. He hurriedly dashed down the stairs and entered the storeroom. The storeroom had been cleared to create a spacious area, where once various ingredients had been piled. A table, a small blackboard of unknown origin, and a chair now stood, accompanied by an assortment of peculiar instruments in the corner. Abufusi, seated on a bench, stood up upon hearing Hector's entrance, a feather placed upon the table. Noting the first year's standard spell Hector brought, Abufusi chuckled, "Take out your wand. We won't need this." Hector obediently set down the book and drew his wand from the pocket of his robe. "Excellent. The first spell is the levitation charm, quite simple and practical. Listen carefully to my pronunciation, Wingardium Leviosa. It is crucial to pronounce it correctly. If you mistake the F for ands with a flick of his wand, a bellowing bull erupted from its tip. This is what can happen. Be cautious and meticulous. Do you understand, Hector?" Hector nodded, appearing somewhat anxious. Uncertainty clouded his mind regarding whether the system had truly granted him any innate talent. "Do not fret. This spell is quite straightforward and primarily tests your patience." Abufusi was confident that this spell would challenge Hector for some time, recalling that he himself had taken a while to master it. He settled into his chair, conjuring a cup of strong tea for a brief respite. Teaching students was no simple task. The preparations consumed considerable time. Abufusi rubbed his aching back, preparing to relax. "Wingardium Leviosa," he instructed, watching as Hector successfully made the feather levitate on his first attempt. Initially, Hector had to recite the incantation, but soon, with a mere flick of his wand, The feather danced freely in accordance with his commands. Abufusi was understandably astonished. That Merlin's beard. Is this a silent spell? How did you manage that? Hector felt a surge of joy. Though he had no intention of revealing it to Abufusi, he feigned innocence. I don't know. Grandfather, it's just very simple. Hector adopted a look of navet. The incantation is too long and complicated. I was afraid of making a mistake. That he shrugged, delivering a splendid display of nonchalance that left Abufusi momentarily speechless. Can we learn the next one? Hector inquired, now effortlessly employing the levitation charm on surrounding objects, nearly achieving a state where anything he pointed at would take flight. Abufusi, taken aback by the rapid progress, instinctively pulled the table down as it began to levitate higher. He had not anticipated such swift teaching. Although he instinctively sought to identify flaws, he found none at all. He could only acquiesce to Hector's request. Very well, Hector, we shall learn the repairing charm. It is quite a useful spell. And so, before nightfall, Hector and Abufusi remained in the storeroom, with Abufusi bringing in lunch while Hector perused the spellbook's explanations. Abufusi had hardly eaten anything, having witnessed Hector complete the entire first-year curriculum in a single day, leaving him so astonished that he lost his appetite. Abufusi could hardly believe his eyes. He swore that had anyone told him someone could learn an entire year's worth of content in a day, he would have adamantly dismissed it, perhaps even spat in their direction. Upon scrutinizing Hector's study progress, he ultimately discovered that Hector had not merely mastered all the spells in the book, he had learned them to the extent of employing them silently. Throughout the learning process, Abufusi concluded that his grandson was indeed a prodigy, while Hector confirmed that his talent for spell casting was remarkably genuine. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As for his own dazzling spell, Hector attempted to explore it but did not succeed in unleashing it, likely a little Easter egg bestowed by the system. However, Hector's Lumos charm indeed produced a brilliant light. With the guidance of spells, Hector's first attempt left Abufusi utterly astonished, causing him to lose composure and sit down abruptly. Furthermore, Hector discovered a significant issue. He could not voluntarily stop the spell. When he tried to set down his wand, he found it seemingly glued to his hand. The spell would only cease once Hector's magical energy was entirely exhausted. It was Aberforth Dumbledore who noticed the anomaly and rushed over to forcibly interrupt Hector's casting. Upon discovering that the disarming charm had no effect, Aberforth also attempted to pry the wand from Hector's grip, but Hector held on too tightly. Aberforth, lying on the ground and too afraid to open his eyes, found himself in a state of despair, relying on no one but Albus Dumbledore. Gathering his strength, delivered a swift kick. He swore that his aim was directed at Aberforth's wrist, and if it landed elsewhere, it was purely unintentional. Surely one could empathize with a man of over 100 years. Although Aberforth harbored a strong aversion to Albus's presence, he had to concede that his brother was indeed far superior in the realm of education and mentorship compared to his own haphazard attempts. Consequently, Albus took on the responsibility of Hector's foundational education, and Aberforth tacitly accepted Albus's appearance at the Leaky Cauldron. Albus felt this arrangement was quite beneficial, as Hector's presence genuinely eased the tensions between the brothers. In due course, he was astounded to discover Hector's manifest talent. What child could consume a book a day and, with minimal practice, master silent spells without a teacher? Albus reflected that he had never possessed such capabilities at that age. The peculiar illuminating charm, along with any spell bearing a luminous attribute, was executed by Hector with an astonishing flair. Hector, too, was content. If one were to speak honestly about the quality of Aberforth's instruction, it paled in comparison to Albus's. He had long coveted the impressive fire-making charm that old Dumbledore wielded so gracefully, and although he had attempted to glean insights through subtle inquiries, the old bee always feigned ignorance. Hector found himself at a loss, unable to confront him directly, fearing he might lose even the basics. Regarding his own talents, Hector believed that the bloodline of Dumbledore endowed him with a purple affinity that was undoubtedly among the finest. Since the system had stopped appearing after the card draw, Hector was unbothered. The 3 talents he had were more than sufficient. With such exceptional gifts, Hector had no desire for anything more extravagant. In the ensuing months, Albus's eyes were open to the truth. He had assumed that, as the difficulty of the material increased, Hector, at such a tender age, could not possibly maintain the same pace of learning and would soon need to pause. Indeed, Hector's learning speed did slow somewhat, yet it still exceeded Albus's expectations. Despite Albus's concerted efforts to decelerate the teaching process, Hector consistently compelled him to continue with near-perfect performances by the end of each day. Albus found himself escalating the difficulty in various ways, only to meticulously scrutinize for flaws during assessments. Nevertheless, Albus's meticulously crafted lessons were invariably completed ahead of schedule. He even resorted to presenting OWL exam papers to challenge Hector, yet found that, in the realm of charms, Hector was truly unfazed. The brilliance of such a student was both a blessing and a burden. Albus marveled at Hector's impeccable theoretical scores and spellcasting proficiency that left him in awe. He could not help but wonder, was this child truly only 10 years old? Were it not for the absence of reincarnation and possession in the wizarding world, Hector would have long been bound by Albus. Subjected to rigorous interrogation with pepper juice and a small whip, the pace of learning was beyond mere genius. It had reached a stage that defied explanation. Albus had no intention of delving deeper into the material. He believed that some concepts required time and persistent practice to master genuinely. Premature instruction could hinder Hector's development of his own style. He shared his thoughts with Aberforth, who wholeheartedly agreed. Soon, Hector discerned a sharp decline in the quality of Albus's teaching. Initially, he thought the old bee was intentionally trying to slow his learning pace, and he even reported this to Aberforth a few times. However, upon realizing that Aberforth firmly supported Albus, Hector understood that trouble was brewing. The old bee had stealthily absconded from home. Seeing the two brothers resolute, Hector, though somewhat annoyed, chose not to persist and shifted his focus to Transfiguration. Albus was delighted when he learned that Hector intended to embark on Transfiguration studies. He taught earnestly while preparing for Hector's rapid advancement. Fortunately, Hector did not seem to grasp Transfiguration with the same ease as charms. When Albus observed Hector struggling with Transfiguration, he felt a mixture of relief and regret, wishing that Hector's talents had been concentrated in this area rather than charms. After all, it was Albus's own specialty, and he held considerable confidence in his abilities within this discipline. At last, Albus felt that Hector was behaving like a relatively normal 10-year-old child. Time sped by swiftly. Before they knew it, Hector had already experienced the winter and spring of this world, and even the sweltering summer was nearing its end. Within that year, Hector had mastered nearly all the spells outlined in the charms curriculum. Save for the Patronus charm, he longed to learn it. Yet, without the pressing presence of Dementors, he found it challenging to grasp the intricacies of the spell. He had repeatedly expressed to Aberforth his desire for his grandfather to procure a Dementor to practice the Patronus charm, or at the very least, a boggart would suffice. Aberforth had consistently agreed with enthusiasm. Yet there was never any follow-through. Each time Hector inquired, he was met with vague assurances that they were searching, but the elusive creatures remained unfound. Frustrated, Hector had vented his anger on several occasions. During those 6 months, Hector encountered a pair of red-haired twins, who were tall and slender, seemingly cast from the same mold. Their first meeting took place at the Leaky Cauldron, where they had intentionally slipped in to avoid detection while purchasing butterbeer. As they settled into a corner and began conversing, Hector, who had long been aware of their presence, recognized them immediately. Fred and George Weasley, their vibrant red hair unmistakable. The twins, equally surprised to find a child younger than themselves in the establishment, approached Hector, flanking him on either side. "Which house does this little brat belong to, sneaking into Hogsmeade?" Fred inquired, while George chimed in, "Definitely not Gryffindor. We've never seen you in the common room. Come on, tell us, which house are you from?" "I'm not a Hogwarts student yet. I'll be starting next year," Hector replied. "Oh, I see." Fred and George responded in unison. "By the way, I'm Fred, and this is George. It's a pleasure to meet you." Fred politely introduced himself. "What are you doing here all alone?" "It's quite dangerous," George continued, expressing concern. "This is my grandfather, S.P.U.B. By the way, my name is Hector." "It's great to meet you both," Hector replied. Fred and George's eyes lit up simultaneously as they resolved to befriend Hector, not for any particular reason, but for the delicious food and delightful butterbeer served at the Leaky Cauldron. They settled closer to Hector, expanding the conversation to a broader array of topics. Fred enthusiastically recounted his exploits of nighttime adventures at Hogwarts, while George chimed in, occasionally interspersing promotions for their joke products. It was akin to watching a television show, where captivating narratives were interspersed with incongruous advertisements. No matter how hard one tried to interrupt, Fred and George skillfully redirected the conversation back to their promotional segments. Albus served the Weasley twins butterbeer, graciously adding some snacks, to which Fred and George thanked him politely before inviting Hector to join them in enjoying the feast that I hope you get sorted into Gryffindor. Fred exclaimed, taking a hearty sip of his chilled butterbeer. Gryffindor is definitely the best house. George, savoring the snacks Albus had provided, remarked, I must say, Hector, your grandfather's culinary skills surpass even those of house elves. With an unrestrained belch, George patted Hector on the shoulder. You must come to Gryffindor. We'll look out for you. Before departing, the twins high-fived Hector and George produced some of their homemade magical Joe products to offer him. Don T. refused. Consider it a token of gratitude for the food, Fred added, preventing Hector from reaching into his pocket to pay it. We're friends now, right? Fred blinked, and George immediately followed with, see you in 2 months. Hector, we'll be waiting for you in Gryffindor. What if I get sorted into Slytherin? Hector inquired. That won't happen. We believe in you that you're undoubtedly cut out for Gryffindor. The two of them dashed away without looking back, leaving only their silhouettes behind. Hector gazed at the joke he had crafted, the homemade wrapping paper adorned with a large W. Then it settled. See you in 2 months, Hector mused to himself. Time indeed flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. One morning, Hector descended the stairs to find Aberforth waving a letter in front of him. Instantly, the remnants of sleep evaporated, and he rushed over to seize the letter from Aberforth's hands. The classic envelope bore the Hogwarts wax seal, prominently displaying a large hint encircled by the emblematic creatures of the 4 houses. Turning it over, he saw it inscribed in emerald ink. Hogwarts, Hogsmeade, the 3 broomsticks. 3rd floor, for the attention of Mr. Hector Dumbledore. The contents of the letter may be found in the original text. Hector was overwhelmed with excitement. He carefully returned the letter to its envelope. Aberforth, standing behind the bar with a glass in hand, watched Hector with a beaming smile. Indeed, this is a moment worth celebrating. I thought the letter would arrive sooner. He poured Hector a generous cup of pumpkin juice. So, here's to Hector. Aberforth clinked his glass with Hector's. An unusual occurrence for such an early hour. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Receiving the letter signified that the new term was truly imminent. Hector pondered. On the eve before the start of term, Aberforth observed Hector, who was adeptly using spells to organize his luggage, and inquired with a smile, How are you feeling about heading off to Hogwarts tomorrow? I am all right, just a tad nervous, Hector admitted. Always feeling as if he hadn't packed enough, he had compiled an extensive checklist, meticulously ticking off each item. Aberforth found this amusing and placed a reassuring hand on Hector's shoulder. Don't worry. Hogwarts is quite close to home. If you forget anything, just send me an owl. It won't take long to get it to you. Hector nodded, and with a gentle flick of his wand, the floating checklist vanished in an instant. Tomorrow marked the journey to Hogwarts, and Hector couldn't help but feel anxious about the unknown. Hector, relax. You will thrive at Hogwarts, Aberforth encouraged, leaning down to meet Hector's striking blue eyes. A trait of the Dumbledore family. Moreover, I will be there. You can always confide in me that I will always support you. Hector nodded. I know, Grandpa. Aberforth straightened up. That's good. Get some rest. As Aberforth turned to leave the room, he glanced back at Hector, who appeared lost in thought, and added, By the way, you need to go to King's Cross Station tomorrow. Aberforth paused. I believe it's for the best. So I insist otherwise. However, I think you might not want to miss out on the other rituals. Thus, I will escort you to the Hogwarts station tomorrow evening. Aberforth looked at Hector. If you wish to take the train, I can also take you to the station. It could be quite a nice experience. Hector snapped back to reality, contemplating that it truly seemed unnecessary to make the long trek to London just to return by train. Taking the train back was manageable, but getting to London would likely require using flu powder or, worse yet, the night bus, which he found quite unbearable. Regarding apparition, Hector had pleaded with Aberforth all summer to teach him. But Aberforth had steadfastly declined, citing Hector's young age and no need for that. Grandpa, I can go directly to Hogwarts. Aberforth nodded and helped Hector close the door. With a flick of his wand, Hector's trunk sealed itself, and he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. How swiftly time passed. Tomorrow marked the start of term. Hector touched the wand at his waist, realizing he had been in this world for nearly a year. Over this time, he had grown accustomed to the companionship of Aberforth, this elderly figure seldom mentioned in the original text, who had become an integral part of his life, as the wheels of fate prepared to roll forward. Hector naturally yearned to do something to alter the course of events, yet his powers seemed too limited for now, leaving him somewhat uncertain about the unknown future. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Hector sighed, closing his eyes. The following evening, Hector descended the stairs to find Aberforth already waiting at the door. "Good evening, Hector," Aberforth greeted, dressed impeccably. As Hector drew closer, he caught a whiff of Aberforth's subtle fragrance. "Are you ready?" Aberforth asked, his gaze falling on Hector, who had dressed smartly for the occasion. "You look quite sprightly, young man. That's the spirit." Aberforth smoothed out the wrinkles in Hector's robe and placed his luggage in the carriage. "Hop in. We must be off." Hector climbed into the carriage, with Aberforth taking a seat beside him. As he peered ahead, he spotted a gaunt, shadowy figure standing in front of the carriage. The figure noticed Hector's gaze and emitted an odd sound in response. "That's a thestral," Aberforth explained, following Hector's eyes. With a flick of his wand, the thestral began to pull the carriage forward at a remarkable creature. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. "I am sorry you had to see it, Hector." The thestral pulled the carriage swiftly and steadily, and perhaps due to the short distance, they soon arrived at the platform. "Good evening, Hagrid," Aberforth greeted as he disembarked and waved to Hagrid, who was holding a lantern on the platform. Hagrid paused in surprise, clearly astonished to see Aberforth at this location, yet he responded politely, "Hello, Aberforth, what brings you here?" "I'm here to see my grandson off." "This is Hector. Hector, this is Hagrid." Hector used a levitation spell to remove his luggage from the carriage, straightened his robe, and extended his hand to Hagrid. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hagrid." Hagrid quickly set the lantern down, rubbed his hands on his clothing, and then firmly grasped Hector's small hand. "Just call me Hagrid. I'm a keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Hector," Hagrid then widened his eyes at Aberforth. "I've never heard Professor Dumbledore mention you before." Hagrid glanced back at Hector. "Another Dumbledore. How thrilling." Aberforth snorted. "That's how he is about anything related to Albus Dumbledore." "Quite typical of Aberforth. I assent to it," Aberforth retorted, a hint of exasperation in his tone, always so full of secrets. Hagrid chuckled and turned his attention back to Hector. "Just leave your luggage here, Hector." Hagrid picked up the lantern and waited briefly. Soon, they saw a faint light in the distance, which rapidly grew brighter, accompanied by the sound of a whistle. Aberforth also spotted the oncoming train and realized it was time for him to depart. He glanced at the distant Hogwarts castle and said to Hector, "I think this is where I say goodbye, Hector." Aberforth looked at Hector, who had turned away, and asked, "Would you mind giving this old man a hug?" Hector opened his arms and embraced Aberforth tightly. "Remember to write to me," Aberforth said, ruffling Hector's hair, "and if you wish to come back and visit, that would be splendid." Hector smiled as the train approached, its whistle growing louder. Aberforth climbed into the carriage and looked back at Hector, bidding him farewell. "Take care, Hector." Aberforth waved his wand, and as the last rays of the setting sun faded, the carriage rolled away into the distance, while a train roared into view. The carriage was indeed swift, a fact Hector had always believed. He gazed at the receding figure of Aberforth, soon obscured by the throng of little wizards in robes disembarking from the train. Hector turned his attention to the magnificent Hogwarts castle standing before him. "See you later, Grandpa." "Hello, Hogwarts." The crowd at the station grew denser as the head boy's amplified voice echoed through the train station, calling out to the newcomers. The first years placed their luggage onto the train, with house elves ready to transport them to Hogwarts. Hagrid raised his oil lamp high, his booming voice cutting through the clamor at the station. "First years this way." His towering figure was hard to miss, quickly drawing a group towards Hector. "First years, don't be shy. Gather here." Hagrid's eyes suddenly brightened as a familiar figure came into view. "Hello, Harry," Hagrid greeted warmly. "Hello, Hagrid." came the voice of the boy named Harry, jolting Hector from his reverie as he turned to look behind him. The boy had a gaunt face, his disheveled black hair falling haphazardly over his forehead. His eyes were a vibrant green, shining with clarity. Beneath the strands on his forehead, one could faintly discern a lightning-shaped scar. It was evident that this was none other than Harry Potter, the renowned child of the magical realm. The red-haired boy peering around him must surely be Ron Weasley, Harry's newfound friend from the train. Harry, noticing Hector's gaze, nodded politely in acknowledgement. Hector seized the opportunity to make a memorable impression on Harry and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Hector." Harry paused, slightly taken aback, but responded courteously, "Hello, I'm Harry." Harry noticed that Hector was different from the other little wizards of magical lineage. Upon hearing his name, he merely nodded, devoid of the fervor that typically accompanied encounters with celebrities. "I am Ron," piped up the red-haired boy beside him. "I know." Hector smiled. "Fred and George mentioned you. Their brother is coming to Hogwarts this year, which must be you." Ron looked somewhat surprised. "You know my brothers?" "I met them last semester," Hector explained. "I live in Hogsmeade, where my grandfather runs a pub." Hogsmeade? Harry, being new to the magical world, had little comprehension of it, prompting Ron to elucidate. Hogsmeade is the wizarding village near Hogwarts, akin to Diagon Alley, just not as far. Ron then glanced at Hector, continuing, "But first years are not allowed to visit Hogsmeade until their third year. How do they manage to slip out? I must ask them later." "All right, little wizards, there will be ample time to get acquainted later. We must set off," Hagrid interjected. Having assessed that enough students had arrived, he turned, lifting his oil lamp high, leading a gaggle of curious young wizards behind him. "This way, little wizards, board the boats." Hagrid brought them to a small dock and boarded the foremost boat himself. He then produced a pink umbrella from his pocket and tapped the bow of the boat. Instantly, the lanterns on all the boats flickered to life, and more than 4 per boat. Fewer is fine, but no more, unless you fancy a soaking at the welcome feast. Hector quickly took a seat in the first boat behind Hagrid, glancing back at Harry and Ron, who lingered hesitantly at the shore. "Hurry up. What are you waiting for?" Hector waved them over. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Their initial impression of this newly acquainted wizard was not unfavorable, and they promptly followed suit. After a moment, a plump boy, appearing somewhat timid and bashful, approached their boat. He looked exceedingly nervous, as if engaged in an internal struggle, before finally asking softly, "Is there room here?" "Everywhere else is full." Hector looked around. Indeed, many boats had 1 or 2 spots available, but sensing the boy's distress, he could surmise what had transpired. This must be Neville, the once timid and bullied lad who would later become known as the Sword of Gryffindor's champion. "Come aboard, there's a seat here," Hector said, shifting to make space. Thank you, Neville exclaimed, bowing slightly, his face lighting up with joy. The tears that had threatened to spill now vanished. The commotion of Neville boarding contrasted starkly with his gentle voice. Hector and Harry, being of a more slender build, were almost dwarfed by Neville's robust presence. As Neville stepped onto the boat, it rocked violently. Had Hector not swiftly cast a levitation charm, they might have all tumbled into the water. Once Neville had exchanged places with Harry, Hector lifted the charm. "Wow, that is impressive," Ron marveled, while Harry regarded Hector with admiration. "It's something I learned." "Quite practical," Hector replied, stowing his wand away and addressing the now sheepish Neville. "I am Hector. What's your name?" The plump boy's voice returned to its meekness. "I'm Neville." Harry glanced at Ron, jesting, "We shan't introduce ourselves again. We've already met on the train. Everyone on board?" "We setting off." Hagrid's voice called from the front as he tapped the boat, prompting all to glide forward as if responding to an unspoken command. The 4 aboard fell into silence, gazing at the retreating trees beside them, as Hagrid's voice echoed again. "Watch out for the vines. Be careful not to extend your hands outside the boat. We shall soon arrive at Hogwarts." They lowered their heads as the boats passed beneath an arching bridge. When they looked up again, the forest had vanished from sight, and their eyes were drawn to the majestic castle before them. Hogwarts Castle loomed atop a cliff not far away as night fell. The grand fortress, surrounded by soaring spires, glimmered under the moonlight. The castle was ablaze with light, casting its glow upon the surrounding forest. In the distance, the undulating mountains stretched endlessly, yet the imposing presence of the castle subdued their relentless advance. this moment. Hogwarts exuded a warm aura, starkly contrasting with the vast, eerie silence of the forest beyond. Hector was awestruck by the grandeur of Hogwarts, glancing at his companions. Ron's mouth hung agape. Neville had straightened his posture, and Harry's eyes sparkled with wonder, perhaps reflecting the castle's illumination. Hector believed his own eyes mirrored that same awe. Glimmers of light danced across the mirror-like surface of the Black Lake, which reflected the visage of Hogwarts, just as it had done for centuries. The boat soon reached the harbor at Hogwarts, gradually coming to a halt. Hagrid disembarked first, lifting his lamp and surveying the gathering throng of little wizards. "All right, everyone off the boat." Hagrid turned. "New students of Hogwarts, follow closely. We're almost there." Hagrid led the young wizards up a long flight of stairs and halted before a heavy wooden door. Standing at the entrance was a tall, elegant lady, dressed in a gown of green velvet, adorned with a high hat. She appeared kind, yet carried an air of authority. Hagrid paused, politely greeting the lady at the door. "Professor McGonagall, these are the first-year students." Hagrid appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of Professor McGonagall, for he held great respect for the lady before him. McGonagall smiled kindly and replied, "Thank you for your assistance. Hagrid, I shall take it from here." Hagrid nodded in acknowledgement, casting a brief farewell glance at Harry before departing. "Welcome to Hogwarts, first-year students," Professor McGonagall announced, clearing her throat as she stood before the wooden door. Gazing at the sea of eager young wizards with a smile upon her face, "In a little while, you will pass through this door. But before you feast in the Great Hall, you must undergo the sorting to determine which house you shall belong to." Hector, Harry, and Ron stood at the forefront of the line, exchanging silent glances. Professor McGonagall paused, her smile transforming into a serious demeanor. "There are Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your time here, the house you belong to will be akin to your home. Exemplary behavior will earn points for your house, while any infractions will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup." Just then, a shrill scream interrupted Professor McGonagall. Hector turned to see a girl startled by a toad that had leapt onto her shoe, struggling to shake it off. Meanwhile, Neville hurried over, gently retrieving his toad. "Trevor, finally found you," he said. The girl, visibly shaken, received Neville's hurried apologies, but as he turned, he collided directly with Professor McGonagall's stern gaze. Consequently, Neville himself was left quite startled, mumbling an apology before retreating to his original position. Hector felt a pang of sympathy for Neville, yet he, along with Harry and Ron, struggled to stifle their laughter, their faces flushing red. Professor McGonagall remained silent for a moment before continuing, "We shall commence shortly, so please prepare yourselves." She then turned and entered the room. Hector and his companions exchanged glances. The moment they did so, their laughter erupted uncontrollably. It seemed the rumors were true. Harry Potter had indeed arrived at Hogwarts. Their mirth was interrupted by a voice, prompting Harry and Ron to glance back at Hector. Hector noticed a clear expression of distaste on Ron's face. Without needing to turn around, Hector recognized the familiar tone and dialogue. Draco Malfoy was making his entrance. Hector stole a glance and found Draco as expected, his slicked-back blonde hair and pristine robes, speaking as if he were looking down at everyone through his nose. The name Harry Potter stirred considerable commotion. After all, he was the savior, the hero from many childhood tales who single-handedly confronted Voldemort, elevating his name to nearly the same stature as Dumbledore in the wizarding world. "This is Crabbe, this is Goyle, and I am Malfoy," Draco announced, gesturing towards his two round companions before stepping before Harry. Draco Malfoy. Hector had long wondered why this individual inspired such persistent and intense animosity in Harry. It could be said that Harry Potter's burdens were shared between the infamous Severus Snape and this arrogant Malfoy. Now, Hector had found his answer. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn the page to continue reading. This child indeed looked down his nose at others, and his haughty demeanor was quite off-putting. With his constant proclamations of blood purity and a destructive attitude towards anything he couldn't possess. He epitomized the typical antagonist rich heir found in novels. Yet while other wealthy heirs typically pursued the female protagonist and antagonized the male lead, Malfoy seemed intent on garnering Harry's attention. Moreover, given the setting in England, Hector realized that Ron was the true male protagonist. Observing Malfoy's pompous demeanor, Hector felt a twinge of discomfort. What was it about lineage? No matter how powerful your father, could he rival Dumbledore, the most renowned figure in contemporary wizardry? And you think you can jest with him? Hector thought to himself, while Ron could barely contain his disdain. Oh, you find my name amusing. I can recognize you in an instant, Malfoy retorted, turning to scrutinize Ron. Red hair and old robe. You must be a Weasley. Ron appeared quite irate, refusing to respond, his gaze fixed on Malfoy. Unperturbed, Malfoy turned his attention back to Harry. You will discover that certain wizarding families are inherently superior. Potter, not associate with those of questionable character. Hector could no longer contain himself. From a moment Malfoy had declared, I can recognize you in an instant, Hector's mind had involuntarily draped Malfoy in a mantle of ridicule. Finally regaining his composure, he found amusement in Malfoy's pretentiousness and clumsy attempts at superiority. Malfoy then glanced at Hector, narrowing his eyes and coldly inquiring, And who might you be? Hector took a deep breath, noting Malfoy's unfriendly expression, and quipped, Does it matter? The esteemed Draco Malfoy? Ron, who had been fuming moments ago, burst into laughter at Hector's playful tone, prompting giggles from the younger wizards nearby. Draco's face turned a deep shade of red as he glared at Hector, who remained unperturbed, returning the glare. Clearly, you are a wizard of Muggle descent. Utterly unaware of the prestige associated with the Malfoy name, Draco's tone was tinged with frustration as he enunciated each word. Hector appraised the crimson-faced Malfoy, deciding to have a bit of fun with the arrogant scion. So, would you care to guess my name, esteemed Lord Malfoy? Malfoy scoffed, a Muggle wizard, a nameless nobody. Who cares? Hector's eyes sparkled with mischief. Ah, such a classic villainous line. Initially, he had only intended to showcase a hint of his prowess, aiming to temper Malfoy's arrogance while allowing him to save face. After all, Hector preferred that Malfoy direct his ire towards Harry and his friends rather than himself, as it aligned with his strategy of maintaining a low profile while preparing for Voldemort's return. However, Malfoy's provocations encouraged Hector to flaunt his heritage. My name is Hector Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore is my grandfather, he stated plainly, making it clear that in the realm of lineage, the others present were outmatched. Ron and Harry stare at Hector in shock, while the previously boastful Draco Malfoy's complexion shifted from red to pale as he quickly retreated, likely reconsidering any immediate confrontations with the trio. Hector was quite pleased with the stir he had caused. It was evident that the Dumbledore name still wielded significant influence in the wizarding world. Hector silently gave a thumbs up to Draco, the reluctant comic relief. With this scene, it seemed he would enjoy a respite from any trouble for quite some time. You are a Dumbledore? Wait, Albus Dumbledore, the Albus Dumbledore? Harry asked, looking at Hector with intrigue. Hector nodded. If no other Dumbledores have emerged in the wizarding world, I would assume so. That was incredibly cool. Did you see Malfoy's expression? It was as if he'd swallowed a slug. Ron exclaimed, visibly excited at the sight of Malfoy's embarrassment. Wow, you must know an abundance of magic. A girl's voice chimed in from behind, assertive yet oddly familiar to Hector. Ron instinctively lowered his head, deliberately avoiding the girl's gaze. Hector turned to find a small girl with a voluminous mane of hair staring intently at him. He immediately recognized this Hermione Granger, as if she had stepped straight out of a film, igniting a flutter in his heart. The girl's gaze was remarkably bright as she slightly lifted her head, eagerly anticipating Hector's response. Hector experienced a fleeting moment of blankness in his mind. He first glanced at Ron, who was nearly burying his head in the ground like an ostrich, silently uttering an apology to in his previous life. Hector had struggled repeatedly between Ro, Ha, and Ma, but now he realized the sweetness of the moment. From this point forward, he resolved to adhere to the principle of Ahey. I have firmly established my corner. Even Merlin's arrival would be of no consequence to me, as I've spoken. It is not much, as I have only just begun to learn. May I inquire who you are? Hector immediately concealed his earlier smug demeanor and inquired with a gentlemanly grace. Hermione Granger, but you may call me Hermione. A pleasure to meet you. You may call me Hector. Just as Hector was about to delve deeper into a discussion regarding the academic progress with Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall emerged from behind a door. Noticing Hector speaking to the student in the front row, she approached and gently tapped Hector's back with a rolled parchment. "Are you all prepared? Follow me." The young wizard trailed behind Professor McGonagall. And Ron nudged Hector with his elbow, whispering cautiously, "Be careful of her," gesturing to his own head. "There's something off about her." Ron spoke in a hushed tone, glancing over his shoulder. Hector chuckled softly, refraining from responding. His gaze towards Ron tinged with a hint of guilt. "What is it?" Ron noticed the expression in Hector's eyes and awkwardly touched his face. "Is there something on my face? I remember cleaning it on the train." Hector patted Ron's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with Ron's obliviousness to the situation. "You have no idea what transpired on the train." The young wizards passed through the heavy door and traversed a corridor, arriving in the Great Hall alongside Professor McGonagall. Ron soon ceased recounting the train incident, as his attention was captivated by the ceiling of the hall. Hundreds of candles floated in midair, and the ceiling had been transformed into a starry sky, with clouds and a luminous moon casting a mesmerizing glow. As the young wizards entered the hall, bursts of fireworks ascended in unison, blooming beautifully in the sky above the Great Hall, embellishing the entire expanse. The long tables within the hall were divided into 4 rows, each adorned with the respective house banners. The banners depicted a serpent, an eagle, a lion, and a badger. "Look at the sky. It's been magically altered from a ceiling." Hermione's voice came from behind. Ron nudged Hector. Just as I mentioned earlier, he shrugged, seemingly pleased to have his word validated. Hector shrugged in return, maintaining a facade of calm while inwardly reveling in laughter. It must be said that this fellow initially had quite the opinion of Hermione. "I had merely intended to subtly undermine you, to provide you with a dose of reality. Yet now, you have unwittingly handed me the shovel, and the vial is almost in my mouth. Thus, I can only graciously accept." Professor McGonagall ascended the steps where a tall stool awaited. Behind the stool stood a long table, clearly designated for the professors. "Please wait here," Professor McGonagall instructed, turning to halt the trio who had been walking ahead. She then retrieved a dusty, seemingly tattered wizard's hat from behind her. Placing the hat atop the stool, all eyes were drawn to the unassuming headwear, which wriggled and split open with a wide seam. Under the gaze of the onlookers, it began to sing. "Perhaps you think me unremarkable, yet do not judge a hat by its appearance. If you can find a hat more splendid than I shall gladly consume myself." The moment the melody concluded, thunderous applause erupted as the hat stood proudly, bowing to the applauding young wizards like a haughty gentleman. "Before we commence, Professor Dumbledore has a few words to share with you all." As the young wizards gathered before the steps, Professor McGonagall remarked. Seizing the moment, Hector glanced at the professor's table. Undoubtedly, the most attention-grabbing figure was the professor whose head was wrapped in layers of purple bandages. Resembling a ball, clearly the year's unfortunate defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell, it was likely that the feeble Lord Voldemort behind him was currently instructing Quirrell to search for the boy who had caused his downfall, as it was difficult to explain why he would choose such a secluded corner. Quirrell, whose head was the only conspicuous feature, was now straining to peer at the young wizards, seated beside him. Another figure with an ominous aura, likely our ace spy, Severus Snape, the dual agent for the Order of the Phoenix and Death Eaters, was similarly scanning the crowd with wide eyes, dressed in pure black robes, exuding a brooding and somber presence. His expressionless face framed by unwashed, oily hair could easily lead one to assume that he was not of the noble sort that, of course. Hector also noted the shorter figure, presumably the charms professor, Phileas Flitwick, while the plump lady beside him was likely Professor Sprout, the herbology instructor. Seated in the center, of course, was the most familiar figure to Hector, Professor Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore donned a brand-new purple robe, topped with a tall wizard's hat, his hair and beard neatly trimmed, presenting a sprightly appearance for a centenarian. He caught Hector's gaze and smiled, winking at him before standing to address the young wizards. "Thank you, Minerva." Dumbledore first offered a polite smile to Professor McGonagall before turning his attention to the students that we bid farewell to our 7th-year students while welcoming some fresh faces. "Now, I have a few important announcements to make before the commencement of the school year. First-year students, Please be aware that entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested I remind you that the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is also off-limits. Those who wish to avoid a gruesome fate should steer clear of these areas. Dumbledore appeared quite serious. Thank you. With no lengthy discourse, Dumbledore seated himself once more. Hector understood that Dumbledore's series of threats and warnings amounted to mere platitudes for Ron and Harry, who frequented these forbidden locales each year, often resulting in mischief. For the Gryffindor Lions, school rules and prohibitions were merely words. Old Dumbledore, a Gryffindor himself, was surely aware of this, as he aimed to deter those who were not Gryffindors. After all, Hogwarts had its share of brash individuals, but not everyone fell into that category. Moreover, Dumbledore himself appreciated the bravery exhibited by Gryffindor, having famously declared, "It is not a violation of school rules unless one is caught." Hector had long adopted this phrase as his motto. Having survived for so long, one must indeed aspire to something greater. No? When I call your name, please step forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head and ascertain to which house you belong. Professor McGonagall unfurled the parchment and lifted the sorting hat from the high stool. That why brother, and I had been told that to be sorted, one must contend with a dragon, which left Ron somewhat irked and me in a state of apprehension for quite some time. Hannah Abbott, a young girl with a ponytail, dashed up the steps in a flurry, nearly tripping in her haste. Once she settled herself upon the stool, Professor McGonagall placed the hat upon her head. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed. Applause erupted from the table on the far right as Hannah removed the hat and hurried over. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Susan took off the hat and joined Hannah at the table. McGonagall glanced at the names before her, paused momentarily, and exchanged a look with Dumbledore, who nodded with a smile. Hector Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall's voice remained steady as she watched Hector walk out from the crowd, a grin adorning her face. This name certainly stirred a bit of commotion within the hall, prompting McGonagall to clear her throat before the room gradually quieted. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Fred and George concluded their so-called punishment for Hector's perceived dishonesty with satisfaction, while the sorting ceremony continued unabated. Hector grimaced as he rubbed his thigh, pinched by Fred, and drew in a sharp breath. Those two brothers truly had a knack for mischief. Their roles were distinctly defined. George had expertly applied a firm crosslock, while Fred simultaneously relieved Hector of his wand. Deprived of his wand, Hector found himself stripped of nearly all resistance, succumbing to the brothers' overwhelming presence with a face full of humiliation. Nevertheless, the sorting ceremony proceeded normally, unaffected by Hector's plight. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, much to Hector's delight. The infamous Harry Potter, however, rejected the sorting hat's attempt to place him in Slytherin and instead joined Gryffindor. Today, Gryffindor felt like a celebration. The Weasley twins leapt up in jubilation when the hat shouted Gryffindor. They clasped each other's arms, exclaiming, "We now have Harry Potter, and Dumbledore too." As for Ron, Hector was not the least bit concerned. Even if Ron had been unexpectedly sorted in a Hufflepuff, Hector would have gladly taken his place to form a new trio. However, Ron achieved his wish and was sorted into Gryffindor, beaming as he took a seat beside Harry. Meanwhile, Hector, quite inadvertently, found himself seated next to Hermione. The sorting ceremony quickly drew to a close, and when the last young wizard was placed into Slytherin, Professor Dumbledore rose to offer a summary. Welcome to yet another new academic year." Dumbledore surveyed the young wizards in the hall, his face radiating warmth. "I believe everyone is quite hungry, so I shall keep my remarks brief." "That is, fools, crybabies, rubbish, twist." Hector rolled his eyes. Old Dumbledore had always been this way, a master of riddles during Hector's lessons. "Now, let the feast begin." Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the once empty tables were instantly laden with an array of sumptuous dishes. Hector was thoroughly pleased with Dumbledore's succinctness, as the sorting ceremony had indeed dragged on a bit, leaving him somewhat peckish since he and tea dined at home. Tea must be said, the food at Hogwarts was exceptionally delightful and quite conventional. Devoid of the infamous British culinary abomination known as Starry Sky Pie, he speared a sizzling piece of steak onto his plate, tested the steak knife a few times, and wisely opted to tear into it rather than slice. Across from him, Ron seized a chicken leg, while Harry was currently engaged in wrestling with a roasted leg of lamb. After much effort, he clearly ended up with more than he bargained for. The leg of lamb was nearly the size of his entire face. The trio's raucous behavior prompted Hermione, seated next to Hector, to shift away slightly. "Gentlemen, if you indeed are, I would think using a knife and fork wouldn't prove too challenging." Hermione cast a disapproving glance at the three boys as she delicately took a slice of pie from the long table, savoring it in small, ladle-like bites. The three boys exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial chuckle. "Ron is quite to my taste. I'm grateful he was sorted into Gryffindor," Hector mused inwardly. "Hector is truly a decent fellow. I suppose that's why Fred and George are his friends. We shall be as well." Ron thought that, "I wonder what they're laughing about. It seems impolite not to smile." "So a smile it is," pondered Harry. For Harry, concentrating on devouring the food before him took precedence over all else. As for Hector, when he shot back at Malfoy on the staircase, Harry had already considered him a friend. The feast soon came to a close, and Hector, absorbed in the meal, lost track of time, oblivious to Hermione's several attempts to engage him regarding their studies. Hermione, finding no success, turned to others. It was evident that Percy Weasley was more than willing to discuss matters with her, just as Hector was about to grab another chicken leg for a small second helping. McGonagall tapped her glass, prompting Dumbledore to rise once more. "All right, everyone is well fed and watered. I have a few more words to share." Dumbledore's bright eyes scanned the young wizard below, and he continued, "Mr. Filch has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. Additionally, the tryouts for the Quidditch teams will occur in the second week of this term. Any students wishing to join the house teams should contact Madame Hooch." Hector sensed Dumbledore's gaze lingering on Harry, though he had no evidence to support this suspicion. Meanwhile, Harry, glancing towards Snape, felt a sudden sharp pain in his forehead scar. Coincidentally, Snape, who was observing him, unjustly bore the brunt of this misfortune at all. Harry clutched his forehead. "What's wrong?" Percy inquired. "Nothing." The burning sensation was fleeting. However, Harry felt no warmth from the eagle-nosed, greasy-haired Professor's gaze, the cold stare making it abundantly clear that the man held no fondness for him. "Who is that teacher, the one in the black robes?" Harry asked, and Hector leaned in to fill in for Percy. "That is Professor Snape, the potions master. I gather you just had an unpleasant encounter with him," Hector remarked, adding, "It is said he has long desired to teach the defense against the dark arts course, but has yet to succeed. Dumbledore has been searching for a new defense against the dark arts professor every year, but it has never been Snape." "How do you know this?" "You're a first year." Percy seemed somewhat taken aback, but soon pieced it together. "Almost forgot you bear the Dumbledore name. It would be strange if you didn't know. Now, before everyone retires for the evening, let us sing the school song." All the teachers appeared momentarily stiff, as Dumbledore lightly flicked his wand, causing a long golden ribbon to soar into the air. For a fleeting moment, Hector could not help but think of Dumbledore as a ballet dancer playing with streamers. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, it etched itself indelibly into his memory before Hector could attempt to forget it. Dumbledore waved again, freeing the ribbon from his wand, which inadvertently caught Hector's eye as Dumbledore's little finger pointed directly at him. "Well, that's impossible to forget. Every student could choose their preferred tune." And Dumbledore, wand in hand, resembled the conductor. "Ready, sing." The entire assembly burst into song, the cacophony reaching a level of noise that was difficult to describe as the students completed the school song in disarray. Only the Weasley twins continued singing in time with a funeral march. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased, even conducting the final few measures of their song with his wand. The Weasley brothers graciously responded with hearty applause. "Ah, music, such an enchanting affair." Dumbledore wiped his eyes. "Now it is time for bed. Off to your dormitories." The first-year Gryffindors followed Percy through the bustling crowd, exiting the hall and descending the marble staircase. The banquet had endured for an extended period, and for the young wizards, after a day filled with arduous travels, their legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Harry shared this sentiment. Even when Percy guided them through the concealed doors hidden behind sliding panels and draped curtains for the second time, he felt no surprise. Instead, he leaned heavily against Hector, the most alert first-year wizard in the room. A gesture that Ron mirrored without hesitation in reality. If Hermione had been resting against Hector, he would likely have welcomed it rather than wear the expression of distaste he currently bore. Dragging these two burdens up the staircase was an excruciating ordeal. And Hector questioned why the path to their dormitory seemed so interminably distant. He felt as if he might as well be walking to Hogsmeade. Like tea that moment, Percy came to a halt, which momentarily roused Harry and Ron from their stupor. They rubbed their eyes and beheld a bundle of wands floating in mid-air. It was Peeves, a mischievous poltergeist known for his pranks. Percy whispered to the first-year students. "Wait a moment. Once he reveals himself, you'll see how I send him away." It was indeed essential to learn how to deal with Peeves. Hector mused. He expressed his frustration regarding the two cumbersome companions clinging to him. He yearned to reach the dormitory swiftly and deposit them onto their beds. He extricated his wand from the grip of Ron and brandished it at the floating wands. "Moreover, my motto is, as long as you don't get caught, it doesn't count as breaking the rules. That must be my motto." Fred chuckled heartily, and George joined in. "Great minds think alike, brother." Avada Kedavra, Hector whispered the incantation, and suddenly a diminutive figure emerged, with the wands forming a makeshift cage around it, whisking away, along with the sound of a deflating balloon. Before the eyes of the Gryffindor first-years, "My apologies, Percy," Hector said, holding a rather indifferent view of the typically rigid Weasley. If it weren't for this fellow's eventual turn to the light, Hector's jealousy might have driven him to act more rashly. "A splendid spell, Mr. Dumbledore," Percy remarked, visibly displeased. He had little fondness for anyone challenging his authority, be it his two brothers or Hector. Still, he maintained a semblance of decorum and refrained from confronting Hector, glancing back at the younger wizards. "This way, Gryffindor first-years." Afterward, he cast a glance at Hector. "If there are no other matters, please return to the line, Mr. Dumbledore." Hector complied and returned to the line, the two burdensome companions resuming their previous positions as if nothing had occurred. And no sooner had he settled back in a place than the two tall, lanky figures of the Weasley twins leaned toward him, making faces. "I can't believe you directly challenged Percy's authority. Right in front of all these people." Fred winked at Hector, while George added, "This is exactly what we've always wanted to do." "It's truly exhilarating, isn't it, Fred?" "Absolutely." Fred appeared elated. "We forgive you, and we have a surprise for you. Remember to come out tonight. You don't look that tired, of course. Nighttime adventures are always thrilling, right, Fred?" George chimed, "My lord." There is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. The midnight bell tolled, jolting Hector awake. He glanced around at his slumbering roommates and quietly slipped out of bed. To prevent anyone from waking suddenly, Hector cast a slumber spell on himself. Their slumber deepened, as evidenced by the cessation of snoring. Hector was quite pleased with the efficacy of his charm, should he find himself struggling in the magical world. Opening a clinic specializing in insomnia and rapid sleep induction in the modern world seemed a promising endeavor, not to mention treating snoring. Hector donned a robe over his pajamas, as the early autumn nights at Hogwarts remained somewhat chilly. Upon arriving at the Gryffindor common room, Fred and George had already been waiting downstairs for a while. "Why are you late, Hector?" "We need to hurry," Fred exclaimed. As soon as they spotted Hector, they stood up. And George seamlessly picked up the conversation. "We can't stay outside all night. We certainly can't be late on our first day of classes. My apologies. I took some safety precautions before leaving," Hector explained. Safety precautions? The Weasley brothers were puzzled, unable to fathom that Hector had put his dear roommates under a slumber spell. However, they did not dwell on it, drawing their wands. "Hector, we can't simply stroll about brazenly at night," Fred said, pointing his wand at Hector. At least not while entering or exiting the Gryffindor common room. That moment, a clever spell was required. The disillusionment charm. "We just learned it," George stated with pride. Hector observed the twins attempting to showcase their newfound spell, their clumsy attempts at casting the disillusionment charm revealing their lack of proficiency. He watched as they clumsily transitioned from the disillusionment charm to the tooth-blocking curse and the Tarantaligra charm, almost escalating to casting the slumber spell before Hector intervened, just in time to prevent a magical duel. Hector regarded the Weasley twins' flickering forms, feeling rather unnerved. He had considered their reliability questionable. but never to this extent. He cast a freeze charm on the Weasley brothers, then sequentially dispelled the tooth-blocking curse and the Tarantaligra charm. Such curses typically had little effect on the freeze charm. The upgraded version, however, held considerable power and was accompanied by a luminous effect. Hector was reluctant to use spells with such effects unless absolutely necessary. The Weasley brothers finally returned to their normal state, brushing off the dust from their clothes before turning to Hector. "Thanks," Fred said. "You know how it is. Newly learned spells can have some side effects." George always chimed in. "Side effects? I don't recall any commonality between the disillusionment charm and the tooth-blocking curse." Hector sighed. "Let me handle it." "You can?" Fred appeared skeptical. "We've been practicing for months." George patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, brother. He is Dumbledore. After all, by the way, what is the incantation for the disillusionment charm?" Hector pondered. He had advanced to fifth-year material, yet it seemed the book contained no mention of the disillusionment charm. "You don't know? Then what were you boasting about just now?" Fred and George were taken aback, their voices rising involuntarily. "Oh, quiet down, you two. Don't wake everyone up." Hector gestured for silence. "You can teach me now. I learn quickly. Besides, I'm your only option to try it out, right?" Fred and George exchanged glances, then checked the time. Their proficiency in the disillusionment charm was clearly lacking. It seemed prudent to let Hector give it a try. "All right, the disillusionment charm isn't in any standard spellbook. We found it in a restricted text." Fred began, followed by George. "It's a challenging charm to master. We couldn't manage it, so we copied that page for further study." Fred produced a wrinkled piece of paper that had been folded numerous times from his pocket. He handed the paper to Hector, who reached out to accept it. The handwriting was crooked and illegible, requiring considerable time to decipher. "Yes, you know, we cannot procure any professor's signature, so we must sneak out under the cover of night." Fred scratched his head, acknowledging the limitations of their circumstances. Hector took 5 minutes to barely read through the entire text, yet that was the only hurdle he faced in mastering the spell. Soon, George and Fred bore witness to Hector's display. After merely waving his wand, he slowly vanished in a thin A-I-R-B-Y Merlin's beard. "Pinch me, George, lest I be dreaming," Fred exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment as he nudged George, who stood with his mouth agape. "Hector, are you still there?" George cautiously probed the air before him. With a flick of his wand, Hector re-emerged from the void. "Did you learn it? In just a few minutes?" "We've been at it for nearly 3 months and still haven't fully grasped it," Fred said, struggling to accept the reality. George patted his shoulder. "Embrace it, brother. He is named Dumbledore, which explains much. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling." Hector mused. "So, are we to remain here for the night, or shall we set off now?" Observing the astonished expressions of the Weasley brothers, he felt a sense of comfort in showcasing his skills before good friends. The Weasley twins playfully nudged each other, arms outstretched, eyes closed. With a wave of Hector's wand, the two vanished instantaneously from sight. "By the way, you both do know the disillusionment charm, right? You do realize I likely won't be able to see you," Hector remarked. "Who do you think we are? Freshmen? The disillusionment charm is a requisite for nocturnal wanderers." They retorted in unison. "Just to confirm, if you don't know it, the noise from the spell's conclusion could be rather loud. It's best to wait until daylight for me to undo your invisibility." Hector shrugged, then cast the charm upon himself as well. "So, where are we headed?" "We are bound for the Forbidden Forest," a voice echoed ahead. "The disillusionment charm does indeed have a certain degree of interference with sound propagation." "Keep close. How do we keep close?" "We are under the disillusionment charm, Fred," came George's voice. "True enough," Fred conceded. "We can simply undo it at the end of the corridor. We are merely evading the Fat Lady." The portrait of the Fat Lady, which guarded Gryffindor's entrance, swung open automatically, revealing her looking quite groggy. "Out for a midnight stroll on the very first day of term? You troublesome little wizards, don't let me catch you again. I shall certainly inform Professor McGonagall." At the corridor's end, the three of them gradually materialized. Fred, ever the gentleman, extended his hand. "This way, esteemed Mr. Dumbledore. Welcome to the nocturnal escapade. The first night of term, indeed worthy of celebration." George cast the Lumos charm, eagerly leading the way. "Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest?" Hector questioned, feeling somewhat unsure about their safety from the eight-eyed giant spider. Oh, we won't venture too deep. That would indeed be perilous. However, the outer rim of the Forbidden Forest is akin to our backyard. Most of our products are developed there. And of course, there's your surprise. The Weasley twins expressed with evident delight. Their quick pace leaving Hector feeling a bit overwhelmed. You don't know the disillusionment charm. Then how did you manage your previous nocturnal escapades? Hector inquired. Oh, we acquired an invisibility cloak from Filch during our detention. We stumbled upon it when he carelessly discarded it in the corner of that box for dangerous items. Fred explained. It took us quite a while to discover it. Filch indeed possesses many intriguing items. Regrettably, that cloak ceased to function by the end of last semester, nearly resulting in our capture. That if you don't mind, we must hasten. Filch will be patrolling tonight, George urged, quickening his pace while Fred almost lifted Hector entirely. Faced with the formidable magical prowess and physical strength of the Weasley brothers, Hector found himself momentarily powerless to resist. Hector, so, you take advantage of my youth, do you? Just wait. Your day of reckoning will come. Thus, the trio traversed the dimly lit halls of Hogwarts under the cloak of night. The Weasley twins appeared exhilarated, while Hector felt as though he were wandering through a haunted house. The castle, now shrouded in darkness, exuded an eerie atmosphere, especially as the twins led him through its vast expanse, occasionally retracing their steps, which caused Hector to feel as though he were caught in a confounding maze. After a considerable time, they finally emerged from the castle, swiftly crossing an expansive clearing between the fortress and the dense forest, plunging into the thick foliage. This moment, Fred pulled out his wand and cast the Lumos charm behind Hector, advising you'd best cast a light charm. It's easy to get lost in here. My Lumos charm, has some issues. You can use yours, Hector replied, observing the increasingly ominous atmosphere around him. He would have loved to cast the charm himself. But his version had a peculiar flaw. Once activated, it illuminated so brightly that it could outshine Aberforth and Hogsmeade. The Weasley twins exchanged curious glances but chose not to pry further. The Forbidden Forest was certainly no safe haven, and their attention remained focused on their surroundings, ensuring their safety. After some time, Hector began to doubt whether the surprise they spoke of involved a sudden encounter with an eight-legged giant spider. Finally, George, leading the way, came to a halt. We've arrived, he announced, stepping aside to reveal a shelter constructed from several long, sturdy branches, covered with a thick layer of leaves. Inside lay a carpet, dust-laden cauldrons, and scattered tools. Welcome to the Weasley Brothers' Secret Workshop. This is where our joke products are born and tested. They retrieved 2 shovels from within the shelter. Ready, Fred? Ready, George. The Weasley twins exchanged glances before beginning to dig beneath a tree. They worked vigorously and soon unearthed a small box. Our stock, Fred declared, as the brothers presented the box to Hector, gesturing for him to open it. Hector eyed the pair skeptically, based on his knowledge of them. It was likely to contain trivial surprises rather than anything noteworthy. Nevertheless, he opened the box, and to his surprise, there were none of the expected fake snakes or mice, nor anything that would leap out upon opening. The contents were meticulously wrapped in brown paper, and the interior appeared quite dry, having been well preserved. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Fred began to boast. This box has been enchanted with a drying charm and a bit of protection that in all humility, we are geniuses in certain aspects. George chimed in proudly that it took Fred and me quite some time to master the protective charm. We can only cast it over such a limited area, or we would have shielded the entire workshop. Inside the box were neatly packaged cookies, which Fred claimed were their latest creation, canary cream cookies. Still in the experimental phase, though George swore they were entirely safe. Beneath the cookies lay a layer of cloth, and upon lifting it, Hector discovered a neat arrangement of fireworks. Though not numerous, they appeared functional. Welcome to Hogwarts. We have always believed that fireworks should be a part of the opening ceremony, though not the kind that explodes on the ceiling, Fred elaborated. Thus, we have prepared a fireworks celebration to commemorate your joining Gryffindor House, and, of course, your induction into our nocturnal band. As George spoke, he gestured for Fred to move the fireworks to an empty space near the secret workshop. Hector followed behind them, but the Weasley twins firmly rejected his offer to assist, insisting that he was too young and should stand back, merely watching. Hector settled on a large rock, quietly observing as the brothers busied themselves. The two brothers first arranged the fireworks to their satisfaction before igniting them, then hurriedly ran over. Soon, a cascade of fireworks soared into the sky, initially bursting apart with a resounding crack, and then, guided by some unseen force, they formed the majestic figure of a lion with a flowing mane. Its eyes, half closed, surveyed the surroundings as if assessing its territory. After a moment, the lion lunged forward, causing the fireworks that had formed it to scatter wildly, each one no longer conforming to any shape, but instead blooming in a riot of beauty. Hector stood up, gazing at the sky, while the Weasley brothers seized the opportunity to hoist him onto their shoulders. "Welcome to Gryffindor, Hector," they exclaimed in unison. The fireworks were so dazzling that the three Gryffindors watching felt a shared brilliance in that moment. Not long after the fireworks concluded, Hector and the Weasley brothers departed, hearts aflame with excitement as they burrowed into their beds. What a splendid evening it had been, the surroundings still quiet, devoid of any snoring. It appeared the sleeping charm had worked exceptionally well. Hector stared at the ceiling before swiftly drifting into slumber. Subsequently, Hector, along with the entire dormitory, overslept. They all marveled at how exceedingly comfortable Hogwarts beds were, reflecting on how delightful their rest had been the previous night, while hastily getting up to wash up. Hector, however, was utterly exhausted. The late-night escapade had been a considerable burden on his body. He wished to linger in bed, but Ron and Harry unceremoniously lifted him from his slumber. First, it was the Weasley brothers, and now the youngest son of the Weasley family and a future son-in-law. It seemed that hoisting people was a family tradition, determined to eat more to build some resilience for such situations in the future. Hector found that this method did indeed awaken him quickly. Before long, the five young wizards dashed out from Gryffindor Tower. The corridor was not particularly crowded, yet all eyes were fixed on Hector and Harry. This led to their small group being surrounded by a throng, forcing Hector to pull the tallest, Ron, to the front, while the remaining four hurriedly squeezed through the crowd behind him. The following week passed in much the same manner. Neville and Seamus quickly withdrew from the front lines after discovering the advantages of walking alone. As for Ron, he did not mind at all. On the contrary, he relished the attention. Hector and Harry lacked the privilege of indifference. Without Ron, they found themselves nearly immobile amidst the throngs of adoring witches, leaving Hector with a feeling akin to that of a celebrity besieged by fans. This only heightened Hector's guilt towards Ron. It seemed rather inconsiderate to covet the attention of someone who was already in the spotlight. Moreover, Hector found himself perplexed as to why Ron was increasingly resembling a protagonist. After all, being a shield was a quintessential characteristic of most male leads in such narratives. By that logic, did it mean Harry was the heroine and Malfoy the antagonist born of unrequited love? This was troubling. The more Hector pondered, the more he felt an uncanny sense of everything fitting into place. There were even a couple of instances where Hector attempted to slip away on his own, yet the relentless waves of little wizards around him compelled him to return to the safety of Ron's protective presence. As for the courses during that week, Hector found them rather intriguing. Wednesday nights involved stargazing with telescopes to observe celestial trajectories, often accompanied by nocturnal escapades in the Forbidden Forest with the Weasley twins, as well as daring adventures into the restricted section. 3 times a week, they attended herbology classes with the stout Professor Sprout, learning to cultivate peculiar plants and their uses. Neville appeared quite interested, while Hector and his friends found it novel, yet engaging. In contrast, classes like History of Magic were rather dull for Hector. Aside from a fleeting curiosity about the ghostly professor, he spent the rest of the lesson with his head resting on the desk. Upon noticing Hector asleep, Ron mimicked him, using the excuse that even Dumbledore sleeps, which soon led a swaying Harry to join the ranks of the sleeping. This displeased Hermione, who sat beside Hector. She approached him after class, delivering a serious reprimand for his poor behavior of sleeping during lessons. Hector chuckled, diverting her attention by suggesting they meet in the library that evening, which ultimately left her in a relatively good mood as she departed from his sight. Ron looked at Hector with sympathy. He had no intention of visiting the library, but he remarked, "I told you to stay away from her. I never expected she'd be sorted into Gryffindor. I thought she'd end up in Ravenclaw." He patted Hector's shoulder reassuringly. while Harry also offered a sympathetic pat, their gazes filled with a tinge of pity. "It's all right. Hermione is quite nice, just a bit strict," Hector explained, unwittingly intensifying the pity in the eyes of his companions. "Come on, you two, it's time for lunch. We have Transfiguration this afternoon. That's a class taught by our head of house, so don't be late." Hector dashed out, prompting Harry and Ron to exchange glances and chuckle before following in his wake. Lunch went smoothly, as did the subsequent break. Just when Hector thought the afternoon Transfiguration class would proceed without incident, an unexpected surprise loomed. Hector, Harry, and Ron exited the common room just in time, with Ron feeling he had ample time for a quick nap. However, he soon reconsidered as Ron stepped onto the first flight of stairs. The entire staircase suddenly rumbled to life, startling Hector, who was on the stairs. After all this time, it was the first instance he had witnessed the entire staircase moving. And soon all the steps in the castle began to rearrange themselves. Standing idle was futile, Hector thought, and he began to run, with Harry and Ron trailing behind him. They soon encountered a series of peculiar doors. The first few graciously opened, but the subsequent ones were far less accommodating, and if one did not politely request their opening, they would remain firmly shut. Some doors even refused entry, even after a proper greeting and bow. A scenario Hector and his friends encountered. Twice an A are OW.my lord. There's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Hector first used Alohomora to open the first door. But the second door seemed to have learned from the first, rendering Alohomora utterly ineffective. Just as Ron began to resort to kicking the door, Hector could no longer contain himself. "Confringo!" he shouted, urging his companions to stand back. Then unleashed the spell without hesitation. The door exploded, and they discovered that the barrier before them was, in a sense, a wall disguised as a door. "Did the first years even learn this?" Harry asked, looking both shocked and exhilarated, while Ron shared a similar sentiment, momentarily frozen in place until Hector re-emerged through the opening. "Are you not moving? Do you wish to be caught by Filch? We probably have about 2 minutes before we're late." Hector exclaimed, "If I'm not mistaken, we should still be on the 8th floor." Only then did Harry and Ron snap back to reality, quickly squeezing through the opening. Fortunately, no further doors appeared, likely intimidated by Hector's display. Throughout their lengthy Hogwarts journey, they had yet to encounter a first year so unyielding. Why was Gryffindor Tower located on the 8th floor, while the Transfiguration classroom resided on the ground floor? The three of them hurriedly descended the staircase, striving to ensure they were not tumbling down in a chaotic manner. It was at this moment that Ron began to voice his grievances. His complaints seemed to have an adverse effect. The staircase began to rearrange itself anew, as if it had a mind of its own, contemplating the idea of sending Hector and his companions back to the 8th floor. At the end of this particular staircase, there was only a flight that ascended. Well, Hector was no longer merely impatient. He now glared at the stairs with gritted teeth, pondering how many explosive spells it would take to remodel these stairs without demolishing Hogwarts entirely. He cast a glance at the ground, which felt impossibly distant at this moment, estimating that by the time he reached the bottom, Professor McGonagall's wrath would be sufficient to leave the three of them in dire straits. Hector made a rather Gryffindor decision. He leaped from the 8th floor, clutching his hefty Transfiguration textbook, and just before reaching the ground, he cast a slowing charm, making it a relatively successful attempt. Hector arrived safely on the ground. Harry and Ron were taken aback, watching Hector's audacious descent in astonishment. "Is this part of the first-year curriculum?" Harry asked, his soul questioning, to which Ron could only respond with ignorance. Not knowing, Ron inhaled deeply, glancing at the distance to the first floor and then at Hector, who was already greeting them from below, feeling nothing but admiration. However, it became clear to him why Hector had been sorted into Gryffindor. "Need any help?" Hector's voice called up from the first floor. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and both shook their heads. "No, thank you." "Ron, I will take the stairs," Harry called back, peering over the edge. Hector paid no mind to the two hurrying down from the 7th floor, stepping into the classroom ahead of them. The Transfiguration classroom was still devoid of Professor McGonagall's presence, only a tabby cat perched on the podium. Hector recognized it to be Professor McGonagall and dared not act out of line. Spotting an empty seat next to Hermione, he hurried over and sat down. "Why have you arrived so late? Where are Harry and Ron?" "Please don't let tardiness cost Gryffindor points," Hermione appeared quite anxious, her disciplined nature making her particularly sensitive to such matters of honor. Just a minor mishap. I swear we didn't tea over sleep. Hector quickly explained, meeting Hermione's stern gaze, that tea took a considerable amount of time before Harry and Ron rushed into the Transfiguration classroom. Ron, being rather oblivious, felt fortunate that Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive. Thus they were not technically late. Then, they witnessed the tabby cat transform instantaneously into the stern Professor McGonagall. "Impressive," Ron exclaimed. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Perhaps I should turn you or Mr. Potter into a clock. That might prove more beneficial. At least one of you would arrive on time." Professor McGonagall remarked with a smile, though Harry and Ron felt little warmth from it. "We got lost," Harry cautiously explained. "Perhaps I should turn you into a map?" Professor McGonagall paused momentarily. "I believe you should be able to find your seats without a map." Harry and Ron swiftly returned to their seats as Professor McGonagall approached the podium. Casting her gaze upon the inquisitive young wizards below, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts," she stated. "Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class will be asked to leave, never to return. I have warned you." Observing the reactions of the young wizards, Professor McGonagall felt satisfaction. Transfiguration is an exquisitely intricate and marvelous discipline. In my opinion, it is the most elegant and superior of all magic. Once you master this subject, you will discover it brings forth numerous conveniences. With a flick of her wand, she transformed her podium into a pig, which shook itself animatedly, grunted, and attempted to scamper away before Professor McGonagall reverted it back to in both life and combat. All the young wizards were captivated by this display, except for Hector, who had previously witnessed Dumbledore's impressive demonstrations. The headmaster had once showcased his extraordinary transfiguration skills to encourage Hector to temporarily abandon his studies in charms and delve into transfiguration, leaving Hector profoundly awestruck, as if a new world had opened before him. So this is how magic can be wielded. Meanwhile, the other young wizards were equally astonished, eager to learn how to transform furniture into any creature. However, they soon realized they had much to learn before achieving that feat. Professor McGonagall was pleased to see all the young wizards eager to embrace the intricate and profound knowledge, and she quickly concluded the theoretical portion, distributing a matchstick to each student. "Now, we shall begin with the basics. Please transform the matchstick on your desk into a needle." The young wizards retrieved their wands, eagerly attempting the incantation on the matchstick, but unfortunately, their efforts yielded little success. Even Hermione only managed to produce a slight shimmer on her matchstick. However, it fell far short of her expectations. Frustrated, she glanced at Hector, who had been daydreaming since the theory class began and was still slacking off. In a fit of anger, she jabbed him sharply, shooting him a glare that could only be described as fierce. Hector had no choice but to lean closer, obediently preparing to endure the reprimand from this strict know-it-all. It's one thing to arrive late, but to not pay attention in class? "If you continue like this, I won't allow you to sit beside me next time," Hermione expressed her displeasure, noticing Hector's lack of enthusiasm. Hector immediately perked up. Ever since he had developed feelings for Hermione, the prospect of not sitting beside her had become a very tangible and effective threat. "I heard you." "Truly," Hector replied cautiously, gazing at Hermione's somewhat unfriendly expression. "Really? Then, Mr. Dumbledore, please transform your matchstick into a needle," Hermione challenged, clearly skeptical, her gaze fixed on Hector, making him feel somewhat uneasy. However, transforming a matchstick into a needle was the most fundamental of transfiguration spells, and with his experience under Dumbledore, Hector was not daunted. With a simple flick of his wand, the matchstick gradually transformed from wood into a shiny needle, swiftly revealing a complete and sharp needle before Hermione's eyes. Satisfied with this, Hermione nodded. "All right, you've passed this time, but I hope to see you in the library tonight. Don't make promises like you did the past 2 days and then vanish without a trace." "Can you guarantee that?" "I promise." Hector found himself feeling somewhat humiliated, realizing he dared not resist in Hermione's presence. A flicker of rebellion ignited within him. But upon glancing at Hermione, deeply engrossed in her book, that spark was quickly extinguished. The small part of Hector within him chastised those rebellious thoughts. This cannot be classified as fear. It is merely respect. Hector justified to himself. An excellent transfiguration spell, Mr. Dumbledore. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction upon witnessing Hector's silver needle. A remarkable talent. Hector, keep up the good work. That Hector's chest swelled with pride. After all, he had also achieved this feat quickly during his first lessons. And he felt the praise from Professor McGonagall was well-deserved. Seeing Hermione's approving glance directed at him, Hector's posture grew even more upright. In the library, Hector idly leaned back in his chair, observing Hermione, who was deeply immersed in her books, and a smile crept onto his face. How beautiful! Hector found himself momentarily lost in thought until Hermione called his name, snapping him back to reality. Flushed with a hint of embarrassment, Hermione felt quite irked by Hector's nonchalance in the library. Hector, this is a library. We come here to study. What else would you be here for? Hermione glared at Hector, clearly displeased with his lackadaisical demeanor. Hector promptly straightened up, pretentiously lifting the book before him. Please take this seriously. The book is upside down. Hermione observed Hector, whose mind was clearly elsewhere, and found herself both amused and exasperated. Hector set aside his book and tentatively ventured. You see, I believe that the essence of mastering magic lies primarily in practice. He stole a glance at Hermione's expression. Though her demeanor appeared unchanged, her grip on the book tightened noticeably. Sensing the shift, Hector swiftly altered his approach, adding, but understanding the theory is also quite essential. ISNT it. Without a solid theoretical foundation, how can one hope to apply it in practice? He feigned enthusiasm, flipping the book upside down and pretending to be engrossed in its contents. After a brief glance, he realized that he had already perused most of the material during the summer. What truly piqued his interest were the forbidden texts. One must learn the dark arts. Albeit cautiously, they are, after all, necessary tools for self-cultivation and survival. Not everyone possesses Harry's remarkable ability to counter spells like Expelliarmus Avada Kedavra. The distinction between wielding a sword and being unarmed is profound as for the standard incantations. Hector had either mastered them or could grasp them with a mere glance. Finding the situation tedious, he propped the book upright, preparing to discreetly nap and pass the time. Hermione, exasperated with Hector's antics, recognized his intentions immediately. She tidied her desk, then playfully tapped Hector, startling him from his covert slumber. Hector blinked at the small, which would appear before him, momentarily taken aback before quickly lowering his gaze in guilt. Since you can't focus on reading, how about practicing some spells instead? That should keep you awake, right? Hermione suggested, not lingering on the matter. Hector sprang to his feet, wiping the drool from his mouth. Of course. I know a splendid place. That he hastily made his way toward the library exit, with Hermione clutching her book closely behind him. They exited the library and ascended the staircase, which at that moment graciously supported their steady ascent. Before long, Hector led Hermione to the 8th floor, where she regarded him with skepticism. You aren't planning to take me back to the Gryffindor common room, are you? That's just up here. Hector remained silent, mysteriously beckoning her to follow. Hector. Hermione halted, suspecting him of playing a prank on her. For someone as meticulously organized as Hermione, wasting time was inexcusable. Don't tell me you're going to practice spells in the Gryffindor common room. Of course not. Just trust me, Hector replied. Noting her lingering irritation, he approached the little witch earnestly, locking eyes with her. Believe me, it's a truly perfect place. Reluctantly, Hermione followed Hector, swayed by the sincerity in his eyes. However, she vowed that should Hector be merely jesting, she would never speak to him again. They soon arrived before an enormous tapestry depicting several trolls engaged in a comically absurd scene. Hector ceased his advance and began to circle the tapestry repeatedly. The corridor was long and dim, and Hermione scanned her surroundings, finding no suitable space for spell practice. She felt certain that Hector was merely toying with her, tears welling in her eyes, as Hector paced before the tapestry. He silently repeated, I need a place to practice spells. Just as he finally halted, Hermione prepared to confront him. Hector, why? She demanded, her eyes brimming with tears, conveying a sense of profound grievance. Hector felt uncomfortable under her accusing gaze and pointed behind her. Turn around, Hermione, as she did, A door slowly materialized from the wall. Hector quickly took her hand and pushed it open, revealing a spacious room with a practice dummy positioned in the center. "I told you I wasn't lying," Hector said, wiping her tears with one hand while still holding her hand with the other. Hermione abruptly freed herself from Hector's grasp, glaring at him with mock severity, though her expression lacked malice. It caused Hector's heart to race. From his robes, Hector produced a chocolate frog, a parting gift from Albus. Just before he left, he unwrapped it, and the brown confection leapt into his palm. He offered the chocolate frog to Hermione, who accepted it eagerly. "And why grandfather always said that eating a chocolate frog can lift one's spirits," Hector remarked, using his wand to clear away the remnants of their snack. Hermione soon rose to her feet, the remnants of tears still evident on her face, yet now she wore a radiant smile. After wiping her cheeks dry, she found it difficult to direct her irritation at Hector, whose mischievous grin only exacerbated her frustration. Drawing her wand, Hermione dramatically assumed a dueling stance. "Since you witnessed me in tears, I cannot allow you to remain unpunished," she declared, adopting a serious demeanor. "Let us duel. Only one of us can leave this place." Hector, brandishing his wand in an exaggeratedly cool pose, replied, "Come on, show me what you can do." Expecting a battle of long-range spells, he was taken aback when Hermione charged at him with her wand raised. What ensued was less a duel and more Hermione venting her pent-up frustrations on Hector, who, for the most part, refrained from retaliating out of sheer trepidation. After all, Hector mused, a petite girl's strikes were hardly painful. This was a delightful scenario that required no suffering yet fostered camaraderie. What could be better? Soon, Hermione's anger dissipated. She straightened her collar, smoothed her disheveled hair, and resumed her characteristic haughty demeanor. Hector, having endured a light thrashing, was about to feign distress to elicit sympathy when Hermione, seemingly oblivious to his antics, promptly demanded that he teach her a spell to sew. "What spell shall we practice today? I recall a rather intriguing incantation from our last class that went something like." Seeing Hermione's earnest expression, Hector felt a wave of despair wash over him. "You can't just use me like a mere tool. It's not all about the stick without the carrot." Nonetheless, he resolved to answer her inquiries with utmost sincerity. By the time they exited the room of requirements, mealtime had long passed. Hector instructed Hermione to wait in the Gryffindor common room while he fetched some food from the kitchen. Once she departed, he glanced at the lengthy staircase, contemplating that a free fall would be far more efficient. Hector returned swiftly, to Hermione's surprise, bearing 2 laden platters of food. Upon seeing the feast, her stomach growled in earnest. The two soon devoured the entire spread, and as Hermione wiped her mouth in satisfaction, she found Hector increasingly agreeable in appearance. Meanwhile, Hector reclined on the sofa, unbothered by his appearance, patting his full belly. "Thank you for today. Your advice was most beneficial," Hermione said sincerely, acknowledging Hector's remarkable talent for spells and his extensive theoretical knowledge. Even the most challenging questions she posed were met with perfectly satisfactory answers. Many incantations that Hector had yet to master, he could learn and perfect at an astonishing speed. However, when the Lumos spell was mentioned, Hector's face betrayed an uncharacteristic awkwardness that Hermione promptly detected. His evasive gaze regarding his inability to perform the spell left her feeling unsettled. Today, Hermione realized that there indeed existed individuals of extraordinary prowess beyond her own. Yet, this revelation did not dishearten her. Rather, it instilled a deeper resolve to strive harder. Thus, she resolved to return to her dormitory and engage in further reading to keep pace with Hector. "And oh, need for thanks. Just be sure to rest early," he replied. Hector was undeniably fatigued. He had spent the better part of the afternoon elucidating spells to Hermione, a task that had proven quite exhausting. All he yearned for now was a restful slumber. "By the way, do make sure not to be tardy for potions class tomorrow. I have heard that Professor Snape is rather formidable," Hermione remarked, watching Hector as he made his way toward the boys' tower. Rest assured, Hector waved his hand dismissively. "See you tomorrow." With that, he vanished into the boys' dormitory tower. "See you tomorrow." Hermione's voice was barely audible, as if meant only for herself. It was not until Hector's figure was out of sight that she skipped merrily towards the girls' dormitory. The following day brought potions class. Scheduled for Friday, this lesson transformed what had once been Hector's favorite day of the week into one he now dreaded. Today, they were to attend the coldest classroom in all of Hogwarts, sharing it with the most disagreeable student from Slytherin, under the tutelage of the school's most intimidating instructor, Severus Snape, aside from Professor Binns, who, incidentally, was a ghost. During breakfast, Ron, while sipping his porridge, animatedly described Snape to Harry. Snape was the head of Slytherin House, and Fred and George had claimed he exhibited favoritism towards his own students. Today would reveal the truth of such assertions. Harry recalled the greasy-haired teacher whose presence had once evoked pain in his scar. Every morning, a designated owl delivered messages to the students, and Harry was astonished to see a note tied to Hedwig's leg as she fluttered down between the jam and sugar pots. He quickly untied the note and glanced at it. "Ron, Hector, Hagrid has invited me to his hut. Would you like to join me?" Ron nodded, while Hector had long wished to take a stroll with Hermione, who had been persistently asking him about spells, to breathe in some fresh air, and thus he did not decline Harry's invitation. "May I bring someone along?" Hector, aware of Ron's long-standing grievances towards Hermione, and knowing that Harry shared some of those sentiments, politely inquired. "Hermione? Well, I suppose that's acceptable." Harry hesitated, initially inclined to refuse, but ultimately relented, considering Hector's generous sharing of his Transfiguration essay the previous night. After finishing the breakfast, they made their way to the basement, the location of the potions classroom. The potions classroom was significantly chillier than the main castle, lined with glass jars containing various preserved animal remains, many of which Hector could not identify. Numerous long tables were set up in the center, each adorned with an array of cauldrons. As usual, Hermione saved a seat for her study partner, and Hector rushed over to sit beside her. Shortly thereafter, a tall figure entered precisely on time, pushing the door open. Snape was clad entirely in black, including his deep, hollow eyes. His face bore no expression, neither now nor likely ever, exuding an aura of icy detachment. He scanned the classroom, quickly noticing Harry's gaze fixed upon him. Yes, his voice was low. Harry Potter, the renowned individual. Malfoy and his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, stifled their laughter behind their hands, while Hector had already lowered his head. Hoping to evade Snape's penetrating gaze out of course, fate had other plans. Snape continued, "I almost forgot, there's another Dumbledore." Snape's dark eyes turned towards Hector. "Granger, it appears Gryffindor is indeed brimming with talent this year." Hector dared not breathe, keeping his head down to avoid any eye contact with those frigid, emotionless eyes. "You are here to learn the precise science and rigorous craft of potion making," he intoned, his voice low yet resonant, compelling every individual to listen closely. The class was enveloped in a palpable tension, and I do not wish to see any of you foolishly waving wands, uttering irrelevant incantations. Snape paused momentarily. "Naturally, I do not expect many of you to grasp the profound, wondrous, and intricate art of potion making. For select few among you, I shall teach how to master the elixirs that flow through the veins, how to wield that enchanting magic that captivates the heart and bewilders the mind. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, forge glory, and even stave off death." With that, Snape ceased his brief introduction, leaving the classroom in an eerie silence. "Potter," Snape suddenly queried, "if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood, what would result?" Harry was taken aback, bewildered by the question. "What root? What herb?" Beside him, Ron wore a similarly confused expression, unable to provide any helpful hints. Hermione, sitting next to Hector, raised her hand high, yet Snape appeared oblivious to her gesture, disdainfully curling his lip, his gaze solely fixed on Harry. "It seems that reputation does not equate to competency." He continued, "Let's try once more. Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of dungstone, where would you go?" "I don't know, sir." "Then what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane?" Hermione, nearly on the verge of standing up in her eagerness, made Hector feel increasingly uncomfortable as he attempted to diminish his presence. "I don't know, sir," Harry whispered, "but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not inquire of her?" This statement startled Hector, who felt the temperature in the classroom drop several degrees. "Very well. I presume you haven't perused a single book prior to the start of term. Have you?" Snape's voice had grown even quieter, barely above a whisper. Then, Mr. Dumbledore, can you answer my question? Snape shifted his focus from Harry to Hector, who reluctantly stood up, utterly bewildered. The animosity directed at Harry could be attributed to his striking resemblance to Snape's old rival, James Potter. However, the ire directed towards Hector seemed unfounded. One could hardly claim Hector bore any resemblance to James Potter, lest it imply Snape held a grudge against old Dumbledore himself. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Hector resolved to seek an opportunity to report Snape's misdeeds to his grandfather. Powdered daffodil root combined with wormwood yields the draught of living death. A potent sedative. Dungstone is a stone extracted from a goat's stomach, renowned for its exceptional detoxifying properties. AS for aconite and wolfsbane. They are both commonly referred to as monkshood, belonging to the same plant family. Although Hector harbored little interest in potions, the formidable reputation of Snape compelled him to familiarize himself with the subject matter during his spare time between practicing spells and transfiguration. That is somewhat correct. Yet mere knowledge of the textbook content is insufficient. Snape regarded Hector, his expression unchanged. Why do you not take note of all this? Or do you all already have it memorized? The young wizards immediately bowed their heads, hurriedly jotting down the points discussed earlier, leaving the classroom filled only with the scratching of quills against parchment. Hector, congratulations, at least you have proven that you are not a fool. Snape's voice echoed ominously. 1 point to Gryffindor. Before the little lions could rejoice, Snape continued in his icy tone. As for Potter, for your insolence towards a teacher, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Following this, Snape paired them up for the day's lesson, which involved concocting a simple potion to treat scabies, a task he described as exceedingly simple, even one that muggles could manage. Indeed, it was quite simple, yet Snape persistently roamed the classroom, occasionally pausing behind a fortunate student, casting an icy glare that often led to minor errors, followed by a volley of scornful remarks directed at the unfortunate student. With the manner in which you measure the nettles, I could identify 18 flaws. Snape seemed particularly keen on critiquing Harry, his frequency of reprimanding Harry evoking a sense of sympathy from Hector. Potter, when I instruct you to crush the snake fangs, do you not comprehend that it does not require the fangs to be intact? Just as Harry was enduring Snape's furious tirade, Neville had successfully burned through his cauldron nearby. In an attempt to make amends, Seamus, who was in the same group, reached for his wand, but Hector, observing the moment, swiftly pulled Hermione beneath the table. A loud bang echoed as the overheated cauldron exploded, sending a torrent of boiling potion scattering like petals in the wind. Severus Snape, who stood adjacent to Harry, bore the brunt of the eruption. Hector swore he had never seen Snape react so swiftly. He had drawn his wand almost instantaneously, casting a protective shield around himself, leaving only a few droplets to mar his robes. "Idiot!" Snape bellowed. Waving his wand to clear the potion from the table, he gazed at the circle of young wizards whose skin was rapidly breaking out in sores from contact with the potion, while the culprits appeared with their faces swollen and red. "Did I not expressly forbid you from using that foolish wand and ridiculous spell?" Snape glared at Seamus, then directed his ire toward the other culprit. "And you, did you not think to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Send them up to the hospital wing," he commanded, fixing his steely gaze on Hector and Hermione. "Just the two of you will suffice." Hector stood, with Hermione trailing closely behind. Each supporting the other, they climbed the stairs out of the dungeon classroom. As they approached the door, Hector could still hear Snape's furious voice echoing. "Potter, why did you not advise him against adding the porcupine quills? Did you think his mistake would illuminate your own merits? Gryffindor loses 5 points because of you." Hector noted Hermione's face flush with indignation, while Neville and Seamus walked silently, their gazes fixed downward. Why is Snape so harsh on Harry? It's utterly unfair. Hermione was perplexed by Snape's actions, and Hector found himself at a loss for words to explain. How could he articulate that Snape had harbored unrequited feelings for Harry's mother all these years, and that Harry bore an uncanny resemblance to his rival? Had Harry looked like Lily, perhaps Snape would have single-handedly vanquished Voldemort. Who could say? Breathing in the fresh air was indeed refreshing. Stepping outside the dungeon, Hector inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Life was truly splendid. It would be even better without potions class. Side by side, Hermione and Hector exited the hospital wing, both devoid of any desire to return to the torturous potions classroom. So, where to next? Hector glanced back at Hermione, who was lost in her thoughts. Her head lowered. "Oh, of course, to the library," she replied, coming back to her senses. "Would you like to join me?" "Please, Hermione, it's Friday. You must allow yourself some respite. Sitting too long will stunt your growth," Hector said, exasperated by her relentless commitment to study. "By the way, Hagrid invited me to his hut for a visit. Would you care to join? Consider it an opportunity to breathe in some fresh air." Hector noticed Hermione hesitating, and he gently nudged her forward in the direction of Hogwarts' exit. "Come on, let us go." Hermione acquiesced to Hector's request, but was miffed by his insistence, retaliating by delivering a playful punch to his back, which only ceased when Hector begged for mercy. Her spirits lifted, Hermione skipped ahead, and Hector jogged to keep pace with her. Watching her, Hector felt a surge of joy. The corridors of Hogwarts were largely deserted, save for the two young figures engaged in a spirited chase. Once they had distanced themselves, Professor Dumbledore emerged from behind a pillar. Cradling a small jar filled with lemon drops, a smile adorned his face as he observed the youthful exuberance of the pair retreating into the distance. Popping a lemon drop into his mouth. "What a beautiful youth," he mused, clutching his cherished jar and moving in the opposite direction of the two. The weather was splendidly clear, with not a cloud in sight. Hermione and Hector reveled in the fresh air, the scent of trees mingling with freshly turned earth, inducing a profound sense of relaxation. It's beneficial to take a stroll. You can't remain cooped up in the library indefinitely, Hector remarked, as he took in the meticulously manicured lawn and the dense forest looming nearby, feeling the discomfort from earlier dissipate. He led Hermione to a patch of grass by the Black Lake, conjuring a large carpet from a leaf and settling down. From a small pocket, which he had previously enchanted for expansion, he retrieved some bread and chocolate frogs he had brought along, arranging the snacks on the carpet. "Are we not supposed to be heading to Hagrid's hut?" Hermione inquired. "In a rush. We have all the time in the world," Hector replied, gazing at the Black Lake and savoring the gentle breeze that caressed his face, feeling that nothing could be more delightful than this moment. Hermione joined him on the carpet, relishing the rare tranquility amidst her hurried life. "You don't understand, Hector. Wizards of Muggle descent, unlike those from wizarding families, have not been exposed to magic from a young age to establish ourselves here. We must exert extra effort," she said, her tone reflecting a maturity beyond her years as she watched the wind create ripples on the lake's surface. "Let me share a secret with you, Hermione," Hector said, reclining on the carpet and gazing up at the azure sky. "My father was a squib, and my mother was a Muggle. They passed away when I was very young. My father separated from my grandfather when he was just a child. Like him, I have wandered aimlessly. He ended up in Paris. While I found my way back to London, it wasn't until last year that I finally had a place I could call home." Hector reflected on his predecessor's extraordinary journey, realizing that had he been his former self, he might have perished on the streets of Paris. "I am much like you. We are both newcomers to this enchanting world." Meeting Hermione's gaze, Hector smiled reassuringly. "Relax. You must understand that even the first years from wizarding families, in comparison to you, merely had prior knowledge of magic's existence. Beyond that, their advantages are quite limited at that moment." Hector spoke earnestly to Hermione. "To be honest, you are the most gifted young which I have ever encountered, truly." Hermione appeared skeptical, prompting him to elaborate. "Look at Malfoy and his two lackeys. They're so-called purebloods from the 28 families, considered an elite status. Yet their only distinction from trolls is their lack of girth, though their companions are nearly as stout as trolls." Hermione burst into laughter, her demeanor noticeably lighter as the tension in her brow melted away. "So, be kind to yourself, Hermione," Hector said, sitting upright to admire the serene Black Lake and the rolling hills beyond. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the wind weaving through the mountains, carrying fresh scents that caressed their faces. The sun lazily draped its warmth across the earth, infusing the air with a gentle glow. The placid surface of the Black Lake shimmered in the breeze, captivating. Hector stole a glance at Hermione. who also gazed into the distance, equally enchanting to in that moment. Hector felt that this was the most wonderful thing in the world. It's so easy to be with you, Hermione said, her face aglow with sunlight as she squinted, a smile gracing her lips. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be with a friend, she mused, her eyes drifting towards Hector. Right, friends? I thought we already were, Hector replied, rising to extend his hand to Hermione. After a moment of hesitation, she took it. Hector helped her to her feet and gathered the leftover snacks. Let us go meet Hagrid. Releasing Hermione's hand at just the right moment, Hector led her towards the small hut on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When they knocked on Hagrid's door, it was Harry who answered. I thought you weren't coming, he remarked, appearing somewhat glum. Yet he greeted Hector and Hermione politely. Oh, young Mr. Dumbledore, and also, Hagrid was still uncertain about how to address Hermione when Hector interjected. She is Hermione, Hermione Granger. Oh, greetings, Miss Granger. Please make yourself at home, Hagrid hastily replied, pouring 2 cups of hot water and filling several plates with rock cakes. Hagrid's small wooden hut consisted of a single room, with smoked hams and game hens hanging from the ceiling and a copper kettle boiling water over the hearth. The room was spacious, furnished with an oversized sofa where Ron and his large dog, Fong, were currently seated in the corner. A large bed with patched bedding appeared somewhat small for the space. As for the rug, Hector's eyes widened in astonishment. If he wasn't mistaken, it seemed to be woven from unicorn hair. Its shabby appearance indicated that Hagrid didn't care much for it. Truly, it was wealth that made one envious to alleviate his shock. Hector picked up a rock cake to eat, only to notice Harry and Ron subtly signaling him. Ron exaggeratedly pointed to his teeth and then to the cake. Cautiously, Hector took a bite, discovering that indeed, the rock cake was as hard as its name suggested. Seizing an opportunity while Hagrid was distracted, Hector discreetly placed the untouched cake back onto the plate, earning disapproving glares from the 3 others. Using a softening charm, he tried the cake again, finding it much improved, apart from being a tad too sweet. It was quite delectable. He gestured for the other 2 to give it a try, and Harry and Ron quickly sampled a piece, soon reaching for another. I'm delighted you enjoy it, Hagrid said, rubbing his hands together as he joined them, his face beaming with joy. Feel free to take some more. Few people appreciate my rock cakes. As the afternoon progressed, Hagrid chatted incessantly about trivial matters concerning Hogwarts. When he mentioned Filch, his old friend, both Ron and Harry laughed heartily, while Hermione expressed some reservations. However, under Hector's subtle urging, she refrained from contradicting Hagrid openly. Harry and Hagrid exchanged humorous remarks about Snape, with Harry standing up in excitement while recounting his experiences in class. He no longer believed Snape merely disliked him. He felt that Snape harbored a genuine hatred. Nonsense. Hagrid, why would he hate you? Hagrid's eyes darted away, clearly uncomfortable. He had never been good at lying. Hector was aware of the truth, but chose not to reveal it, considering it Snape's secret that if Snape discovered that Hector had informed Harry, Hector would undoubtedly be in trouble, and he had no desire for a sudden demise over dinner. After all, the reputation of a potions genius was not to be trifled with. Hagrid swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring about Ron's brother Charlie. How is he? I have a great fondness for him. He has a remarkable way with animals. Harry, now skeptical, returned to his seat while Ron replied. He's currently in Romania, studying dragons. That Hagrid's eyes lit up, as he had always been fascinated by dragons, which he fondly referred to as adorable little creatures. He began to ask Ron detailed questions about Charlie's endeavors. At that moment, Harry discovered a note beneath the teapot. He examined it closely before passing it to Hector. Hector glanced at it, reading, latest report on the Gringotts break-in. For further details, please refer to the original text. Hagrid, Harry exclaimed, the day of the Gringotts break-in coincided with my birthday. We might have been there when it happened. Hagrid, unable to meet Harry's gaze, remained silent, merely mumbling a response before quietly handing Harry another rock cake. Harry took the cake from Hagrid and resumed reading the note. The underground vault that had been breached had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day. This made him recall the filthy little bag. Could it be what the intruders were seeking? As he pondered this, he inadvertently took a hefty bite of the unsoftened rock cake. Ouch! Harry yelped, and seeing him clutch his mouth, everyone in the hut, including Hector, burst into laughter. The afternoon's interactions effectively strengthened the bond between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Even Ron began to concede that Hermione was not such a terrible person after all, a rare admission indeed, as he had previously referred to her as a nightmare. However, Harry's lingering doubts remained unresolved. After he posed a question, Hagrid simply sat quietly in the corner, smiling as he observed the lively conversation among the four. Whenever their eyes met, he deliberately chose to look away. Consequently, Harry departed Hagrid's hut, filled with questions and rock cakes, returning to the castle with Hector before darkness fell. Harry and Ron headed to the Gryffindor common room, while Hector was dragged by Hermione to the library. The trip to the library was merely a pretext. Once the others had left, Hermione promptly pulled Hector to the room of requirement. Hector genuinely wished to enjoy a relaxed and pleasant Friday evening, even if it meant preparing for the upcoming O.W.L.S., but certainly not on a Friday night. "We have squandered enough time," Hermione remarked, observing Hector's incredulous expression, and quickly revised her statement. We cannot call it wasted. We simply have not yet completed today's assignments." Hermione was always strict with herself, and hoped Hector would be the same, as he was currently her only true friend. Harry and Ron were merely acquaintances at this stage. Hector frowned, adopting a pitiful expression, but Hermione was unmoved. The relentless taskmaster was back in action. Just before curfew, Hermione managed to complete her study plan, allowing Hector to drag his fatigued body back to the common room. Over the following weekend, Hector found himself being pulled to the library at the crack of dawn by Hermione, only to venture out in the afternoon at Hector's suggestion, and later being dragged back to the room of requirement for either spell practice or potion brewing. Hector was compelled to adopt a disciplined approach, while the procurement of potion ingredients inflicted both mental and financial strain upon him. The visual toll was extreme, and the costs were exorbitant. Hector gazed at his increasingly depleted wallet, realizing that the pocket money he had saved for months had nearly vanished within a month. Hermione was no better off, upon discovering that their combined funds could not sustain their expenditures. She decisively halted potion practice in favor of studying Transfiguration. While their finances improved slightly, the mental toll doubled. Hector now found himself engrossed in historical texts at the library, akin to binge reading a series of novels. It was not particularly interesting, but it served to pass the time effectively. Unfortunately, having mastered most domestic and healing spells, Hector felt he had reached a plateau in his magical studies. He once sought out Professor Dumbledore, and even wrote to Aberforth, both of whom, in a rare show of consensus, advised Hector to wait until his second or third year before pursuing further studies with Professor Dumbledore. The old riddle master was indeed full of secrets. Time flew by, and Hogwarts enjoyed an unusual tranquility. Apart from Malfoy's daily harassment of Harry, there was little else amiss. As long as Malfoy kept his distance from Hector, Hector was quite content. Until one day, when a large notice was posted in the Gryffindor common room, announcing that on Thursday, Gryffindor would be having its first flying lesson alongside Slytherin. Hector had been inundated with the boastful claims of young witches and wizards in recent days, boasting of their effortless evasion of Muggle helicopters and near collisions with hang gliders, as well as their ease with complex aerial maneuvers. According to them, the rule prohibiting first years from joining the Quidditch team was utterly absurd, as they claimed to have spent most of their childhood on broomsticks. Inevitably, Muggle football was brought into the conversation, leading Ron to have a spirited argument with Dean Thomas over the topic. Although Hector was intrigued by the prospect of flying one day, he grew weary of the repetitious tales being recounted. However, in recent days, such tales have been ubiquitous. Thus, it was quite rare for Hector to voluntarily seek refuge in the room of requirement to escape the storm. The much-anticipated Thursday soon arrived. Hector had not rested well, and his lethargy stood in stark contrast to the buoyant spirits of the other young wizards. Hermione quickly noticed that something was amiss with Hector. With great thoughtfulness, she brought him a cup of pumpkin juice to warm him up. Hector smiled faintly at Hermione, casting a silencing charm upon himself to block out the increasingly heated discussions surrounding the flying class. He contentedly consumed his breakfast, but just as his mood began to markedly improve and he prepared to savor his pumpkin juice, Malfoy's hand suddenly reached over, toppling Hector's drink while snatching Neville's memory ball. Hector rose abruptly, dispelling his silencing charm, and stared intently at Malfoy. Hermione tugged at his sleeve, but Hector did not respond. Malfoy, oblivious to Hector's gaze, was toying with the memory ball he had just wrested from Neville, casting a provocative glance at Harry and Ron. However, he soon realized that the atmosphere had turned unusually silent. It was at this moment that he noticed Hector standing beside him, his eyes ablaze with a fury that Malfoy had never before witnessed. It is unwise to provoke someone who is not fully awakened, especially when they wield a wand. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, as if they had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Malfoy's lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, also edged closer, though their leader's mind was clearly filled with thoughts of retreat. Yet, out of pride, Malfoy remained unwilling to back down from Hector, particularly under Harry's watchful stare. Tension mounted between the two parties as the great hall fell into an eerie silence. Hector caught sight of Professor McGonagall descending from the staff table, but he did not wish to let Malfoy escape so easily. He raised his wand and cast a silent Terra Ligra spell. To onlookers, it appeared as though Hector merely pointed his wand at Malfoy, who then began to dance uncontrollably in the center of the hall. The hall fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into boisterous laughter. Harry and Ron were bewildered, while Crabbe and Goyle seemed at loss, with Goyle even attempting to mimic his leader's movements, offering his own clumsy dance. Professor McGonagall arrived almost instantaneously, her expression a mixture of anger and astonishment. Naturally, Malfoy ceased his antics the moment McGonagall approached, hastily tossing the memory ball onto the table, his face a blend of shame and fury. "My father will hear of this." Malfoy seethed. "Just wait and see." Before fleeing the hall, his two henchmen in hot pursuit. "Hector," McGonagall exclaimed, her displeasure evident. "Can you explain why you acted in such a manner? He spilled my pumpkin juice and stole Neville's memory ball. That does not justify using a curse on a fellow student." McGonagall retorted, her voice raised in anger. "Professor McGonagall, I didn't hear Hector cast a spell. Perhaps it was someone else?" Harry attempted to defend Hector. "That was a silent spell, Mr. Potter. An exquisitely executed silent spell. I must say," Professor McGonagall clarified. Professors Flitwick and Snape arrived simultaneously at Hector's side, both regarding him with varying expressions. Flitwick's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if he beheld a rare treasure, while Snape's gaze was cold and laced with evident disdain. "Mr. Dumbledore, you have attacked, or one might say, humiliated my student in public." Snape's voice was calm yet frigid. Devoid of any emotion. "Mr. Dumbledore, it seems you have learned much foolishness from your friends." Snape continued. 20 points deducted, and 2 weeks of detention. "What do you think, Professor McGonagall?" Professor McGonagall's face tightened as she nodded in acquiescence. Before Snape could proceed, the diminutive Professor Flitwick interjected. "I shall oversee the detention for these 2 weeks." He stepped protectively in front of Hector, much like he would for a Ravenclaw student, with Professor McGonagall at his side. Snape cast a glance at Flitwick and McGonagall, nodded curtly, shot a cold look at Hector, and then turned to leave the hall. Once Snape's figure had completely vanished from sight, Professor Flitwick could no longer contain his excitement. "I have never witnessed a first-year execute such a flawless silent spell. Simply exquisite." His admiration for spells bordered on obsession, and he regarded Hector as one might an exquisite work of art, making Hector feel quite uncomfortable. "I have a few matters to attend to. I shall leave this in your capable hands. Minerva." Flitwick reluctantly tore his gaze from Hector, politely bidding farewell to McGonagall as he exited the Great Hall. "Oh, do not forget to come to my office tomorrow evening to fulfill your detention," Professor Flitwick called back to Hector before finally departing. "Enough of this. Return to your breakfast and hurry off to class." McGonagall instructed the onlookers, then turned her attention to Hector. "I trust one need not invite you to sit down, Mr. Dumbledore." Hector complied, and Hermione handed him another cup of pumpkin juice. "It is quite all right." Hermione, who typically placed great importance on grades, appeared remarkably unfazed at this moment. "This is not entirely your fault. I shall help you regain as for Harry and Ron." They leaned against Hector's shoulders, their eyes brimming with admiration. "That was so cool. You must teach me that move," Harry eagerly urged Hector, and Ron nodded in agreement. Despite his lingering displeasure, Hector offered a perfunctory nod, prompting Harry and Ron to return to their original positions. At 3:30, the young wizard scheduled for flying class rushed out of the classroom and into the outdoor arena. In stark contrast to Hector's mood. The weather that day was splendid. Clear skies accompanied by a refreshing breeze made an ideal day for broomstick flying. The flying lesson took place in an open area, a neatly trimmed patch of grass not far from the Forbidden Forest Point. 2 rows of approximately 20 old broomsticks were lined up on the grass. The brooms appeared quite antiquated. Harry and Hector had heard from Fred and George that the school's broomsticks were far too old, leading to frequent malfunctions. Some brooms would tremble when flying too high, as if resisting the urge to ascend, while a couple veered sharply to the left, requiring careful control to avoid spiraling through the sky. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the young wizards, who gathered around the brooms, inspecting these seemingly relics of a bygone era. Just then, Madame Hooch arrived, her short gray hair and keen, eagle-like golden eyes giving her a sharp appearance. "Well then, what are you all waiting for?" Madame Hooch's voice was stern, as everyone stood beside a broomstick. "Hurry! Time is of the essence." Each student quickly selected a broom, not taking much time to choose, as the old relics all appeared equally worn. The broom before Hector, for instance, was tattered and aged, its bristles clearly unkempt for some time, sprouting new branches that rendered it aerodynamically unsound. "Extend your right hand over the broom," Madame Hooch commanded, "and say up." "Up!" Everyone shouted in unison. Harry's broom sprang eagerly into his hand, while Ron's and Hermione's merely twitched on the ground. Regrettably, Hector endured a fate akin to Neville's, as their brooms seemingly remained oblivious to their earnest entreaties. Rooted immovably to the ground. Up. Hector's voice resonated with greater sincerity this time. However, the broom remained obstinately unyielding, as if it had taken root in the earth. Hector harbored suspicions that someone might be playing a prank on him. It should not be the case. As the protagonist endowed with the extraordinary talents of the Dumbledore lineage, subduing a broom for use as a steed should be a trivial matter, even if he did not possess Harry's prowess. He should not have been reduced to Neville's level of a late-blooming sword saint, early-game half-wit. He kicked the broom, contemplating whether it had been nailed down or ensorcelled to the ground. Yet the broom, dismissively, performed a somersault, appearing remarkably innocent. Hector concocted a devious thought. "Mr. Dumbledore, one ought to summon the broom to one's hand, rather than coaxing it with one's foot." That Ms. Hooch, ever the strict instructor, promptly exposed Hector's intention to feign competence. Thus, Hector reluctantly placed the broom back upon the ground. Subsequently, Ms. Hooch demonstrated to the young wizards how to mount a broom without tumbling off. She traversed the line of students, correcting their hand positions, until she noticed Hector still fervently urging his broom to rise. Harry and Ron, broomsticks in hand, approached with an air of amusement that intrigued Hermione, who was nearby. "Wait a moment." Hector knelt down, scrutinizing his broom intently, yet failing to discern any apparent issues it should possess. Undeterred, he invited Harry. Why not give it a try? Complying, Harry placed his broom upon the ground and positioned his hand above Hector's broom. Up! Hector's broom soared into Harry's grasp, while Harry's broom remained steadfastly grounded. Ron and Harry erupted in laughter, leaving only Hector and the peculiar broom exchanging glances. Ms. Hooch returned after a circuit, astonished to discover that Hector had yet to summon his broom successfully. It was noteworthy that even Neville, who typically lagged behind, had managed to coax his broom into his hands, albeit reluctantly. Why, then, did Hector's broom seem to reject him so vehemently? "Very well, Mr. Dumbledore, if all else fails, you may simply lift it. We must now practice how to ascend upon a broom." Observing Hector's lack of progress, Ms. Hooch reluctantly yielded. Not only the Slytherins, but even the Gryffindors nearby could not contain their laughter. With Malfoy and Harry's group being the most vociferous, Hector, feeling dejected, grasped the broom, glaring at the wretched object in his hands, convinced that this day had been utterly disastrous. "Now, when I whistle, you must kick off the ground with both legs." Exerting considerable force, Ms. Hooch instructed, "Hold the broom steady, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward and descend vertically. On my whistle. 3, 2, 1. Before Ms. Hooch could blow the whistle, Neville shot into the air, clearly too anxious to remain grounded, propelling himself upward with a mighty kick. "Come back, child." Miss Hokiyu called, but Neville appeared ill-equipped to control the broom, soaring higher and higher. 10 feet, 20 feet, he dared not glance downward, panting heavily, desperately clinging to the broom. Entirely disregarding the proper riding posture Miss Hokiyu had taught. Unsurprisingly, Neville soon plummeted from the broom. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground, though fortune smiled upon him as he fell into a patch of grass. Meanwhile, the broom ascended higher and higher, drifting toward the forbidden forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Neville's descent was so swift that, despite Hector's hurried attempts to unfasten his outer garment to prevent his wand from tumbling out during the flying lesson, he had secured his wand deep within the innermost pocket of his clothing. Amusingly, Hector had believed that while his flying prowess may not rival Harry's, at least matched Ron's, prompting him to dress warmly against the wind that might chill him during the flight. By the time Hector retrieved his wand, Neville was already perilously close to the ground. All Hector could do was hope to soften Neville's landing, and nothing more that Ms. Hokiyu rushed over, bending down to examine Neville. Their faces pale as sheets. "Your wrist is broken," she murmured softly. "It's all right, child. Get up." Turning to the rest of the class, she commanded, "I shall take this child to the hospital. None of you are to move. Return the brooms to their rightful places, or before you can utter Quidditch, you will find yourselves expelled from Hogwarts. Come along, dear." Ms. Hokiyu, having issued her warning to the restless young wizards, assisted the limping, tear-streaked Neville toward Hogwarts. Their figures soon disappeared from the young wizard's view, only for Hector to hear Malfoy's mocking laughter in the aftermath. It seemed Malfoy had emerged from his earlier embarrassment, and his hostility towards Hector grew increasingly apparent. No longer tempered as it had been upon their initial encounters. Having received a response from his father at noon, Malfoy, emboldened by parental support, reverted to his original demeanor, one of disdain, viewing others as nothing more than mere insects, dismissing Dumbledore as a mere pretender. Did you see his expression? That oaf, surely no one can handle a broom so poorly. Hector pricked up his ears, feeling a jibe directed at him. Yet Malfoy was not entirely incorrect. In the realm of broomstick mastery, it was undeniable that both he and Harry possessed innate flying talent, effortlessly bypassing the novice phase, while Hector found himself firmly entrenched in the beginner's realm. The Slytherin snakes cackled in unison. "Silence, Malfoy." Parvati Patil interjected sharply to, "Oh, protecting Longbottom, are we?" Pansy Parkinson quipped, an unattractive, stout girl reminiscent of a pug. "Who would have thought this blubbery little crybaby would be to your liking?" "Patil, look, Longbottom has left us with a delightful surprise," Malfoy exclaimed. Spotting a shiny object lying on the lawn, he rushed over to seize it. "Isn't this something that oaf Longbottom's grandmother sent him?" The transparent memory orb shimmered in the sunlight. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry murmured as the Gryffindors and Slytherins paused their conversation, their attention drawn to the spectacle. Malfoy smirked dismissively. "And what exactly can you do about it, Potter?" With a swift kick, he mounted his broom and ascended smoothly into the air. "I think I'll place it somewhere special. Perhaps let that oaf search for it in a tree, or the highest tower would suffice." Hovering at a height comparable to the treetops, Malfoy called down to Harry. "If you have the guts, come and retrieve it." Harry, embodying his innate reckless nature, was easily provoked by Malfoy's taunt. Without hesitation, he mounted his broom. Hermione, initially intent on dissuading Harry from such impulsive behavior, was quickly restrained by Hector. With a powerful kick, Harry propelled himself off the ground, and the rickety broom exhibited strength that belied its shabby appearance. The wind whipped through his hair as his robes billowed behind him. In an instant, Harry discovered that he had effortlessly mastered the art of broom riding, as if the knowledge had materialized within his mind, rendering his flight both simple and exhilarating. It seemed, indeed, that the issue was not with the broom after all. Hector gazed enviously at Harry, who soared effortlessly through the AI. It seemed that Harry truly was the protagonist, while Ron, the commoner standing on the ground, was of little consequence. After Hector discovered the exquisite beauty of controlled freefall, Ron's status in his heart plummeted sharply. Without much time to ponder, Harry suddenly pivoted his broom, targeting the previously smug Malfoy. Hector delightedly discerned the look of surprise on Malfoy's face. "Hand it over, or I'll knock you off your broom." Harry fixed his gaze on Malfoy. "Now it's your turn to choose it." "Oh, really?" Malfoy appeared somewhat anxious, attempting to feign indifference to Harry's threat. Unfortunately, his expression betrayed him. Harry leaned forward, gripping his broom tightly, which responded with remarkable agility, hurtling toward Malfoy at an alarming speed. Malfoy, caught off guard, clumsily dodged, barely escaping Harry's charge. Meanwhile, Harry adeptly pulled back, bringing his broom to a swift halt, displaying an effortless grace in midair. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Harry Potter. This was undoubtedly the last voice Harry wished to hear at that moment. He rolled over and sprang to his feet from the grass, his face paling instantly. Harry fervently hoped he had misheard. Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall approached with a speed surpassing Harry's recent dive, almost instantaneously appearing before him. Harry was loath to admit it, but his body trembled involuntarily. "I have never," Professor McGonagall began, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless, her glasses reflecting a fierce light. "First Hector, and now you. Why must you all be such a source of worry for me?" she exclaimed furiously. Hector among the crowd shrank back, nervously staring at his toes, devoid of any thoughts of defense. "How dare you? You could break your neck. It wasn't his fault, Professor." "Silence, Miss Pettill. And you, Mr. Weasley." Professor McGonagall rarely interrupted the two young wizards so sharply. The Gryffindor cubs had never witnessed her so impolite, and she appeared exceedingly enraged. Professor McGonagall scanned the lawn filled with young lions and snakes, her piercing gaze causing all the young wizards to lower their heads in unison. "All right, Potter, follow me." Without even glancing back at Harry, she strode purposefully towards the castle, moving with such speed that Harry had to jog to keep up. As for Harry, he now resembled a deer caught in headlights, remaining silent and mechanically trailing behind Professor McGonagall. The two of them soon vanished from the view of the young wizards. Malfoy's face at that moment was particularly grotesque as he joined Crabbe and Goyle in making faces at Hector and the others. "Potter's going to be expelled." Malfoy taunted Hector. "You're next, Dumbledore." "Hector, me? Are you really talking about me?" "You even know I'm Dumbledore," Hector remarked, bemused by Malfoy's haughty demeanor, as though he had accomplished some grand task. Malfoy paused, his smug expression quickly fading. "What are you so proud of?" "Dumbledore's ancient. How many more years can he continue as headmaster?" Malfoy grumbled indignantly. Thus the first flying lesson concluded. Hector glanced at the still clear sky. The weather was splendid, ideal for seeking a quiet spot for a leisurely picnic. "Shall we sit by the Black Lake?" Hector invited Hermione. Hermione shook her head, tapping her temple. "I doubt that's possible. Don't forget. You have detention with Professor Flitwick," she said, glancing at the sun, which was decidedly tilting westward. "It's getting late. We can't sit for long. It would be better to relax with a book in the library." Hermione stretched lazily, waved goodbye to Hector, and dashed off. "There is still a bit of time," Hector thought to himself, wanting to persuade her to stay, but Hermione had already vanished, leaving Hector and Ron, who were now both alone. Only she could think of relaxing with a book. Hector sighed, suddenly noticing Ron beside him. Ron shrugged. "I'm indifferent." Hector promptly interrupted Ron. "Let's go check on Harry." "Ron, I'm fine on my own," he insisted. After contemplating, Ron found Hector's reasoning sound. He glanced at Hector, who quickly explained, "Don't worry about me. I'm supposed to go to Professor Flitwick's for detention soon." Time was indeed short. Ron nodded and slipped away, leaving Hector relieved. Today had been dreadful, but thankfully it hadn't turned worse. That evening, in Professor Flitwick's office, Hector cautiously opened the door. The office was not far from the Gryffindor common room, situated on the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Inside, it was quiet. Just as Hector imagined, Professor Flitwick's room was filled with an array of books, and aside from the standard spell series, Hector spotted advanced tomes, such as Advanced Charms and Ancient Curses. Moreover, he noticed a few ominous-looking volumes clearly related to dark magic, exuding a chilling aura, even from a distance. "Oh, Hector, you've arrived," Flitwick exclaimed, perched atop a chair that seemed oversized for his stature, busily grading essays from upper-year students. "Make yourself comfortable, Hector. Just give me a moment to finish up here." Professor Flitwick appeared as amiable as ever, easing Hector's anxious heart. He looked around but found no other chairs, so he awkwardly perched on a precariously stacked pile of books. Before long, Professor Flitwick approached, his small frame brimming with energy and excitement. So, Flitwick rubbed his hands together, initiating the conversation. "Have you had dinner yet, Hector?" "Not yet, Professor," Hector replied honestly. Flitwick nodded, striding back to his desk with vigor. He retrieved a silver tray, waved his wand, and with a couple of flicks, a plate of freshly baked croissants alongside a large bowl of vegetable soup appeared. "Just make do with this for now." "Hector," Flitwick smiled, "tonight might be a bit tiring. It would be quite challenging without something to eat." Hector declined no further. He grabbed a crispy croissant and quickly swallowed it down with a perfectly warmed soup. Throughout, Flitwick stood by, beaming at him, which made Hector feel somewhat self-conscious. He hastily filled his stomach and stood up. "Are you ready?" Hector nodded. Flitwick waved his wand, sending the silver tray back to the table. Turning with a gentle smile, still adorning his face. "May I ask you a few questions?" Flitwick's tone was exceptionally gentle, prompting Hector to merely nod. "Very well." Flitwick's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Hector. "The silent spell. Did Albus teach you that?" Hector shook his head, causing Flitwick to appear even more excited. "Oh, you know any other silent spells?" Flitwick inquired tentatively, eye in his eyes. Hector's ability to learn one silent spell was already remarkable. But perhaps there might be surprises. After all, his surname was Dumbledore. Surprises were a family specialty. This time, Hector not only nodded but quietly responded, "I do, Professor. That's fine too." "Wait, you can." Flevy was momentarily taken aback, and then he nearly leapt up in exhilaration. At this moment, his feelings were not solely of excitement, but predominantly of astonishment. "Can you show me?" Flevy inquired, suppressing his exhilaration as he cautiously addressed Hector. "Of course, Professor," Hector replied as he drew his wand and first demonstrated a silent armor charm. "Oh, what an exquisite armor charm!" Flevy exclaimed in awe. He had initially thought that this was the culmination of the display, only to realize that this was merely the beginning. Flevy watched in astonishment as a series of intricate silent spells erupted from Hector's wand. Beginning with dazzling beams of light, followed closely by clusters of roaring flames, the sudden gale swept through the confined office, and soon, delicate snowflakes began to drift down from the ceiling. With a mere flick of his finger, Hector made a small decorative figure on the counter spring to life, performing a joyful dance. Unexpectedly, the figure froze mid-dance and then shattered with a resounding crash. In an instant, the powdered remnants of the figure reconstituted themselves and resumed their cheerful jig. Hector waved his wand again, and this time, a variety of small animals appeared in succession from the tip of his wand, their curious eyes wandering around Flevy's office. Flevy even heard the roar of a dragon emanating from a wand, as if a ferocious, fire-breathing beast were about to burst forth and land in the modest confines of the office. Flevy was truly left speechless. He had never witnessed a first-year wizard conjuring such a multitude of complex spells, executed in a manner so nearly flawless that even most sixth-year students would struggle to replicate it. However, Hector's spellcasting technique was somewhat rigid, overly focused on adhering to the standards laid out in textbooks. But Flevy considered these to be easily rectifiable flaws. As Flevy contemplated this, he failed to notice Hector had become utterly absorbed in his performance. Mesmerized by the flames he had conjured, Hector felt a surge of courage to attempt a spell he had never dared to try in front of old Dumbledore. When Flevy observed Hector begin to swing his wand vigorously, a flicker of hope crossed his mind. Please, let not be one of Albus's spells, he thought. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. "Firestorm," Hector declared, invoking the incantation. The flickering flames, which had been on the verge of extinguishment, roared back to life with renewed ferocity, as if summoned by an unseen force. Tendrils of scorching fire danced in the direction of Hector's wand, gradually forming a massive circle around him, surging outward with an unstoppable momentum. Hector's expression darkened as he became acutely aware of the spell's terrifying drain on his magical reserves. The magic within him was rapidly siphoned away, transforming into the formidable inferno encircling him. That moment, Flevy finally drew his own wand. All spells must cease. The once mighty flames dissipated as though they had encountered their nemesis. Hector collapsed to the floor, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost. Flevy rummaged through his robes, producing an entire bar of chocolate from an unknown pocket. He broke off a piece and handed it to Hector. "Have a piece of chocolate. For first-year wizard, your performance can only be described as extraordinary." Slowly, Flevy emerged from his initial shock. Is this truly the caliber of talent possessed by Dumbledore? He mused. Fixing his gaze on Hector, I can scarcely imagine the heights Albus must have reached. Overwhelmed by the day's revelations, Flevy rubbed his temples and regarded Hector, who appeared somewhat fatigued but showed no other signs of distress. Did you learn all of this on your own? Flevy questioned why grandfather and Professor Dumbledore taught me a bit, but the silent spells were indeed my own innovation, Hector replied. Flevy scratched his head. Realizing that the day's revelations had indeed been plentiful, he decided that one or two more wouldn't matter. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his gaze to Hector. Your mastery of spells is quite remarkable, and the sheer number you have grasped is impressive. With a flick of his wand, 2 chairs materialized before them. Even for an student, you have certainly acquired an admirable repertoire. Flevy gestured for Hector to sit. His eyes fixed intently on Hector's. I do not intend to teach you any more spells, at least not at this moment. Hector's expression visibly darkened, a fact Flevy noted with concern. You truly should consider joining Ravenclaw. You are exceptionally gifted, and there you would undoubtedly learn even more. Flevy sighed, rising onto his toes to awkwardly pat Hector on the shoulder. However, this does not mean you cannot learn something from me. Flevy brimmed with confidence regarding his own spellcasting abilities. Speaking of this, he would always puff out his chest with pride, resembling a strutting rooster. Hector, mastering spells is not merely about learning to cast them. There is so much more to explore. Hector straightened up, his eyes once again sparkling with enthusiasm. He wanted to leap to his feet immediately, but upon seeing Flevy shake his head, he resigned himself to remain seated. You need to rest, young man. There is no need to rush. Flevy broke off another sizable piece of chocolate and offered it to Hector, feeling quite pleased with the eager learner before him. If this were class, I would estimate you would earn an additional 100 points. Flevy shrugged, appearing somewhat regretful. Alas, this is detention, and if I were to award you points, Professor McGonagall would not be pleased. He explained. Hector was remarkably indifferent to the notion of points, fully aware that no matter how many were deducted, old Dumbledore would ultimately restore them to Gryffindor. His face bore no particular expression, which Flevy interpreted as disappointment. The old man was particularly concerned for Hector. Not fret over that 20 points. Hector, Flevy consoled him. You will soon earn it back in class. He winked at Hector, who was successfully cheered by the endearing old man's antics, their earlier tension dissipating as they both laughed heartily. Ready for a break? After a while, Flevy reined in his smile, and upon seeing Hector nod, he waved his wand, causing the towering piles of books to obediently fly into the corner, instantly transforming the once cramped office into a spacious expanse. Let us commence. Hector straightened his robes, standing face to face with Professor Flevy. I have always believed that practice breeds knowledge. Flevy drew his wand. You have learned most of the textbook material. Now, I wish to impart something different. Draw your wand. Flevy's smile vanished, and the amiable old man was replaced by a more formidable presence. Exuding an air of sharpness akin to a newly unsheathed sword, we are to engage in a formal duel. Flevy's tone was calm, yet Hector's inner flame of combat was ignited instantaneously. Since entering the magical realm, he had been perpetually learning, all in preparation for the day he might face danger and possess the ability to protect himself or even alter the course of events. While playing it safe was undeniably appealing and secure. Which boy does not yearn to become a hero? Having come to the magical world, Hector did not wish to live a life of mediocrity. He was determined not to witness his friends depart from him one by one, as in the original storyline. Fred Dumbledore, as well as the subsequent Sirius, Lupin, and Mad-Eye Moody, each held a place in his heart as brothers, mentors, or comrades. Hector could not remain indifferent to their fates, nor could he remain passive in the face of them. Hector was a realist, yet he was also an idealist. He had long oscillated between the two, unable to reach a decision, which was why the Sorting Hat had remarked upon the flickering thoughts within his mind during his sorting. However, as time passed and their interactions deepened, Hector's resolve solidified and his desire for change intensified. Yet, these matters could not be resolved in an instant. Now is an opportune moment to assess Hector's learning outcomes. Hector withdrew his wand, gripping it tightly in his palm. Initially, we bowed to one another, and Flevy elegantly inclined his head to Hector, demonstrating the gesture. Hector positioned his wand before him and respectfully returned the bow. Determination radiated from both their gazes, though Hector's hand, clutching the wand, began to perspire. Flivvy was the first to act. A beam of red light shot forth from the tip of his wand with great speed. Hector reacted swiftly, quickly encasing himself in a protective armor charm. However, the red light effortlessly pierced through Hector's iron armor spell, showing no signs of abatement. This was no ordinary disarmament spell, and Hector felt a tightness in his chest. The red light traveled too swiftly. Hector had no time to cast a second iron armor spell before being struck. He felt his wand tremble violently in his grasp, slipping from his control and soaring towards Flivvy. The force of the red light was relentless, causing Hector's body to be propelled backward, landing heavily on the ground. I end this first lesson. Dueling was never a turn-based affair. Flivvy set aside his wand, refraining from assisting Hector in rising, allowing him to stand on his own. There were no regulations stipulating that only one spell could be cast at a time, hence vigilance was paramount. Rubbing his sore bottom, Hector nodded and accepted the wand Flivvy extended to him. Ready? Flivvy did not afford Hector much time to gather himself before raising his wand again. Let us continue. Hector inhaled deeply, his gaze toward Flivvy resolute. Flivvy, without hesitation, seized the initiative once more, casting the disarmament spell as his opening move. Naturally, Hector would not repeat his previous mistake. He rapidly cast 3 or 4 reinforced iron armor spells in succession. This time, the red light was halted. Just as Hector prepared to retaliate, Flivvy unleashed a barrage of spells without a hint of cooldown, overwhelming Hector and leaving him unable to mount a counterattack. Initially, Hector managed to keep pace with Flivvy's assault, but soon Flivvy began to chain his attacks, casting at least 2 disarmament spells in quick succession, forcing Hector to hasten his shield casting. Flivvy's spellcasting speed escalated, transforming his 2-hit combinations into 3, ultimately resembling a relentless onslaught, suppressing Hector's frantic shielding efforts to the point where he could muster no response. Soon, Hector had no choice but to concede his wand, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, as he regarded Flivvy, who showed no signs of fatigue, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. You must learn to take the initiative, Hector. Defense alone will not suffice. Only through offense can you disrupt your opponent's rhythm, compelling them to err, and ultimately securing your victory. Flivvy patiently granted Hector a slightly extended respite, though it was still quite limited. The third round commenced swiftly. This time, Hector resolved that he would not allow Flivvy to seize the upper hand. The strategy of defense followed by counterattack had proven impractical. Hector launched a disarmament spell first, hoping to force Flivvy into a defensive position. The notion was appealing, yet reality proved starkly different. Flivvy displayed agility far beyond his years, deftly evading Hector's charged disarmament spell and immediately counterattacking. Hector was momentarily taken aback, consumed by thoughts of his offensive strategy and overly confident in his spell strength. He had not anticipated being so easily countered by Flivvy despite taking the initiative. Instinctively, he cast a shield charm upon himself, a prudent decision, yet it completely incapacitated his ability to retaliate. The chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. What followed was a familiar scene of Flivvy dominating the duel, leaving Hector utterly overwhelmed. Hector aspired to maneuver like Flivvy, but Flivvy's spells seemed to curve, striking precisely as Hector paused. Filius Flivvy had indeed proven his prowess. Hector was swiftly disarmed once more, landing heavily on the ground. Before Flivvy could utter a word, Hector rose, reclaiming the wand for a third time, taking several deep breaths as he positioned himself opposite Flivvy once again. Once more, Professor. Flivvy regarded Hector with a look of satisfaction, preparing to respond earnestly. Sleep now. Hector initiated the assault, invoking the spell, but this time cleverly concealed the disarmament spell beneath the incantation for the sleep charm. Flivvy, caught off guard, executed a rapid sidestep, managing to evade 2 successive spells. Yet the effort left him unable to counterattack immediately. Hector, astutely recognizing Flivvy's vulnerability, pressed his advantage, forcing Flivvy to cast a shield charm, unable to evade this time. The tides had turned, and it was now Hector's turn to attack. Faced with Flivvy's raised shield, Hector unleashed every potent spell he could conceive. In this moment, he felt invigorated, oblivious to the shifting ground beneath him. When Hector finally took notice, he found two long vines emerging from the floor, one ensnaring his ankle while the other lunged toward the hand gripping his wand. Diverting his attention to fend off the restless vines allowed Flivvy to reclaim the initiative. The roles of offense and defense had once again shifted. By the time Hector finally dispelled the vines with two freezing spells, Flivvy's petrification spell arrived with impeccable timing. Hector, reluctant to admit it, found himself once more retreating in disarray. Flivvy transitioned from merely using disarmament spells to employing a combination of various charms. Hector found himself on the receiving end of relentless attacks. The freezing spell restricted his movement, the flight spell obscured his vision, and the stillness spell muffled his footfalls, rendering Hector unable to even catch a glimpse of Flivvy. Forcing him to raise his shield in submission, he was left to endure the blows. The pain was excruciating. After being immobilized by the petrification spell, Hector finally caught sight of Flivvy to his astonishment. He realized Flivvy wielded a wand in each hand, executing a dual wand technique akin to a war god, delivering blows with an intensity far beyond what one would expect of his age. No wonder he could still launch surprise attacks while maintaining a defensive stance. Hector was left in agony. Time and again, Hector was knocked down, only to rise once more. Although he experienced subtle, almost imperceptible progress with each encounter. Regardless of how he adjusted his tactics or gained an advantage at any given moment, Flivvy always seemed to deliver a godly counter, swiftly reverting the duel to the familiar pattern of being knocked down and rising again. Hector's protests eventually led Flivvy to abandon the dual wand technique, yet Hector sensed that Flivvy's strikes grew even more forceful. Without the dual wand approach, defeats came even more swiftly, leaving Hector feeling utterly despondent. An entire evening devoid of theoretical lessons had devolved into a relentless series of duels. Or rather, Hector endured a continuous barrage of punishment, each instance varying in execution that he undoubtedly learned much. Initially, his delay in casting the iron armor spell left him vulnerable to counterattacks, resulting in a cycle of passive suffering that as his encounters increased. He realized that it was not strictly necessary to adhere to the textbook standards of spellcasting to effectively wield magic. Flivvy certainly did not. The moment Hector witnessed Flivvy casting shields faster than he could launch his own attacks, he recognized a pivotal revelation that it was akin to unlocking a new realm of understanding, and Hector began to explore this newfound knowledge. He discerned that the talents bestowed upon him by the system merely facilitated rapid acquisition of spells, whereas Flivvy imparted the wisdom of applying those spells in practical scenarios. Moreover, Hector came to appreciate that even the most fundamental spells could wield tremendous power. This realization was hardly difficult to grasp, especially as, after abandoning the dual wand technique, Flivvy adopted a new strategy. You can cast the softening charm, right? That's first-year material. And the freezing charm? That's second-year content. Flivvy first employed a softening charm to transform the section of floor beneath Hector's left foot into a pudding-like substance, causing Hector to stumble momentarily and involuntarily take a step forward at that precise moment. A freezing charm pinned Hector in place, leaving him unable to evade it, followed by Flivvy's cautious application of a disarming spell against the immobilized Hector. Shortly after being defeated, Hector and Flivvy engage in a contest regarding the potency of spells. To his dismay, Hector realized that his spell's strength paled in comparison to Flivvy's. Take the freezing charm. For instance, Flivvy's version was truly formidable, boasting extensive coverage and precise targeting, reminiscent of a character from a popular game. In contrast, Hector's freezing charm resembled a mere ice maker, suitable for crafting refreshing summer drinks, charming in its own right. Yet far from the hard control exhibited by Flivvy, in terms of spell potency, Hector was thoroughly overwhelmed by Flivvy, a crushing defeat without any doubt. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. However, there was one exception. Hector's illuminating charm, in a moment of desperation. As Flivvy's onslaught was relentless, Hector found himself reciting the incantation in a manner resembling rap. Realizing that this approach was futile, he resolved to unleash a secret technique against Flivvy, eager for him to experience the unique taste of his signature flashbang, infused with his fury. With a flicker of brilliance, under Freevy's pressure, Hector cast a less-than-standard illuminating charm. Leaving Freevy momentarily bewildered, in his understanding, an illuminating charm had no place in dueling. It lacked offensive capabilities and seemed to serve no purpose beyond mere illumination. Wait, illumination. Hector expertly covered his eyes, while Freevy witnessed the tip of Hector's wand conjure a colossal sphere of light. Akin to a sun, the sphere expanded, radiating an increasingly blinding glow until it suddenly erupted. In an instant, the office's windows shattered under the force of the light. The beams, now unbound, surged through the broken windows. Racing towards the pitch-black sky, the light swiftly claimed a domain of its own, illuminating nearly every corner of Hogwarts in stark contrast to the enveloping darkness. Freevy reacted swiftly, shielding his eyes and taking cover on the ground. Hector noticed an intriguing development. Despite his unorthodox casting of the illuminating charm, it had unexpectedly become somewhat controllable, at least not draining all of his magical energy. As Hector ceased the charm, the wand in his grasp grew warm. Upon opening his eyes, he found the brilliance had receded, allowing the night, dominated by darkness, to swiftly reclaim the sky, erasing the fleeting light without a trace. Though Freevy appeared somewhat disheveled, he promptly delivered a disarming spell, resulting in Hector's defeat once more. Nevertheless, following this encounter, Freevy candidly acknowledged that his illuminating charm could not rival Hector's, providing a small solace to the beleaguered young wizard. Hector slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. While Professor Freevy showed no inclination to continue, he retrieved a piece of chocolate, largely intact save for a portion that had been broken off. Freevy offered a sizable chunk to Hector before taking a small piece for himself. Hector felt a warm surge spreading from his stomach, coursing through his veins, bestowing an immense sense of comfort and revitalization. The chocolate contained a measure of exhilaration, a testament to the excellence of Severus's concoctions. As they sat side by side in the disorderly classroom, an unusual tranquility enveloped them. "Hector, your talent is truly remarkable. I have never witnessed a young wizard so swiftly recognize his shortcomings in a duel and proactively seek to amend them," Freevy expressed with genuine admiration. "Moreover, your ability to achieve such significant improvement in such a short time is entirely unexpected." Freevy considered offering Hector another piece of chocolate, but Hector waved it off, opting instead to savor the piece he had already taken of course. "There remains considerable room for growth. I trust you recognize that adhering strictly to textbook methods is undoubtedly the most accurate and safest approach. Yet it is far from the best," he continued. "Hector, you possess knowledge that far surpasses your age, yet you struggle to utilize it effectively." Freevy's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented intensity as he addressed Hector. "What I aim to teach you is how to wield that knowledge. Exceptional intelligence is humanity's greatest treasure," Freevy asserted, "but can also be the most perilous poison. It may lead you into the quagmire of arrogance. And arrogance, in the end, will be your undoing. You are endowed with unparalleled talent, but I hope that whenever you feel complacent, believing yourself invincible due to your gifts, and you are destined to experience such feelings, you will remember this day." Freevy's voice was soft yet unmistakably earnest. "Understand that true masters always possess the heart of a learner." As Hector exited Phileas Blind, Monk Freevy's office, he realized it was nearly curfew. Weary, he made his way toward the common room, secretly relieved that this dreadful day was finally drawing to a close. Just as he approached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, he suddenly heard a series of panting sounds. Initially thinking it was Mrs. Norris, the ever-watchful cat, he looked down to discover Neville curled up on the floor, sound asleep. Neville awakened the moment Hector drew near, having just returned from the infirmary. In a lapse of memory, the forgetful Neville had forgotten the password to the fat lady's portrait. The ever-dutiful fat lady was left with no choice but to deny the poor boy entry. "Thank goodness, someone finally arrived. I've been waiting here for hours," Neville exclaimed upon seeing Hector, sheepishly lowering his head. "I forgot the new password and couldn't get back into sleep. No one came by, and I was so tired." Hector patted Neville's shoulder. "The new password is Pig Snout. I suggest you write it down next time. That way, you won't forget. The portrait swung open, and the fat lady appeared in a much better mood. Thank you for bringing him along, she said to Hector. I have a ball to attend tonight. Had it not been for waiting for him, I would have left ages ago. Hurry inside, dear. Hector nodded as Neville entered the Gryffindor common room, with Hector yawning behind him, just as he prepared to retreat to his dormitory for a much-needed rest. Hermione called out to him. Good evening. Hector, is there something you need? Hector, feeling drowsy, found himself missing the comfort of his soft bed. The young witch appeared somewhat anxious and irritated, prompting Hector to muster his energy. Bracing himself for whatever dismal news Hermione was about to deliver, I couldn't help but overhear a conversation between Malfoy and Harry. Ron, Hermione began. They planned to duel in the trophy room at midnight. I can hardly fathom how many school rules they intend to break. If they get caught, and I'm certain they will, Gryffindor will lose countless points. The young witch's expression was one of indignation. She had always abhorred the notion of losing points, and the time spent lying in wait for the two reckless boys seemed to her a flagrant waste. Hector inhaled deeply, realizing the plot had progressed to this point without his notice. Had they truly reached the chapter of the Midnight Duel? It is no wonder that Hector encountered Neville at the entrance. In the original storyline, he was slated to partake in the impending chaotic night excursion. However, it now appears that Hector is to assume that role instead. It seems this day is poised to worsen, Hector mused as he rubbed his temples. He swore he genuinely wished to remain uninvolved. Yet seeing Hermione so resolutely intent on thwarting the reckless plans of those two buffoons instilled in him a fear of unforeseen consequences befalling the only rational mind among them, one that was already ostracized by the group. Hermione possessed one, Ron did not, and Harry, in a state of annoyance, still lacked two. Moreover, that fellow named Weasley was utterly incomprehensible and exceedingly selfish. Hermione was livid, incessantly venting her frustrations regarding Ron to Hector. This, Hector thought, could be considered one of the scant pieces of good news amidst a dismal day. What do you expect me to do? Hector did not deliberate for long. He swiftly resolved to involve himself. He would obstruct the foolish plans of those two, while ensuring he did not get entangled in their mess. Hermione cast a glance at Hector, suddenly recalling that he had clashed with Malfoy earlier that morning, and she felt a twinge of regret for confiding in him. However, it was too late for Hermione to reconsider, as her peripheral vision had already discerned Harry and Ron emerging from the boys' dormitory. She signaled to Hector with a meaningful look and boldly positioned herself in front of the two reckless boys. Hector followed closely behind, clearly noting the simultaneous furrow of Ron and Harry's brows upon seeing Hermione. What are you doing here? Ron snapped. You should be in bed. Hermione was unyielding, responding curtly. I nearly informed your brother, Percy. He is the prefect, and he would put an end to all of this. Harry, too, appeared impatient. He glanced at Hector, who hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood his ground in front of Harry. Ignore him, Ron, Harry said, attempting to bypass Hector, his determination palpable. Hector found it increasingly challenging to obstruct him without causing a confrontation. As for falling out with Harry, Hector deemed it entirely unnecessary, especially over such a trivial episode in the grand narrative. After all, Harry was prone to such reckless behavior time and again. It was merely a nocturnal escapade, a trivial affair. Harry pushed aside the portrait of the fat lady, and Ron ceased his quarrel with Hermione, following Harry out of the hole. Hermione was exceedingly displeased with the attitude of the two boys. She was not one to easily concede, especially not to the impolite Weasley. She climbed out after Ron, and Hector had no choice but to follow suit. Do you not care about Gryffindor, only about yourselves? I do not wish for Slytherin to win the House Cup again, nor do I want you to squander all the points I procured from Professor McGonagall with your transformation spell. Hermione appeared like an enraged lioness, her demeanor more akin to an indictment against the two stubborn brutes rather than a counsel. Get lost, Ron retorted rudely, eager to rid themselves of this troublesome presence. And the two boys exchanged furtive glances at Hector. Hector swore he had no desire to become embroiled in their affairs. A peaceful night's sleep in the dormitory sounded far more appealing. Thus, he tugged at Hermione's arm. Understanding Hector's intent and realizing she could not dissuade the two duel-obsessed boys, she reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, but I warn you, don't forget what I said when you board the train home tomorrow. You are truly selfish, Hermione delivered her parting shot and then led Hector towards the Gryffindor common room. Hector sighed in relief, thinking that surely this day should come to a close without further ado. Yet, as they stood before the empty portrait of the fat lady, they froze in place. Hector smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten that the fat lady had just mentioned a ball that evening? Well, the idea of going back to sleep would have to be postponed. Hector sighed inwardly. The fat lady was unaware of when she would return, and remaining there would only put them at risk of being caught by the patrolling Filch. It seemed following those two reckless boys who had not strayed far was their only option. Hector suggested this course of action, and after much contemplation, Hermione reluctantly agreed. However, if Filch discovers the four of us, I shall tell him the truth, that we were attempting to dissuade them. They can testify to my words, Hermione asserted to Hector, though he thought her plan rather impractical and not at all in keeping with the clever witch's usual style. Hector believed that, given Filch's temperament, regardless of what Hermione said, he would indiscriminately apprehend all four of them and drag them to Professor McGonagall. Filch relished the opportunity to catch as many miscreants as possible. As it showcased his prowess while indulging his peculiar predilections, he had always had a fondness for a little wit dipped in pepper juice, but had been thwarted by Dumbledore's unyielding disapproval. Hector and Hermione quickly caught up with Harry and Ron, who, upon hearing the sounds behind them, were startled into silence, shrinking as much as they could into the shadows in an attempt to conceal their presence. Once they believed they had successfully hidden, Ron turned his head, squinting into the darkness behind him. First came the steadily approaching footsteps. Soon after, the figures of Hermione and Hector, both wielding wands, became discernible. "What are you two doing here?" Ron exclaimed in surprise, his voice rising involuntarily. "That you've got some nerve," he added, intending to make a cutting remark, but Harry promptly silenced him. "Ron, keep it down. We're out for a night excursion, not playing games." "And I think I just heard Filch's voice," Harry whispered, holding a lantern aloft, listening intently to the sound around them. Ron begrudgingly fell silent, but after a brief moment, Hector heard Ron's deliberately lowered voice. "Hermione, if you get us caught, I swear I will learn that creature curse that Quirrell mentioned and use it on you." Ron had nothing to say to Hector. In his eyes, Hector was merely a pitiful pawn under the control of the little witch before him. Ron had broached this topic with Harry more than once, suspecting that Hector was somehow under Hermione's thumb, leading him to behave entirely differently in her presence. They had even devised what they believed to be a rather meticulous plan, but had yet to find the opportunity to discuss it with Hector. However, seeing things as they were, Ron felt it was imperative to bring this matter to the forefront. Hermione opened her mouth, as if to refute Ron or to educate him on the use of the creature curse, but Hector restrained her, signaling for silence. The four of them walked briskly along the corridor, striving to lighten their footsteps. The portraits on the walls had mostly succumbed to slumber, their usual clamor replaced by an eerie silence. The silvery moonlight streamed in through the windows of Hogwarts, casting an ethereal glow over the grand castle, which appeared to be in a deep slumber, amplifying the tranquility of the surroundings. The quartet treaded cautiously, fearful of encountering Filch around any corner. Fortunately, their luck held, and they navigated the halls without incident, arriving smoothly at the trophy room. The trophy room was currently desolate, devoid of any sign of Malfoy and Crabbe. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the circular window above, casting a faint glow upon the pitch-black chamber. The crystal display cases housing the trophies gleamed brightly, having been polished to a pristine shine, their surfaces aglow under the moon's light. Inside the glass cabinets resided an array of trophies, shields, medals, and statues, all shimmering with silver and gold hues, making it nearly impossible for Hector to avert his gaze from them. Harry handed the lantern to Ron, who drew his wand, ever vigilant for the possibility of a sudden duel with Malfoy. The four of them pressed against the wall, their eyes fixed on the doors at either end of the room. Time ticked by, each second stretching into the next, and soon enough, the appointed hour passed. He was late, perhaps out of fear he dared not show. Ron whispered softly, "I could tea that moment." Footsteps echoed from the distant corridor, causing the four little ones to tense up instantly. They perked up their ears as the footsteps paused in the adjacent room, followed by the sound of a door creaking open. Harry initially thought it was Malfoy making a mistake, gripping his wand tightly and preparing to step outside, but fortunately, Hector caught hold of his robe, just in time. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. On the fourth floor, at the end of the corridor, it was still Harry who led the way. Buffs were piled high. Where else could it be but the very place where old Dumbledore concealed the Philosopher's Stone? Although Hector's memory of the original text had faded somewhat, he still recalled that Dumbledore had lured Voldemort into a trap with a piece of SC Dinger's Philosopher's Stone. Much like a cat drawn to the scent of fish, that if he was not mistaken, this was the first obstacle set by Dumbledore. Turning back, Hector saw a creature with 3 heads, resembling a hellhound, looming behind them. The 3-headed beast was extraordinarily large. Even in a crouched position, it nearly occupied the entire space from floor to ceiling. Its 3 heads, the central one being the largest, boasted 3 pairs of eyes that were now fixed intently on them. Swirling with menace, beneath those ferocious eyes were 3 noses and 3 half-open mouths. Drooling ominously, IT appeared rather dim-witted, momentarily failing to comprehend how these 4 little intruders had suddenly appeared in its territory. At that moment, it squinted its eyes, scrutinizing them, struggling to shake off its surprise. Simultaneously, it unconsciously opened its mouth wide, revealing a set of yellowed teeth and an astonishingly foul odor. Hector dared not breathe, while Hermione also turned around, immediately spotting the massive creature. She nearly cried out, but Hector quickly covered her mouth. Harry and Ron were pressed against the door, completely oblivious to the gigantic beast behind them. Especially Harry, who kept his ear glued to the door, listening intently for Filch's footsteps. The Filch's footsteps halted not far away, but he did not linger long and soon departed. Harry listened as the footsteps gradually faded until they were entirely inaudible. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he assumed the door was locked, lowered his voice, patted Ron on the shoulder, and prepared to call out to Hector and Hermione. "I think we should be safe now. Let us go." My goodness, at that moment, he finally noticed the 3-headed beast, which had risen to a standing position, completely blocking the corridor. Not only Harry, but even Hector felt a bit weak in the knees. This was a 3-headed dog. After all, even someone as formidable as Snape had suffered a severe setback at its jaws. Even in his prime, he would have had no chance of outmaneuvering such a creature, let alone now, when he was too weak to even cast an unlocking spell. There was no time to concern themselves with Filch. They had to run, that if they didn't the 4 of them would barely be enough to fill the creature's teeth. Hector whispered, slowly, quietly, "Don't provoke it." Suddenly, being caught by Filch didn't seem so dire in comparison to being devoured. The 4 little wizards simultaneously drew their wands, facing the monstrous beast as they slowly edged toward the door. The 3-headed dog remained motionless, its eyes fixed on them, and everyone could hear the growl reverberating in its throat. They retreated step by step until Ron indicated that he had reached the door. "Run!" The colossal beast finally reacted, emitting a series of deafening roars as it lunged toward the fleeing little wizards. Hector dashed out from the rear. Harry slammed the door shut behind him, and they raced down the corridor, running faster than they had to evade Filch. At this moment, they could hardly think of Filch, their minds solely focused on putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the 3-headed dog. The monster's howls seemed to echo in their ears, urging them to run even faster until they reached the portrait of the Fat Lady. The Fat Lady had just returned, having completed her duties at the ball, and now appeared somewhat weary, but she nonetheless inquired, "Where have you all been? Why are you only coming back now? And you, Hector, I remember you were supposed to return much earlier. I even spoke with you before I left." Hermione shot Hector a particularly unfriendly glance, and Hector could only respond with an apologetic look. He hadn't anticipated that the night would take such a turn. However, the 4 of them had no desire to continue chatting with the Fat Lady. Harry, panting heavily, uttered the password, and the Fat Lady reluctantly allowed them to pass point one by one. They climbed into the common room. It was only at this moment that the tension in their hearts finally eased. What were they thinking, placing such a monster in the school? Ron exclaimed, bewildered after their narrow escape. And that dog, if it could even be called a dog, looked completely untrained. "This is utterly irresponsible." Ron glanced at Hector, who was also catching his breath, and swallowed back the words that had almost escaped his lips. "What are your eyes for? Didn't you see what they were standing on?" Hermione had regained her composure and now elevated Harry and Ron's actions from a mere nocturnal escapade to a matter of life and death. Her mood was decidedly sour, and her temper flared as she spoke. "The floor?" Harry replied blankly, his mind still haunted by the image of the three grotesque and terrifying heads, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "I didn't see its feet. I was too busy staring at its heads." Hector stepped in as a peacemaker, calming the irate Hermione to prevent her from saying more harsh words, and explained to Harry. "The trapdoor, Harry. It or they were standing on a trapdoor, clearly guarding something. Dear Master, there's still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." Hermione nodded, standing up, her anger dissipating somewhat. Though her tone remained sharp, that "I hope you both feel proud of yourselves. We almost got ourselves bitten or worse, expelled from school. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going back to sleep." With that, she merely bid good night to Hector before turning away. Showing no intention of acknowledging the other two, Ron watched her retreating figure, his mouth agape in astonishment. "What gives her the right to say that?" He scoffed, his eyes wide as if we drag her along against her will. Ron noticed Hector nearby and clarified, "Of course, I'm not talking about you. Hector, we know you were coerced at this point." Ron leaned closer, speaking earnestly to Hector. "If that crazy lady threatened you, just let me and Harry know. We'll definitely help you sort out." After saying this, Harry, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to attention, mirroring Ron's sincere expression. Harry and Ron thumped their chests, projecting an image of reliability. Hector shook his head. "It's not as you think. Hermione is quite nice. She just tends to be a bit blunt at times." Hector noticed the pity in their gazes and promptly halted his narrative. "Never mind. It's not something that can be explained quickly. Let us hurry back to sleep. We have potions class tomorrow. And I'm sure none of you want to experience what it's like to doze off in Snape's class that." Harry and Ron finally snapped out of their daze and stood up from the ground, hurriedly returning to their dormitory, skipping their nightly routines and heading straight to bed. Ron still looked extremely worried, repeatedly telling Hector that if anything happened, he must seek his help. After all, friends are meant to support each other. As for Harry, he was awakened by Hermione and Hector's conversation, realizing that the best place to hide something is right under one's nose, and Hogwarts was undoubtedly the perfect choice. It seemed he had unraveled the mystery of the filthy little package from Vault 713 with no time to exchange goodnights. The three of them quickly fell into a deep slumber. Hector, to be honest, with this kind of luck, I feel a bit like a white lotus. Author, don't worry too much. You're not a white lotus. You just have a bit too much decorum. The following day, Malfoy's exaggerated expressions effortlessly captured Hector's attention. He could hardly be oblivious to the fact that this impish fellow's clandestine machinations had rendered the escapades of the quartet for the previous night exceedingly perilous. Yet he could not overtly confront the lad. Instead, he made a meticulous note in his little notebook regarding Malfoy's antics. As for Harry and Ron, they shared an unspoken understanding regarding their encounter with the enormous dog as an exhilarating adventure, even entertaining the reckless notion of revisiting the forbidden area. Harry generously recounted the origins of that filthy little pouch to Ron and Hector, along with the speculations from the previous night. To his delight, Harry discovered that Ron exhibited a keen interest in the matter. However, he felt somewhat disheartened by Hector's apparent lack of enthusiasm, as he showed no desire to join their discussion. Naturally, when one already possesses the answer, such futile conjectures lose their allure. Ron speculated that the object in question was either exceedingly valuable or perilously dangerous, while Harry believed it could indeed embody both qualities. They engaged in extensive discussions, yet Hector maintained that, given their sole knowledge of its length, it would be improbable to deduce the nature of the item in a short span of time. Unless Dumbledore provided them with a shortcut, Hector saw no plausible reason for them to arrive at any conclusions. Early in the morning, Hermione approached Hector, expressing sincere apologies for the trouble she had inadvertently caused him the previous night. However, she found herself at a loss as to how to compensate him. Consequently, Hermione presented him with a book she had brought from the Muggle world, earnestly handing it over to Hector. Hector was quite pleased with Hermione's demeanor and readily forgave the visibly remorseful young witch. However, he remained less than enthusiastic about the book itself. Hermione had gifted Hector Les Miserables by Victor Hugo, She expressed her fondness for the book during her leisure time, despite its lack of relevance to the magical realm, and encouraged Hector to give a read. Hector gazed at the book bemused. For Hermione, it might serve as a light read, but for him he had struggled to comprehend it in his past life and had merely perused it to pass the time. Moreover, its priority paled in comparison to the reading comprehension exercises of his language arts assignments that, of course, he had hardly completed much of the language arts work, but he had diligently attended to every reading comprehension passage. In his previous life, the young and impetuous Hector had held little interest in such obscure, convoluted foreign novels that were laden with tragic undertones and lacked a coherent narrative flow. Encountering it again in this life, he sadly realized he had made no progress, feeling no inclination to delve deeper into such literary masterpieces. The classic four great novels still held more appeal, and Hector resolved to seek an opportunity to recommend them to the bookish Hermione, deeming it far more engaging than this hefty tome. Hermione had completely ceased to engage with Harry and Ron, which was splendid news for the duo, who relished the notion of Hermione focusing solely on Hector. Whenever they observed Hermione animatedly discussing academic topics with Hector, the two standard underachievers would distance themselves, adopting a demeanor that suggested they would prefer to see their companion perish rather than join in. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. That day soon arrived. When Hector awoke early in the morning, he was greeted by the sweet and enticing aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the corridor. Halloween had arrived. Hector amused, in truth. He found the practice of witches and wizards celebrating Halloween quite perplexing. Logically, the magical community's veneration should be directed towards Merlin rather than God, as their expressions of astonishment invariably invoked Merlin's beard rather than phrases like, "Oh my God." Yet, they still partook in this quintessentially religious holiday. It seemed that even Merlin had to adapt to local customs. Nonetheless, Halloween promised a grand feast, and throughout the day, the instructors would become remarkably amiable, rarely assigning homework. Thus, Hector was quite pleased to embrace the wizarding world's Halloween traditions. Early in the morning, Hector received a letter from Albus, accompanied by a large package of chocolate frogs. Albus filled an entire sheet of parchment with musings about the tavern's daily occurrences and amusing anecdotes from recent days, subtly expressing his annoyance at Hector's delay in writing back. Hector scratched his head, acknowledging that he had been exceedingly busy. Although his confinement had concluded, he still visited Professor Flitwick's office several times a week, often remaining there for an entire evening. During the remaining time, he either instructed Hermione on relevant spells in the room of requirement or spent hours in the library. Even Fred and George had remarked on multiple occasions that Hector had not joined them for their nocturnal escapades in quite a while, lamenting the lack of an heir to their nighttime adventures. They even speculated that Hermione might have cast some enchantment on Hector, causing him to forsake their company, prompting the brothers to worry and attempt to cast a spell on him discreetly. Albeit to no avail, they concluded that distance was the issue, and ultimately, the two brothers devised a plan for Halloween. Fred initiated casual conversation with Hector, while George positioned himself behind him to cast a counterspell. Unaware of their antics, Hector borrowed a pen from Hermione, penned a response to Albus, and proceeded to unwrap the chocolate frogs as he strolled out of the great hall. Hermione, an early riser, left him to walk alone. Providing the brothers with a prime opportunity, Fred and George exchanged glances, preparing to execute their second scheme. As Hector ventured further from the great hall, their lookout, Fred, signaled George, who promptly ensnared Hector with a sack. Fred swiftly and skillfully relieved Hector of his wand, and the brothers cooperatively hoisted him and dashed toward the forbidden forest. After a bumpy ride, Fred and George soon arrived at their secret hideout. They first doused Hector with cold water and, after a vigorous session of physical therapy yielded no results, finally released him. Dazed and disoriented, Hector emerged from the sack, bemused by the brothers' earnest expressions of concern. Feeling both exasperated and amused, their methods were undeniably ruthless, always opting for a direct physical subjugation before overpowering Hector due to his youth. Hector reclaimed his wand from the guilty brothers, quickly drying his clothes, and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was no longer within Hogwarts. All right then, Hector raised his wand at Fred and George. Can anyone provide me with a reasonable explanation for why I've been dragged out of bed so early? Before the brothers could utter a word, Hector cast them both with Id Dungbomb's spell. Didn't he expect you to be so resilient? Did you? Well, don't blame me for being merciless. The brothers were genuinely alarmed, and, as they attempted to explain, Hector interrupted. Listen to us, Hector. He silenced them with another silencio, rendering their mouths agape, yet producing no sound. Hector feigned patience, waiting for them to make any noise, and soon concluded that without employing some force, they were destined to remain mute. He let out a villainous chuckle, while Fred continued to struggle silently, pointing at his own mouth, and George simply lay flat. Fred's struggles bore some fruit, as the silent spell's duration was much shorter than Hector had anticipated. No, Hector, you must give us. Hector cast another silencio, leading Fred to also lie down in defeat. Hector then cast a tickling charm on both Weasley brothers. Watching them writhe in silent agony, it appeared quite menacing. Yet it was undeniably gratifying. However, Hector did not torment them for long, as he was not the type to derive pleasure from psychological torment. Fred and George were gently returned to the ground. Though they now lay there, too exhausted to speak, simply panting heavily, I can perform that charm too. Fred eventually managed to catch his breath, surprised by its efficacy, contemplating its potential addition to their magical products. George chimed in, completing his brother-esque thought. Now can you tell me why you dragged me out here so early, gentlemen? Hector regarded the scheming Weasley twins with a palpable sense of irritation and inquired sharply. The brothers exchanged glances before elaborately recounting the entire saga to Hector, almost without hesitation, implicating Harry and Ron, who had offered their suggestions. Hector was utterly speechless. He felt a strong urge to hang the two mischief-makers, who were still making faces at him. However, their infrequent encounters of late had led to a lack of involvement in the twins' escapades, which was understandably frustrating for them. Why, dear friends, Hector thought, I suppose I have indeed neglected you. And it is only natural for you to harbor some grievances. Moreover, Hector had already taken his revenge, which brought him a measure of inner peace. You are overthinking this, Hector said, still a bit miffed. Is there anything else? I must head to my charms class. Fred and George nodded in agreement. Not having walked far, Hector glanced back at the somewhat dejected twins and felt a pang of sympathy. He turned, rose on his toes, and awkwardly patted the shoulders of the considerably taller Weasley brothers. During this time, I have been engrossed in a project. Hector explained, I have prepared a delightful surprise for you. But it requires time. Please understand, my brothers. Upon hearing Hector's explanation, the twins visibly brightened. The three of them linked arms and headed towards the castle. Rather than saying they were linking arms, it was more accurate to say Hector was being hoisted back to Hogwarts by the two of them. When Hector arrived at the charms classroom, it was already filled to capacity, with Ron sitting beside Hermione, albeit with evident reluctance. However, judging by Hermione's expression, it was difficult to ascertain who was less pleased. Professor Flitwick had reserved a spot next to him, and in his words, Hector's current skill level had surpassed that of the students, thus granting him the title of teaching assistant for the charms class. Yet, Hector suspected it was simply due to the fact that the young witches and wizards had already paired off, leaving him as the odd one out. That Flitwick's thoughtful arrangement was indeed heartwarming. Before Hector had even settled into his seat, Professor Flitwick announced that they had covered enough theory and could now attempt to levitate objects. This was splendid news, at least in the eyes of the young witches and wizards, who had been eagerly anticipating this day, since witnessing Professor Flitwick make Neville's toad soar around the classroom. Before each pair of young wizards lay a feather, yet before they could dive into practice. Professor Flitwick meticulously reiterated the essential precautions that not forget the subtle wrist movement we have been training. He stood atop a stack of books, his voice sharp. Remember, a flick and a swish, and do not forget to pronounce the incantation accurately. I have told you about the unfortunate Baruffio, who pronounced emphasis and found himself on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. Professor Flitwick gestured for the young wizards to begin their attempts. He hopped down from a stack of books and turned to Hector. Would you care to give it a try? Flitwick said with a smile, I have no doubt this will pose no challenge for you. He handed Hector a feather, and as soon as he released it, the feather floated into the air. Flitwick was astonished to see that Hector had not even drawn his wand, yet the feather was gradually ascending toward the ceiling. However, his surprise was not as profound as the first time he had witnessed Hector perform wandless magic for an extended duration. After teaching Hector for so long, his heart had grown remarkably resilient. I had anticipated this day, Flitwick exclaimed, his smile growing even brighter, but I did not expect it to arrive so soon. You might want to take out your wand, Professor Flitwick remarked, surveying the room. The young witches and wizards were engrossed in their own feathers and had not noticed the commotion. It seems you are not one to seek the limelight, are you? Hector nodded and retrieved his wand. However, a well-deserved reward is in order, Flitwick declared loudly upon seeing Hector with his wand. Gryffindor earns 20 points. The attention of the young wizards was instantly drawn, and they soon noticed the feather floating in the air, casting envious and admiring glances at Hector. The situation of the young wizards was less than favorable. Nearly all the feathers remained motionless on their desks. Harry and Seamus's group fared even worse. After repeating the flick and swish motion numerous times, their feather remained stubbornly still. Seamus, lacking patience, angrily poked the feather with his wand. Unfortunately, his innate talent was triggered, resulting in the feather exploding with a bang, leaving Seamus with a rather new hairstyle that resembled an explosion. If only his face were not so covered in dust, as for Ron at another table. His predicament was equally dismal. He seemed to have caught Seamus's bad temper, his voice notably loud. Ron flailed his arms like a windmill, but in stark contrast to his movements, the feather on the table remained obediently still, which only heightened his embarrassment and impatience. His flailing nearly struck Hermione in the head. Hermione, visibly annoyed, scooted back and bluntly remarked, "You've made a mistake. It es Wingardium Leviosa, not Wingardium Leviosa." The pronunciation is drawn out and precise. Ron, refusing to concede, shot back defiantly, "If you're so clever, why don't you give it a go?" His tone was confrontational, nearly a roar. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As Hector exited Professor Flitwick's office, his body weary, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. It was mealtime. Professor Flitwick, once engrossed in his tasks, had lost all sense of time, only realizing it after several subtle hints from Hector. Flitwick urged Hector to leave first, as he needed to prepare the lesson plan for the next day before indulging in a feast. "I am indeed looking forward to this dinner, but I must first complete my tasks," he said, prompting Hector to reflect on the diligence of a professor. Such industriousness was truly admirable. However, Hector had no desire to linger any longer in the office. He was eager to savor the well-deserved rest and the sumptuous banquet. He hurriedly made his way to the great hall, where throngs of young witches and wizards were bustling about that Hector's usual method of free-falling was not particularly effective, and he had to carefully navigate the peculiar staircases. Fortunately, the stairs seemed to be relishing the rare respite of Halloween, remaining still and gracious, allowing Hector to reach the first floor swiftly. The great hall doors were tightly shut, and as Hector pushed them open, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of roasted pumpkins. The atmosphere within the hall was particularly lively, with all the young witches and wizards reveling in the bountiful feast provided by Hogwarts. The ceiling was adorned with various sizes of floating pumpkins, and approximately 1,000 bats fluttered against the walls and ceiling. Above these bats, the ceiling magically transformed into low-hanging clouds, casting a somewhat eerie ambience over the entire hall. Despite the ominous atmosphere, the young witches and wizards remained unaffected, animatedly conversing and exuding youthful exuberance. Hector first retrieved a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket and made his way towards Dumbledore. The old headmaster appeared taken aback. He had harbored some mild grievances regarding Hector's absence since the term began, yet he was genuinely pleased to see him. "Hector, you finally remembered your old grandfather," Dumbledore remarked, a hint of reproach in his tone, though his smile was undeniable. "Happy Halloween, Hector," he added warmly. "Happy Halloween, Grandpa." Hector extended the box of chocolate frogs in his hand towards Dumbledore. "Oh, is this a gift from you to me? Must I recite the phrase trick or treat?" A radiant smile spread across Dumbledore's face, and his characteristic wit elicited a joyful smile from Professor McGonagall, who sat nearby, her gaze filled with warmth as she looked at Hector. "This one is mine," Hector declared, producing another box of chocolate frogs from his pocket. "This is from my grandfather, Aberforth. He asked me to bring it to you." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. He stood up and solemnly accepted the 2 boxes of chocolate frogs from Hector's hands. "Oh, Hector, this truly is a splendid Halloween gift." Tears glistened in Dumbledore's eyes as he cradled the boxes as if they were precious treasures. "Thank you, Hector, he said earnestly, and no need to thank me, Grandpa, Hector replied as he turned to dash towards the Gryffindor table. However, Dumbledore called after him playfully, no treat. Then a trick? He winked at Hector, who responded with a broad smile. Hector felt elated as he quickly returned to his fellow young wizards. Yet he noticed the absence of Hermione at the Gryffindor table, which struck him as odd. However, Harry and Ron, who were gleefully devouring their meals, were quite conspicuous. Hector took a seat opposite Harry, shoving a golden-brown fried chicken leg into his mouth before mumbling, "Harry, where's Hermione?" Harry's expression momentarily froze. Then he quickly lowered his gaze, intentionally avoiding Hector's eyes. Sensing something amiss, Hector struggled to swallow the partially chewed chicken before glancing at Ron, who was also looking down, his discomfort evident. Just as Harry attempted to reach for a roasted potato from the table, Hector's gaze shifted, causing Harry to flinch and drop the potato onto his plate. "Well, Hector, the situation is like this," Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, ultimately deciding that Harry would explain the afternoon's events to Hector. However, Hector already had a recollection of the incident from the original story. He fixed his gaze on Ron, the instigator of the whole affair, who placed his cherished chicken leg on his plate, head bowed, too ashamed to meet Hector's eyes. This is truly troubling for Hector. "I hope there is still time to make amends," he rose, patting his pockets. "Oh no, my wand is in Flitwick's office. Luckily, I didn't resort to free fall earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Seeing Hector stand, Harry followed suit, with Ron trailing closely behind. "Listen to me, Hector," Ron didn't mean to. Before Harry could finish, the great hall doors burst open with a bang, and Professor Quirrell rushed in, his purple scarf askew, and looking as though it might tumble from his head at any moment. Fear was etched across Quirrell's face as all eyes turned to him. He hurriedly approached the professor's table, leaning against it, appearing utterly exhausted. "But a troll is in Hogwarts." Quirrell gasped between breaths, looking into Dumbledore's striking blue eyes. "I thought you should know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, seemingly unconscious. A heavy silence fell over the great hall, punctuated only by the sounds of bats fluttering above tea that moment. Neville accidentally knocked over a cup, the metallic clatter echoing sharply in the hushed room. Like a spark igniting a fuse, chaos erupted in the hall. Young wizards sprang from their seats, rushing towards the exit. The professor's shouts fell on deaf ears. But old Dumbledore rose, placing his wand against his throat. "Silence!" Dumbledore's amplified voice rang out, effectively quelling the tumult. All gazes turned to the aged and authoritative figure at the front of the hall. "Prefects," Dumbledore's voice was deep and resolute. "Lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." All the prefects stood up, and Percy quickly called out, "Follow me. Stay together, first years. As long as you heed my instructions, there is no need to fear the troll." His tone remained condescending, yet the Gryffindor young wizards quickly gathered around him. "All right, keep close behind me. Make way, first years." Hector, Harry, and Ron were swept along by the throng of young wizards. Hector halted Harry, who was about to continue explaining. The current predicament exceeded his capabilities, and without his wand, he needed assistance. Before him stood two excellent allies, two brave yet guilt-ridden young wizards. "I don't care what has transpired," Hector said gravely to the two young wizards before him, who were still looking down. "I haven't seen Hermione in the line, and I trust you haven't seen where she has gone either. I suspect she is still unaware of the troll." Ron bit his lip hard, looking exceedingly remorseful. "Hermione has been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. I believe she is still there," Harry murmured softly. "This is my fault," Ron chimed in, as if resolute, raising his head. "We will follow your lead." "Hector," Harry nodded in agreement. "Let's find Hermione first." Hector bent down, and Ron and Harry closely followed in his wake. The trio blended into the Hufflepuff line, heading in another direction. Once the larger group passed, Hector led them stealthily through an empty side corridor, hurrying towards the girls' bathroom. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby, and Hector quickly pulled the two reckless companions behind a large statue of a griffin. "Is that Percy?" Ron whispered anxiously, crouching in the corner. Peering from behind the stone figure, they realized it was not Percy, but Snape, clad in his black robes, moving with great urgency. Snape swiftly traversed the corridor, disappearing from their view. "What is he doing? Why isn't he with the other teachers in the dungeons?" Harry's voice was barely above a whisper, fearful of being overheard by Snape. "Who knows?" Hector replied. However, I believe we can follow Snape. I have a hunch that by following him, we might locate Hermione. Harry and Ron readily concurred with Hector's suggestion, and the trio emerged from the shadows of the statue, discreetly trailing Snape. They followed the sound of his footsteps. Quietly proceeding down another corridor, he's heading to the 4th floor, Harry noted, but soon fell silent. That moment. Snape's whereabouts seemed less significant, as a foul stench wafted through the air. Hector recalled the last time he encountered a similar odor. It was when he spilled his grandfather's jar of moldy cheese. The pungent aroma was both overwhelming and persistent, akin to what he now sensed at "Oh, you smell that?" Ron asked, pinching his nose, the scent reminiscent of rotten socks mixed with an unflushed toilet, before Hector and Harry could nod in agreement. They heard a low mumbling sound and the heavy thud of enormous feet dragging across the ground. A singular thought sprang to their minds. It's the troll. Instinctively, they shrank back into the shadows of the corner. Moments later, a colossal figure appeared at the end of the corridor, slowly advancing towards them, its presence imposing enough to cause the 3 young wizards to hold their breath in unison. The troll soon stood before them. Looking utterly terrifying, its massive frame starkly contrasting with its diminutive head. The troll was approximately 12 feet tall, its skin dull and granite-like in color. Its short legs resembled a rough tree stump caked in mud, beneath which lay a pair of large, flat, and coarse feet. Hector, not far from the creature, could distinctly smell the repugnant odor wafting from it. The beast wielded a long, thick club in its hand, its arms extraordinarily lengthy, causing the club to drag noisily along the ground. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As the creature lumbered past the 3, its dull mind and sluggish senses rendered it oblivious to the 3 small wizards who were practically within arm's reach. It clumsily and slowly continued on its path, suddenly halting at the entrance of a room. The creature peered into the room, its long ears twitching back and forth, sensing any movement within. After a considerable time, the creature's dim-witted brain finally made a decision. It lowered its head and, dragging the heavy club, slowly squeezed into the room. Once the creature's form completely vanished inside, Hector and the others swiftly dashed out from their shadowy corner. They fought back the urge to vomit as they hurried toward the door, following the foul stench left behind by the creature. "The key is in the lock," Harry whispered to Hector, who was pinching his nose while peering into the room. "We can just lock the door. That way, the creature won't be able to get out." Harry believed this idea to be exceptionally clever, and Ron appeared to wholeheartedly agree. When Hector withdrew his head from the room, Harry firmly slammed the door shut, and Ron, acting in perfect unison, locked it before tossing the key into the darkness at the end of the corridor. Hector was caught off guard, unable to stop the key from disappearing before his eyes. He looked at Harry and Ron, whose expressions were tinged with a hint of pride, and wordlessly pointed to the sign above them. "The idea is commendable, but this is a ladies' restroom, my friend. You might have just thrown away the key to where Hermione is." Harry nodded thoughtfully, while Ron held on to a sliver of hope. "It can't be that coincidental." Ron also leaned into the room. "There are so many girls' restrooms in the school. Hermione might not be in here." It turned out that one should never harbor false hopes. Then they heard a blood-curdling scream. Hermione's voice, filled with terror to Ron's face, went pale. "That we're doomed," he cried, burying his head in his hands. "The key is gone, and the door won't open. I can't let Hermione die." Harry appeared equally frantic, completely forgetting his identity as a wizard, kicking and pounding on the locked door like a muggle, not even noticing as his wand fell from his robe pocket to the ground. Hector swore he had never encountered such a scene in the original text. It had never been this difficult. First, he had left his wand behind, and now the key had been tossed away. However, the current situation left him no time to ponder further. Hector quickly picked up the wand from the ground. "Get out of the way, Harry," he commanded, aiming the wand at the wooden door. Alohomora, Harry's wand tip emitted a dazzling light, and with a loud bang, the door swung open. However, the light at the wand's tip lingered stubbornly until Hector tossed the wand to the ground, at which point the glow gradually faded. "What was that just now?" Ron, recovering, remarked that, "I don't remember Hermione having that effect." "Forget about that," Hector exclaimed, charging ahead. Harry retrieved the wand and, along with Ron, followed closely behind. "Hermione!" the 3 called in unison. Upon entering the room, Hector immediately spotted the creature rampaging in the center of the restroom, swinging the heavy club wantonly. Hermione stood pale against the wall, clearly terrified. She had never imagined encountering a troll at Hogwarts, especially on such a dreadful day and in such an unfortunate location. The troll heard the noise behind it, but its pea-sized brain struggled to control its massive body. It clumsily crashed against the sink and wall, finally managing to halt its advance only when the sink obstructed its path before Hermione. The troll turned around, squinting its beady eyes at Hector and the others. "We need to lure it away so Hermione can escape," Hector instructed Harry and Ron. "Keep making noise to draw its attention. Harry, and you too, Ron. You need to confuse it." Hector rummaged through the debris from the sink and unearthed a solitary faucet and a long brass pipe. Looking at the two incongruous objects in his hands, he felt an overwhelming longing for his wand. Hector aimed for the troll's head, but its head was simply too small that he waited a long time until the troll became impatient and prepared to turn back to deal with Hermione. Before he hurled the faucet with all his might, the metallic faucet had some weight, causing the troll to stagger. However, to the troll, this was merely a minor annoyance, and it quickly recovered as if nothing had happened. This act was a grave insult to the troll, had it understood the concept of insult. The troll, visibly enraged, raised its massive club high above its head, although its leg was somewhat lame. The anger it felt made it disregard the injury. After its first strike failed, it became agile, heedless of its injured leg, and charged at Hector with a fierce swing of its club. Hector rolled on the ground as the club narrowly missed him, and he quickly scrambled to his feet, running around the pillar where the sink used to be, attempting to lead the troll further away. Harry and Ron stood like two muggles holding small sticks, almost in a daze as they watched Hector skillfully dodge the troll's blows, their blank minds unable to conjure any suitable spell for the situation. "Do something, would you?" Hector implored, evading the troll's swings while trying to awaken the dazed Harry and Ron. These two were nothing but a burden, adding to his worries and proving utterly useless. Unable to think of a good spell, Harry decided to simply tuck his wand into his waistband. "Ron, go find Hermione and get her out of here." With that, Harry picked up a brass pipe from the ground and swung it at the troll's calf. The effect was minimal, merely scraping off some dead skin from the troll's leg. The troll didn't even pause. Its focus remained solely on Hector, who had provoked it. However, it soon realized that ignoring Harry was a grave mistake, in a move that could be described as bold. Though in Hector's eyes, it was outright foolish. Harry leaped up. The troll, however, did not react much. To it, Harry was far too light, but when Harry drew his wand and thrust it directly into the troll's nostril, the creature could hardly ignore it. Hector found Harry's method of using the wand baffling. He thought it would be better if Harry threw the wand to him, as that might allow them to resolve this enormous problem in a more wizardly manner. However, seeing the wand become ensnared in the troll's thick mucus, he immediately dismissed that thought. He vowed never to touch the hand that had held Harry's wand for at least a week. And as for Harry's wand, Hector believed he would never lay a finger on it again. The troll let out a pained roar, writhing its body in an attempt to shake off the tiny nuisance clinging to it, planning to crush it with its club. Harry understood that should he fall, the outcome would be dire, so he clung tightly to the troll, shouting, "Think of something, Hector!" Hector, too, was anxious. Without a wand, he felt utterly helpless. He rushed forward, using the brass pipe to strike at the joints, ankles, knees, and hamstrings, before finally closing his eyes and delivering a decisive blow to a certain area. Known to all that it proved effective. Hector discovered that no male creature could withstand such an assault. The giant creature clearly faltered, and a look of unmistakable shock appeared on its otherwise expressionless face. Seizing the opportunity, Harry leaped down from the giant's back, barely sparing a thought for his wand as he pulled Hector and moved in the opposite direction of the beast. The giant had collapsed near the entrance, its massive club blocking the doorway, rendering escape impossible. Harry and Hector leaned against the wall where Hermione had previously rested, or rather, where Hermione and Ron still leaned at that moment. Hector was in a frenzy, angrily addressing Ron, who appeared utterly innocent. "Weren't you supposed to go first?" Hector exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. The opponent was already formidable enough. There was no need to escalate the situation further. "It's me," Hermione said, slumped on the ground. Having never encountered such a scenario, she was completely drained of energy, unable to even rise. "I can't move, Hector. Ron can't drag me along." Hector nodded. "Everyone, this is hardly the time for idle chatter." Harry promptly redirected their focus to the looming behemoth before them. The giant had fully regained its composure, its small head now consumed by rage. The humiliation inflicted by these two insignificant beings left no room in its tiny mind for anything but hatred. It dragged its lengthy club and charged towards Hector and the others. "I'll hold it off for a moment." Hector resolved to employ the wandless magic he had just learned that afternoon. "But I can't sustain it for long. You might try using the levitation charm to lift its club. The giant's head is its weak point." Hector took a deep breath, realizing that holding his breath might be more apt for the situation at hand. "On my command." Hector's gaze hardened, and Ron raised his wand. Meanwhile, Harry did his utmost to assist the incapacitated Hermione. 3, 2, 1 Wingardium Leviosa. The giant visibly halted, Ron's levitation charm taking effect. The club flew from the giant's grasp, soaring high towards the ceiling. Ron struggled to maintain control, trying to maneuver the club directly above the giant's head. The giant, taken aback by this turn of events, found its brain momentarily malfunctioning once more. Hector observed as the giant swung at the air in confusion, only to realize after a considerable time that his hands were empty. "Where's the club?" The giant muttered, bewildered, as Ron finally managed to position the club directly above its head. "Look up, you big oaf!" Hector pointed towards the ceiling. The giant raised its head, and simultaneously, Ron released the levitation charm. With a resounding crash, the club fell squarely upon its original owner's head, producing a thunderous noise that reverberated throughout the room. The giant froze, swaying slightly before collapsing face first onto the floor. With a resounding thud, the entire room shook. Hector, Ron, and Harry simultaneously sank to the ground, relieved to be safe, at least for the moment. "Is it dead?" Hermione's voice trembled, unsure whether to cover her nose or her eyes. "I think it's just unconscious," Hector replied. The giant, a magical creature with formidable resistance to spells, had proven resilient. Hector had expended all his magical energy, and all he managed to do was halt its advance momentarily. The giant may not have been very clever, but sheer toughness meant that this blow would only incapacitate it for a brief period. Hearing this, Harry quickly retrieved his wand from the giant's nostril and wiped it on the creature's trousers. "We need to leave quickly. If it wakes up again, the four of us won't stand a chance against it." Before Harry could finish speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, followed by a loud crashing against the door. Such a commotion within Hogwarts could not escape the notice of its many powerful professors. Soon enough, Hector and the others saw Professor McGonagall burst through the door, followed closely by Snape, Flitwick, and Quirrell, who lagged at the back. Quirrell, arriving the latest, made the most noise. Upon seeing the giant, he let out a heavy sigh and silently sat down on a nearby toilet. Weeping as for Snape, he was bent over examining the giant, with the less conspicuous Flitwick standing beside him, giving Hector a discreet thumbs up before resuming his pretentious study of the giant. Professor McGonagall appeared extremely angry, her lips white from biting them, her sharp eyes fixed intently on Hector, Harry, and Ron. "What on earth are you playing at?" McGonagall's voice was icy, causing the three young wizards to shiver involuntarily. They lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. "I can hardly believe you survived." McGonagall's eyes swept over them. "Consider yourselves fortunate not to have been crushed by the giant. Why weren't you all safely tucked away in your dormitory?" The question was both sharp and straightforward, yet under McGonagall's formidable presence, Hector felt that any explanation would be futile. He raised his head slightly, only to meet Snape's cold eyes. Hector promptly lowered his gaze again, knowing he would not dare look up for some time. What bad luck. Attracting Snape's attention is never a good idea. However, Snape's focus was not overly directed at Hector, especially with Harry present. Snape shot a piercing glare at Harry, causing him to involuntarily shudder. I imagine they sought to prove their bravery. Snape's voice was devoid of any emotional inflection, laced instead with heavy sarcasm. Regrettably, I saw no bravery, only recklessness and foolishness. Hector bit his dry lips, casting a furtive glance at Harry beside him. Normally disdainful of Snape, Harry was now also keeping his head down, praying not to be expelled from school. Any thoughts of awarding Gryffindor an additional 50 points had long since vanished. It was Hermione who finally broke the silence. "Please don't do this, Professor Snape. And you too, Professor McGonagall. This cannot be entirely blamed on them. They were looking for me." Hermione's face appeared resolute as she struggled to stand. "Miss Granger," McGonagall's voice sharpened, her gaze fixed sternly on Hermione, exuding authority. "I went to confront the giant. I thought I could handle it alone." Hermione finally rose from the ground, locking eyes with McGonagall. "I am truly sorry. I have read about them in books, and I thought I understood them well enough. Not just Harry and Ron, even Hector wore a look of astonishment. Hector had imagined many possible excuses for Hermione, but he never expected her to concoct such a grandiose lie under McGonagall's scrutiny. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of Hermione, and the three of them shared this thought. If they hadn't found me, I would surely be dead by now. If it weren't for Hector and Harry doing their utmost to distract the giant, Ron would not have managed to knock it out with its own club. Hermione praised the three of them, eager to continue her explanation, but Snape unceremoniously interrupted her. "I believe seeking a teacher's assistance is still feasible, especially since you are not far from your head of house." Professor McGonagall's office. Snape paused momentarily. However, it is understandable that their minds were preoccupied with the grandiose notions of proving themselves, with the likes of Potter and Dumbledore, alongside the dim-witted Weasley. Severus, McGonagall always fiercely protected her students. Snape ceased his remarks, his dark eyes never leaving Harry. "They had no time to seek help," Hermione explained. "When we arrived, the giant was about to swallow me whole." Harry and Ron's astonishment lingered. They had never imagined Hermione would tell such a monumental lie. Nevertheless, as McGonagall's gaze swept over them, Harry and Ron did their utmost to feign familiarity with the story, nodding solemnly, if that's the case. Professor McGonagall appeared to be thoroughly convinced by their tale. She cast a glance at the exhausted Hector, who seemed to be in a daze, and mused, "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you ever believe that you could confront a giant as massive as a mountain all on your own? This matter transcends your knowledge. Giants are beings that even adult wizards must approach with utmost caution." Hermione lowered her head, and Harry felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, yet he found himself at a loss for words. If one were to consider who at Hogwarts would be the least likely to breach the school rules, Hermione would undoubtedly be among the foremost. Yet now, in an effort to extricate them from trouble, Hermione had the audacity to lie before Professor McGonagall, even admitting to breaking the rules herself. This was as incredulous as Severus Snape suddenly washing his hair and donning a robe of any color other than black. Perhaps it was for Hector's sake. Harry attempted to rationalize Hermione's actions, but a warmth surged within him nonetheless, mirrored in Ron's heart as well as for Hector. He was struggling to keep his eyelids open, perhaps feeling a warmth within, but presently he was unable to react. "I must not fall asleep. I must not fall asleep," repeated incessantly in Hector's mind. "Miss Granger, for this incident, Gryffindor shall lose 5 points." Professor McGonagall stated, turning to face Hector and the others. "Well, I must say, you are indeed fortunate. Very few first-year students can engage a fully grown giant, and while this is clearly not the most prudent course of action, your bravery is commendable." That a smile of relief finally graced McGonagall's face. "Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor, and I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter." The tension within Hector finally dissipated. He felt as though everything around him began to blur. It seemed as if Harry and the others were drifting away from him, or perhaps it was Hector who was departing from them. He could no longer distinguish between the two. All he desired was a decent sleep. With a sudden thud, Hector collapsed to the ground, and the brightness before him swiftly faded. Hector entered a dream. Before him stood a well-dressed man, side by side with Harry. Yes, for Harry. He appeared much taller than now. The childishness in his face nearly vanished, exuding an air of maturity. That man must be serious, Hector thought. Indeed, he was a renowned, handsome figure. Despite the 12 years of imprisonment etched upon his face, Hector effortlessly discerned the visage of that young and striking man. The experiences of those years had not dulled Sirius's recklessly brave spirit, nor the fervor of his heart. Deep down, Sirius remained a quintessential Gryffindor. Time and trials had merely bestowed upon him a veneer of maturity, yet he was still the same Sirius. Hector also glimpsed himself, tall and well-proportioned. Surely, this must be his future self, still possessing that same charm, which pleased Hector immensely. However, time to survey his surroundings was limited, for his gaze was irresistibly drawn to a woman with a menacing countenance, wielding a wand aloft. That could only be Sirius's cousin, Bellatrix, henceforth referred to as Bella, who bore a slight resemblance to Sirius. Hector had no time for a thorough examination, for at that moment, the tip of Bella's wand emitted a green light. Hector watched as another version of himself raised his wand, casting a disarming charm at the unsuspecting Sirius. This was the best solution Hector could conceive, for the killing curse was insurmountable. His astonishment. Hector realized that the curse was aimed at Harry. Sirius's body lurched backward uncontrollably, and he certainly perceived the fatal curse. That ominous green light surged toward his bewildered pupil. The older Hector swiftly cast another disarming spell. Yet the red light was clearly too late, but a look of resolve flickered in Sirius's eyes as he made a decision. Hector beheld as Sirius transformed mid-air into a large black dog. As his limbs touched the ground, he tensed every muscle, striving to leap as high as possible. Sirius could not push his pupil aside in time. He could only use his not-so-large frame to shield against the oncoming death. He succeeded. Hector witnessed the look of relief on his face. Sirius gazed longingly at the unfamiliar yet familiar figure, and the remnants of the killing curse sent him crashing beside the arched doorway. The large black dog reverted to a man, standing in a place that Hector found profoundly familiar, pausing only briefly before plunging into the archway that seemed to drape a silver curtain. Hector attempted to grasp Sirius's feeble body, but his hand passed through Sirius as he could only watch helplessly as the man vanished from sight. Hector's calls went unheard, save for the older Hector glancing his way. Shaking his head in dismay, Hector read despair upon his own face, a sentiment he had never anticipated would manifest there. A whirlwind of sensation engulfed him. The scene rapidly faded, and the light before Hector abruptly receded. He felt as though he were plunging into an abyss, the endless darkness enveloping him instantaneously. Subsequently, he awoke to find Madame Pomfrey standing by his bedside, her face etched with concern. Behind her stood Dumbledore, along with the anxious figure of Aberforth. Pacing restlessly at the foot of the bed, Hector's first instinct was to assume he had been talking in his sleep. The death of Sirius had inflicted immense pain and shock upon him. This was dire. Hector should not know of Sirius. He feared his clumsy disguise would not escape the astute gaze of Headmaster Dumbledore. But he had no time to fret, for a frantic Aberforth rushed to Hector's bedside. Fixating on him with uncontainable joy, Aberforth appeared utterly exhausted. This all dated back to shortly after nightfall, when Aberforth felt a sudden unease in his heart, an instinctual sense that something was amiss. He had always trusted his instincts, and thus he ushered all patrons from the bar, barely locking the door before hastening to Hogwarts. There he encountered Dumbledore at the gates, equally distressed. Aberforth then sat outside the hospital wing for the entire night, his face solemn and visibly angered. Dumbledore, too, was unable to sleep, sitting beside his brother in silence. I recall you mentioning that Hector will be quite safe with you. As headmaster, you should be able to care for him well. Aberforth's voice was not loud, yet he suppressed his simmering anger, turning to fix Dumbledore with a piercing gaze. Is this your idea of caring for Hector? Aberforth, listen to me. This truly was an accident. Dumbledore's explanation came out weak and feeble, only to be abruptly interrupted by Aberforth. This is Hogwarts, Aberforth. He rose to his feet, glaring furiously at Dumbledore, his brother. This exclamation nearly erupted from Aberforth's mouth like a roar. You are still the so-called headmaster. How could a giant breach your defenses under your very watch without you taking timely action? You allowed an 11-year-old child to face a giant. Is this what you term care? Dumbledore was left utterly humbled by Aberforth's admonishment, unable to raise his head. He could only wait for Aberforth to fully express his ire before attempting to provide his explanation. The giant was an unforeseen occurrence. Dumbledore explained softly. Someone cast a powerful confundus charm, disrupting Hogwarts' defenses. Such an event shall not occur again. I assure you, Aberforth. Aberforth wholly dismissed Dumbledore's words, yet he refrained from lingering on that topic further. Now, let us discuss the matter of the Gringotts' underground vault. Aberforth settled back down, speaking in a low tone. Do not tell me you are unaware, Aberforth. What plans do you have? Dumbledore initially felt a flicker of relief that Aberforth had not continued to press on the Giants' incident. But upon hearing Aberforth's subsequent inquiry, his brow furrowed tightly. Aberforth, I truly cannot divulge that to you. I am aware that you met with Nicholas Flamel, said Aberforth, as Dumbledore's pupils constricted in astonishment, fixating intently on Aberforth. From the moment Hector arrived at the Hog's Head, I was mindful of your movements. Aberforth scrutinized the incredulous expression on Dumbledore's face. You traveled to France, a place you have never particularly favored, and yet I have not seen any reports of events occurring there. It stands to reason that your meeting with Flamel pertained to the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore appeared almost unrecognizable to Aberforth. The brother, he recalled, had never been one to engage in deep contemplation, possessing an inherent fervor for dueling. Aberforth had always been inclined to resolve matters through force rather than deliberation. Aberforth, Voldemort still lives. Dumbledore quickly regained his composure, his expression grave as he observed Aberforth's shock at this revelation that Flamel's safe house was attacked, employing familiar dark magic. I'm quite certain it bears his mark. Though the practitioner displayed an alarming naivety, clearly not Flamel himself, that he is yet to return, yet he is endeavoring to do so. The Philosopher's Stone serves as an excellent conduit. Voldemort's interest in Nicholas is undoubtedly for its sake. Since you are aware, why not secure it more effectively? Aberforth, why not simply destroy it? Why bring it to Hogwarts? Hector is your grandson. Aberforth's anxiety was palpable. Nicholas wishes for me to destroy it as well. But not at this juncture. I have plans to eradicate him through that boy, Harry Potter, Dumbledore asserted firmly. At last able to meet Aberforth's gaze, I assure you, it will not be long before Voldemort is vanquished. And Hector will grow up safe and sound. Dumbledore spoke earnestly, as if imploring Aberforth for another chance. Aberforth was evidently unconvinced by Dumbledore's succinct reassurances, yet he recognized the futility of persuading his brother. Once Dumbledore set his mind on a course of action, he was unwavering. Aberforth had contemplated whisking Hector away from Hogwarts, from Britain entirely, but Hector would never consent to such a departure. After a year of companionship, Aberforth had come to understand his spirited grandson's character. Once he resolved upon a matter, nothing could sway his convictions that it was quintessentially Dumbledore. Aberforth felt both a sense of relief and exasperation. Dumbledore was well aware of the considerable effort he had expended to coax Hector into studying Transfiguration, ultimately blending the subjects of charms and transfiguration to successfully redirect Hector's focus. Aberforth found himself compelled to concede. He was the most willing to relent within their household. I know I cannot persuade you, nor do I comprehend your so-called plans. Aberforth continued to scrutinize Dumbledore, his former ire dissipating. But heed this, Aberforth. Never treat Hector as a mere pawn. Never involve him in this affair. Rising to his feet, Aberforth drew his wand, prompting Dumbledore to rise as well. If you intend to do anything to Hector, consider my stance first. Aberforth declared with resolute intensity that I do not wish to become your adversary. Aberforth, nor do I desire that outcome. However, should that day arrive, I shall be your greatest foe. Dumbledore merely nodded, sinking back into his seat, his expression hollow and pitiful. Aberforth too took his seat, and the two men shared no further words, sitting in silence throughout the night. The night at Hogwarts was extraordinarily tranquil, yet neither felt even the slightest inclination towards sleep, remaining in stillness until dawn. When Hector finally awoke, he beheld Aberforth's face. Momentarily convinced he had entered another dream, that it was only when Aberforth enveloped him in a warm embrace that he felt a flicker of reassurance. You are finally awake, Aberforth said, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. He had spent the entire night worrying for Hector, a concern that had deprived him of restful slumber, despite Madame Pomfrey's repeated assurances that Hector had merely succumbed to exhaustion. Aberforth began. But Hector interrupted him with a large hug in his grandfather's embrace. Hector experienced a sense of calm. The overwhelming helplessness wrought by the dream lingered, even in Hector's mature demeanor, as if everything were predetermined, and his arrival could not alter the course of fate. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Hector clung to Aberforth, reluctant to release his hold, while Dumbledore observed from a distance, tears welling in his eyes. You must have been terrified, my child. Aberforth finally let Hector go, fetching a steaming bowl of pumpkin porridge. Drink some pumpkin porridge, Hector. It will help you feel better. Hector hesitated, glancing towards Dumbledore, who stood a little farther away, and then opened his arms. Aren't you going to hug me, grandfather? Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, quickly wiping his tears before stepping forward to embrace Hector warmly and firmly. Whether or not we can alter that ethereal, yet seemingly destined future remains uncertain. We can only strive to embrace the tangible and present moment that I am fine, grandfather, Hector assured as he released Dumbledore. To be honest, I feel even better than before. Eager to rise and walk about, Hector sensed an abundance of vitality surging within him. Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination of Hector's health, soon nodding towards Dumbledore. You may be discharged now, she said kindly, her face aglow with a smile. Your health is splendid, my boy. Both Aberforth and Dumbledore exhaled in relief, only to be overtaken by fatigue. Aberforth collapsed onto the nearby bed. For two men nearing 3 centuries combined, enduring such a night proved taxing on their well-being. Dumbledore excused himself, citing the necessity of recuperation, while Aberforth gazed at Hector, gently stroking his face and then his hair. As long as you are well, that he stood to depart, I must return. The door was still unlocked when I left. Aberforth sheepishly ruffled his hair, adding, You know how it is. The elderly tend to forget. Rising from the bed, he dusted off his clothing. I shall take my leave now. Aberforth looked into Hector's azure eyes. Not forget to write to me. Hector nodded, and Aberforth turned to leave. Hector waved farewell to Aberforth's receding figure before taking a deep breath and stepping out of bed. He did not regard his experience as a dream. He had sensed it was something more profound upon witnessing the resigned expressions from the future. However, he remained undeterred, feeling that he had yet to accomplish enough. Thus he resolved to continue expanding his arsenal. Was the future truly predetermined? Hector dared not dwell on the thought. Taking action was surely preferable to inaction. Nevertheless, he had no intention of attending potions class on Friday. Arriving at this hour would surely earn him severe Snape's ire. Instead, he made his way to the library at tea lunchtime. Hector finally encountered Hermione, alongside Harry and Ron. After enduring shared experiences, it is nearly impossible to avoid developing a fondness for one another. Defeating a 12-foot troll undoubtedly qualified as such an event. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had entirely dispelled any barriers between them. Following Hector's collapse, they returned silently to the Gryffindor common room, exchanging only a brief thank you before hastily retreating to their dormitories. They had become very close friends, engaged in cheerful conversation, though the content remained unknown. Hermione was the first to spot Hector. She rushed forward, enveloping him in a warm embrace. I am so glad you are safe. Hermione was indifferent to the gazes of others as she embraced Hector, leaving him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. As for Harry and Ron, they waited until Hermione released Hector before they enveloped him in a warm embrace. The three of them were now bonded as brothers who had faced life and death together. We still plan to see you. You scared us senseless last night, Harry said, to which Ron chimed in, embellishing the tale. I've never seen Professor McGonagall wear that expression before. But welcome back, brother. Time swiftly advanced into November, and the temperature in the Scottish Highlands plummeted. The sky appeared shrouded in a gloomy haze, and the distant mountains were blanketed in ice and snow, with the surface of the Black Lake frozen solid. Frost had become a daily visitor each morning, yet the young wizards seemed to have little awareness of the weather's change. Hogwarts Castle remained remarkably warm, as long as one did not venture outside its confines. Robes were still quite suitable attire. Life returned to a semblance of tranquility, the troll incident only lingering as a topic of conversation in the Gryffindor common room for a brief period, as the young lions quickly diverted their attention to the upcoming Quidditch match. Hector felt quite pleased that the discussion of the troll had subsided. He did not desire such notoriety, despite the fact that he had already become quite well known. Since that mysterious encounter, which may or may not have been a dream, Hector had become a frequent companion of Professor Flitwick, incessantly drawing knowledge from the little old man to enhance his own abilities. Hector also accompanied Hermione in practicing spells, for he believed that a dependable teammate was far more trustworthy than two reckless brutes who relied more on brawn than brains. Harry and Ron's performance in facing the troll had left much to be desired. Their ability to defeat the creature could be attributed to sheer luck, or perhaps it was simply that Hector had not brought his wand, thus granting them the opportunity to resolve the situation. Hermione was learning swiftly. Her prowess as a renowned genius in the magical realm was evident, and her progress astonished Hector. He intended to find an opportunity to introduce Hermione to Professor Flitwick's tutoring sessions. Surely he would appreciate this exceptionally bright young witch of course. Hector had not entirely given up on his two lackadaisical friends. He attempted to encourage Harry and Ron to learn a bit more, only to discover that their attention was solely focused on the impending Quidditch Match. Although they claimed they wanted to study spells, they consistently failed to take action. Each time Harry and Ron settled down, it became evident to Hector, as their teacher, that Ron would quickly lose focus, soon followed by Harry's own distraction. When it came time to put theory into practice, their lack of earnest listening rendered any efforts futile, significantly undermining their confidence. Before long, both had silently abandoned the idea of seeking Hector's additional help. Hector found himself at a loss with their indolent dispositions. Truth be told, were it not for the looming possibility that Dumbledore might soon sacrifice himself in the noble pursuit of vanquishing Voldemort, he would have preferred to remain uninvolved in Harry's trio. Compared to Gryffindor, Hector yearned to be sorted into Ravenclaw. Spending time with a group of bookworms felt far safer than being surrounded by a bunch of ruffians consumed by reckless bravado. Yet there was no choice. As long as Voldemort remained a threat, the fate of the wizarding world would remain uncertain, and Dumbledore would never find peace. For Hector, Dumbledore's surname was not merely a gift from the heavens, but rather a shackle. The Dumbledores were destined to make sacrifices for the magical community, as if it were their fate. Albus Dumbledore had done so, and Aberforth Dumbledore would follow suit, both standing firm in times of peril simply because they bore the Dumbledore name. Hector, however, bore none of those burdens. He had never placed the responsibility of safeguarding the magical realm upon himself. In his eyes, that duty belonged to Harry Potter. For him, the greatest task was to protect the last remaining family he had in this world. Thus, Hector felt compelled to continue along this familiar path, safeguarding those he cherished. Nevertheless, he intended to bring Dumbledore's attention to the matter of teaching Harry. As for the two lethargic young wizards, Hector felt utterly powerless. Harry and Ron's minds were consumed by Quidditch and wizard chess, leaving no room for anything else. Even in their daily studies, they frequently sought assistance from Hector and Hermione, rarely completing assignments independently. Harry, burdened by rigorous Quidditch training, claimed that Wood, the Gryffindor captain, regarded him as the team's secret weapon. However, the term secret was rather unreliable in Gryffindor, as nearly everyone knew Harry was the new seeker. As for Ron, he was simply lazy. He often used watching Harry's practices as an excuse to borrow assignments from Hermione. The clever young, which was not easily fooled by Ron's feeble excuses. But lending to Harry was tantamount to lending to Ron as well. Eventually, Hermione relented, choosing not to pursue Ron's poor attempts at deceit any further. Hermione could truly be considered an exceptional friend. She thoughtfully prepared a magical Quidditch book for Harry, which became the only book he could genuinely engage with over the past few days. From it, he learned many of the rules that Wood had yet to teach him, along with what he claimed were 700 types of fouls. Naturally, Harry was also well acquainted with the book's most dubious rumors and legends, frequently recounting the remarkable feats of the Seeker within its pages, donning an expression of a true hero. Harry treasured this book far more than any other, considering it comparable to his beloved Firebolt 2000. Hector had witnessed him either cradling or using the book as a pillow while drifting into slumber. At least Harry had never fallen asleep holding his cherished broomstick. Dear Master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the following parts are even more thrilling. Harry thought that his current life could not be any more splendid, that he had the best friends, his favorite sport, and even assignments became manageable with the dual support of Hermione and Hector, ensuring he would not face the professor's reprimands, unlike Neville, who often bore the brunt of Snape's sharp tongue. However, Snape still managed to add to his frustrations when Hector returned to the Gryffindor common room from Professor Flitwick's office. He was surprised to find the three young wizards gathered around the fireplace, with Harry's expression brimming with indignation. Hector approached, and Hermione explained that it was Snape's doing. He had confiscated Harry's most beloved Quidditch book, citing a flimsy excuse that library books were not to be taken out of school to make tea that moment. They had been resting in the courtyard, discussing Quidditch tactics. Snape had even deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for this indiscretion. Harry was furious, completely dismissing Snape's reasoning. I want to ask him for it this afternoon, and he just kicked me out. However, I did discover something. Snape must have gone to the Forbidden Forest on Halloween. Just as we were dealing with that troll, I heard him say he couldn't handle 3 heads at once, which must refer to that 3-headed dog. Snape was likely trying to find whatever that beast was guarding. This means he might have released the troll just to divert everyone's attention. Harry articulated his thoughts with fervor, meticulously weaving a coherent narrative. Excitedly, he relayed this revelation to Hector, suggesting, "You should inform your grandfather." "Hector, it must have been Snape's doing, and Dumbledore should definitely be made aware of this." Hector shrugged. This dirty water was unjustly splattered upon Snape's name. He attempted to offer a defense for Snape, fully aware that Harry would not heed his words. Snape is not that kind of person. Hector found this phrase all too familiar. Yet he continued, "Moreover, Snape is a professor at the school. While it cannot be denied that he often behaves irrationally, I believe he has no reason to steal whatever Dumbledore is hiding. After all, he is my grandfather. Even if you do not trust Snape, you must trust Dumbledore, right?" "That's what I'm saying, Harry." Ron found Hector's reaction entirely predictable. It mirrored Hermione's sentiments perfectly. "However, I believe that Snape is capable of anything. Perhaps he has managed to deceive Dumbledore, but what exactly is he searching for? What is that creature guarding?" As Harry pondered Ron's words, he realized that he had not given much thought to the greasy little bundle in his possession due to his focus on Quidditch. Yet, Snape's recent actions had drawn his attention back to it. "This is not the time to dwell on such matters. My grandfather will resolve this issue." Hector was not inclined to dwell on it either. He wished to turn the page swiftly. "It's getting late. Harry, tomorrow is your first Quidditch match, and I believe you need to rest well." Harry nodded in agreement, and they exchanged goodnights before returning to their dormitories. The next day arrived swiftly, and it was evident that Harry had not rested well the previous night. He arrived at the Great Hall, weighed down by fatigue. The atmosphere in the hall was electric, with nearly everyone engaged in discussions about Quidditch, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating match. Hector, unusually participating in the conversation, listened intently until he noticed Harry's weary appearance. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hector inquired with genuine concern, offering him a glass of juice. "You look dreadful." "Thank you, Hector. I just didn't get enough rest," Harry replied as he accepted the juice and took a seat at the long table. Lost in thought. "You must eat something for breakfast," Ron chimed in, equally concerned as he approached, handing Harry a sausage slathered in ketchup that a seeker needs to maintain their strength. "You will be a primary target, and you cannot afford to skip a meal." Harry mechanically accepted the sausage and forced it into his mouth, devoid of appetite. But with the game just an hour away, he needed to prepare himself. The surrounding noise faded into the background as Harry cherished each moment, striving to adjust his state of mind. Soon, the clock struck 11, and it seemed as though the entire school had poured out of Hogwarts Castle. Converging around the Quidditch pitch, the stadium erupted with excitement. Banners were unfurled, and cheers and screams filled the air. Harry bid a solemn farewell to Hector and the others, moving with stiff determination towards Wood, who awaited the seeker. Just before leaving, Hector slipped Harry a piece of chocolate, a morsel infused with a touch of cheer from Professor Flitwick. As Harry took a bite, he felt rejuvenated, gratefully waving to Hector, who now appeared considerably more confident. Meanwhile, Hector found himself being ushered to the highest row of the stands by Ron and Hermione, joining Neville, Seamus, and the football enthusiast Dean. They had prepared a soiled sheet on which Dean had painted a massive lion, while Hermione's magic made the banner shimmer. Unbeknownst to Hector, Ron and the others had gone to great lengths for this moment. He rarely paid attention to such details. Nevertheless, he took out his wand and cast a spell on the lion, causing it to spring to life, bounding about and roaring, capturing the attention of many. "Incredible," Dean exclaimed, and the others echoed his sentiment, glancing at Hector, who felt a bit embarrassed. "Look, Harry's coming out." Hermione redirected their focus. and they all turned to see Harry donning a vibrant red Quidditch robe, flanked by Fred and George as he made his way onto the bustling pitch. Madame Hooch stood at the center, broomstick in hand, awaiting the players. The match between Slytherin and Gryffindor was steeped in rivalry, with long-standing animosity between the two houses, making the pitch a prime arena for vendettas. Madame Hooch offered her final instructions to the teams before mounting her broom and raising her silver whistle. Harry took a deep breath, spotting the Harry for the Win banner high in the stands alongside the vividly animated lion. His heart raced with exhilaration, dispelling his earlier anxiety and replacing it with courage that surged through him. He began to anticipate the sound of the starting whistle. With a sharp blow from Madame Hooch's whistle, 15 broomsticks soared into the air, ascending into the sky. The Quidditch match had commenced. The commentary was delivered by Fred and George's friend, Lee Jordan, renowned for his blatant bias. Naturally, he favored Gryffindor, dismissing Slytherin with scorn. However, he occasionally displayed impartiality, which only emerged during the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw matches. The Golden Snitch was promptly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable chaser and a striking beauty. Lee Jordan didn't hesitate to insert his personal opinions into the commentary, much to Professor McGonagall's chagrin, who admonished him with a loud, "Jordan." "Sorry, Professor," Lee retorted, drawing laughter from the spectators. Yet McGonagall's reprimands had little effect. As the commentary progressed, Lee's enthusiasm for Gryffindor became increasingly evident, igniting Hector's engagement in the match. Like everyone else, he shouted and waved his arms excitedly at the players. Despite his limited understanding of Quidditch rules, tensions escalated on the pitch, particularly as Gryffindor executed a series of steals and goals. Under the leadership of their captain, Marcus Flint, Slytherin players intensified their physical confrontations and malicious fouls. Slytherin's beater swung his bat, not merely targeting the quaffle, but also aiming at Katie Bell, who possessed it. What ensued was a brawl rather than a game, as Fred and George abandoned their pursuit of the quaffle, colliding with the ball-holding Adrian Pusey, knocking him off his broom. Chaos erupted as fists flew and elbows swung. The players abandoned their pursuit of the quaffle, focusing instead on battling one another. The stands erupted in discord, with Slytherin and Gryffindor fans exchanging insults, and Hector was certain that, had the two houses been closer, their students would have relished the opportunity for a physical altercation. Madame Hooch's whistle was near the brink of breaking as her voice echoed across the pitch. Yet, even after her judgments, neither team showed any signs of restraint. Instead, they grew more fervent, nearly entangled in a melee. Wood directed Harry to soar high into the air, wishing to keep him out of the fray for as long as possible, knowing that finding the Golden Snitch was the key to victory. And if the Seeker were injured, all would be lost. This continued for some time, with no one spotting a glimmer of gold, as their attention remained captivated by the ongoing brawl. Eventually, Hector heard a familiar voice nearby. "Excuse me, coming through." Hagrid's arrival caused a stir in the highest stands, finally creating space for the giant. "Oh, good morning, Ron, Hermione, and Hector. I was just watching from my hut." Hagrid, sporting a large telescope around his neck, scanned the sky for the elusive snitch. Seems like the hut lacks the atmosphere of the pitch. The snitch is still nowhere to be seen, right? No one had the chance to respond, as they all observed Harry's broom suddenly wobbling violently, as if he were about to plummet from the heights. Hector recognized that it was Professor Quirrell's doing, and he searched for the figure wrapped in a purple scarf. Yes, it happened, while Hagrid struggled to find Hector and the others among the crowd. Harry had already spotted the Golden Snitch. Filled with excitement, he dove down on his Nimbus 2000, pursuing the glimmering golden light, closely followed by Slytherin's Seeker, Terrence Higgs. The Seekers have momentarily ceased their fierce rivalry, transforming into spectators closely observing the match, and the atmosphere has become significantly less tense. All eyes are fixed upon the two figures racing through the sky. At this juncture, the superiority of the Nimbus 2000 becomes evident. Higgs's Clean Sweep 7 not only falters in straight-line acceleration against the Nimbus 2000, but its aerial maneuverability pales in comparison to Harry's. In no time, Harry has left Higgs trailing behind, his gaze now set upon the distant Golden Snitch. A small golden sphere fluttering through the air like a bird, seemingly aware of Harry's pursuit, it hastens its pace once more, just as Harry is on the cusp of concluding the match. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint will not remain idle. He urges his broom forward, taking advantage of the distraction among others, charging fiercely toward Harry. By the time the Weasley twins register the situation, it is already too late. Flint has barreled into Harry's path. Harry's reflexes are swift. He abruptly ascends vertically, and Flint realizes that he cannot execute his plan to knock Harry off his broom. Instead, he stretches out his arm, forcefully yanking on the Nimbus 2000's handle. Though Harry grips the broom tightly, it undeniably veers off its intended course. As he attempts to regain his balance, the Nimbus 2000 suddenly behaves erratically, losing control. The broom shakes violently, throwing Harry, who is precariously perched, into disarray. He clings to the handle with both hands, striving to calm his trusty companion, but to no avail. The broom continues to buck like an enraged bull, determined to dislodge its rider. Commentator Jordan, disregarding Professor McGonagall's protests, erupts into an angry tirade, his microphone swiftly muted by her intervention. However, under his influence, the Gryffindor Lions begin to vent their frustrations at the Slytherin Snakes, unleashing a barrage of expletives beginning with F, I ants. Yet the fervent invective from the Gryffindor Wizards does not persist long, as the unfolding scene compels them to silence. The Lions hold their breath, fervently hoping their seeker does not tumble from his broom. The broom continues to somersault through the air, rendering Harry unable to focus on the golden snitch. He exerts every effort to control the Nimbus 2000, but it resists his commands, the two engaged in a struggle as they ascend higher and further into the sky. It's hard to discern what Harry intends to do, Hagrid remarks, lowering his binoculars. If I didn't know him so well, I might think he was incapable of managing his broom. He halts, clearly realizing something. Could it be that Flint's earlier collision has caused a malfunction with his broom? Seamus quietly posits, observing Harry's increasing inability to maintain control. He nearly tumbles off, now clinging to the Nimbus 2000 with only one hand. Suspended in mid-air. Impossible, Hagrid asserts. Aside from some advanced dark magic, no ordinary wizard could cast such a complex and malevolent spell on a flying broom. Hermione's eyes flicker with insight as she snatches Hagrid's binoculars, not directing her gaze at Harry, but rather scanning the crowd for something. What are you doing? Ron, looking ashen, glances at Hermione before quickly redirecting his attention to the precariously hovering Harry. I had my suspicions all along. Hermione gasps, visibly agitated. She hands the binoculars to Hector, who follows her pointed direction, discovering none other than Snape cloaked in black, muttering incantations reminiscent of the dark spells Hagrid had mentioned. Indeed, it is Snape. He is casting a curse on Harry's broom. Hermione seethes as Ron swiftly seizes the binoculars from Hector's grasp, first observing Snape before training the lens on his beloved, struggling Harry. Actually, Quirrell is also casting a spell. Hector timidly interjects, but Hermione dismisses this, her focus firmly on Snape. Perhaps he is attempting to counter the curse. She concedes, albeit reluctantly, that we must act, Hector. Harry cannot hold on much longer. Hermione pulls Hector along, leaving Ron behind to continue monitoring Harry's condition. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor players are eager to assist their seeker. The Weasley twins attempt to maneuver alongside him. Yet this only propels the broom higher off the ground, exacerbating its erratic movements. Fred and George can merely circle below, ready to catch Harry should he fall. Hurry, faster, Ron mutters, drawing his wand, intent on intervening, but his mind draws a blank. Hector takes the lead, guiding Hermione through the tumultuous crowd, and after considerable effort, they reach Snape's vantage point. They weave through the stands, striving to locate the figure draped in black, during which Hermione inadvertently collides with Professor Quirrell. Dear reader, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue the exciting tale. In no time, Hermione spots Snape, and before Hector can intervene, she unleashes a fierce spell that ignites Snape's robe. The black fabric ignites instantly, and Snape, initially oblivious to the flames, remains fixated on Harry to his relief. The Nimbus 2000 regains stability, ceasing its previous attempts to unseat its rider. Harry exhales deeply, having finally managed to return to his broom after an arduous struggle. As for Hermione and Hector, they swiftly vacate the scene of their intervention, rejoining Ron as if nothing had transpired. Well done, Ron exclaims, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. a hint of color returning to his face as he gives Hermione and Hector a thumbs up. Once back on his broom, Harry quickly spots the shadow of the golden snitch, propelling the Nimbus 2000 forward in a rapid dive toward the ground. Terrence Higgs remains momentarily stunned, merely gazing, until Flint's loud shout jolts him back to reality. Higgs pursues Harry, desperate to thwart his capture of the snitch, yet he finds himself outpaced. In utter despair, he watches as the golden figure vanishes into Harry's grasp. Harry brings his broom to a halt upon landing, covering his mouth, appearing as if he might be sick. The crowd still cannot see the snitch, their hopeful gazes fixed upon the slender figure before them. Hector watches as Harry expels the snitch from his mouth. The match is over. Harry raises the golden snitch high above his head, waving his arms triumphantly. "I've caught the golden snitch." His exclamation resonates clearly throughout the stands. The Gryffindor Lions fall silent for a fleeting moment before erupting into deafening cheers, an ocean of red surging through the stands. Flint cannot bear the painful reality that they have been defeated by a first-year student, yelling that Harry did not catch the snitch, but merely swallowed it. However, Madame Hooch remains unfazed, declaring the conclusion of this dramatically charged match. Lee Jordan nearly leaps from the commentary box, exclaiming, "Harry has caught the golden snitch." The score stands at 170-60. Gryffindor is victorious. The Lions celebrate exuberantly, exchanging high fives in recognition of their hard-won triumph. Hagrid claps vigorously, his voice booming, and Hector notices a glimmer of tears in the emotionally charged half-giant's eyes. What an exhilarating match. Wouldn't you agree? Hagrid wipes his eyes, his face radiating joy. Harry is undoubtedly remarkable, just like his father, an exceptionally talented seeker. Would you like to join me in my hut? Bring Harry along. I imagine he could use a large cup of strong tea right about now. Hagrid cast a sincere glance towards Hector and the others, extending an earnest invitation. Hector, Hermione, and Ron nodded in agreement, swiftly descending from the stands to rush toward Harry. Fred and George, well prepared, produced their homemade fireworks. Largely thanks to Hector's sponsorship, but even more so due to the generous backing of Aberforth. The entrepreneurial endeavors of these two brothers had flourished remarkably, leaving behind their previously meager days, with a flick of their wands. Several fireworks erupted from their hands, soaring into the sky. It was the lion-shaped firework Hector had seen last time, now even more vibrant, with a considerably larger lion figure, accompanied by the iconic capital representing Hogwarts, alongside the indispensable W, all reveling in their splendid moment against the gloomy backdrop of the sky. Fred and George were undeniably commercial geniuses within the wizarding world, and Hector could already envision a flurry of orders cascading towards the Weasley brothers. However, his attention soon shifted, for Wood and his team had lifted Harry onto their shoulders and tossed him high into the air. The time for celebration was joyous. Yet before long, the young witches and wizards in the stands began to make their way toward Hogwarts Castle. The match had concluded, and apart from the fervent fans, few were inclined to linger, feeling the unwelcoming chill of the winter breeze. "Let us go, Harry." Hector's enthusiasm for Quidditch was swiftly extinguished by the cold wind, and he yearned for a warm place to enjoy a steaming cup of tea. "Hagrid has invited us to his hut, hasn't he?" Harry's excitement had nearly subsided, and he too felt the brisk Scottish winter air. "I suppose so." Harry shivered, aware that his team uniform was rather thin. A thicker uniform would impede his flying performance. Once the thrill passed, he felt the cold bite almost instantly. "Then let us not keep Hagrid waiting." The quartet of Harry, Hector, Hermione, and Ron made their way toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a small house stood, its owner eagerly awaiting the arrival of the four figures he held dear. Harry dashed forward, arms outstretched, enveloping Hagrid in a hearty embrace. "Brilliant job, Harry. Your performance today was truly exceptional, just like your father's," Hagrid remarked, glancing at Harry's scant clothing before ushering him inside the hut. "You must be freezing." Hagrid waved to Hector and the others, who were arriving in succession. "Come in. I'll brew you a cup of hot tea to warm you up." The four friends settled down, forming a tighter bond than before. Harry was consumed by questions regarding the sudden erratic behavior of his broomstick. The Nimbus 2000, which had always been his most reliable companion and had never exhibited such issues previously. Could Flint have damaged the Nimbus 2000? That seems unlikely, But why did it start working again afterward? Harry scratched his head, the crackling fire in the hearth enveloping him in warmth, providing immense comfort. It was Snape. Ron, who held a strong opinion against Snape, was the first to explain. Hermione, Hector, and I all saw him muttering spells over your broomstick, his eyes fixed on you. Hector felt weary, clarifying that that's not entirely fair. I also noticed Professor Quirrell mumbling something to Harry. Perhaps it was a spell too. He might have been trying to curse Harry. It was evident that Hector's argument had little effect, as their disdain for Snape was profound. Even Hermione, usually fair in her assessments, joined Harry and Ron in their united front against Snape. Quirrell is a coward. Besides, Harry has no grudge against him, nor does Snape. Hector paused. The trio's piercing gazes rendered him speechless. Well, perhaps Snape harbors a slight animosity towards Harry, but surely he wouldn't go so far as to put Harry in peril. I'm not quite sure how to articulate this, as Hector continued. His confidence waned, and considering Snape's demeanor towards Harry, the blame inevitably fell upon Snape. He certainly couldn't disclose to Harry and the others that the purple scarf-wearing Quirrell was in league with Voldemort. Whether Harry would believe it was uncertain, and even if he did, Hector worried about what drastic actions Harry might take, given his tendency to act independently, in contrast to Dumbledore's method of patiently waiting for the right moment. Harry preferred a more proactive approach for why Harry didn't seek Dumbledore's assistance. It revolved around either a lack of time or the inability to find him, with each adventure culminating in success, simply suggesting that it was Harry's destiny to be a hero. Hector had no intentions of disrupting Dumbledore's plans, at least not at this juncture. Who knew what chaos might ensue if he thwarted Dumbledore's schemes? Hector aimed to keep matters as close to their original course as possible, ensuring that nothing catastrophic would occur. In the original narrative, Hogwarts safety was still somewhat assured this term. Thus, Hector felt it prudent to conserve his energy for the time being, waiting for an opportunity to confront the situation at a more opportune moment. After all, since his encounter with Professor Flitwick, Hector had come to recognize the significant gap between him and the elite duelists. While he could indeed cast high-level spells with enough proficiency, practical application was another matter entirely. With his current capabilities, challenging Voldemort was out of the question. That it seemed wiser to remain under Dumbledore's protection for a while longer, avoiding any reckless actions that might inadvertently lead to disastrous consequences. The future was uncertain, but presently he felt ill-prepared. As Hector pondered this, Hagrid set down the teapot, wholly agreeing with Hector's sentiments. Snape would never do such a thing, Hagrid asserted earnestly. After all, he is a teacher at this school. How could he possibly harm his students? Harry, however, countered, I've noticed some troubling behavior from him leading up to Halloween. He seemed intent on getting past that three-headed dog, which bid him. We believe he was trying to steal whatever it was guarding, but he just hasn't succeeded yet. The more Harry spoke, the more convinced he became of this theory, locking eyes with Hector, who could only nod helplessly in agreement. Hagrid appeared utterly astonished, widening his eyes at Harry. How do you know about Fluffy? He inquired. Fluffy? The four friends looked up at Hagrid, who realized he had let slip too much information and lowered his gaze awkwardly. Yes, he's mine. I acquired him from a Greek bloke last year and lent him to Dumbledore for guarding. Guarding what? Harry asked urgently, standing up. All right, no more questions. Hagrid's demeanor shifted abruptly, revealing his discomfort. That is classified information. Understand? But Snape wants to steal it. Nonsense. I've already told you that Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never do such a thing. Then why does he want to harm Harry? Hermione interjected, her agitation palpable. Today's events had significantly altered her perception of Snape. I could see him casting a curse. Hagrid. I've read about them in books. Casting a curse requires eye contact with the broom. And Snape didn't even blink. Hagrid shot several signals to Hector, hoping he would step in with a fair comment. Hector shrugged. At this point, nothing he said would alter the trio's convictions unless there was concrete evidence to exonerate Snape. Hagrid had no choice but to explain himself. Listen, you're mistaken. I don't know what happened to Harry's broom, but I can assure you Snape had nothing to do with it. He would never wish harm upon a student. He appeared incredibly agitated, gulping down hard before continuing, and you're meddling in affairs that don't concern you. It's dangerous. Forget that large dog. Forget what it guards. This concerns Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hector suddenly slapped his forehead. Hagrid, in the presence of acquaintances, was as if under the influence of a truth serum, unwittingly revealing secrets. He was, of course, aware of his blunder and promptly covered his mouth. However, Harry had already caught on. It was indeed connected to someone named Nicholas Flamel. Hagrid was furious, but his ire was directed at himself. Time flew swiftly. It had been nearly a month since Harry last visited Hagrid's hut. Ever since Hagrid had inadvertently spilled his top-secret information, he had ceased inviting Hector and the others. It was as though Hagrid were deliberately avoiding them, or so Harry remarked. Nevertheless, Hector thought it best to limit Harry's frequent visits to Hagrid's abode. Given Hagrid's loose tongue, it wouldn't be long before Harry extracted details about the Philosopher's Stone and the means to navigate the obstacles surrounding the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Of course, Harry had little time to ponder the treasures Dumbledore concealed within Hogwarts lately. All his classes had coincidentally intensified their workloads, and on top of that, the Zealous would frequently whisk the Gryffindor Quidditch team off to the pitch for winter training. Thus, even with Hermione or Hector's essays, it would still take time to copy them down. Speaking of Ron, Hector was uncertain of his activities, but every time Harry buried himself in homework, that red-haired lad would invariably be seen toiling alongside him. One chilly morning in mid-December, Hector was awakened not only by the sporadic ringing of Simon's alarm clock, but also by the heavy snowfall outside. Hogwarts was enveloped in a pristine blanket of white. And peering out the window, the Black Lake appeared solidly frozen, with the distant mountains obscured by the thick snow, reminding Hector that Christmas was drawing near. The final class of the day was taught by Professor Flitwick, who could easily comprehend the eager anticipation for snow play etched on the faces of the first-year students. Professor Flitwick dismissed them early, allowing the young wizards to dash out of the school and revel in the freshly fallen snow. There are myriad ways to enjoy the snow, yet for these energetic youngsters, building snowmen seemed somewhat lackluster. The snowball fight was far more exhilarating for them to expend their boundless energy. Initially, the snowy landscape was tranquil until a rogue snowball, seemingly from nowhere, whizzed through the crowd, striking a Hufflepuff who had been gazing down. The little wizard let out a surprised gasp. Quickly, the Hufflepuff fashioned a snowball of his own and shouted, hurling it at the surrounding wizards. From that moment on, Hogwarts was never again to witness a pristine expanse of snow. Every corner was filled with joyous figures. Soon, upperclassmen joined the fray, escalating the delightful chaos. In the snow, one could observe several Gryffindor lions teaming up with Hufflepuff badgers to toss the usually haughty Ravenclaw eagles into piles of snow. While clever Ravenclaws managed to incite a few Gryffindor lions to turn on their former allies, sending them tumbling into the snow as well. Everyone was having an absolute blast. Ravenclaw eagles, Hufflepuff badgers, Gryffindor lions, and, of course, Slytherin snakes. However, the snakes found themselves the target of more ire than the provoked lions. Aside from a few well-regarded individuals, nearly all Slytherins faced stealthy ambushes and outright assaults from the other 3 houses. Naturally, the Gryffindor lions led the charge, showing no hesitation in their attacks on the snakes, while the snakes retaliated with less restraint than against the other 2 houses. The skirmishes often escalated from playful snowball fights to all-out brawls. With the Hufflepuffs mediating the chaos, Hector naturally joined the snowball fight, for at heart, he remained a child. Throughout the afternoon, Hector encountered many familiar faces. Hermione was dragged into a lightning raid on Ravenclaw by Harry and Ron, while the explosive Seamus occasionally infused his snowballs with peculiar spells, always culminating in a loud explosion. Fred and George, on the other hand, manipulated their snowballs with wands, launching surprise attacks on passing Professor Quirrell. Some snowballs struck him squarely on the back of his head, prompting Hector to take a sharp breath, realizing these 2 were likely the first to give the illustrious Lord Voldemort a snowy face wash. However, Professor Quirrell didn't hold it against them, hastily covering his head and fleeing, which elicited peals of laughter from the surrounding little wizards. In the midst of the raucous crowd, Hector even spotted Percy alongside a tall girl. He vaguely remembered her as Penelope, the Ravenclaw prefect, standing shoulder to shoulder with Percy in the snow. Hector swore he had never seen Percy smile so radiantly. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves, regardless of house or year, relishing the charm of nature and the carefree essence of their youth. This particular afternoon, while not marked by any significance, was etched deeply in Hector's memory. Following the snowball fight, Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing became quite busy. Supplies of cold remedies were quickly running low, as Hogwarts was rife with little wizards whose ears were steaming with fever. It was rumored that Madame Pomfrey sought Snape's assistance in concocting some energizing potions. Hector had the fortune of sampling both. Snape's brew was exceedingly bitter, and he had to grit his teeth and down it in one go, yet the acrid taste lingered on his tongue for a full day. Even chocolate frogs could not alleviate the bitterness. Subsequently, the number of students falling ill significantly declined, and the snowball fights became less rampant, as those who had tasted Snape's potion reluctantly abandoned this pastime. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Fred and George keenly sensed a business opportunity, but their potion-making skills were insufficient to concoct energizing potions that also tasted palatable. Hector, their test subject, found the taste to be even worse than Snape's. The bitterness was bearable, but the gritty texture was utterly intolerable. Hector's own concoctions were somewhat better, but his magical prowess and proficiency were not sufficient for mass production. The brothers were regretfully forced to abandon what could have been a lucrative enterprise, but they quickly pivoted to exploring heating equipment, hoping to earn some income, though it appeared unlikely they would make any progress before Christmas. The heating charms at Hogwarts were not particularly effective. While the Great Hall and common rooms offered a modicum of warmth from the fireplaces, the dungeon classroom for potions was much colder. Snape seemed oblivious to the chill, as his fireplace was covered in dust, looking as though it hadn't been used in ages. Whenever they attended his class, the little wizards could only huddle around the glowing cauldron, trying to absorb the scant warmth. "I truly feel sorry for those students," Draco Malfoy remarked during one potion class. "They are forced to remain at Hogwarts for Christmas because their families do not want them home." Hector rolled his eyes. Malfoy's snide remarks were undeniably juvenile. However, his recent days had not been particularly pleasant. He was indignant over Slytherin's losses and had repeatedly attempted to malign Harry's flying skills, which had evidently failed, as everyone admired Harry's ability to remain on his broom under such circumstances. Furthermore, during the snowball fight, Malfoy had been taken down from behind by 3 masked figures, who then tossed him into a snowbank, resulting in him falling ill and having to endure Snape's meticulously crafted energizing potion for several days. He naturally attributed everything to Hector and his companions, as the numbers matched, and Malfoy had also spotted the conspicuous redhead. At that moment, Malfoy was consumed by both jealousy and anger, resorting to mockery of Harry's less-than-ideal family situation. Harry, in truth, had no desire to return to Privet Drive for Christmas. Last week, when Professor McGonagall took the register for those staying at school, he signed his name with barely a moment's hesitation. However, Harry felt no sorrow about this decision, as Ron would also remain at Hogwarts for the holiday. The Weasley couple was traveling to Rome to visit their brother, Charlie Weasley, who was studying fire dragons there. Furthermore, Hector had invited them to his home, reputedly located near Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. Only third-year students were permitted to visit Hogsmeade, yet Professor McGonagall had granted their request, which filled Harry with anticipation for the forthcoming Christmas. Naturally, Harry would not share this with Malfoy. He remarkably maintained his composure and refrained from engaging with Malfoy further, much to Malfoy's annoyance. Yet the persistent Malfoy was not one to relent easily. The potions class concluded swiftly, and the 4 of them chatted and laughed as they ascended from the underground classroom. With keen eyes, Harry was the first to notice a fir tree lifting off the ground, its roots revealing a pair of large feet. They could also hear a puffing sound emanating from behind the tree. "It must be Hagrid," they thought, and indeed, Hagrid emerged from behind the tree, greeting them politely. "Need any help?" Ron kindly inquired, peeking out from among the fir tree's branches in the direction of Hagrid's voice. "No, I'm fine." "Thank you, Ron." Hagrid's voice was somewhat muffled, though he added, "Could you not block the way?" "Step aside, please, Ron." This provided Malfoy with the opportunity he sought. He drawled in a cold, mocking tone, "Are you hoping to earn some pocket money? I suppose your post-graduation dream is to become a gamekeeper. After all, Hagrid's hut must seem like a castle compared to your home." Ron's face flushed crimson, and he turned to charge at Malfoy, but Hector blocked his path with considerable effort. "Why can't I just give him a good thrashing?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with frustration. But he soon understood why the figure in a black robe appeared swiftly in his line of sight. Snape seemed to have conspired with Malfoy. Within mere seconds of Ron charging forward, Snape emerged from his underground office just in time. "Weasley!" Snape's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, instantly calming the previously agitated Ron. "What do you intend to do? Assault a fellow student?" "No, Professor," Hector interjected on Ron's behalf. He merely wished to shake hands with Mr. Malfoy in a spirit of friendship, especially with Christmas approaching. It's better to have more friends than enemies. Wouldn't you agree, Ron? "Yes, Professor Snape," Ron mumbled, his face returning to its original hue. Snape scoffed, casting a glance at Hector, clearly unimpressed by this line of reasoning. However, Ron had indeed refrained from any further hostile actions towards Malfoy, and Snape could not directly penalize the detestable Gryffindor. "Very well," Snape's icy voice resumed. "I trust one am not interrupting your so-called friendly handshake?" He shot a glance at the smirking Malfoy. "Malfoy, at least some know how to observe etiquette." Ron looked as though he had just swallowed a slug. While Malfoy felt similarly repulsed, he was loath to shake hands with the red-haired Weasley, whom he perceived to be exuding an aura of poverty. Nevertheless, the formidable presence of Snape compelled both young wizards to reluctantly extend their hands to one another. Their hands merely shook twice in a symbolic gesture before retracting as if they had been electrocuted. Snape nodded, his gaze sweeping over the young wizards before him. "All right, move along. Do you expect me to invite you to leave? Or are you hoping to lend a hand with Christmas preparations?" Hermione led the way, while Harry and Hector flanked Ron, escorting him away from the scene of conflict, joining Hagrid's side. A.S. for Malfoy. He brazenly squeezed past the fir tree with his two cronies, scattering pine needles in his wake. This was right at the entrance to Snape's office, effectively under his watchful eye. Any misbehavior in that vicinity would not go unnoticed, nor would it escape punishment. Once they had put a noticeable distance between themselves and the underground classroom, Hector and Ron exchanged explanations, and he nodded in agreement. Though his anger lingered, "I will find an opportunity to teach him a lesson," Ron declared through gritted teeth, watching Malfoy's retreating figure. "One day, I will make them pay dearly." "I really despise those two, Malfoy and Snape," Harry chimed in. "Come now, cheer up. There's no need to engage with them." "Christmas is nearly upon us," Hagrid said in a gentle tone. "Let us head to the Great Hall. You won't believe what awaits. It's truly splendid." Thus Hector, Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed Hagrid, who cradled the fir tree, into the Great Hall, where Professors Flitwick and McGonagall were busy decorating for the holiday. Hagrid, I believe that's the last tree, yes? Thank you for bringing it in. Could you place it in that corner over there?" Ron exclaimed, marveling at the beautiful and grand hall. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall replied, looking quite amiable as she waved her wand, causing a cascade of ribbons to materialize from thin air, hanging gracefully from the newly arranged fir tree. Hector surveyed the surroundings. The walls of the hall were lined with fir trees, probably around 12 in total, with the grandest one nearly reaching the soaring ceiling, topped with a large red star. Several trees sparkled with glistening icicles, enchanted by Professor Flitwick to retain their charm in the days to come. Colorful ribbons adorned the banners of each house, embellished with golden bells, all heralding the approaching festivity, creating a vibrant atmosphere. "Oh, Hector," Professor Flitwick beckoned him over, standing beside Professor McGonagall. "Have you ever heard of something called a light strand?" he inquired. "I've heard a few students from our house mention it, though their descriptions were rather vague. The results were always somewhat lacking." "Oh, light strands?" Hector mused, recalling the ones he had seen in convenience stores in his previous life, and he took out his wand. "Let me give it a T-R-Y. No need, Hector. Just a description will suffice," McGonagall interjected, as she was not entirely clear about Hector's transfiguration abilities. Professor Flitwick gestured for her to wait, expressing confidence in Hector, who had previously impressed him with his skillful and mature transfiguration during their duels. Hector pointed his wand at a white plate, and McGonagall watched in astonishment as the plate began to elongate, transforming into long, slender strands that sprouted colorful, fruit-like orbs, radiating a mesmerizing glow. McGonagall's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to the expression Flitwick had worn earlier. She felt as though she had received an early Christmas gift and was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. Hector examined the light strand before him, scratching his head in dissatisfaction. IT did not appear quite perfect. It was a bit too rigid, and its elasticity was not as impressive as those he had seen before. It will do, I suppose, but it could definitely be better, more flexible and considerably longer. Hector extended the glowing strip in his hand to Professor McGonagall, who, as a master of transfiguration, scrutinized Hector's creation with utmost seriousness. The transfiguration was remarkably executed, verging on perfection. Only the slight insufficiency of magical essence in the plate's characteristics seemed to be the primary flaw. Professor McGonagall, without taking much time, could clearly identify the issues in Hector's transfiguration. Nevertheless, for a first-year wizard, this accomplishment was truly exceptional. Many fourth-year students would struggle to perform such intricate transfiguration. She toyed with the glowing strip. A joyful smile illuminated her face. That I don't recall teaching you this. It must have been Albus who instructed you. Am I right? Hector nodded, and Professor McGonagall remarked, I am certain Albus would be immensely proud of you. She appeared genuinely delighted. Hector, please find a moment to visit my office after Christmas. I have a few matters to discuss with you. She surveyed her surroundings and then regarded the glowing strip in her hand, marveling. So this is how it looks? Radiating light. Muggle inventions are always filled with such whimsical ingenuity. Aren't they? With a flick of her wand, she touched Hector's creation, causing the strip to extend endlessly, as if it were boundless. The bulbs along the strip grew brighter, twinkling around the adorned fir tree. Soon, under Professor McGonagall's direction, the entire strip seemed to merge with the tree, rendering any excess parts invisible, transforming it into a Christmas tree adorned with luminous fruits on each branch. The hall's decorations were nearing completion, and Professor Flitwick thoughtfully added some snowflakes to the tree's pinnacle, followed by a cascade of golden bubbles from his wand. The faces of the bustling young wizards radiated with joy as the spirit of Christmas thickened in the air. Professor McGonagall bid farewell to the young wizard with a kind demeanor, thoroughly satisfied with this unexpected Christmas surprise. Merry Christmas, Professor McGonagall, Hector exclaimed, hurrying to catch up with Harry, Ron, and Hermione before heading out of the hall. Oh, Merry Christmas, Hector, Professor McGonagall replied, her expression softening further, smiling joyfully as she waved goodbye to Hector's retreating figure. Fortuitously, he had been sorted into Gryffindor, she mused, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Hector finally caught up with Harry and Ron just before they ascended the stairs, where the three were engrossed in discussion about the holiday, particularly Harry's lingering thoughts on the new lead. Nicholas Flamel. It's such a pity that Hagrid refuses to tell us who Nicholas Flamel is. How long will it take to find this name by flipping through pages? Ron lamented about Hagrid's rare discretion. However, as the group's intellectual backbone, Hermione quickly proposed a solution that we don't need to flip through every single page. We already have some knowledge of Nicholas Flamel. She waved Hector over, and he stood beside her. Hagrid mentioned that Nicholas Flamel knew Professor Dumbledore, so he can't be some prehistoric figure like Merlin. That being said, you might want to check the roster of great wizards from the 20th century and the list of renowned contemporary magicians. If all else fails, there are significant discoveries in modern magic and studies on the evolution of recent witchcraft. Be patient. We will eventually find something. We've already gone through all of them, Hermione. Not a single book mentions Nicholas Flamel. Harry rubbed his temples. As Christmas approached, Wood had generously granted them a break, allowing Harry some time to address the long-buried question weighing on his mind. Over the past few days, Harry and Ron had rarely been seen apart from Hector and Hermione, spending their days immersed in the library. They initially believed they would find Nicholas Flamel without much delay. But after perusing over 100 books, they still found no leads on the name. The two boys stared at the overwhelming collection of tomes in the library, finally abandoning their reckless search and turning to Hermione and Hector for assistance. Harry had a vague recollection of the name, but couldn't quite place where he had seen it, though it at least indicated that its bearer was not an unknown figure, providing him with some confidence. Hector commented that Hermione's idea held merit, but Nicholas Flamel was indeed quite unique. This esteemed elder had lived for 600 years. Hector was uncertain if the book contained his name, but was confident that it would not be found in the tome of great wizards of the 20th century. Then let's seek out other books. If Harry remembers the name, we should be able to find it somewhere. We just need to be more patient. Hector, however, was not particularly enthusiastic about this endeavor, while Hermione compiled an extensive list of books she believed might be relevant. She distributed a copy of the list to each of the three young wizards, instructing them to search for each title in order. "Many hands make light work," Hermione stated, to which Harry wholeheartedly agreed. "We need you, Hector. You wouldn't want to see Snape pilfering our findings before we uncover them, would you?" Harry's earnest gaze compelled Hector to nod almost involuntarily, and before he realized it, he was swept into their plans. Unable to extricate himself from the situation, this chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Left with no choice, Hector, already privy to the answers, followed Hermione like an obedient shadow. Aimlessly rifling through a variety of books, the exhaustive search left the three young wizards, excluding Hermione, utterly fatigued. In an unguarded moment, Harry even wandered into the restricted section of the library, brazenly perusing the eerie tomes that made Hector shiver. Soon, Mrs. Pants, the librarian, unceremoniously shooed Harry away with her feather duster. Following Harry's expulsion from the library, Hector and the others lost all desire to remain there, and the four soon met in the corridor on the fourth floor. "I was so foolish," Harry lamented, slapping his forehead. "I could have come up with an excuse instead of being so naively thrown out." "Just a small question," Hector addressed the three young wizards before him. "Have you considered asking Mrs. Pants? After all, she has spent so much time in the library reading countless books. She must know about Nicholas Flamel." "Don't be ridiculous, Hector," Ron replied, surprisingly vocal about the suggestion that Mrs. Pants could undoubtedly tell us. "But she could just as easily inform Snape. We can't take that risk. If Snape discovers what we're up to, it could spell disaster. I shudder to think of what he might do." Hector nearly forgot that these three had already branded Snape as the quintessential villain and thief in their minds. Ron's sudden insight into Mrs. Pants's potential pitfalls suddenly made sense, though Hector found Ron's condescending gaze quite irksome. Being scrutinized by someone deemed a fool by Ron was uncomfortable for anyone to ask for who the real fool was. That title undoubtedly belonged to the famed latter-day hero, Neville Longbottom. However, the differences in behavior between the two boys were negligible. The competition for the title of fool was still quite fierce, but while I'm away, you all must continue your search, all right?" Hermione stated, elevating her focus on the matter. Her fervor to uncover the name matched Harry's, and she added, "If you make any discoveries, be sure to notify me via owl. You could also ask your parents. They might know the name, and they would definitely be safe," Ron suggested, though it was a rather unreliable proposition, which allowed the cautious Hector to seize the opportunity. "Come now, Ron. Hermione's parents are dentists." Hector echoed Ron's earlier words. "But one thing you did say correctly. They are indeed very safe." Hermione nodded, and this time it was Hector who regarded Ron with a bemused expression. As the Christmas holiday approached, it was regrettable that they had yet to resolve the mystery before Hermione left the school, leaving their hopes pinned on Harry and Ron, who remained behind. Hector accompanied Hermione to the train station, where they boarded the carriage with Albus, who had been waiting there since early morning. Throughout the journey, Albus playfully teased Hector, having noticed his grandson animatedly conversing with Hermione on their way to the station. After Hermione boarded the train, Hector lingered, waving vigorously at the little witch peering out from the train's window. This greatly amused Aberforth. Hermione politely greeted Aberforth, leaving him with a rather favorable impression of the courteous and charming young witch. He felt quite satisfied with his grandson's taste. At least it was not as lacking as Aberforth's own. If Hector were to be enamored with Harry, Aberforth would insist on intervening, ensuring that Hector received a serious lesson on the values of love. As for the current situation, Aberforth was quite content. He felt as though the dreary week had suddenly brightened. However, the tease Hector found the journey home unusually long, in stark contrast to the exasperating brevity of the first day of term. The carriage halted at the familiar entrance of the Hog's Head Inn. Aberforth insisted on assisting Hector with his luggage, and Hector, unable to resist the old man's persistence, watched him carry the belongings inside. Fortunately, the items were not overly burdensome. Otherwise, Hector would have staunchly refused Aberforth's help. As the door swung open, the familiar greasy scent, accompanied by a warm breeze, enveloped Hector. He inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. The familiar aroma wrapped around him in an embrace of security, distinctly different from his experiences at Hogwarts. "Welcome home, Hector," The hogshead remained unchanged, lacking any special festive decorations. The proprietor had never been one to celebrate this holiday. And last year marked the first time this humble pub had acknowledged Christmas. I ordered some decorations, which should have arrived yesterday. However, last night, as heavy snowfall likely caused the owl to lose its way. Just as if to validate Aberforth's words, a knocking sound echoed from the window. Hector skillfully retrieved a handful of nuts from the drawer beneath the counter and opened the window, revealing a rather weary-looking owl. However, it appeared that the number of decorations would barely suffice to adorn a single room. I think this will be more than enough. Aberforth scratched his head, observing Hector hand the nuts to the exhausted owl and inviting it to rest. Just enough to decorate your room. I'm not particularly fond of this holiday, as it feels somewhat unmagical. Hector quickly discerned that this was merely Aberforth's excuse. The evasiveness in his gaze was far too pronounced. Wholly unlike the decisive and fiery warrior he typically was. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Aberforth was simply a loss about how to navigate what should have been a holiday for family reunions. Prior to Hector's arrival, Aberforth had not seen his brother in quite some time. Despite the fact that they were the only family each other had in this world, a Christmas devoid of family companionship was merely another cold and monotonous day amidst the winter's chill. However, with Hector's presence, change was certainly on the horizon. The next day, Hector rose early, finding Aberforth absent from the pub, as it was his day to procure supplies, thus providing Hector with a perfect opportunity to transform a room. He drew his wand and performed transfiguration on the fork resting on the table, which swiftly morphed into a fir tree. Atop the tree sprouted a red star, and its branches bore an array of fruits, each emanating a different hue of light, twinkling like stars in the night sky. The tree was of modest size, perfectly suited to occupy the center of the pub. Hector waved his wand again, causing colorful ribbons to cascade from the Christmas tree to the ceiling. He had also mastered Professor Flitwick's golden bubbles, effortlessly conjuring a few that he deemed most exquisite to hang upon the not-so-large Christmas tree. Once the decorations were nearly complete, Hector did not cease his endeavors. The welcome mat had not seen a wash since his departure, and the stains upon the tables appeared to have been neglected by Aberforth, save for the one where Hector had consistently sat, which Aberforth had meticulously cleaned several times. The cleanest area of the inn was that third-floor room, just as it had been the day Hector left. Aside from the freshly added bedding and the roaring fireplace, everything remained in its original place, untouched by dust. As Hector wandered through the inn, the domestic magic he had studied came to fruition. He diligently cleaned the filthy rug until its original pattern was discernible, thoroughly wiping down every table and chair. To enhance the festive atmosphere, he transformed the edges of the tablecloths to a vibrant red. The dusty windows gleamed once more, adorned with ribbons, and even the grotesque pig's head at the entrance received a comical red hat via Hector's magic. The inn was suddenly infused with warmth, and Hector was quite pleased. He intended to check on Aberforth's room next. Upon entering, Hector noticed a large calendar hanging on the wall that he leaned in closer, observing it marked with hasty crosses and 2 dates circled in red ink. One marked the day Hector returned home, while the other bore the scrawled words, Christmas, Hector's holiday. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were reveling in their holiday, completely immersed in the absence of classes and assignments, having entirely forgotten about the looming presence of LeMay. The dormitory was empty, entirely at their disposal. The common room was equally sparse, making the most comfortable armchair by the fire far less contested. They could comfortably sit there, enjoying a game of wizard chess or discussing how to best orchestrate Draco Malfoy's expulsion. A plan that, while a touch unrealistic, still lifted their spirits. Tea present, they lounged in their cozy spot by the fireplace, indulging in every edible morsel that could be speared with a fork, despite having already eaten lunch. As for the reason they weren't using their hands, it was because their hands were preoccupied with the chess pieces, which vehemently opposed Harry's greasy fingers. The rules of wizard chess mirrored those of Muggle chess, except that the pieces were alive and would even engage in conversation with the players, gesturing animatedly as they did so. Ron's pieces had been passed down from his grandfather, and while most of his belongings belonged to other family members, he was quite familiar with this set, commanding it with ease. In contrast, Harry used the set left to him by Seamus. Though they appeared far superior to Ron's aging pieces, they exuded an air of arrogance. Showing no trust whatsoever towards the novice player that was Harry. Don't put me there. Can't you see his knight is right there? You can sacrifice that pawn. It won't matter. The loudest among the pieces was undeniably the queen, while the king, despite his high status, spoke little, merely observing from his position. Harry felt as if the king had given up on him entirely, exasperated by the novice's frequent blunders, such as trading the queen for an opponent as bishop or blocking a knight with a pawn, errors that had become all too common. Initially, the king would offer reminders, but he now merely shook his head at Harry's folly, deeming it a waste of breath. By the way, Ron, didn't Hector say he wanted to invite us over to his place? Harry complained, his head aching from the cacophony of the chess pieces, finding himself far less enthusiastic about the game than Ron. Yeah, let us not let Hector forget. I genuinely want to visit Hogsmeade. Ron bit into a crispy loaf of bread, his eyes still glued to the chessboard. Your move, Harry. Hurry up. Oh, Harry exclaimed, clumsily directing his queen to block an attack. The king, initially poised to offer advice, upon witnessing Harry's actions, face-bombed and returned to his throne, a look of despair etched across its features. Let us just end this. If I didn't think surrendering was too humiliating, I'd have handed my crown over to the other side by now. Ron gleefully captured Harry's queen with his bishop, already envisioning victory within reach. Just then, Hector burst in. Hello there. How have you been these past few days? He brushed the snow from his clothes, his cheeks flushed from the cold. Hector! The two exclaimed, standing up in unison, causing Harry to inadvertently topple the chessboard. Harry! Ron let out a complaint as he swiftly crouched down to retrieve the chess piece that had fallen to the ground. I am sorry, Ron. Harry and Hector also knelt to assist him in picking up the pieces. To Hector's astonishment, he noticed that the fallen king bore an expression of relief. Are you ready? Hector asked the two of them. Dress warmly. It's quite cold outside. Harry and Ron hurried back to their dormitory, and before long, two bulging bags resembling oversized spheres came wobbling down the stairs. Surely, there's no need to wear so much. Hector shook his head, yet he said nothing more as he led them out of Hogwarts. Outside, the sky was showering down feathery snowflakes, and the north wind howled, creating a stark contrast to the warmth of Hogwarts. Albus had also arrived. He was concerned about Hector venturing out alone in such weather and had insisted on accompanying him. Albus maneuvered the carriage to a stop in front of the castle, seeking a sheltered spot from the snow while waiting for Hector's return. Hector and his companions moved swiftly, reaching Albus's carriage in no time. Harry and Ron politely greeted the elderly man before climbing into the carriage under Hector's direction. Harry felt that Hector's grandfather had a somewhat stern demeanor, and Ron concurred, thinking Albus appeared to be rather unapproachable. The two sat quietly in the carriage, hardly daring to breathe. Grandfather, you take them back first. I still need to find Grandfather Albus. Hector did not climb into the carriage. Looking at Albus, who nodded in understanding, it's indeed proper to greet him. After all, he's your grandfather, Albus murmured, casting a worried glance at Hector. I can wait for you here for a while. I believe your two friends wouldn't mind. That Albus's gaze swept over the trembling pair, and Harry and Ron quickly nodded in agreement. Hector shook his head. I want to stay with him a bit longer, Hector said. After all, it is Christmas. Albus studied Hector, recognizing his sincerity, and he had no intention of denying the request. Very well, Albus replied. When you return, have Albus inform me, and I shall come to fetch you in no need. I know of a secret passage that leads directly to Hogsmeade. Hector embraced Albus, urging him, be careful on your way back, grandfather. Albus nodded as he took the reins of the carriage, steering it towards Hogsmeade. Hector watched their figures until they gradually faded into the swirling snow before he jogged back to Hogwarts Castle. The headmaster's office was located on the 8th floor, and Hector quickly located the gargoyle guarding the entrance. It sat quietly, head raised and eyes wide, as if observing the comings and goings of people. Hector leaned closer to the stone creature, which then uttered a cold, emotionless phrase. Password, I am here to see my grandfather, Albus Dumbledore. Password, the gargoyle ignored Hector's words, mechanically repeating the two words. Undeterred, Hector leaned in closer, attempting to make the creature recognize him. Hector Dumbledore. Are you certain you require the password? The gargoyle hesitated momentarily, as if contemplating something, and Hector took pride in believing his intimidation had worked. Just as he was about to step forward, the gargoyle intoned, "Password." Hector's eyes widened. The creature's moment of contemplation had not lasted long, and it continued to dutifully perform its task, offering Hector no opportunity to sneak by. "I am indeed Hector Dumbledore. Inside is my grandfather, understand? Password." It appeared the gargoyle did not comprehend. Hector realized that intimidation had no effect on this stone being. So what about bribery? However, he quickly dismissed that notion. What could a stone desire? Hector could think of only one course of action: to guess the password. Then, like reciting a menu, Hector began listing all the types of candy he could think of. Lemon drops, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and so on, completely unaware that Dumbledore stood behind him, chuckling at the sight of Hector's frantic attempts. Hector recited nearly every candy name he could think of, yet the gargoyle remained steadfast, its large bovine eyes unblinking, continuing to stare at him. Believing he had caused the gargoyle to malfunction, he was about to step inside when its cold, mechanical voice rang out once more. "Password. All right. Hector pulled out his wand. "Just wait. Once I find my grandfather, I shall dismantle you and give you a piece of my mind that I refuse to believe that a mere change of object would render you incapable of guarding the entrance. Last chance, will you let me in? Password. Do you have anything else to say? Or is this all you can utter?" Hector genuinely contemplated blasting the gargoyle into oblivion, raising his wand against the creature's belly. "Enough, Hector," Dumbledore finally interjected, clearly concerned that this young man might indeed unleash a spell on the old guardian. While the magically resistant gargoyle would not be harmed, the immense recoil might cause discomfort to his dear grandnephew. "Do not hold a grudge against that old fellow." "Grandfather Albus," Hector exclaimed, surprised, though it didn't take long for him to realize that old Dumbledore had likely been watching the spectacle for quite some time. "The password is cockroach cluster. I was nearly there." Dumbledore winked at Hector. "However, the lemon drops you mentioned are also my favorite. As for the white rabbit. Is that even candy? What a new variety." Their pace of introducing new products has truly quickened. I personally find the classics far superior. The new ones are not sweet enough and far too friendly to the elderly, which I do not appreciate. With the password in hand, the gargoyle obediently stepped aside, and Hector followed Dumbledore up the spiral staircase. Entering the headmaster's office for the first time, it was a spacious and brightly lit room, adorned with whirling silver trinkets, some humorously puffing out smoke. The walls were lined with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts, both male and female, all peacefully snoring in their frames. It was only when Hector descended the staircase into the room that the elderly figures slowly opened their eyes. Taking stock of the unexpected guest, in the center of the room stood a table, its legs resembling claws, beside which stood a shelf holding a large red bird, Fawkes the Phoenix, whom Hector had known for quite some time. The shelf behind it displayed the sorting hat, the tattered old hat left to gather dust, as Dumbledore showed no intention of cleaning it. Fawkes immediately recognized Hector, letting out a soft trill and gently rubbing its long, sharp beak against Hector's hand, who in turn stroked its feathers. "Long time no see," Hector said to Fawkes, his pockets always filled with nuts, though these were originally meant for the owl. Most had ended up in his own stomach. There was something unparalleled about the happiness that came from having something in his mouth. However, Fawkes did not seem to favor the nuts. She only sampled one before refusing to eat any more. Though she did show great interest in chocolate frogs, it seemed Dumbledore had spoiled her. The Phoenix had developed an unusual fondness for sweets. "Hector, what brings you to seek me?" Dumbledore smiled at Hector. "If I recall correctly, weren't you supposed to be at the Leaky Cauldron? Why have you returned to Hogwarts?" "Merry Christmas, grandfather." Hector retrieved a parcel from his cloak, which Dumbledore accepted, feeling its warmth, imbued with Hector's body heat. "I fear the owl might not deliver it in time, so I decided to bring it to you early," Hector explained. "The weather has been dreadful lately." Dumbledore smiled radiantly, solemnly placing the meticulously wrapped gift box upon the table before turning to retrieve 2 boxes from the drawer. "This is a Christmas gift for you," he declared, presenting the long-prepared box to Hector. "And this one, I would appreciate it if you could pass it on to Albus. He has been quite reluctant to accept my parcels." Hector tucked Dumbledore's gift into his small bag, contemplating his phrasing, for his visit was not solely to deliver a present. His plans were still unfolding. Dumbledore soon noticed Hector, who stood there, seemingly dazed. "Hector, is there anything else?" he inquired. "Well, Professor Albus," Hector began, "I was wondering if you might be inclined to join me for dinner at the Hog's Head. After all, Christmas evening is best spent with family." Truth be told, Hector felt uncertain. The relationship between Dumbledore and Albus had never been particularly cordial, but Hector's presence had initially served to ease tensions, steering matters towards a more favorable direction. Yet the sudden incident with the giant had plunged the brothers' relationship to a frigid abyss, nearly to the point of estrangement. Each mention of Albus had elicited a scowl from Albus. Would this Christmas dinner exacerbate the rift between the Dumbledore brothers? Hector was unsure, yet he was willing to make the attempt. Dumbledore appeared taken aback, a scenario he had not anticipated. Despite having faced numerous grand occasions, he now seemed unusually flummoxed. Unsure how to respond to Hector's request, it was evident that this proposal originated solely from Hector. His brother would never entertain such an idea. Dumbledore genuinely wished to go, yet he understood that, given their tempers, a meeting would likely lead to conflict. In his heart, Dumbledore prioritized Hector's joy over the potential for reconciliation with his brother. "Never mind, Hector," he said with a benevolent smile, shaking his head. "Thank you for your kind offer." When Hector and Dumbledore exited the headmaster's office, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Dumbledore, somewhat concerned for Hector, personally escorted him to the entrance of the Hog's Head, utilizing apparition. Hector, still unaccustomed to the method, leaned against a nearby tree. "Retching that I swear, this is the last time I will use apparition. There shall be no next time," he gasped. Dumbledore kindly patted Hector's back, guiding him toward the tavern's entrance. Almost instantaneously, Dumbledore spotted the grotesque, yet somewhat comical pig's head adorned with a red Christmas hat. "Albus, how is it that you can use apparition at Hogwarts? Isn't there an anti-apparition charm in place?" "My dear child," Dumbledore replied, "I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts. And as you know, headmasters possess certain privileges." Throughout his explanation, his gaze remained fixed on the grotesque sign. He gestured towards the pig's head. "This must surely be your idea. I can hardly imagine Albus's reaction upon seeing this." Then, both were momentarily stunned as the tavern door swung open, revealing Albus, his Christmas hat askew. Hector was the first to break into laughter, quickly followed by Dumbledore. Albus had not anticipated such a public display of embarrassment before his brother, and only upon hearing their laughter did he regain his composure. With a swift and somewhat rough motion, Albus yanked the hat from his head. Observing the exaggerated and unrestrained laughter of the two, his face flushed crimson, a mix of anger and embarrassment, but anger predominated. "Have you finished laughing yet, Albus?" He glared at his chuckling brother. "Enough. My dear brother, I truly never imagined this would be such a delightful surprise. Merry Christmas, Albus. Merry Christmas, Albus," Dumbledore echoed. "Now, do you have any further business? If not, you are free to depart," Albus replied curtly, his annoyance evident. Yet Hector remained oblivious to his brother's irritation. With a hint of affection, Albus explained to Hector, "I see you have adorned the pig's head with a hat. It looks rather charming. I assumed it was some peculiar Muggle tradition." He stepped aside, revealing Harry and Ron, both wearing Christmas hats. "I thought you would appreciate it." Hector, having regained his composure, burst into laughter again upon witnessing the comical expressions of the two young wizards. Harry and Ron's faces were filled with disdain, clearly unhappy about donning the silly hats. Yet following Albus's amicable persuasion, they had complied. Nothing much, just didn't want to disappoint the old man. "That's absolutely true." Hector remarked that it looked splendid, grandfather. Hector took a moment to regain his normalcy, speaking earnestly to Albus, though the latter appeared entirely unconvinced that it's just a bit abrupt. "I truly did not expect it." Hector made a few silly faces at Harry and Ron, who had already removed their hats and tucked them behind their backs. The two boys looked exceedingly uncomfortable, especially Ron, whose three brothers, Fred and George, had just brought Percy into the fold. Initially reluctant, Percy had been keen on enjoying the Hogwarts feast with the remaining prefects, primarily Penelope. But upon learning it was a gathering at the Dumbledore residence, he appeared even more eager than the two brothers. Hector could hear familiar voices from within. "Fred, do you think my tie is properly knotted?" "Relax, It's just a gathering at a friend's house. There's no need to be so anxious. Hector is our good friend, so consider this your own home. Soon, Fred and George appear behind Harry and Ron. With a visibly apprehensive Percy trailing behind them, "Don't keep them waiting too long," Dumbledore urged Hector. "Come inside." "Are you really not coming, Albus?" Hector asked, his eyes pleading. To Dumbledore's heart softened at the sight, yet he glanced at Albus, who stood with his arms crossed. With a sigh, Dumbledore shook his head. "No, Hector, Merry Christmas." Dumbledore affectionately ruffled Hector's hair, adding, "Don't forget the items I entrusted to you. Be sure to deliver them." "Goodbye, Hector." Dumbledore straightened, waving to the young wizards inside the tavern. Especially to Harry. As he bestowed upon him a warm smile, he turned and walked away, his pace slow. The streets were desolate on Christmas, devoid of any soul, enhancing Dumbledore's solitary figure amidst the falling snow. "I must do something," Hector thought, about to speak to Albus when he heard Albus's voice. "You may stay, Albus." Though Albus's tone was soft, even somewhat unclear, Dumbledore, walking through the snow, abruptly halted. "After all, it is Christmas. I do not wish to disappoint Hector. Understand? This has nothing to do with you." Dumbledore turned back, his steps surprisingly spry, quickly making his way to Hector's side. "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting." Dumbledore's face was alight with joy, his smile radiant. Hector discerned a hint of triumph in that smile, though wisely chose not to voice it. Albus let out a low grunt of discontent before entering the tavern, while Harry and Ron obediently and swiftly made way for him. That it seems saying goodbye was premature, Dumbledore mused, his spirits soaring as he jested with Hector. "Given this cold weather, we should head indoors sooner rather than later." Hector nodded slightly, and the two of them walked side by side into the Pig's Head pub. Soon as they entered, Harry and Ron eagerly pulled Hector away from Dumbledore, while Percy seamlessly joined them, standing dutifully by Dumbledore's side. "Hector, you've finally arrived. Thank heavens. I don't know how I've managed to endure these past few hours," Ron whispered as he led Hector to a corner, with Harry keeping watch. "Your grandfather is truly intimidating. I know he means well, but he certainly has a fierce appearance. Harry can attest to this. He startled us when he asked us to get out of the carriage, and Harry nearly fell off, speaking ill of others behind their backs. A commendable habit." Little Ron, Fred, and George approached, each carrying several steaming mugs of butterbeer, smirking mischievously at their youngest brother. "Keep your voice down, Fred, and stop calling me Ron. I've told you countless times." Oh, calm down, Ron. Who is being loud now? Besides, disparaging others is hardly a noble pursuit, especially when you're on their turf." Fred handed Hector a mug of steaming butterbeer, and the brothers clinked their mugs with Hector in unison. "Who exactly is your brother?" Ron muttered, glancing at Fred and George. However, the twins' keen ears caught his whispered remark. "Didn't we just tell you not to speak ill of others?" Fred said, fully aware of Ron's predicament. Ron, oblivious to the impending consequence, retorted, "I didn't say." But before he could finish, George interjected mercilessly. "I thought you were going to defend yourself, but it seems you've admitted it quite readily." At that moment, Hector saw Fred exchanging a knowing glance with George, who immediately grasped Ron from behind, expertly covering his mouth. Fred, habitually reaching for Ron's wand, reconsidered and ultimately returned it to him. The two brothers took turns controlling Ron, while the other placed a mug brimming with butterbeer in his hand, prompting him to toast repeatedly. They skillfully rotated their roles, allowing them both to indulge in toasting with Ron, whose face flushed crimson as he struggled futilely against their grip, rendered powerless by their strength. Fortunately, Hector intervened just in time, urging Fred and George to cease their antics, which they did, leaving Ron slumped in his chair, looking utterly dejected. "Are you all right, Ron?" Harry expressed genuine concern for his friend. I'm fine, I'm used to it." Ron finally regained his composure after a considerable time, weakly replying, "Their strength is just too much. Just wait. One day, I will exact my revenge on them." Hector empathized with Ron regarding the twins' strength, and as for the latter part of his statement, Hector, upon noticing the twins drawing closer, immediately pointed 3 fingers skyward, vowing ignorance and disapproval of Ron's sentiment. "How could you say such a thing about them?" "I absolutely do not harbor such thoughts. I know you both mean well," Hector rambled, which finally prompted the twins to relax their clenched fists and stride toward the oblivious Ron. Hector proactively stepped aside, granting the twins ample space. As for Ron's thoughts, Hector had considered them but would never be foolish enough to voice them outright. He kept them buried in his heart, at least until his magical prowess was sufficient to support advanced wandless spells. Point one could either practice or amplify their magic. Those were the two paths. The notion of practicing seemed rather unrealistic. No amount of training could match the innate talents of these two twin brothers. For augmenting his magic. That would have to wait until he matured further. After all, it wasn't time yet. Although Hector's magical power was significantly greater than that of the twin brothers combined, that was contingent upon wielding a wand. Hector also noticed how the brothers had developed a subconscious habit of reaching for their wands. And if he were to confront them, it would either require a sneak attack or waiting until his wandless magic was reliably powerful. Dumbledore was engaged in a casual conversation with Percy, who appeared utterly exhilarated, passionately discussing various academic matters with the esteemed wizard. Percy viewed this dinner as an excellent opportunity, eagerly seeking valuable advice from Dumbledore. Even better would be receiving Dumbledore's affirmation. Ever since he set foot in Hogwarts, Percy had aspired to carve out a place for himself within the Ministry of Magic, and everything he did was to realize this ambition. Dumbledore, recognizing Percy's intentions, saw the boy's fundamental goodness and considerable talent. Though he felt Percy's desire for power was somewhat excessive, Dumbledore couldn't bear to watch him veer off course. Yet he never spoke plainly. The old riddle master subtly offered Percy friendly suggestions within his affirmations. However, Percy failed to perceive Dumbledore's guidance. The thoughts of the old riddle master were not easily deciphered. He merely took it as Dumbledore's praise. After receiving Dumbledore's commendation, Percy became even more boastful, his voice rising and his speech becoming increasingly disjointed, completely shedding his earlier composure. Yet before Percy could elaborate further, Aberforth emerged from the kitchen, bearing the prepared Christmas dinner. Upon seeing Aberforth, Dumbledore promptly rose to his feet. "Excellent, Percy. I would love to continue our conversation, but I must assist Aberforth. We will certainly chat again at the next opportunity." Without waiting for Percy to respond, Dumbledore hurried toward Aberforth, who shot him a glance and scoffed. "What is it, Aberforth? I'm not in the mood for an argument tonight, so please refrain from speaking to me as much as possible." "Relax, Aberforth. It is Christmas." Dumbledore endeavored to appear amicable. "Let me lend a hand. You've worked hard all evening, and I haven't been able to help much." The great Albus Dumbledore can still remember to care for others. "How rare," Aberforth retorted sharply, though his gaze softened slightly as he gestured for Albus Dumbledore to step back. In the kitchen. Just bring the dishes out without being clumsy." Before his younger brother, Albus Dumbledore appeared quite awkward, yet he managed to be agile, quickly assisting Aberforth in bringing out the entire dinner. The small wizards scattered throughout the pub quickly gathered around, as Aberforth had thoughtfully prepared a long table. Everyone sat along the sides, awaiting the arrival of the guest of honor. Aberforth naturally took a seat next to Hector, hoping to be closer to his grandson. Albus Dumbledore was not particularly keen on this arrangement until Hector insisted he take that seat, and one began to eat. Even Ron, known for his voracious appetite, sat quietly, observing the esteemed Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore glanced at the wizards seated along the long table. It had been ages since he had celebrated Christmas properly. He could barely recall the last time he had given a toast at a Christmas dinner. Like Aberforth, he regarded this evening as just another ordinary night, with only the gifts received the following day offering a hint of Christmas spirit. Dumbledore raised his glass, as did Hector and the others. Under Hector's encouragement, Aberforth lifted his cup as well. "First and foremost, I must express gratitude on behalf of everyone to my brother, Aberforth, for preparing such a splendid dinner for us. Cheers to Aberforth." The collective voice rang out in unison, and Aberforth feigned a nod, offering Hector a radiant smile. "I shall not say much more. Merry Christmas, and enjoy yourselves, children." The group erupted in cheer, and soon the table was abuzz with excitement, everyone praising Aberforth's culinary skills. Harry gave Aberforth and Hector a thumbs up, while Ron expressed his appreciation through action. "Cheers to you, Hector. Thank you." Dumbledore leaned in, a gentle smile gracing his features as he raised his glass to Hector. Hector clinked his cup with Dumbledore's before downing the juice in one swift motion. Eat up, Hector. Aberforth's voice was soft. You need to eat more. You're still growing. Hector nodded, his stomach rumbling in agreement as he picked up his fork to indulge in the lavish feast before him. Aberforth, Dumbledore lifted his glass, his gaze towards his brother filled with a hint of trepidation and a touch of hope. Aberforth cast a reluctant glance at his brother before raising his own glass. And Dumbledore swiftly leaned in to clink their cups together, perhaps as an apology for the troll incident. Merry Christmas, my brother. Merry Christmas, Albus. The dinner soon approached its conclusion amidst a joyful and relaxed atmosphere. Time was slipping away, and soon it would be Hogwarts curfew. Before departing, Fred and George intercepted Hector, getting ahead of Harry and Ron. They whispered conspiratorially, and Ron, eager to eavesdrop, found himself repeatedly kicked out of their circle by the twins. Much to his chagrin, their secretive demeanor suggested mischief, yet it could not conceal the overwhelming curiosity evident on both Ron and Harry's faces. The exchange between the Weasley twins and Hector was brief, culminating in a hearty slap on Hector's shoulder from each twin, a quintessential display of their camaraderie, causing Hector to grimace for a moment. Yet they did not simply depart. Fred and George swiftly turned their attention to Ron, who had shrunk behind Harry, anticipating trouble. They promptly encircled their younger brother once more. You never learn, little Ronnie, Fred remarked, with George seamlessly picking up the thread. We just mentioned that speaking ill of others behind their backs is a poor habit. It hasn't been long, has it? They chimed in unison, holding Ron firmly in place as Harry could only watch helplessly as Ron struggled. Initially, Ron managed to make some noise, but soon Fred covered his mouth, with George's hands resting atop Fred's. All right, that's enough, Fred. Don't think we've forgotten you, George. Let him breathe. Ron can barely catch his breath. Their antics were short-lived, as Percy intervened. Mind your manners, would you? This isn't at home. Only then did the twins release Ron, who gasped for air, casting a grateful glance at Percy for his timely intervention. I could see that moment. Dumbledore rose. It's getting late. It's time to return. He smiled at Harry and the Weasley family, then turned to his brother. Thank you once again for your hospitality, Aberforth. Aberforth nodded in acknowledgement. Dumbledore made his way to the door, with Hector eagerly opening it for him. Dumbledore patted Hector's shoulder. I think it's time to say goodbye. I shall await you at Hogwarts. His smile was warm and fatherly. And Merry Christmas, Hector. Dumbledore ruffled Hector's hair before stepping outside, where the snowfall had lightened. From the Hog's Head storeroom, he retrieved a tattered boot and cast a portkey charm on it. We must hasten, so we can return to Hogwarts before curfew. Everyone, gather around the boot. Children. Their figures swiftly vanished into the snowy night, and the previously boisterous streets fell silent, the once lively Hog's Head now deserted. Not wanting to delay, Aberforth intended to let Hector rest while he tidied up. However, Hector refused, proactively helping Aberforth clear the cluttered long table, assisting with tasks such as transporting dishes back to the kitchen. After completing these chores, Hector did not rush off to bed. Instead, he turned to Aberforth and asked, Grandfather, could you accompany me for a moment? Without hesitation, Aberforth grabbed his coat from the counter and stepped outside, not bothering to inquire about Hector's intentions. This decisiveness took Hector by surprise. Then aren't we going out? Aberforth poked his head back inside, prompting Hector to snap back to reality. Oh, he exclaimed, quickly following Aberforth out of the Hog's Head. The snowfall had ceased, and the night in Hogsmeade was serene, the dim streetlights casting the silhouettes of the grandfather and grandson hand in hand upon the pristine snow, even the cold snow imbued with a hint of warmth. Hector, where are we headed? A secret, Hector replied mysteriously, tugging Aberforth along. Come on, grandfather, I know you'll absolutely love it. Before long, Hector led Dumbledore to the edge of the forbidden forest, where a clearing had been deliberately made. And he halted. All right, we're here. Hector released Aberforth's hand and drew out his wand. First, I must inform you that this is a Christmas gift from Fred and George. You know, the Weasley twins, Hector kindly reminded him. Which irked Aberforth, of course, I remember. Those two are quite the characters. They visited before you came to the Hog's Head, not just once. Aberforth rolled his eyes at Hector. Your grandfather is not senile yet. No, of course not. Nonsense. Hector immediately waved his hands in denial, eager to divert Aberforth's attention. With a flick of his wand, he pointed towards the distant bushes, and soon enough, the Weasley twin surprise, a homemade firework, shot up into the air, bursting spectacularly. Hector had anticipated this, knowing the twins' burgeoning business in fireworks had quickly captured the hearts of Hogwarts' young witches and wizards with their exceptional quality and reasonable prices. Their prompt and thoughtful delivery surpassed the suffocating speed of the joke shop in Diagon Alley. Moreover, the Weasley twins offered customized fireworks, thanks in part to Hector's technological support in their production. This must be a custom piece, Hector thought, curious whether it would feature the Gryffindor lion or perhaps a phoenix symbolizing Dumbledore. The fireworks soared into the sky, scattering before pausing mid-air as planned. Hector felt confident in the Weasley twins' product, or rather, his own research results. Nevertheless, he was eager to see what the twins had prepared for Aberforth, who claimed it was a tested prototype after adjusting the formula, and they had assured Hector there would be no issues. However, the pause felt prolonged, as if the fireworks were contemplating their next move. The design was evidently intricate, clearly not resembling a lion or any other creature. Hector had contributed to the development of nearly all the fireworks, yet this particular one was unfamiliar to him. Hector perceived that the fireworks were beginning to take the shape of a person, albeit the figure's face remained blurred. He guessed correctly, as this would pose no challenge to the astute Aberforth. The brilliant fireworks soon coalesced into a familiar visage of an elderly man with white hair, resembling Aberforth himself. The Aberforth in the sky smiled benevolently, waving at Hector and Aberforth below. Those two little rascals. I must give them a good thrashing, Aberforth remarked, his face radiant with warmth, yet his words remained icily firm. That doesn't resemble me at all. I look far better than that. Hector remained silent, feeling the comforting warmth of Albus's embrace as Albus held him from behind, not on the ground. They gazed up at the elderly figure in the sky, who in turn was watching them. Albus and Hector simply sat in quiet contemplation, their eyes fixed on the heavens. The image of Albus in the sky did not linger for long. He eventually waved at the two below, gradually fading away until he vanished into the night. However, Fred and George had anticipated this moment, preparing a plethora of other delights, with vibrant magical creatures appearing in succession against the dark canvas of the sky, which provided a splendid stage, illuminating the night with their brilliance. Grandfather Albus has entrusted me with a gift for you, alongside my own, Hector said, lifting his gaze to Albus, who was engrossed in the celestial display, feeling that this was an opportune moment. Merry Christmas. Grandfather. Albus lowered his head, his expression serene. He accepted the gift box, carelessly tucking Albus's portion into a pocket of his coat. Yet, when it came to Hector's gift, Albus treated it with great reverence, holding it carefully in his hands before placing it in a small inner pocket of his coat. Right next to his heart, as Fred and George's fireworks display concluded, Hector bounced ahead, feeling an unprecedented joy and relaxation since his arrival. Everything felt so splendid, friends and family. Hector cherished it all and wished it would remain unchanged. Albus walked at a measured pace, seemingly preoccupied with some thoughts of his own. He struggled to retrieve a parcel from his pocket, one that had been sent by his brother. It had been many years since he last received a Christmas gift from Albus. After a moment's hesitation, Albus opened the modest package, curiosity getting the better of him. Inside lay a wooden statuette, a charming little girl. The carving bore no traces of magic. The girl stood still, her eyes fixed ahead, a sweet smile gracing her face. Albus cradled the figure as if it were a treasure. This little girl represented his and Albus's sister, Ariana. Albus placed the statuette beside Hector's gift box, aligning it with his own thumping heart, while the gift box returned once more to the solitude of a pocket in his coat. Hurry up, grandfather! Hector's voice called from ahead. He had already dashed quite a distance without Albus noticing. Coming! Albus quickened his steps, the lights of the Pig's Head pub becoming discernible in the distance. Those who have departed remain enshrined in memory. The splendor before them is still worthy of nurturing. As Christmas morning dawned after a peaceful Christmas Eve, Hector found a plethora of neatly arranged parcels awaiting him by his bedside. He opened them one by one. Harry had gifted him a guide on broomstick flying along with a toy broom, leaving Hector to ponder his friend's questionable emotional intelligence. Ron had sent a large bag of gummy candies, perfectly aligning with his typical haphazard style. the little which Hermione presented Hector with a sizable box of chocolates she claimed to have procured from France. While Hector appreciated the sentiment, he placed that box at the back of his collection, as it always evoked less than pleasant memories. The other gifts were similarly predictable, books of various kinds, with Professor McGonagall gifting a collection of today's Transfiguration texts. Complete with her annotations, a truly practical gift that Hector cherished. Professor Flitwick's present consisted of his personal study notes, meticulously detailing spell-casting techniques, which he hoped would benefit Hector. Hector treasured that notebook, tucking it into his personal storage bag. This chapter does not conclude here. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. On the final day of the holiday, Hermione had just disembarked from the train when she spotted a familiar figure seated in a carriage. Hector, with a lollipop in his mouth, perched on the edge of the carriage, his legs swinging in the air. Albus sat behind him, initially reluctant to allow Hector to return to Hogwarts so early. Uncharacteristically, Albus insisted that Hector provide a reason. After much stammering, Hector reluctantly revealed his motive, omitting any mention of seeking Nicholas Flamel. He weighed his words carefully, ultimately divulging only Hermione's name. That moment, Hector could see Albus's expression shift from disappointment to joy. Upon hearing the rationale, Albus had no further objections and even suggested he would escort Hector himself. Thus, Hector had initially intended to walk to school, but he could not resist Albus's insistence. Even his plan to sneak away early was thwarted by Albus, who brought Hector back to bed, gently closing the door and taking away his wand in the process. With no other option, Hector begrudgingly rode in Albus's carriage to the train station. "Hello, Hector. Long time no see." Hermione waved at him before politely greeting Albus. "Hello there, young one," Albus responded warmly, his face radiating kindness as he waved back at Hermione. "You must be the Hermione Hector mentioned. No wonder he couldn't bear to stay home." All right, grandfather. I assume you have something to attend to, perhaps some shopping?" Hector interjected, cutting off Albus's ramblings. "But thank you for bringing me, Hermione. Let us go." Hector dashed ahead, rarely feeling the urge to escape Albus's watchful gaze. Hermione graciously waved goodbye to Albus. Albus, however, remained seated in the carriage, gazing at the two youthful figures fading into the distance, a warmth blossoming in his heart akin to the winter sun hanging high in the sky. Harry and Ron had also risen early, emerging from their cozy beds to wait at the entrance of Hogwarts Castle for Hector and Hermione. Not long after, the two figures appeared on the horizon. "Long time no see, Hector," Harry exclaimed enthusiastically, embracing him alongside Ron. "Thank you for the Christmas gift. I really loved it." Hector had gifted Harry a photograph from Albus, capturing the members of the Order of the Phoenix, featuring young James and Lily Potter. For Harry, who had achieved financial independence at such a young age, this heartfelt gift was immensely cherished. As for Ron, Hector had selected a few candies from his drawer, including an assortment of oddly shaped sweets that appeared rather peculiar. While the total amount was modest, the variety was abundant that, "Oh, of course, you too, Hermione." Welcome back. The quartet made their way to the Great Hall, which was exceptionally quiet at that time. Most students were either nestled in their warm beds enjoying the remnants of their holiday or still at home, waiting for tomorrow's train back to Hogwarts. This created a perfect space for conversation, with Harry and Ron briefing Hermione on recent events. Hector noted that Hermione seemed far more eager to uncover the mystery of Nicholas Flamel compared to the other two. As Hector had suspected, those two had completely forgotten about it, having been preoccupied with their own affairs throughout the entire Christmas break. According to Harry and Ron, they had been incredibly busy, with no time to ponder who Nicholas Flamel was. Hermione felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had no desire to waste precious searching time in the Great Hall. Once school resumed, time would be even tighter, making it all the more challenging to discover who Nicholas Flamel truly was. Under her insistence, Hector and the others had no choice but to follow the determined little witch toward the library. However, before they reached it, Harry pulled Hector aside, positioning them at the back of the group. While Ron strategically placed himself in front of them, "What's the matter, Harry?" Hector inquired of the enigmatic Harry before him, who lowered his voice, glancing at Hermione's reaction while conversing with Hector. "There is something I must disclose to you. I received an anonymous gift, a cloak of invisibility." Harry peeked out from behind Ron, noticing that Hermione remained oblivious, and continued, "I ventured into the restricted section with the cloak, and nearly got caught by Filch and Snape. Yet I must express my gratitude to them, for I stumbled upon something quite extraordinary, a mirror. Harry took me to see it. It was truly marvelous that I beheld myself as the president of the male student council and the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And I even saw myself holding the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup. Ron turned around and remarked, "Just thinking about it seems too perfect that I saw my parents," Harry said to Hector, "and they look just like they do in that photograph you gave me. I wish for you to see it too. Hector, I am quite curious about what you might perceive. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading." Hector scratched his head, admitting that he too was curious about his innermost desires. Consequently, he soon acquiesced to Harry's suggestion. Harry nodded enthusiastically and dashed to the front of the line, while Ron appeared troubled. "Hector, you must persuade Harry," Ron whispered, observing Hector's puzzled expression. He elaborated, "Ever since Harry discovered that mirror, he visits that place every night. That I must confess, it truly is a remarkable mirror. But Hector, I always have an unsettling feeling about it. You will understand once you go. Every night. Has Harry not been caught even once these past few days?" Hector pondered, recalling that the Mirror of Erised should have been relocated by his grandfather. Albus, before returning to school, he had lamented this for quite some time prior to their arrival to know. Ron murmured to Hector, "His cloak of invisibility is exceptionally effective. He passed right by Filch without him noticing. Both Harry and I have cautioned him numerous times, yet he remains utterly captivated by that wretched mirror." As Harry, who was ahead, suddenly turned back, Ron immediately ceased speaking, but a look of guilt was etched upon Ron's face. But Harry was oblivious, having been urged by Hermione, who was at the front, to hurry them along. "Quickly now, you two, Hermione is already here." Harry displayed an unusual fervor, which indeed seemed quite peculiar. After stating this, he turned and began to ascend, prompting Ron to solemnly advise Hector, "Think of a way. Hector, I am not jesting." With that, Ron hastily followed Harry upstairs, leaving Hector at the rear of the group. To go or not to go? Hector wrestled with his thoughts, concluding that, out of caution, it was best not to attend. Harry had not been discovered by Dumbledore, as per the original story. He was still enraptured by the magical mirror. Lost in the illusory reunion with his family, it was evident that Dumbledore had anticipated Hector would accompany Harry to see the Mirror of Erised, which explained why he had allowed Harry several opportunities, intending to ensnare both of them. Such a simplistic scheme was indeed laughable. Did Dumbledore truly believe Hector would be unaware? Yet even if Hector discerned Dumbledore's intentions, he found himself without a viable solution. For abandoning the thought of witnessing the Mirror of Erised would only allow Dumbledore to capture Harry alone, thereby partially fulfilling his plan. Regardless, old Dumbledore would never suffer a loss. It was a pure stratagem that belonged to him. Ultimately, Hector decided to go. Being scolded by old Dumbledore was a trivial matter compared to the regret of missing the chance to see the Mirror of Erised. Perhaps Dumbledore had simply been too busy lately. It was not inconceivable that such a busy individual might forget this matter. Just one visit would suffice. Hector's sense of luck compelled him, as Harry had gone so many times without being caught. Surely, he could not be so unfortunate. Slowly, Hector joined the search party, his mind preoccupied with the evening's plan, while he aimlessly passed the time in the library. Disappointment soon led them back to the Gryffindor common room, where they gathered around the fireplace. How could this be? Hermione expressed her bewilderment over their inability to locate Nicholas Flamel. She scrutinized the three young wizards seated beside her. "Are you certain you have examined every book thoroughly?" The three wizards nodded in unison, which only deepened Hermione's confusion. "Perhaps we are pursuing the wrong direction. All right, you continue searching according to my list, while I will begin a thorough review of the history of magic." Hermione was determined to take the most cautious, albeit time-consuming, approach. After a brief discussion, Harry excused himself, citing fatigue, and before leaving, he shot Hector a knowing glance. Hector understood and nudged Ron with his elbow. Ron, catching Hector's eye, slightly nodded in response. The trio exhibited remarkable teamwork, with Ron intermittently expressing exaggerated astonishment while gesturing toward the books, much to Hermione's exasperation. Yet this childish behavior captured most of her attention, leaving her unaware of Hector's departure. Despite Hector's swift descent, Harry was still somewhat anxious waiting in the dormitory. evident from the worried expression on his face. "You finally arrived?" Harry exclaimed, seizing a bundle of fabric from his bed. It was undoubtedly the cloak of invisibility. Appearing smooth and lightweight, Hector could not discern what Harry held, only perceiving a slight disturbance in the Is this the cloak of invisibility? Hector inquired, reaching toward the subtly rippling air, but he felt the fabric, which was incredibly smooth, surpassing any material he had touched at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The cloak glided through his fingers like cool water, far superior to the ineffective invisibility cloak Fred and George had shown him. "Indeed, Hector," Harry said proudly, "it was left to me by my father. But let us not dwell on that. Quickly, slip under the cloak. We must depart post-haste." Harry appeared quite eager, his anticipation to see his parents palpable. "No need, Harry." Hector pointed his wand at his head, and his figure promptly vanished from view. "What an impressive charm." "Hector," Harry's head emerged from beneath the cloak. "But is this truly first-year material? Did we learn this spell?" "No. Harry, I believe we should be on our way," Hector replied. Not wishing to further discuss the matter, he turned the tables, urging Harry to hurry, and Harry relented, abandoning his inquiries. "Oh yes, we should go, but you must teach me later." Despite the disillusionment charm's effect on sound transmission, they instinctively lowered their voices and tread lightly as they passed through the Gryffindor common room, striving to make as little noise as possible. However, they were hindered by the portrait of the fat lady. Attempting to push it open would inevitably create a sound, making it difficult to ensure Hermione would not notice their actions. Fortunately, Ron was diligently distracting Hermione, occasionally emitting a loud, peculiar screech. Hector, unable to see Harry, was unaware of his intentions. Taking matters into his own hands, he gently pushed the fat lady's portrait open a crack, quietly slipping outside. Hector made his way into the corridor, and the gap behind him widened slightly before being softly closed, presumably by Harry. "Is that you, Hector?" Harry's voice sounded muffled, the air in front of him visibly rippling. Hector had no time to respond before Hermione's voice echoed from behind the fat lady's portrait. "How did the door open? Perhaps it was blown open by the wind." "Don't be foolish, Ron. That's the fat lady's portrait. It only opens when you speak the password. Not even a powerful Confundus charm would work on her. How could a gust of wind possibly open it?" "Someone must be there." Hermione's voice grew increasingly near, prompting Hector to urgently whisper, "Run, Harry, run." The two individuals sprinted with great haste, utterly oblivious to the fact that even if they had chosen not to run, no one would have noticed their presence. Hector and Harry swiftly vanished at the end of the corridor, and it was only at this moment that the portrait of the fat lady was pushed open from within, revealing the figures of Hermione and Ron behind it. "Where is everyone?" Hermione inquired as she peeked cautiously from the Gryffindor common room, only to find the corridor desolate, resonating solely with her echoes. Devoid of any other sounds, perhaps someone was playing a prank. Ron was aware that Hector and the others had successfully made their escape, finally allowing himself a long sigh of relief. After all, the prankster would need to know the fat lady's password, indicating that the mischief maker must be a Gryffindor. Hermione regarded Ron with a look of incredulity. "You seem quite off tonight. Is there something you're not telling me?" Her suspicions aroused by Ron's unusual behavior, she scrutinized him, only to suddenly realize someone was missing. "Oh, where's Hector? Didn't he say he was going back to sleep?" Ron clumsily attempted to mask his unease. Evading Hermione's gaze, "I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Good night, Hermione." His demeanor was laden with apprehension as he turned and made his way toward the boys' dormitory. A mouse scurried onto his shoulder, its beady eyes darting towards the corridor beyond the portrait. Having turned several corners, Hector finally grasped the absurdity of his situation. He was, after all, cloaked in invisibility. "What on earth am I running for?" he muttered to himself, coming to a halt. He wished to locate Harry, but found that the only sound accompanying him was his own heavy breathing due to exertion. "Harry! Harry!" Hector whispered, fully aware that such a shout might be futile. Yet he hoped against hope that Harry might be nearby. Unfortunately, the frigid air surrounding him delivered a harsh truth. The two had completely separated. And Hector was at a loss for how to find Harry. He was no longer the reckless fool driven solely by bravado. That role now belonged to Harry, who was armed with audacity and legendary equipment. The invisibility cloak rendered Harry even more elusive. Hector had no doubt that Harry would dare to confront the formidable three-headed dog on the fourth floor with nothing but that cloak. Why had they chosen to run in the first place? It was primarily Hector's suggestion, and he felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he smacked his forehead, convinced that his judgment had been compromised of late. Moreover, all he knew was that Dumbledore had ultimately placed the Mirror of Erised in the forbidden area on the fourth floor. He had no recollection of its prior location. Thus, Hector was left to rely on the scant clues shared by Ron and Harry that morning. He recalled Harry mentioning that on the day he received the cloak, he had wanted to test its effectiveness, opting for a nighttime visit to the restricted section, a very Harry-like hardcore approach. By sheer chance, he encountered the two most dedicated and diligent inspectors, Filch and Snape, who could be deemed Hogwarts' most enthusiastic quality controllers. Unsurprisingly, Harry had made some noise, prompting him to evade them by inadvertently crashing into one of the many abandoned classrooms on the fifth floor. And as fate would have it, he stumbled upon the very mirror he sought. What a remarkably fortuitous coincidence, was it not? Hector had questioned whether he was indeed the protagonist of this tale. Isn't it the case that the chosen one has it too easy? By orchestrating events this way, the protagonist is relegated to a mere caretaker. The magical realm chuckled in agreement and gave Hector a thumbs up. Thus, he resolved to venture towards the restricted section on the fifth floor, fervently praying that Harry would not be blindly searching for him, lest they only reunite in the dormitory come morning. Yet could old Dumbledore have anticipated this turn of events? It was perhaps the sole method by which Hector could extricate himself from his predicament. He believed that even someone as formidable as Dumbledore would not foresee the complications arising from their separation. "Good evening, Hector. I didn't expect to find you here," came a voice from behind, causing Hector's entire body to stiffen. It was the last voice he wished to hear, Dumbledore's. Turning around, he indeed saw the familiar silhouette regarding him with a gentle gaze. Hector quickly lowered his head to avoid eye contact. Despite being Dumbledore's grandson, he could not guarantee that Dumbledore would not attempt to read his thoughts. Moreover, Dumbledore was exceptionally skilled in legilimency. Should he inadvertently probe Hector's mind, it would spell disaster. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Hector resolved that he urgently needed to learn the art of mind-blocking. For danger lurked around every corner otherwise, but from whom could he learn? In Hogwarts, there were only two individuals who mastered this skill with proficiency and quality assurance. One stood before him, and the other was Snape. Learning mind-blocking from Dumbledore, who was the very reason for its necessity, was out of the question. As for Snape, even if he were willing to teach, Hector would not dare to learn from him. Besides, the experience would be no different than learning from Dumbledore. It would be far more straightforward to seek Dumbledore's guidance directly. What a troublesome predicament indeed. For the time being, he could only avert his gaze. Establishing eye contact was a prerequisite for the release of legilimency, and Hector had no other means to counter it at present. A rather impressive disillusionment charm, I must say. It almost fooled me. Dumbledore remarked, waving his wand to reveal Hector's form gradually materializing in the air. "So, Hector, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Hector kept his gaze fixed on his toes. "Grandfather Albus, I merely wish to take a stroll." "Just a stroll, you say?" Dumbledore replied, his smile unwavering as he observed Hector's timid demeanor. "Lift your head and look at me, Hector. Deceit is unbecoming of a good child." Cursed old man, to raise his head merely to prove his innocence would be to fall into Dumbledore's trap. Hector remained fixated on his toes, resolutely unwilling to comply with the old wizard's request. However, Dumbledore was no ordinary man. He was the renowned vanquisher of two Dark Lords, the foremost white wizard of his age. Such minor cleverness was futile before him. Dumbledore allowed a moment of silence to linger in the air before suddenly placing a hand on Hector's shoulder. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Hector instinctively raised his head and met Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. "This is bad," Hector thought to himself. Yet, everything seemed to unfold as if nothing had occurred. He felt no sensation of memory probing. Hector was entirely unaware of Dumbledore's intentions, but it would be far too conspicuous to continue avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. He could only fixate on those azure eyes while endeavoring to clear his mind, silently praying that Dumbledore still held faith in his grandnephew and would refrain from employing legilimency upon him. The chapter is not over. Please click to continue reading. Hector and Dumbledore locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, long enough for the atmosphere between them to become palpably awkward. It was Dumbledore who broke the silence. Gently patting Hector's shoulder, his expression still radiating warmth. "Hector, I know what you intend to do." Dumbledore stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Hector. "Therefore, there is no need for secrecy. I can accompany you. Oh dear. It seems Dumbledore has indeed employed legilimency on me. This could spell disaster." Hector mused, realizing he had traded a sesame seed for a watermelon in this predicament. He was now so anxious that he struggled to walk, his legs feeling heavy as he slowly trailed behind Dumbledore. He could only hope that Dumbledore had merely retained memories related to this matter through legilimency. Otherwise, Hector might be contemplating an alliance with Voldemort. Dumbledore, for his part, walked with the vigor of youth, while Hector felt as if he were a weary old as for using Obliviate on Dumbledore. Hector believed that such an act paled in comparison to the prospect of joining Voldemort. Dumbledore might still consider there to be a chance for redemption, but betrayal? Not only would Dumbledore be enraged, even Merlin would deliver 2 resounding slaps. Hector was engulfed in regret and fear, pondering where he could possibly escape within Hogwarts. Perhaps he would be better off at Beauxbatons, he thought, as he followed Dumbledore down a long staircase, rounding countless corners and traversing a series of corridors, until Dumbledore's figure came to a halt at the doorway of a classroom. "Hector, this is the place Harry wished to bring you," Dumbledore remarked, glancing back at Hector, who was bowed low, seemingly too intimidated to breathe, appearing exceedingly constrained. Yet he remained as kindly as ever. "Relax. Mistakes are a part of growth. However, I hope that next time you encounter such a situation, you can respond to me honestly. If you can inform me in advance, that would be even better." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Hector felt a slight sense of relief. Realizing that Dumbledore was not fully aware of his secrets, perhaps he only possessed fragmented memories of the incident, which made Hector feel as though he had narrowly escaped disaster. He sensed strength returning to his body, and breathing became less laborious than before. "Understood, Grandpa Albus. That is all that matters, Hector." Dumbledore gently ruffled Hector's hair and gestured towards the room. "You may wait for me at the door for a moment. I wish to speak privately with Mr. Potter." Hector had no reason to refuse, so he simply nodded and obediently stood by the entrance. Dumbledore cast a disillusionment charm, and his figure vanished from Hector's sight in an instant. Hector dared not let his guard down. He kept his gaze fixed on his shoelaces, fearing that old Dumbledore might still be near. He had already paid the price for his recklessness and needed to be cautious. However, had Dumbledore's legilimency truly reached such profound depths? He had gleaned Hector's thoughts with nary a ripple. Hector realized he must learn to shield his mind, for he could not continue to wear his vulnerabilities so openly. This time he had been fortunate. Should Dumbledore suddenly desire to probe deeper into Hector's secrets, it could spell his end. Yet, given their initial meeting, Dumbledore likely had already discerned much about him. Why, then, was he still alive? Could it be that he was merely a pawn used by Dumbledore to bridge the gap with Aberforth? This was troubling. He felt like a jester. Hector's mind raced, growing increasingly perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that he could not remain passive any longer, lest he be played for a fool. Tools have no future. The day the task is complete is the day one is discarded. He must find a way to test Dumbledore, Hector thought to himself. Before long, it was not Dumbledore who emerged from the door, but Harry, who immediately noticed Hector standing against the wall. Head bowed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to get caught up in this." Hector lifted his head, but before he could explain, Harry expressed genuine remorse. "Professor Dumbledore has known all along." Hector barely had time to respond before Dumbledore's voice echoed from within the classroom. "Come in, Hector. Remember my words, Harry. You should return for some rest." Hector could only nod at Harry, taking a deep breath as he stepped into the classroom. Dumbledore, facing away from the mirror, smiled at Hector as he approached. "This is what Harry wished to show you." Meeting Dumbledore's gaze, Hector did not shy away this time. He simply looked back calmly. The Mirror of Erised, a most extraordinary object, it reveals our deepest, most fervent desires. Hector was intensely curious about the mirror, having felt an urgent need to uncover what lay at the core of his own heart. Yet, When faced with the moment of truth, he was struck by an unusual fear of self-discovery. "Grandpa Albus, may I take a look?" After a moment's thought, Hector decided it would be better to allow Dumbledore to make this decision for him. "No one can stop you." "Hector," Dumbledore nodded. "Everyone yearns to understand their most profound desires. Knowing what you crave is far wiser than living with blinded eyes. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. There is more excitement ahead." Hector turned his gaze towards the mirror, quickly averting his eyes, uncertain of what he might see. The fear of the unknown was boundless. He yearned for answers, yet he also dreaded them, striving to calm his racing heart. His desire for clarity ultimately triumphed over his trepidation. With determination, Hector turned his head towards the mirror, squinting as he scrutinized the revelation it offered. In an instant, Hector's eyes widened as he beheld the familiar and comforting figure of his grandfather. Without realizing it, Hector stepped closer to the mirror, where the elderly man smiled benevolently, retaining the same appearance etched in Hector's memory, complete with that quaint, somewhat foolish-looking cap in one hand. He still held the now-empty sauce bottle, which he had repurposed for hot water. His grandfather's eyes sparkled brightly as he hunched slightly, waving at Hector from within the mirror. Hector's eyes instantly filled with tears as he reached out, longing to touch that familiar figure. It was only when his hand met the cold surface of the mirror that he realized the truth. Hector awoke from his reverie, understanding that the old man was no longer present. What lay before him was merely a reflection of his own heart. All he could do was etch that familiar visage into the recesses of his mind. Hector had begun to grasp the remarkable nature of the Mirror of Erised. Yet he found himself unable to tear his gaze away, despite knowing that everything before him was an illusion. Suddenly, his grandfather's image began to fade, and Hector saw two forms of mist, a large and a small, materializing above the mirror. "It's the system. How did they come to be here?" Hector's mind raced with suspicion as he quickly wiped his tears, widening his eyes and straining to hear any useful information to HP. "Report your status." A deep voice emanated from the larger mist. "The one who received me? Why has it taken you so long to provide a report?" Hector leaned in closer, eager to see more clearly, but the scene in the mirror abruptly retreated. The two mists shrank in his view, yet he caught a glimpse of their surroundings, a vast space filled with mirrors of all shapes and sizes. The smaller mist began to speak, but the larger mist interrupted. "Wait," it said, sounding as though it was searching for something. "It seems your client is not entirely satisfied. HP. They come all the way here." Hector was astonished to detect a clear emotional fluctuation in the voice emanating from the larger mist. "However, our conversation must remain unheard by him." The scene rapidly receded, leaving Hector in a void of silence and darkness, as if it had never existed. The Mirror of Erised now resembled an ordinary mirror, reflecting only his own image. "What did you see?" Dumbledore's voice floated in from behind, and Hector turned to find the old man, still wearing a warm smile, that I should have been able to discern it. Hector thought as he replied to Dumbledore, "I saw my family, Grandpa Albus." Dumbledore noticed the remnants of tears on Hector's cheeks and felt a lump form in his throat, his prepared words of consolation choking him. All he could do was open his arms and step forward, enveloping Hector in a heartfelt embrace. "I am truly sorry, my child." Dumbledore patted Hector's back, no longer the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts or the renowned figure of the wizarding world. He was simply a grandfather, an ordinary grandfather. "I am so very sorry." After a considerable time, Dumbledore finally released Hector, his azure eyes shimmering with sorrow and kindness. "However, this mirror will be moved to another location tomorrow." Dumbledore stated with resolve that, "I am truly sorry, but this mirror cannot impart knowledge or reveal the truth. Everything you see is an illusion, an untruth. Indulging in fantastical dreams while neglecting the reality of life serves no purpose, only leading to endless regrets and wasted time." Dumbledore glanced at Hector, expecting to see regret and confusion etched on his face. To his surprise, Hector's expression was one of steadfast determination. "I understand, Grandpa Albus." Hector no longer fears the elderly figure before him. He has come to understand that his ultimate objective is to seek out the two orbs of light and mist, although he remains uncertain about how to encounter them again. The Mirror of Erised has bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope, as for Voldemort. Hector is reluctant to squander any more time on him. I have matters to discuss with you, he states. The astonishment that graces Dumbledore's face is unmistakable, yet his response is refreshingly forthright, that I believe my office may serve as a most suitable venue. Hector nods, turning his back on the abandoned classroom and exiting with no lingering attachment to the Mirror of Erised, leaving Dumbledore momentarily bewildered, still processing the events that unfolded. Dumbledore initially suspects the mirror to be malfunctioning. He glances tentatively at it before swiftly averting his gaze as though struck by an electric shock. Now, it is Dumbledore who follows Hector's retreating figure as the door to the deserted classroom closes automatically, enveloping the surroundings in a silence, as if nothing had transpired. What did you see? Hector selectively shares his dream that he recounts the most basic elements of the narrative, deliberately withholding the identity of the protagonist, Sirius Black, as he is not supposed to know who Sirius is. Instead, he endeavors to describe the characteristics of the individual within his dream. Dumbledore's eyes widen as Hector's tale unfolds, and before Hector can finish, the venerable wizard rises abruptly from his chair. Hector's decision to disclose this matter is largely a test of Dumbledore's reactions. He is acutely aware of Dumbledore's belief in prophecies and anticipates that this revelation will incite considerable urgency within him, particularly since Voldemort has successfully returned in Hector's dream, an occurrence that falls well outside Dumbledore's plans. Naturally, the esteemed Albus would desire more precise and detailed information. Nothing surpasses the directness and accuracy of viewing Hector's memories. There are two methods to achieve this. One is the pensieve, though memories can be fabricated within it. The other is legilimency, which, if Dumbledore employs it without the use of occlumency, would allow him to scrutinize all of Hector's memories with clarity. Thus, Hector is well aware of the approach Dumbledore is likely to take, even though he is merely a child and his nephew. After all, he is Dumbledore. Moreover, Hector wishes to test his own resistance to the legilimency spell, although the system has not granted him this talent. He muses, what if? After all, the effects of the stunning spell were never mentioned by the system that, in his mind, Hector contemplates. If Dumbledore can penetrate his thoughts, then his secrets will be laid bare before Dumbledore in an instant, rendering the distinction between concealment and outright confession negligible. This would allow Hector to act with greater abandon in the future, free from the constraints of reason, undoubtedly simplifying matters considerably. Conversely, if he can resist, Hector would be relieved of the burden of mastering occlumency, thus enhancing his confidence against the forthcoming threat posed by the master of legilimency, Voldemort. A decidedly favorable outcome. Dumbledore paces within his modest office, Hector's narrative imparting a tremor of shock upon the venerable wizard. Dumbledore's expression shifts to one of urgency, his gait quickening and his gaze growing more resolute. He requires more accurate and detailed information. While he cannot predict when events will unfold, Dumbledore's experience leads him to conclude that Hector possesses a unique ability, despite the absence of prophetic gifts in the Dumbledore lineage, to foresee distant futures. He is certain that Voldemort will inevitably return. Time is of the essence. Dumbledore draws a deep breath, directing his gaze toward Hector, who sits in the chair. Hector, I seek to understand this in greater detail. Dumbledore leans in closer, his azure eyes fixed intently upon Hector. Here it comes. Hector has already prepared his refusal regarding the pensieve, but now is not the moment to reveal it. I can attempt to describe it further. Hector replies that, in truth, there exists another method. Dumbledore's countenance grows solemn, his eyes becoming more intense. Hector, relax. This will not harm you. Hector inhales deeply, aware of what he is about to confront. He watches as Dumbledore produces the Elder Wand. Hector, look into my eyes. The two pairs of blue eyes lock in a gaze that Hector's body tenses suddenly, feeling a powerful force from the outside surging into his mind without warning. This force effortlessly dismantles the frail defenses within Hector's brain, recklessly rummaging through his memories. There is a silver lining. It appears that, although Dumbledore is unaware of the reason, he has indeed never previously employed legilimency on Hector, not even during their exchange in the corridor. However, there is also unfortunate news. Hector's current predicament can be likened to self-detonation. Dumbledore is presently utilizing legilimency against him. Hector must take action. He strives to concentrate and resist the overwhelming force, a sharp pain spreading through his mind. He wishes to close his eyes and sever the connection, but his body has become entirely unresponsive. Hector, relax, do not resist. For a fleeting moment, a look of concern crosses Dumbledore's face, only to be swiftly replaced by determination. Hold on, I'm almost there. Heeding Dumbledore's advice would truly spell disaster. Hector thinks to himself, summoning every ounce of strength to fend off the invading force that he endeavors to limit its advance while simultaneously attempting to reconstruct the mental barriers. Unfortunately, Dumbledore's surging magical power, combined with the Elder Wand, is beyond Hector's capacity to withstand. All available resources have been deployed to the front lines of resistance, and Hector is merely buying a few seconds. Dumbledore's formidable magic breaks free from its constraints with an irresistible force, effortlessly shattering the defenses. Hector finds himself powerless against this overwhelming strength, his situation leaving him in silent despair. This probing has proven to be a complete disaster. Who would have imagined that his ability to keep secrets was entirely contingent upon Dumbledore not targeting him? Hector had fancied himself a natural master of occlumency. Hector's plight is dire, and he calls out in desperation to the system. If you're still here, take note of the current situation. My very home has been invaded. Surely you must do something. He internally screams, a last-ditch effort, for since the system had implanted 3 cards in his mind as if installing a chip, there has been no further response. Initially, Hector had tried to summon the system, but it was evident that there was no reply. Otherwise, he would not have sought out Aberforth to learn spells. The long silent system remains mute. Yet tendrils of golden light seemed to respond to Hector's call, emerging from the recesses of his mind and gradually coalescing into a shimmering golden card. No, I didn't summon you. Why are you emerging? Hector exclaims, observing the card's determined trajectory toward the front lines of confrontation. Suddenly, he finds himself contemplating the possibility of Dumbledore seeing through him as something he could accept. Armed with the fundamentals, he cannot possibly engage in a direct clash, provided his mind remains intact. However, the golden card perceives things differently. Even as Hector empties his mind and relinquishes his will to resist, the card charges forth without hesitation. The defenses suddenly solidify, and Dumbledore's magical force is subdued. The once ferocious and imposing power swiftly repelled from Hector's mind. After expelling the hostile intruder, the card directs its remaining energy to reinforce the defenses. The card, once radiant, dims significantly, and upon depleting its power, it returns to its original place. Dumbledore, of course, senses the change. Although he does not see the gleaming golden card, he can feel a powerful force invigorating the previously fragile defenses. However, Dumbledore merely believed that Hector had inexplicably mastered the art of legilimency in an extraordinarily short span of time. Though it seemed rather implausible, after all, it was Hector, Dumbledore, who had once taught him. Quickly persuaded himself to accept this notion that it appeared that continuing down this path would yield no further results, prompting Dumbledore to voluntarily withdraw from the legilimency, allowing Hector's body to finally regain its autonomy. Uncertain of when he had initially risen, Hector's form slumped back into the chair. Dumbledore hastily retrieved a chocolate from a small jar and offered it to Hector, who, unlike his usual self, did not reach out to accept it. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, what were you just doing to me? It was then that Dumbledore realized the sheer folly of his actions. Before him sat not just anyone, but his long-lost nephew, the sole bridge to reconciling with Aberforth. More crucially, he had used legilimency on an 11-year-old child. Dumbledore's complexion visibly paled as he stared at Hector, rendered speechless, unable to muster a single word of defense. He questioned whether his mind had been replaced by a troll's, for there could be no other explanation for such a foolish act. What have I done? The most formidable white wizard in the magical realm cradled his head in despair, his heart heavy with regret and remorse. Like a child caught in wrongdoing, Dumbledore lowered his gaze, unable to meet Hector's eyes. Despite his actions being devoid of selfish intent, Hector's story was of paramount importance, possessing the potential to upend everything Dumbledore held dear. Observing the elderly man, who now appeared wan and defeated, Hector felt a twinge of compassion. After all, In a certain sense, he had exploited Dumbledore's unwavering commitment to safeguarding this world. Moreover, prior to this, Dumbledore had not resorted to Legilimency to probe into his mind. With a future still to navigate at Hogwarts, it would be imprudent to let emotions dictate his actions. Instead, perhaps he could seize this opportunity to extract some benefits from Dumbledore. Let us be reasonable, Hector mused inwardly. The world is not merely about conflict. It is also about human relationships. Ultimately, he acknowledged his own inadequacies, realizing that his desire for power had intensified. After a moment, Hector regained his composure and stood. Dumbledore immediately reacted, rising swiftly and gazing at Hector with trepidation. Hector maintained a stern expression, yet he retrieved a piece of chocolate from Dumbledore's precious jar and placed it in his mouth. Witnessing this, Dumbledore's face regained some color, as the previous cold utterance of Professor Dumbledore had left him feeling utterly despondent. "Grandfather Albus, if I may still call you that," Hector began, looking into Albus's remorseful blue eyes. "I understand that this situation has caused you considerable distress. However, might you consider adopting a gentler approach?" Dumbledore nodded earnestly, eager to convey his sincerity. "It is entirely my fault. B.Y. Merlin's beard. Hector, I was overly hasty and lost all sense of measure. But rest assured, I shall find a way to make amends." Dumbledore lifted his head, observing that Hector's demeanor had softened slightly. He tentatively inquired, "However, Hector, I have but one request. Please do not disclose this matter to Aberforth." "All right." Dumbledore could scarcely fathom the wrath that would ensue should his brother learn of this incident. Hector's expression darkened once more. "So, ultimately, your concern lies not with me, but with your relationship with your brother." He continued, "If you wish for me not to hold this against you, I must inform you that not revealing this to Aberforth comes at a different price, that I can agree to that." Grandfather Albus, Hector calculated, aware of the knowledge he sought to acquire. For the present, he had no intention of delving into the darker curses. His current grasp of magic sufficed. His immediate priority lay in matters of mobility. He needed to master apparition, as he currently found himself unable to ride a broom or utilize flying powder, thus necessitating the acquisition of this skill for future convenience. "However, I have several conditions." "I agree," Dumbledore responded, though he added cautiously, "However, the unforgivable curses are out of the question, and I shall not consent to your engagement with them at this time." "Who said I wanted to learn the unforgivable curses?" "Have a little faith in me," Hector retorted, observing Dumbledore's conflicted demeanor, which seemed to oscillate between restraint and excitement. This was undoubtedly the most uncharacteristic evening for Dumbledore in his lifetime. "Very well," Dumbledore murmured. "I wish to learn apparition." Dumbledore's eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Hector, who met his gaze unwaveringly. Dumbledore, feeling somewhat at a disadvantage, averted his eyes. Nonetheless, he recognized that apparition was indeed a more prudent choice than the unforgivable curses. Furthermore, given Hector's previous aptitude for complex spells such as Legilimency, Dumbledore was confident that mastering apparition would not prove overly challenging for him. With this thought, Dumbledore nodded in tacit agreement to Hector's request. "I hope to master apparition before my second year begins." "Excellent," Dumbledore noted as Hector swiftly filled the last remaining gap in Dumbledore's argument. That he sighed softly and conceded. "All right, I agree." In compromising, Hector not only fulfilled his objectives, but also unexpectedly garnered additional rewards. He considered this a resounding victory in his encounter with the White Wizard. Though he remained uncertain about the fate of his golden talents, he hoped this trial would not jeopardize his most cherished gift. For that would indeed be a loss too great to bear. Dumbledore adeptly steered the conversation back to the tale Hector had mentioned. He did not perceive it merely as a story, but rather as a prophetic dream. Hector could not possibly be aware of Sirius's and Bella's involvement, nor could he have known that the events took place in the Department of Mysteries. Thus, Dumbledore felt an urgent need to uncover every detail regarding Hector's dream, as it held significant implications for his quest to eliminate Voldemort entirely. With Legilimency proving ineffective, Dumbledore began to contemplate alternative methods. His gaze first fell upon the vacant phoenix perch. Thankfully, Fawkes had been dispatched on an errand, and then it settled on the basin behind the shelf. The pensive, Dumbledore thought, his mood transcending mere regret. How could he have forgotten? The pensive could also present images from memories. Dumbledore now found himself questioning Aberforth, wondering if he had secretly swapped their minds, for otherwise, how could he have acted so recklessly with legilimency on a child, particularly one so dear to him? However, Hector, in his own mind, knew that even if Dumbledore retrieved the pensieve, he would likely find excuses such as not knowing how to extract the memories or suddenly becoming as dim-witted as a troll, rendering the pensieve ineffective. Hector felt confident that he had Dumbledore precisely where he wanted him. If Dumbledore wished to uncover the details of the dream, he would have to resort to legilimency. Dumbledore, this is the pensieve, he introduced, gesturing to the gem-encrusted basin, crafted from an unknown stone or metal. Hector leaned closer, realizing that the liquid within was not clear water, but rather a murky substance that shimmered with an ethereal glow. A circle of strange, magical inscriptions adorned the rim, which Hector surmised to be runes. Dumbledore pressed his wand against his temple, swiftly extracting a silvery strand from his mind. He carefully guided this thread into the pensieve. And soon, the murky surface began to reveal images. Hector gazed into the basin, experiencing the memories from Dumbledore's perspective as a detached observer, reliving the moment Dumbledore had employed legilimency against him. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It is a remarkable alchemical creation that can store memories and allow others to witness them. I often use it to store things my mind can no longer accommodate. I've experienced so much that my brain is on the verge of overflowing, Dumbledore explained. Grandfather Albus, why not use this method first? Hector inquired. Dumbledore's head suddenly bowed, for he found himself at a loss for how to respond to the inquiry. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Hector chose not to dwell further on the matter. Grandfather Albus, what should I do? Dumbledore then raised his head and addressed Hector. It is quite simple. Hector, you need only to strive to recall the dream, and then extract that memory using your wand and place it into the basin. Hector retrieved his wand and pressed it against his temple, closing his eyes to feel the power emanating from the wand. He guided this force steadily past his mental barriers, gently plucking the fragment of memory from his mind. The silvery light seeped from Hector's temple, the wand drawing it forth as it slowly descended towards the pensieve. Dumbledore, witnessing the smooth progression of events, felt a sense of relief, yet it only deepened his frustration. Filling him with regret and guilt for his earlier impulsive actions, he realized he needed to recalibrate his mindset and find someone to confide in. However, that conversation would have to wait. For now, Dumbledore required a thorough understanding of the situation. Hector's memory was soon fully extracted, and he placed it into the pensieve, glancing at Dumbledore, who was still holding his head. Grandfather Albus, I think this should suffice, right? It was rather simple. Dumbledore lowered his hand from his head, first casting a glance at the shimmering pensieve, then back at Hector. With utmost seriousness, Dumbledore said, Hector, I believe it would be best for you to find a seat. This will take some time. If you wish, you may indulge in some chocolate from the jar. Hector could see the struggle etched on Dumbledore's face, yet he added with a smile, but do not eat too much. Leave a little for me. With that, Dumbledore submerged his entire head into the pensieve, eagerly anticipating the memory he had labored so hard to obtain out on the eve of the match. Hector and Hermione were engaged in a game of wizard's chess in the Gryffindor common room, a game taught to them by Ron. Initially disinterested, Hector's curiosity piqued when he beheld the animated, talking chess pieces, each possessing independent thought. He quickly grew fond of the game. Hector first challenged Ron, who was known for his exceptional chess skills. Thinking that the boys' usual classroom antics might not translate into prowess on the chessboard. Perhaps the depictions in the original text were somewhat exaggerated. Hector remained optimistic. However, it wasn't long before Ron defeated him with a casual ease that left Hector feeling humbled. Hector's flustered expressions caught Hermione's attention as well. Yet, even she found herself thoroughly outmatched. Unfazed, Hector believed that if he could outmaneuver Ron on a broom, then surely he could best him at chess. Alas, he could find no excuse for his losses. Regrettably, Hector faced Ron several times, each game concluding in bewildering defeat. Even when he and Hermione collaborated, their combined efforts fell short against Ron, whose confidence soared as if he were destined for greatness. It was undeniable that each Weasley possessed a unique genius. The twins, Fred and George, astounded Hector with their ingenious magical prank inventions and their endless stream of ideas. Bill, the eldest, and Percy, the third brother, boasted astonishing academic achievements. While Charlie's grades were slightly less impressive, Fred and George had boasted that he possessed the family's finest Quidditch talent. As for Ron, he was merely average in academics, and neither particularly good nor bad in flying. However, Hector had to concede that Ron exhibited an exceptional talent for wizard's chess. Yet, talent alone does not dictate everything. Hector soon dismissed Ron from the match, citing an imbalance in the game. Thus, it became a battle of wits between Hector and Hermione, with Ron observing from the sidelines. Naturally, the pieces began to assert themselves, directing Hector on his moves. However, upon witnessing Hector's impending explosion of frustration, the pieces softened their tones, transforming into compliant allies, eager to assist without protest. The once boisterous king, who had boasted of glory, now radiated benevolence, while even Hermione's pieces fell silent, fearing the consequences of their earlier hubris. The atmosphere at the chessboard quieted, leaving Harry, accustomed to the clamor of the pieces, utterly astonished. Ron quickly noticed Harry's pale complexion. You're here, Harry. What's wrong? You look positively dreadful. After a pause, he added, You might want to sit this one out. The referee is Snape, and compared to safety, a match is of little consequence. Just say you're ill, and quite severely at that. Hermione suggested, where you could genuinely injure your leg. Hector, distracted by the chessboard, chimed in, not wishing to be outmatched by Hermione. Yet, given the current circumstances, victory seemed elusive. Harry, just relax. Snape won't do anything to you. Even if he intends to, he wouldn't be so overt about it that a corner would be a much better choice. Casting a spell on you while you're on a broom would be too conspicuous to it's your turn. Hermione, that is uncertain. Last time, it was you and Hermione who intervened just in time to prevent Harry from falling off his broom. Now that Snape is on a broom, if he wishes to act, no one can stop him. Ron appeared genuinely worried, casting a glance at Harry. After contemplating, Harry shook his head that I can't. There are no substitutes for the Seeker. If I don't participate, Gryffindor will have to forfeit. Hermione opened her mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Neville, who stumbled into the common room, his legs stuck together, making it hard to fathom how he had squeezed through the fat lady's portrait. It's the leglocker curse. Neville looked utterly ridiculous, his stout form bouncing awkwardly as he moved forward. Laughter erupted from the little wizards in the Gryffindor common room, while only Hector and Hermione hurried to stand and release him from the spell. What happened? Hermione and Hector helped Neville to a nearby seat, and Harry willingly made room for him. Hector retrieved a chocolate frog from his bag, which he always carried in abundance. Malfoy, Neville said, his voice quivering with indignation. I ran into him outside the library. He said he recently learned a new spell and wanted to practice on someone. Harry and Ron sprang from their seats, their reactions to Malfoy consistent. Hermione, though equally furious, maintained a level of rationality that surpassed the two brutes. You should go to Professor McGonagall and file a complaint. Neville shook his head, his voice tinged with sorrow, yet Hector could discern his resolve. I don't want to stir up trouble. Neville, you must confront him bravely. Malfoy is always overbearing. If you give in to him, he will continue to torment you. Don't say I'm cowardly and unworthy of being in Gryffindor. Malfoy has said that before. Neville's voice cracked as he leaned against Hector's shoulder, who gently patted his back. And one has said you lack courage. Hector reassured him, seeing in the chubby boy a reflection of his younger self. The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor, while Malfoy ended up in that detestable Slytherin. You are worth more than 12 Malfoys, Harry declared earnestly, gazing into Neville's reddened eyes. Now then, everyone, let him enjoy this chocolate frog. Hermione suggested as Neville clumsily unwrapped the packaging, forcing a weak smile. Thank you, Hector. Would you like a card? Hector shook his head, and Neville passed the card to Harry, who was keenly interested in collecting them. Another Dumbledore. Harry took the card, seeing the familiar figure smiling kindly at the young wizards. I'll take it back to the dormitory now, Hector said, rising alongside Neville. After all, had he not been searching for a worthy partner all along? Harry and Ron's performances were undeniably unsatisfactory to Hector. This little plump fellow before him might indeed be a viable alternative. Although Neville lacked innate talent, he possessed an admirable perseverance, which was certainly preferable to the impulsiveness of the other two. Harry and his companions nodded in agreement, and Hector, along with Neville, set off towards the tower. Hector, am I truly a Gryffindor? Neville asked, sitting on the bed and gazing at Hector, faced with this boy who bore a striking resemblance to his former self. Hector could not help but feel a pang of sympathy that he looked deep into Neville's eyes and earnestly replied, "Of course, Neville, you are undoubtedly a Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat never makes mistakes, but the Sorting Hat did consider placing me in Hufflepuff. I genuinely thought I belonged there. I even contemplated assigning me to Ravenclaw as well, yet I still ended up in Gryffindor." Hector settled beside him, gently patting Neville's shoulder. "However, when Malfoy cast spells on me, I didn't dare to resist." Neville paused, inhaling deeply. "And I know about your nighttime escapades. I am aware, yet I lacked the courage to intervene for fear that you would disregard me, which felt decidedly un-Gryffindor-like. Perhaps the Sorting Hat truly erred, given its apparent age. The Sorting Hat never errs, Neville." Hector's tone was resolute as he stood up, while Neville bowed his head, unable to meet his gaze. "Gryffindor embodies courage. Yet courage is not synonymous with recklessness, Neville, that in many respects, Harry and Ron cannot compare to you. They are far too impulsive and never contemplate the consequences of their actions." Hector continued, "You possess the wisdom to reflect and discern what is right, which is far more significant than mere bravery." "Really, Hector?" Neville lifted his head, the tears that once brimmed in his eyes now absent. He stared at Hector, who met his gaze with unwavering certainty. "Absolutely," Hector affirmed with a nod. "Courage is not a narrow concept, Neville. The zeal for exploring the unknown is courage. The ability to remain calm in the face of adversity is also courage. Resisting evil is courage, and walking through darkness while bearing a mission is likewise courage. When your friends and family face danger, stepping forward to shoulder the burden of resistance is the greatest courage of all. But Hector, I have never done any of that. I believe that when the day comes for you to confront such challenges, you will undoubtedly rise to the occasion." Hector's words resonated with strength, instilling a newfound resolve in Neville's eyes. "Longbottom is a fine example," he declared, rising to his feet, his gaze towards Hector shimmering with tears once more. Though this time they were not tears of distress. "Dry your tears, Neville," Hector urged as he stood up. "Gryffindors do not dwell on tears. Wands are the answer. I want to learn something." "Hector," Neville said earnestly, "next time I face Malfoy, I want to prove that I am a true Gryffindor. I know you can teach me." Hector nodded, visibly pleased. "Of course, Neville. I will certainly do so. But for now, you need to get a good night's sleep." Neville nodded. Having forgotten to wash up, he dove straight into his tea that moment. Harry rushed in, looking both anxious and delighted. "Hector, come quick!" Harry exclaimed, turning and dashing down the stairs, with Hector following closely behind. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione, along with Ron and Harry, wore expressions of excitement that were unmistakable as an open large book lay on the table. "We found Nicholas Flamel." Harry pointed to a line in the book, then gestured towards the card Neville had given him. "That big dog is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Snape is clearly scheming to get it. Ever since Harry and his friends discovered that Dumbledore was hiding the Philosopher's Stone, they had become increasingly preoccupied with how to utilize it. Although the stone had yet to be in their possession, as Ron put it, it was merely a matter of time, and planning ahead was prudent. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone possessed the ability to turn stone into gold, a temptation that no one could resist. Not to mention, the stone could grant immortality. Based on current evidence, it had allowed Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel to live for over 6 centuries. Ron was already contemplating which Quidditch team to support once they obtained the stone, a dream he had nurtured since childhood. However, speaking of Quidditch, Harry's thoughts turned to the upcoming match and Snape. Initially, he had dismissed Hector's concerns, but as the finals approached, Harry felt increasingly anxious. "I have to participate in the match." He resolved, "If I withdraw, the Slytherins will think I'm afraid, and that simply won't do." Hector noticed Harry swallow nervously, his worry gradually replaced by determination. Harry looked at Ron and the others, continuing, "Besides, if we win this match, Gryffindor will surpass Slytherin in the Quidditch Cup Championship. It's been 4 years since Gryffindor last held the cup. This is our best opportunity. I cannot give up. Let us hope we don't have to carry you off the pitch," Hermione remarked, with Ron nodding in agreement. "We'll be there to watch. Right, Hector?" Hector hesitated for a moment as Harry cast an expectant glance in his direction. After all, it was unlikely that old Dumbledore would attend the match, but having young Dumbledore cheering them on would be a pleasant alternative. Hector's magical prowess was well known to Harry, providing a sense of security akin to that of Professor Dumbledore. However, Hector ultimately had to decline Harry's wish. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I fear I won't be able to make it." Earlier that day at breakfast, an owl had delivered a letter to Hector. He initially assumed it was from Aberforth, but it turned out to be a missive from Professor McGonagall. Upon reading it, Hector recalled that she had requested him to visit her office after the holiday, a detail he had completely forgotten. Hector felt that this oversight was not entirely his fault. A significant portion of the blame lay with old Dumbledore. Although his golden talent had not entirely vanished, Hector distinctly felt the adverse effects brought on by the Obliviate spell. His magical power had taken a significant hit, now comparable to that of Fred and George. Yet Hector remained confident that in both one-on-one and dueling scenarios, those two brothers would still stand no chance against him, provided they did not preemptively disarm themselves. Professor Flitwick had also noticed a decline in Hector's magical abilities, but attributed it to his exhaustion, subsequently granting him several weeks of leave. Fortunately, Hector's magic was slowly recovering, and he could see his golden reputation gradually transitioning from a dull gray back to its former brilliant luster. Though the pace was painfully slow, Hector estimated that by Easter he might regain about half of his former power, and by the next school year he would likely return to his previous state. This would slow his magical growth, yet he was not in a hurry to seek out Aberforth for a potion to restore his power, despite knowing he could undoubtedly provide a solution. Hector understood the principle that one cannot replenish what is already empty. However, this did not mean Hector had abandoned the idea of finding a way to outsmart Dumbledore. Having left his own owl with Aberforth, he now faced the inconvenience of needing to either borrow Harry's Hedwig or summon Fawkes whenever he wished to send something. He required his own messenger. That being said, he still needed to visit Professor McGonagall's office this afternoon, making it unlikely that he would witness Harry's match. Nevertheless, Hector did not find the match particularly memorable, so he surmised that no significant plot-altering events would occur. Thus, Hector had no choice but to decline Harry's invitation. After lunch, Hector wished Harry good luck and hurriedly made his way to the Gryffindor head's office on the 4th floor. The office door was firmly shut, and Hector knocked gently, patiently awaiting a response from within. Before long, a familiar voice called out from the office, "Come in." Hector pushed open the door and swiftly stepped inside, where Professor McGonagall was seated behind a long table, diligently marking students' assignments. All professors seemed to be engulfed in their work, and Professor Flitwick was no exception, perpetually faced with an unending pile of homework. It was only when she heard footsteps approaching that Professor McGonagall lifted her gaze, but upon realizing it was Hector who had entered, she promptly lowered her head once more. Mr. Dumbledore, you have arrived," she murmured softly, still focused on her papers. "I had thought you would wait until Easter to come by. My apologies, Professor McGonagall," Hector replied, his head bowed. "I truly lost track of time. There is simply too much to attend to." Professor McGonagall shot him a disapproving glance before her eyes darted back to the parchment before her. "Too much to attend to? Then tell me, Mr. Dumbledore, how is it that you still remembered to visit Professor Flitwick's office?" As the sound of quills scratching against parchment filled the air, a voice interjected, "My lord, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. I would almost think you were a Ravenclaw, rather than a Gryffindor. Pray tell, who is your head of house?" "It is you, Professor McGonagall," Hector replied in a voice so soft that he could scarcely hear himself. Nevertheless, he stubbornly attempted to clarify. "Had you reminded me earlier, Professor, I certainly would have recalled." That's so. "Mr. Dumbledore," Professor McGonagall's piercing gaze locked on a Hector, "I distinctly recall having reminded you, and counting this letter, it marks the 3rd reminder. What on earth has been troubling you, Hector? You seem perpetually distracted, inattentive in class. I understand this is rudimentary for you, but that is no excuse for your lack of focus, Mr. Dumbledore." Hector felt as though he could sink into the floor, astonished that Professor McGonagall had indeed reminded him thrice. He had no recollection of any such reminders, leading him to suspect that the side effects of the soul-sucking charm were indeed too potent. He began to question whether he had forgotten any other significant matters. This predicament was entirely Albus Dumbledore's fault. It bore no relation to me, Hector Dumbledore. I am but a victim. However, your essay on Transfiguration was exceptionally well written, Mr. Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall expertly extracted Hector's parchment from the heap and scrutinized it. Your foundational knowledge is indeed solid, your considerations thorough, and your viewpoints rather innovative. Mr. Dumbledore, I am relieved to see that you have at least taken your homework seriously. Hector silently nodded, continuing to fixate on the tips of his shoes. Professor McGonagall rose, returning Hector's parchment to its place, her expression shifting from stern to warm. Very well, Mr. Dumbledore, I did not summon you here solely to chastise you, despite your rather outrageous behavior. Observing Hector's bowed head. Her tone softened. Lift your head, Hector. Instinctively, Hector raised his gaze, his eyes immediately meeting those of Professor McGonagall. He involuntarily shuddered. Her aura was undeniably formidable. Despite her gentle demeanor, the moment his eyes met hers, he instinctively flinched. The shadow of a strict primary school teacher loomed large over Hector. Having faced punishment on more than one occasion, in the presence of such a commanding woman, his legs felt weak. Do not be afraid. Hector, this is not a bad thing. Professor McGonagall observed the timid child before her, who bore a resemblance to Dumbledore. Cowering as if afraid to breathe, she found the spectacle quite amusing. Her voice grew increasingly gentle. I wish to invite you to join my Transfiguration Club. Hector, Professor McGonagall elaborated on the details of the club, and it must be said the threshold to enter her Transfiguration Club was remarkably high. Firstly, all members were required to master the disappearing spell, which Hector could indeed perform. After all, it was a charm he had adeptly utilized even before arriving at Hogwarts for the school supply list. However, he could not guarantee his current ability to execute it smoothly today for the second requirement. Professor McGonagall explained, every year, each member must publish at least one paper on Transfiguration in the esteemed journal. Today's Transfiguration, or face the harsh penalty of expulsion. Indeed, this was quintessentially Professor McGonagall, exceedingly rigorous, yet it assuredly promised a gathering of exceptional talent. According to Professor McGonagall, Percy was also part of the Transfiguration Club, and not just from Gryffindor. The most distinguished individuals from all houses in the realm of Transfiguration were included in her esteemed circle. Speaking of this, Professor McGonagall seemed to take great pride, as if claiming all the heroes of the realm had fallen within her grasp. Before her stood a burgeoning prodigy in the field of Transfiguration, and simply by virtue of his surname. She felt compelled to consider Hector for inclusion. After all, the illustrious achievements of old Dumbledore had left a profound impression on her. However, I heard from Professor Flitwick that you seem to be experiencing some health issues, she remarked, scrutinizing Hector from head to toe. Have you consulted Madame Pomfrey? Hector nodded. I have. Madame Pomfrey indicated that I have depleted my magical reserves, resulting in a physical deficit, and that I require some time to recuperate. Professor McGonagall nodded. Then I shall refrain from adding to your burdens, Hector. She sighed, returning to her seat. We can postpone the matter of the Transfiguration Club until you are well again. However, I do expect you to be more attentive in class. Hector, it is the very least you owe to your teacher. Hector nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain, standing in place as he awaited Professor McGonagall's next directive. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Hector, to be honest, Professor McGonagall, I do have some questions I wish to ask you. Hector replied as he rummaged through his bag, retrieving the issue of today's Transfiguration he had specifically brought back for this afternoon's discussions. A flawless, seamless extension charm. Professor McGonagall glanced at the small bag in Hector's arms. Did you make this yourself? No wonder Professor Flitwick holds you in such high regard. There was a hint of envy in her tone as she continued. However, I still hope you achieve even greater success in Transfiguration, akin to Albus, but that does not imply you can neglect your studies in charms. That is the foundation of all magic. All Hector could do was nod obediently. Swiftly redirecting Professor McGonagall's attention back to the study of Transfiguration, Hector exited the office, laden with newfound insights. It was nearly time for dinner. The Quidditch match had long concluded, and Hector soon found himself amidst the jubilant Gryffindor lions in the Great Hall. Celebrating their victory, Seamus was holding a fork, with a sausage smeared in tomato sauce perched atop it, standing on the Gryffindor bench as he boisterously announced, "Gryffindor has won the Hogwarts Cup." Harry caught the golden snitch in just 5 minutes. His voice was soon drowned out by a swell of cheers, for today was akin to a festival for Gryffindor. Hector spotted the Weasley twins, each clutching a large barrel of butterbeer, exclaiming that the drinks were specifically provided for the Gryffindor Common Room's celebratory festivities. Following closely behind was a robust figure, presumably Oliver Wood, who was cradling a large stash of snacks. Wood's smile was radiant as he distributed various candies to the young wizards seated at the Gryffindor table, engaging even the audacious Hufflepuff students who had dared to sit at the Gryffindor table. While stuffing assorted treats into their arms, a few bold young wizards had even produced Weasley's Wizard Wheezes fireworks within the hall. And everyone took advantage of Professor McGonagall's absence to celebrate wildly, laughter illuminating the faces of all those seated at the Gryffindor table, as for the overly excited Slytherin snakes before the match. Each wore a long face, particularly the blonde lad in the corner with his spiky hair, who was viciously jabbing his fork into the chicken leg on his plate, his eyes fixed on the exuberant Gryffindor lions. Muttering something under his breath, Hector encountered Neville beside Simon. The little chubby boy's face flushed crimson with excitement upon seeing Hector, and he enveloped him in a hearty embrace. "Hector, today Ron and I gave Malfoy and his crew a thorough thrashing." Neville's voice had never been so loud, as he patted Hector's shoulder enthusiastically. "I now firmly believe I am a true Gryffindor. I'm stronger than all 12 Malfoys combined." "Well done, Neville," Hector replied, returning the pat on Neville's shoulder. "I'm certain they will no longer dare to provoke you. How did you manage to teach Malfoy a lesson, Neville? What spell did you use?" "No spells were necessary." Neville waved his fists in the air. "I used my fists, Hector, fists." Ron was right. Malfoy only knows how to bully the weak. Neville waved at Hector and joined in the Gryffindor celebrations. Hector quickly lost sight of him in the crowd, but he spotted Hermione, Harry, and Ron standing nearby. Hermione also waved at him, prompting Hector to approach. "This chapter isn't over. Please click the next page to continue reading." "Hector, I have some new intelligence," Harry said earnestly, his face devoid of the joy of victory. And indeed, the trio's expressions were filled with anxiety and alarm. "We need to find an empty room. I must tell you about this matter." Ron led the way, with Hector trailing behind as the three of them navigated through the bustling crowd, ascending to the 5th floor where numerous abandoned classrooms were located, including the room of the Erised mirror. Ron dragged over 4 dust-covered chairs from the corner, and after Hector had cleaned them, the 4 of them sat down. Harry did not speak until he confirmed that Peeves was not in the room. Then he recounted the details of overhearing a conversation between Snape and Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest while cloaked. "I am certain our analysis is correct. That object is indeed the Philosopher's Stone. Snape was trying to coerce Quirrell." Hector ceased listening after Harry mentioned Snape trying to coerce Quirrell, as his thoughts were consumed by what arrangements Dumbledore might be making. He did not believe Quirrell's disguise could conceal him from Dumbledore for long, so why had he not acted until now? In other words, what exactly was Dumbledore up to? Hector had visited the headmaster's office numerous times, and each time Dumbledore was conspicuously absent. It was clear he was not at Hogwarts. Where could he have gone? Hector knew nothing, only that Dumbledore had been exceedingly busy lately, a fact underscored by a note brought to him by Fawkes, which simply read, "Busy do we think you should inform your grandfather," was the most sensible suggestion from Hermione. Though he ought not to be privy to this information, it is far more crucial for Professor Dumbledore to know who is scheming to seize the Philosopher's Stone. He will not believe it, and the most critical issue is that I cannot locate him. Dumbledore is not in the school that we saw him this afternoon. Professor Dumbledore attended the Quidditch Match. Did you not know? Hector shook his head and stood up from the newly moved chair, contemplating a meeting with his dear, yet elusive grandfather. "Albus, I am going to the headmaster's office now." Hector dashed from the 5th floor to the 8th, slightly breathless yet still swift as he reached the door to the headmaster's office. The stone beast at the entrance remained poised, and Hector took a deep breath, retrieving the candy list from his pocket. Just as he was about to recite it, the beast suddenly moved aside. "Ah, how considerate," Hector remarked, hastily tucking the list back into his bag as he ascended the spiral staircase. Inside the office, a familiar voice greeted him. "You've arrived, Hector." Dumbledore reclined his chair, eyes closed, appearing unusually fatigued, which momentarily left Hector uncertain about how to broach his inquiries. "I have indeed been quite worn out lately." "What have you been up to?" Hector asked, striving to maintain the gentlest tone possible. "That I've visited a few old friends. I believe you have learned who Nicholas Flamel truly is." "This time, I inquired about the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore replied, rubbing his temples. "From him, I gleaned several crucial pieces of information. The stone cannot bring a person back to life, even though it possesses the power to create the elixir of life, allowing one to evade the judgment of time." Dumbledore's tone was not one of mere chance, but rather a sigh of resignation. "Death, a fearsome yet beautiful thing, eternally tempts the unfortunate souls who wish to evade its scythe, unaware that the more fiercely they struggle, the closer death draws near." "And what else?" Hector disregarded Dumbledore's lamentation, continuing to inquire "Oh, there's also the matter of Sirius, the one you saw standing beside Harry in your dream. I have been contemplating this. If he is innocent, then who betrayed the secret all those years ago? Was it Lupin or the deceased one? Or rather, the one who should have died, Peter?" Suddenly, a burst of flames appeared in the air. It was Fawkes, Hector observed as the weary phoenix returned to its perch. Dumbledore rose, retrieving a beautifully adorned envelope from Fawkes' leg. "He has a penchant for these superficial trinkets. If only Fudge would dedicate more time to governance instead of these impractical showpieces. Alas, he is so fond of such matters." Dumbledore opened the envelope, skimming through a few lines before carelessly casting it aside. Still a disagreement. Not even a glance. Dumbledore furrowed his white brows, returning to his chair, slowly massaging his temples. "Grandfather Albus, I can reveal the answer to you." Hector contemplated, hesitating, yet ultimately spoke. "However, you must promise me that all arrangements concerning this matter must adhere to my guidance." Dumbledore straightened in his chair, his eyes sparkling with newfound vigor, entirely devoid of the fatigue he had displayed moments earlier. "Did you dream of something again, Hector?" Dumbledore gazed intently at him, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "I suppose it can be classified as a dream," Hector murmured. "Yet I did indeed witness something. A very dilapidated house. Seemingly near Hogsmeade, I saw Sirius, alongside a tall, thin man who appeared rather shabby. They were controlling a rather short, balding fellow, whom Sirius referred to as Peter Pettigrew." Dumbledore interjected, "It appears he is not dead." "An old house near Hogsmeade? That can only mean one thing, Hector. Peter is within the castle. However, I did not perceive anything unusual about the castle. Peter cannot possibly remain hidden here. Hector, may I see your memory?" Hector shook his head, having prepared his rationale. "Grandfather Albus, you know my magic has been problematic." He glanced at Dumbledore. "Moreover, ever since extracting my memory last time, I have felt rather dizzy and unwell. I suspect it may be some time before I can use that spell again." Dumbledore paused momentarily before bowing his head. Hector observed as Dumbledore rummaged through his robe pockets. "I heard from Pomfrey about your magical issues, Hector, which is why I sought out an old friend." Dumbledore produced 2 small vials from his pocket, one containing a thick, black liquid, and the other a clear, golden potion, Severus potion. Though highly effective, I presumed you would not appreciate its bitter taste. Hence, I consulted another apothecary of similar expertise. His fees were quite substantial. Dumbledore grimaced at the thought of the cost, handing both vials to Hector. "Nonetheless, they are indeed quite rare. Hector, the black vial contains a potion for enhancing magical abilities, while the other is a Felix Felicis. Do not underestimate these 2 vials of potion, Hector. Hector, Severus, can at most concoct the Felix Felicis, but as for the elixir of life, that is a feat beyond the capabilities of any potion master. For all of them lack one crucial ingredient from the formula, Nicholas's Philosopher's Stone." Noticing Hector's gaze, Dumbledore shrugged, offering an explanation. "After all, I am merely safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone for Nicholas. I can still harness a portion of its power." Hector nodded, carefully placing the 2 vials into his satchel. "So, the Philosopher's Stone housed within the school is a counterfeit." Dumbledore winked at Hector and nodded in affirmation. "That is a replica created by Nicholas and myself, imbued with a fraction of the stone's magic. However, the replica lacks the ability to produce the elixir of life. The magic it possesses merely serves to enhance its resemblance to the genuine article." As if recalling a thought, Dumbledore inquired, "By the way, Hector, what else have you seen in your new dreams?" Hector did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed intently at Dumbledore. Dumbledore, stroking his chin, continued, "I promise you, this matter will unfold according to your guidance." Hearing Dumbledore's assurance, Hector finally spoke. "That man, the one you referred to as Peter, is a rat, Albus." Hector fixed his eyes upon the elderly man, adding, "That rat is none other than Ron's pet Scabbers. If memory serves me correctly." Dumbledore sprang to his feet, displaying an unusual urgency, "that I cannot allow such a dangerous creature to remain in your vicinity." He drew his wand and addressed Fawkes, instructing him to fetch Mr. Weasley and have him bring his pet to my office. Fawkes nodded and was about to take flight when Hector called out, "Albus, you promised." Hector insisted, "Everything is to be arranged as I see fit." Dumbledore opened his mouth to protest, but upon meeting Hector's steady gaze, he merely nodded. Fawkes returned to his perch, meticulously preening his feathers. Yet it is exceedingly perilous to have a Death Eater nearby. Dumbledore maintained his stance. Hector shook his head, responding with utmost seriousness, "Albus, relax. Ron has mentioned that Scabbers has been residing with him for 12 years without incident, suggesting he simply wishes to remain hidden. After all that time, without causing any trouble at the Weasley household. It is illogical for him to engage in any mischief here at Hogwarts, right under your nose." Hector paused, clarifying his reasoning before adding, "Moreover, while we both know Sirius is innocent, Albus, should you deliver Pettigrew directly to the so-called Ministry of Magic, they will not only refuse to release Sirius, but will hastily bestow upon him a Dementor's kiss. The Ministry has never sought the truth. They crave the unquestioned authority of the wizarding world. Those in power at the Ministry will strive to dismantle anything that may threaten their dominion, even if that includes you." Hector could see the astonishment etched across Dumbledore's face, and he pressed on. "Sirius's freedom must be earned by him alone, Albus. While I am uncertain how he might escape from Azkaban, I believe that for the time being, Pettigrew must remain untouched." Dumbledore was taken aback by Hector's words. Desiring to refute his perspective, yet he recognized the truth in Hector's assertions that be why Merlin's beard. "Hector, how did you come to these conclusions?" Dumbledore scrutinized his nephew, eager to discern what thoughts occupied his mind. "Surely, one cannot glean so much from a single letter," Hector replied. "For what I have read, the Ministry has always behaved in this manner. Have they not?" Hector feigned ignorance, and although Dumbledore found it unreasonable, he could not contrive any alternative explanations. "Hector, I must confess, you possess far greater insight than I did at your age. I would never have contemplated such matters so thoroughly." Dumbledore affectionately ruffled Hector's hair. "You are correct. I had no intention of directly exposing Pettigrew. I planned to cast a charm of oblivion upon him, allowing him to forget his identity as Peter Pettigrew. This would be far safer. Would it not, Hector?" Hector nodded in agreement. Dumbledore continued, "However, we must devise a careful plan to prevent him from resorting to any desperate measures, especially here at Hogwarts. Nonetheless, this threat should not linger for long. This peril should not be allowed to persist. As for the remaining matters, Albus, you may handle those as you see fit." After elucidating his reasoning to Dumbledore, Hector decisively relinquished control. He was quite curious about Dumbledore's recent endeavors. "Let us set this matter aside for now. Albus, could you share with me what has transpired recently?" Dumbledore understood that he could no longer regard his nephew as merely an ordinary first-year wizard. There were certain matters he believed Hector was entitled to know. There's indeed some good news. At the very least, it seems that Voldemort's return will not occur this year, or even next year. This is encouraging. It affords me more time to rally additional support and prepare adequately. Dumbledore reclined in his armchair, pleasantly closing his eyes. "Will they believe you?" Hector seated himself on a nearby chair, observing the weary figure of the elderly man, and inquired, "I do not know." "Hector," Dumbledore replied, opening his eyes and offering a faint smile, "but that does not mean I shall abandon my attempts. How can one know without trying? Since we have foreknowledge, we must prepare in advance. Albus, all your plans hinge upon the assumption that my dream will indeed come to pass. Yet, how can you be so certain that my dream will materialize in reality rather than merely being a fanciful illusion?" Hector felt an overwhelming urge to pose all his questions at once. uncertain of when he might next encounter the venerable wizard. Oh, Dumbledore appeared reluctant to broach the subject, furrowing his brow as he organized his thoughts. Leaning back in his chair with eyes closed, he finally spoke. I consulted with an acquaintance, or perhaps a friend, who possesses considerable experience in this realm, that he expressed astonishment at your innate talent, and assured me that this is undoubtedly a prophetic dream. He also concurred with the notion that the events you foresee will not transpire for quite some time. Dumbledore paused. Scratching his nose, he insisted that I extend a proper apology to you and inquired when I might introduce you to him. What did you say? I did not agree. This is your choice. Hector. Dumbledore shifted in his chair, yet his eyes remained closed. Moreover, Albus Percival Wulfert Brian Dumbledore would likely not be keen on allowing you to meet him. Hector comprehended who Dumbledore was referring to, and his gaze towards the elderly wizard shifted with renewed intensity. That so-called friend was undoubtedly the infamous First Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. I initially believed you were tirelessly working towards the peace and prosperity of the wizarding world. Yet it appears you have diverted your efforts toward an old acquaintance that I essed in search of a soulmate. Hector surmised as much to A.S. for whether or not he wished to meet Grindelwald. Hector remained uncertain, for he had not forgotten the rather iconic remark. Will Dumbledore mourn for you? Hector could still sense the lingering scent of jealousy in the air. Nevertheless, Hector felt compelled to clarify the present situation. Albus, are you aware of Professor Quirrell's circumstances? Dumbledore glanced at Hector and nodded. I had assumed you, like Harry, believed this to be the doing of Severus. Dumbledore rummaged beneath the table until he finally retrieved his cherished little jar. Cradling it in his arms, he swayed gently in his chair. Indeed, I am aware that Professor Quirrell is problematic. Severus has informed me more than once, and I am quite certain he is executing Voldemort's commands. Then surely you must take some action. Do not rush, Hector. A weakened Voldemort, exposed to the light, is far preferable to one lurking in the shadows. Dumbledore retrieved a lemon drop from the candy jar, rubbed it against his robe, and swiftly popped it into his mouth, revealing a look of delight. I have yet to comprehend why he continues to exist in this world in some manner. Even the connection between Quirrell and Voldemort eludes my full understanding, as Tom possesses an abundance of cunning. Directly confronting Quirrell would undoubtedly raise alarms. Dumbledore gazed at the anxious Hector and patiently offered reassurance. The situation remains under my control. Hector, to be candid, your prophetic dream has unsettled me. Yet fortunately, I still have time. You wish to prepare Harry, do you not, Grandfather Albus? Hector extended his hand towards Dumbledore, who handed over the candy jar, revealing a greater variety than Hector had anticipated. After perusing, he selected a rather appealing one and placed it in his mouth. Let Hagrid escort him to the vault. You know Hagrid, in the presence of acquaintances, reveals clues as effortlessly as if under the influence of a truth serum. This has all been orchestrated by you. Dumbledore refrained from providing a direct answer, merely swaying back and forth in his armchair with closed eyes. Hector briefly believed he had fallen asleep. Hector, I cannot answer that question, as it encompasses far too much, Dumbledore calmly articulated. Voldemort wields a form of dark magic of which I am utterly ignorant. I cannot gamble with the fate of the entire magical world. Acting recklessly would be the utmost irresponsibility towards everyone at AS for why Harry was chosen. It pertains to a prophecy, and now is not the time for you to learn of it. Hector, when may I be privy to this knowledge? This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. When you are ready, Dumbledore smiled warmly at Hector, who rolled his eyes at the old man's penchant for riddles. May all unfold as you desire, Grandfather Albus. Hector rose from his chair, musing that his grandfather was indeed correct. Albus always preferred to bear the weight of the world alone rather than place faith in others. Did he truly say that? Hector nodded, retrieving another candy from Dumbledore's jar, recalling the delightful taste of the previous one. He also mentioned that Albus was undeniably powerful, revered by all as if he were divine. Yet they failed to recognize that Albus was merely mortal. Hector bit down hard on the candy, the sweet and sour flavor bursting forth in his mouth, that I believe he was not mistaken. Grandfather Albus, you truly need to contemplate this matter seriously. Dumbledore's bright eyes locked onto Hector's, and he could discern that the old man was indeed pondering something of significance. Hector remained uncertain whether Dumbledore would heed his nephew's words and effect change. But for now, he was still present. Stories often diverge, and Hector was confident in that. As Hector approached the door, Dumbledore's voice echoed behind him. "Hector, please do not share this with Harry, nor disclose that it was all Quirrell's scheme." "Not Severus's." Hector did not turn back. He continued toward the door. "For heaven's sake, Hector." Hector paused momentarily, but did not turn around, merely nodding before proceeding. The door to an abandoned classroom on the 5th floor was slightly ajar, and 3 pairs of eyes peered through the crack. "Hector wouldn't forget us, would he?" came Harry's voice. "Of course not. Perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore has uncovered Severus's affairs and is currently dueling him." Ron's muffled voice drifted from within. Hector approached just in time to hear, "Who knows? We might not see Severus again tomorrow. If that's the case, I must buy some firework from Fred tonight." "Someone's coming." "Quiet down," Hermione's voice warned. Almost immediately, the classroom door swung open, revealing Hector. The 3 young wizards quickly pulled him inside. "What did Professor Dumbledore say?" Hermione inquired anxiously. Hector shook his head. "Grandfather Albus said nothing, but I can tell he does not believe it to be Severus." "What? It's so glaringly obvious. Could it be that Severus has placed a confundus charm on your grandfather?" Ron reacted vehemently. Hermione interrupted him. "What are you thinking? That's Dumbledore we're talking about. It seems we cannot rely on Professor Dumbledore. We must devise our own plan," Harry stated with unwavering determination. Hector considered advising Harry, but recalling Dumbledore's words, he reluctantly abandoned the notion. From that point onward, Harry and Ron dedicated themselves to daily surveillance of the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Each time Hector accompanied them back to the Gryffindor common room, they would deliberately take a longer route to the corridor, listening intently for Harry's assurance that they were confirming whether the troll remained inside, at least establishing that Severus had yet to subdue it. Not only that, but their perceptions of Professor Quirrell had also shifted. Ron, who had previously labeled Quirrell a coward on multiple occasions, now urged others not to mock him. Meanwhile, Harry greeted Quirrell with an encouraging smile each time they crossed paths. This resulted in Quirrell appearing increasingly awkward during their encounters, and Hector witnessed Quirrell's discomfort as he forced a stiff smile in response before hastily retreating. As time passed, their encounters with Quirrell diminished. However, their chance meetings with Severus increased dramatically. Severus strode purposefully through the halls, reinforcing Harry and Ron's suspicions he must be gathering intelligence. Harry expressed on multiple occasions to Hector, who remained unconvinced. "Poor Professor Quirrell. He must be utterly exhausted trying to contend with Severus. Don't you think his complexion grows increasingly pallid? He looks dreadful. Hector, do you know of any potions that could restore his vitality? We could secretly deliver some to him." Hector regarded Harry, who remained blissfully unaware of the adversarial dynamics at play, and shook his head. Harry sighed, contemplating concocting a revitalizing potion himself, or even a calming draught. Quirrell appeared as though he hadn't enjoyed a good night's sleep in ages. When it came to potion making, Harry had to concede that Severus' assessment of him as slightly more intelligent than a troll was somewhat fair. Merely observing the complex steps left him bewildered, let alone attempting to brew them. Upon examining his own concoctions, he questioned whether he was inadvertently brewing poison. As for Ron, his evaluation from Severus was on par with a troll, leaving Harry with little hope for assistance from him. Meanwhile, Hermione busied herself with preparations for the final exams, which were still 10 weeks away, yet she meticulously organized her study schedule while simultaneously concerning herself with the Philosopher's Stone. Although supportive of Harry's ambitions, Hermione deemed studying and previewing material far more pressing than the time-consuming and laborious task of potion-making. "Time is of the essence, Harry. Do you realize we must pass our final exams to progress to our second year?" Hermione gazed at Harry, shaking her head in frustration. "Final exams are crucial. And Harry, I believe you should place more trust in Professor Quirrell. After all, he's the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Perhaps he's merely under the weather?" In summary, relying on Hermione was unrealistic. Thus, Harry turned to his last option, Hector. Hector, too, was busy and consistently displayed a non-committal stance toward Harry's unshakable belief that Severus is the ultimate villain. Hector harbored a distinct inclination towards the notion that Quirrell, perceived as that warrior in Harry's eyes, was indeed the true antagonist. Yet, whenever pressed for evidence, Hector would invariably falter, as if burdened by an unspoken secret. Consequently, Harry ultimately abandoned the idea of seeking Hector's assistance in concocting potions, fearing that Hector, in a moment of confusion, might inadvertently compromise the potion meant for Professor Quirrell. Thus, they turned to the school's most infamous purveyors of contraband, the Weasley twins, who gallantly sold Harry a substantial vial of calming draught at a remarkably low price. That day, Quirrell was nowhere to be seen, as Harry recounted how he had mixed the calming draught into the professor's pumpkin juice, yielding rather impressive results. Fred and George, as always, conducted their business with commendable integrity. However, Hector had indeed been rather preoccupied of late, though not with revision. Previously, he had contemplated nurturing Neville's potential, and he diligently devoted considerable time to instructing him. To his surprise, Hector found Neville's eagerness to learn commendable, albeit his understanding remarkably lacking. Unlike Harry and Ron, who were hardly focused on their studies, Neville approached Hector's lessons with utmost seriousness, meticulously absorbing the knowledge imparted and frequently engaging in spirited discussions. This brought Hector immense emotional satisfaction. Yet once they transitioned to practical exercises, Hector was astonished to discover that Neville's performance lagged even behind that of Harry and Ron. While Harry and Ron could conjure sparks from the tip of their wands, Hector began to suspect that Neville might have brought a mere twig from a tree to school. Hector was reluctant to attribute the issue to his teaching, so he posed several questions about the recently covered material, only to find that Neville had a solid grasp of the theoretical concepts. Thus, the problem could not lie with Hector's instruction. As he surveyed Neville, he noticed the worn and battered wand in his hand, which bore the scars of numerous battles. "This cannot be your wand, can it, Neville?" Hector inquired. Shaking his head, Neville explained, "This is my father's wand. Why grandmother hopes that I will be brave like him and not disappoint his expectations." Before this chapter concludes, please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Hector returned the wand to Neville and solemnly stated, "This simply won't do, Neville. Your grandmother's intentions are noble, but a wand ill-suited to you cannot unleash your full potential." He then retrieved a feather from Fawkes, the phoenix, which Dumbledore had entrusted to him. "But fret not about how to explain this to your grandmother, Neville. I shall have Professor Dumbledore write her a letter, and I am sure you will soon possess a wand that truly belongs to you." Hector pointed his wand at the red feather, which spontaneously ignited in flames. Moments later, Fawkes appeared before him. "Hello, Fawkes," Hector greeted as he borrowed a quill and parchment from Neville, lowering his head to write, while Fawkes perched on his shoulder, observing intently. "Please deliver this letter to Professor Dumbledore for me." Hector rolled up the parchment, and Fawkes took it delicately in his beak. After a gentle nuzzle against Hector's head, Fawkes spread his wings and soared into the air. A splendid burst of sparks erupted, and Fawkes vanished from Hector and Neville's sight. Days later, Hector received a response from Dumbledore, albeit delivered by owl. The letter revealed that Fawkes had expressed considerable discontent with his role as a messenger, hence the traditional delivery method. Nevertheless, Dumbledore had included a phoenix feather in the envelope that a day later, Neville received a letter from his grandmother, brimming with excitement. "Hector, thank you. My grandmother said she will take me to buy a wand of my own during the Easter holiday." He glanced at his current wand and added, "But I will keep this one as a memento. It was my father's wand, and I aspire to be like him." Hector placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Not entirely correct, Neville, that I believe you will become an even more remarkable person than he was. After all, your father did not have a Dumbledore by his side." They exchanged knowing glances, bursting into hearty laughter in unison. Easter break arrived much sooner than anticipated, and the typically carefree Harry and Ron felt an unexpected urgency, primarily due to the overwhelming amount of homework assigned by their professors. Unlike the Christmas holiday, the demands of their studies compelled Hermione to remain at school, leaving Harry and his friends with no respite. Having a flying companion made it difficult to relax without feeling a sense of obligation. Hector found no issue with spending time in the library, but for Harry and Ron, devoting hours to memorizing the 12 uses of dragon's blood and the practical applications of white willow felt like an egregious waste of time. Each passing day brought brighter weather, and Harry could already sense the essence of summer in the crisp air. "I can't take this anymore." Ron's persistence exceeded Hector's expectations as he finally slammed his quill down onto the table. slumping over it and gazing longingly out the library window at the sky, as clear as a pristine lake, devoid of clouds. The sun's warmth was just right, so inviting that one could not help but feel the urge to stretch lazily beneath its rays. What splendid weather! There's no reason not to step outside. Ron's voice was heavy yet resolute, his gaze shifting among Hector, Hermione, and Neville, ultimately landing on Harry. I can't stand being cooped up in the library any longer. If I stay much longer, I won't retain any of this knowledge. Harry's eyes flickered with understanding, and Neville lifted his head to glance at Hector. Noticing that Hector had remained unresponsive aside from a grunt, Neville obediently lowered his gaze. He busied himself with his newly acquired wand while perusing a herbology book that piqued his interest, finding satisfaction in the arrangement. As for Hermione, she seemed oblivious to the exchange, as the impending exams weighed heavily on her, leaving her focused solely on her studies. Hagrid, I never expected to run into you here. Ron's voice revealed his surprise as he inquired, what brings you to this place? Hector looked up to see the familiar towering figure before them. Hagrid appeared somewhat uneasy, cautiously concealing something behind the large coat made of weasel fur. Just taking a look around, Hagrid replied vaguely, avoiding eye contact with Hector and the others. But what are you all doing? Still searching for clues about Nicholas Flamel? Hagrid eyed them suspiciously, while Ron puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, I've known who Nicholas Flamel is for centuries. His nose nearly touched the ceiling. And Hagrid, we also know what the guard dog is protecting. In a swift motion, Hagrid stepped closer to Ron, firmly covering his mouth with his large hand. Shh, I've told you. That's classified information. Hagrid appeared extremely anxious, scanning the vicinity to ensure no one had overheard Ron's previous comment, inadvertently tightening his grip. Hagrid, be careful with Ron. Hector observed the redness creeping into Ron's face and urged Hagrid to release him. Hagrid hastily withdrew his hand, allowing Ron to catch his breath. Sorry, Ron. Hagrid's apology lacked sincerity, his focus now fixated on the mention of the Philosopher's Stone, though we have some questions for you. Hagrid, Harry stated, meeting Hagrid's gaze. Hagrid, visibly uncomfortable, averted his eyes, about the protective enchantments, of course, aside from the dog. Hagrid attempted to cover Harry's mouth, but Harry was much quicker, evading Hagrid's large hand just in time. Hagrid adopted a more tempered approach. Listen, you lot, come to my hut later, but bear in mind, I never agreed to divulge anything to you. Just refrain from babbling about it here. I wouldn't want the other students to catch wind of this. Or else Dumbledore might think I was the one who spilled the beans. Harry and his friends nodded. At that moment, Neville's voice intruded awkwardly. Who is Nicholas Flamel? What is the Philosopher's Stone? What on earth are you talking about? Hagrid glanced at Neville, then at Harry and the others, and his expression was unmistakable. Harry shook his head, while Ron shrugged, both of them seemingly oblivious to Neville's presence. When did you get here? Ron inquired of Neville. I've always been here, and I've always been with you, Neville replied, causing Harry and Ron to feel even more frustrated. They certainly did not wish for this matter to become more widely known. Now, other students were privy to it. Hermione, standing off to the side, added a sharp remark, finally lifting her head, but Hagrid is right. This matter is certainly not suitable for discussion in the library. Well then, see you later, Harry said, and Hagrid departed with a clatter, quickly vanishing from Hector and the others' sight. What do you think Hagrid is hiding? Hermione inquired, her keen observational skills ever sharp. Harry shrugged, rising to his feet. Perhaps it relates to the Philosopher's Stone that I'll go see what book he was reading. That he hurried off after Hagrid, with Ron trailing behind him. Before long, they returned carrying a hefty stack of books. Ron slammed the tomes down on the table, beckoning Hector, who was explaining the situation to Neville, and Hermione, who was utilizing every spare moment to study. This chapter I sent over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Ron lowered his voice deliberately. Dragons. All these books are about dragons. He enumerated the titles, noting that nearly every book Hagrid had read pertained to dragon husbandry. Hagrid mentioned to me on our first meeting that he has always wanted a dragon, Harry remarked. But raising a dragon is illegal, Ron interjected, displaying his extensive knowledge on the subject, unusually verbose for him. The ban on private dragon ownership was enacted at the Wizarding Conference of 1790. Everyone knows that. Dragons are exceedingly difficult to conceal. Muggles would easily spot those fire-breathing behemoths. Moreover, Taming a dragon is incredibly challenging and perilous, and why Brother Charlie does this. He got injured while expelling dragons in Romania, which broke our mother-s heart. Ron elaborated on the distribution of dragons, his brother's dealings with them rendering him quite knowledgeable. However, this information only deepened their unease. Why was Hagrid so invested in this knowledge? It truly was most peculiar. Let us not dwell on it. We'll find out soon enough. Harry told Hector and the others, I intend to seek out Hagrid. Will you accompany me? Hector rose, intrigued by the notion of dragons. Who wouldn't be fascinated by a dragon? Neville, still processing the information he had just received from Hector, instinctively stood up as well. Thus, the five of them exited the library in grand fashion, causing quite a ruckus that drew an exasperated glance from Madame Pants. Unbeknownst to them, a mouse had stealthily slipped from Ron's pocket at some point, glancing at Hector and the others as they faded into the distance before quietly scurrying into a corner of Hogwarts. Not long after, Hector and the others found themselves standing at the door of Hagrid's hut. All the windows of the hut were tightly shut, covered with gray fabric. The entire dwelling was sealed off, allowing not a hint of sunlight to penetrate. Harry approached and knocked on the door, and Hagrid's voice soon echoed from within. Coming moments later, a narrow gap opened in the door, and Hagrid peered out cautiously. Upon recognizing Harry and the others, he carefully widened the crack a bit more. You've arrived, he said. Propping the door open, he glanced over his shoulder, wary of anyone who might have followed Hector and the others. Come in, one at a time. Don't rush. Hagrid held the door as Hector and the others squeezed in through the narrow opening beneath Hagrid's armpit, with Hagrid closing the door swiftly behind Neville as he entered. The interior was sweltering. Despite the sunny day, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth. The hut was not only hot but also stifling, with an unpleasant odor permeating the air, making it difficult for Hector to breathe. He stood up and moved to pull aside the fabric covering the window, hoping to let in some fresh air. However, just as he opened the window, Hagrid rushed over and firmly shut it once more. So, do you have something you wish to ask me? Hagrid inquired, immediately bustling about once the window was closed. Soon enough, 5 cups of strong tea and freshly made ferret sandwiches were placed before them. Hagrid appeared entirely oblivious to the flushed faces of the 5 young wizards, his thoughts solely focused on the blazing hearth. After taking a moment to compose himself, Harry finally spoke, asking Hagrid, Hagrid, can you tell us what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone aside from Fluffy? Hagrid furrowed his brow, shaking his head resolutely. Of course, I cannot say, Hagrid replied, his voice low and gravelly, as if emanating from his nasal passages. Firstly, I don't know. Secondly, you already know far too much, so even if I did know, I would tell you. Dumbledore had his reasons for placing that stone where he did. It was nearly stolen from Gringotts. I assume you're well aware of that. Aren't you? I truly can't fathom how you learned about Fluffy. Let's put it this way. Hector, squeezed near the fireplace, could only shift his body to distance himself from the heat. If luck had not been on our side, Fluffy might have had a different meal that night. Hermione elbowed Hector, who had originally occupied that spot, and upon seeing Hermione approach, he promptly relinquished his position. She adopted a sweet, flattering tone as she spoke to Hagrid. Oh, Hagrid, you probably don't wish to tell us, but you certainly know. After all, how could anything that happens at Hogwarts escape your notice? Hagrid seemed pleased with this, his beard quivering as he appeared to smile with delight. Hermione pressed on, not directly asking about the specific protections, but instead opting for a more tactful inquiry. We merely wish to know who else Dumbledore can trust aside from you. Hagrid's smile broadened, as he had always been susceptible to such flattery, especially coming from Hermione. His chest puffed out proudly, and Hector knew he was about to reveal more. Why would Dumbledore choose such an unreliable confidant? Perhaps it was to mentor Harry. Evidently, Dumbledore had invested significant effort into this. All right, I suppose sharing a bit with you won't hurt. Let me think. Professor Dumbledore borrowed Fluffy from me, then enlisted several teachers to apply enchantments. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, and of course, Dumbledore himself also cast spells. Wait, there was one more. Let me recall. Ah, yes, Professor Snape. Professor Snape? Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, practically leaping from their chairs, their astonishment palpable. Yes, after all, he's a teacher at the school. You don't still suspect him, do you? Surprising, I assentiate. Snape also assisted in guarding the Philosopher's Stone. He wouldn't steal it. Harry and the others exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. If Snape was involved in protecting the Philosopher's Stone, then he must be well acquainted with the enchantments set by the other professors. Snape might know everything, except perhaps how to bypass Fluffy and Quirrell's magic. If Quirrell could still manage to keep secrets from him. Harry and his friends suddenly felt an urgency rise within them. Hector has improved significantly. He seems less concerned about the matter he is already familiar with, and his attention is now captivated more by the large, dark egg in the fireplace. You're the only one who knows how to get through to Lu Wei. Right, Hagrid? Harry asked eagerly. And you won't tell anyone, will you? Not even the teachers, right? Aside from me and Dumbledore, no one else should know. Hagrid proudly declared, my lips are the tightest. As you all know, that's good. That's good. Harry and the others murmured quietly. Although they held some skepticism toward Hagrid's words, they could only place their hopes on this giant for now. The chapter is not over. Please click to the next page to continue reading. Hagrid, what is that? Hector inquired, pointing at the large egg in the fireplace. Harry and the others followed Hector's finger to the very center of the flames, where a pitch-black egg lay beneath the kettle. Hagrid's face displayed an unnatural expression as he stroked his beard, his mind racing to concoct a suitable response. That is, Ron leaned closer to the fireplace, trying to examine the large egg more closely. No wonder this room is so hot. Ron squinted for a moment before turning to Hagrid. That's a dragon egg. Where did you get it, Hagrid? It must have cost you a fortune. Oh, I want it. I was in Hogsmeade last night, playing cards with a stranger, Hagrid said, nervously rubbing his hands. I had some luck last night. He lost this egg to me. He must have been eager to get rid of it. But what do you plan to do when it hatches, Hagrid? Hermione asked with great concern. Oh, I've been reading about it, Hagrid replied, pulling out a thick book from beneath his pillow. He patted the cover. It's a bit outdated, but the information is comprehensive. The book says to place the egg in the fire, simulating the dragon mother breathing on it. Hagrid skillfully flipped to a certain page and handed it to Harry and the others. Right here, you see? After it hatches, you should feed it a bucket of chicken blood and brandy every half hour to help it grow. And here, it teaches you how to identify different eggs. It looks like this is a Norwegian Ridgeback, quite a rare breed. As Hagrid spoke of his dragon egg, a proud expression involuntarily spread across his face, revealing his readiness to become a dragon mother. However, Hermione did not share his enthusiasm. Hagrid, don't forget you live in a wooden house. Hagrid seemed not to hear her, his focus entirely on his precious dragon egg. Following the instructions in the book, he cautiously adjusted the flames while humming a cheerful tune. Hermione shook her head. Now there was yet another concern for them to address. Hagrid appeared determined to illegally raise a dragon in his little hut, which was exceedingly dangerous. What would happen if someone discovered his secret? The young wizards could only urge Hagrid to be as cautious as possible. Eventually, the young wizards, exhausted by their curiosity, could no longer tolerate the odor and oppressive heat of the room. Hector and the others did not linger long in the hut. They soon bid farewell to Hagrid and, just as they had arrived, formed a line, one after another, making their way back towards Hogwarts. Why are there so many things to deal with all day? Harry sighed as he gazed at the sky. Ron nodded in agreement, adding, yeah, I really wish to know what a peaceful and tranquil day feels like. Contrary to their wishes, the days ahead became increasingly arduous, with each night spent buried in the library to complete the mountain of homework assigned by their teachers. Hermione had already completed a round of revision, meticulously preparing detailed study plans for her friends, including Neville, who joined later. Hector had not anticipated that Hermione had prepared one for herself as well. However, it appeared that the plan was not merely for Hector to review first-year courses. It increasingly resembled a preview schedule. Their days were tightly packed, leaving Harry and the others so busy that they could hardly lift their heads. The overwhelming academic workload was driving them to the brink of madness. And they scarcely had time to complain, as the final exams loomed ever closer. Even most carefree of them, Ron, felt the pressure of the impending examinations. One morning, Harry's owl, Hedwig, delivered a note from Hagrid, which simply read, "It's about to hatch." Upon hearing this news, Ron became exceedingly excited. He no longer wished to attend herbology class, as the prospect of the dragon hatching had entirely captured his attention. His suggestion received widespread support, even catching Hector's interest, but Hermione firmly rejected Ron's request. "Come on, Hermione, how many times in our lives will we get to see a baby dragon hatch? This is a priceless opportunity to observe the entire process up close. We have class, and if you forego, it will be too obvious. It will attract trouble. Moreover, if anyone discovers what Hagrid is doing, he could get into serious trouble. Raising a dragon privately is not a trivial matter." Hector had already noticed a blonde figure stealthily approaching, and Harry realized it just in time to hush Hermione. "Don't say anything, Hermione," Harry whispered. Draco Malfoy stood just a few steps away from them. Harry had no idea how much Malfoy had overheard, but he found the expression on his face utterly detestable. Why is he always lurking around? Ron grimaced as he watched Malfoy's departing figure. "Do you have any obliviate spells, Hector, to make Malfoy forget all about this?" "Oh, please, you're just full of ideas," Hector replied, his face etched with disdain. "There are only 2 students from each house. Having so few people in herbology would be far too conspicuous. But we could go during the morning break. Aside from being a bit rushed, there shouldn't be any issues." Harry nodded, and Ron reluctantly accompanied them to the herbology classroom. However, he did not have to wait long. As the bell for the end of class rang swiftly, Hector and the others immediately set down their tools and hurried out of the greenhouse. Harry and Ron dashed ahead, with Hermione closely behind them. While Hector found himself at the back of the line, Neville trailed behind him at a leisurely pace. Ever since he began learning spells under Hector's guidance, he had become like a shadow, sticking close to Hector even in his favorite herbology class. From a distance, Hector spotted Hagrid's enormous figure standing at the door, his face flushed with excitement. "Come in quickly, Hector!" Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes shining as he waved eagerly at Hector. "It's about to come out." The egg was no longer on the hearth. It now lay on the table, where a deep crack was visible, and something inside was moving restlessly. Hector could even hear the sound of claws scraping against the eggshell, followed by amusing little clicks. Suddenly, everyone instinctively pulled their chairs closer to the dragon egg, as they heard the cracking sound intensify, the fissure becoming more pronounced, and the noise of claws against the shell growing clearer. Finally, the egg cracked open, and a small dragon, entirely black and resembling a crumpled umbrella, emerged from the shell. The little dragon's wings appeared extremely frail, covered in numerous sharp spines, which seemed oversized in comparison to its body. It possessed a long snout, the insides of which were white, and it had horn-like bumps on its head, with orange-red eyes that bulged outward. Its eyes had not fully opened, indicating it could not yet see its surroundings. But its keen nose was sensitive enough to detect the odors in the room, prompting it to sneeze, sending tiny sparks flying from its nostrils. "Isn't it adorable?" Hagrid's smile nearly reached the sky as he gazed at the little dragon, which wobbled adorably as it walked, unable to resist petting it. However, in stark contrast to its charming appearance, the little dragon had quite a temper, revealing its long fangs at Hagrid's coarse fingers. My goodness. "Look, it recognizes its mother." The warm smile on Hagrid's face radiated a comforting warmth, his eyes completely fixated on the little dragon, while one hand fumbled for the chicken blood he had prepared. "Mixed with brandy. My dear," he said, "there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold." "Hagrid, have you ever contemplated just how large a Norwegian ridgeback can grow?" Just as Hagrid was about to respond, his gaze caught a shadow outside the window. The curtain that had concealed it was suddenly drawn back. Hagrid's complexion drained of color as he sprang to the window. Harry, too, noticed the figure outside, reacting swiftly as he flung open the door and peered in the direction of the footsteps. The figure had already sprinted quite a distance, yet Harry recognized him with ease. "It's Malfoy," Harry declared emphatically, while Hagrid's face turned ashen. "I would never mistake him. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize him." Ron glanced at Hector and earnestly suggested, "Perhaps it's time for your memory charm." "Hector!" Hector remained fixated on the Norwegian ridgeback, unresponsive to Ron's words. The little dragon finally opened its eyes fully, curiously observing the pair of striking blue eyes. Hector extended his hand. The dragon initially recoiled, then cautiously leaned its head toward Hector's finger. Hector felt the coolness of the dragon's skin, a stark contrast to its fiery temperament. Wasn't Dumbledore's talent supposed to be in befriending phoenixes? Why then did it seem that even dragons held a fondness for him? Hector pondered the reason, yet he relished the little dragon's affection. Now, you all must leave at once. The panic on Hagrid's face was palpable as he hurriedly ushered the young wizards out, slamming the door shut behind them. The mood among Hector and his companions had shifted. They lowered their heads in silence. Malfoy was aware that Hagrid had a dragon, and nothing could be worse than that. In the following week, Hector and his friends felt they encountered Malfoy with increasing frequency, his expression betraying malicious intent, causing Harry, Ron, and Hermione considerable unease. Ron had repeatedly mentioned to Hector the necessity of using a memory charm on Malfoy, despite Hector's insistence that if not done with care, a single incantation could result in Malfoy returning to Malfoy Manor by train, while Hector himself might find himself soaring straight to Azkaban. Regardless of his grandfather Dumbledore's influence, the consequences could indeed be dire. Ron, undeterred by Hector's warnings, grew more animated at the prospect of erasing Malfoy's memory, practically urging Hector to make Malfoy forget who he was. Ron's frequent mentions of this idea prompted Hector to contemplate whether he should first experiment with the charm on this foolish boy. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione devoted more time to Hagrid's dimly lit hut. Hagrid's little dragon had grown to 3 times its original size, and Hagrid was becoming increasingly flustered in his attempts to manage it. Norbert, as Hagrid had named his dragon, could now breathe flames extending a foot in length. A mere sneeze from him could wreak havoc on Hagrid's little abode. Hagrid had no choice but to neglect his duties as the keeper of keys and grounds, fully engrossed in caring for his beloved dragon. Hector, on the other hand, was not idle. Though his focus lay elsewhere, he was immersed in the Gryffindor Swordmaster training program. Neville, having acquired a new wand, seemed transformed. Not only Hector noticed this, but Professor Flitwick also recognized Neville's remarkable improvement. The once underperforming student now ranked among the top of his first-year peers, second only to Hector and Hermione. The trio of Malfoy and his cronies had the clearest understanding of Neville's transformation. One afternoon, following a charms class, Hector was summoned to Professor Flitwick's office, leaving Neville to depart somewhat dejectedly. That evening, as Hector entered the Gryffindor common room, he heard Ron's voice resonating from within. Ron was regaling the younger Gryffindors with the tale of Neville's valiant confrontation against 3 opponents. Detailing how Malfoy had been thwarted in the library, he vividly recounted, "We saw Malfoy cornering Neville with his 2 dim-witted companions, Crabbe and Goyle, at the library entrance. Harry and I were about to jump in to help when... Can you believe it? Malfoy was sent flying, suspended in mid-air." Ron animatedly gestured, taking a sip of water before continuing. Neville cast a leg-locker curse that trapped Goyle, who was utterly clueless on how to counter it. But Crabbe was too close for Neville to cast a spell, and guess what happened next? Neville, in a fit of bravery, threw down his wand and charged, his fists flying, and Crabbe stood no chance against him. He was down in mere moments. Neville shouted, "My fist pack a punch too." The story was exhilarating, and all present marveled at Neville's bravery, realizing that he had now earned his place among the Gryffindors. Even Neville himself embraced his identity with newfound pride. Though he remained earnest in his studies alongside Hector, showing no signs of arrogance. What an admirable lad! Hector became even more invested in nurturing the Gryffindor Swordmaster, arranging for Neville to study alongside Hermione. Moreover, Hector introduced him to the Room of Requirement ahead of time. Eventually, after facing setbacks at Hagrid's, Harry and his companions sought Hector's assistance, convinced he was the only one capable of persuading Hagrid. Thus, Hector was dragged to Hagrid's hut, and upon entering, he was struck by the scene before him. The furniture bore scorch marks from flames, the floor was littered with empty brandy bottles and scattered feathers. Hagrid instinctively concealed Norbert behind his coat, though the dragon's size made it a futile endeavor. Upon recognizing Hector and the others, Hagrid awkwardly pulled Norbert from behind his coat, where he was tugging at Hagrid's coattail. Harry gestured for Hector to speak, but Hector could only return a bewildered expression, leaving Hermione to take the initiative. "Hagrid, you must let him go," she urged solemnly, her seriousness evident. Hagrid shook his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Norbert. "I can't, Hermione. He's too small that if I let him go now, he will perish in just a week." Norbert had grown so substantially. "Give him a month, and he would be nearly the size of your house." Harry's voice rose with urgency. His concern for Hagrid cleared. He nudged Hector with his elbow, prompting Hector to respond. I understand you, Hagrid. At the sound of his name, Norbert released his grip on Hagrid's coat and flapped his wings, awkwardly flying towards Hector, who opened his arms wide. Norbert stumbled into Hector's embrace. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to unfold. Did you see that? Norbert can fly, Hagrid exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Fully embodying the role of a proud dragon mother, he looked at Norbert in Hector's arms, his eyes filled with pride. What a charming little creature. Isn't he, Hector? I never anticipated that Norbert would take such a liking to you. That's quite rare, especially for a Norwegian Ridgeback, such a feisty little fellow. Hector placed Norbert on the ground, and the dragon danced excitedly around him, occasionally emitting tiny sparks of fire. The accompanying young wizards gazed enviously at Hector, but whenever they approached, Norbert would emit a low growl that I know you can't bear apart with him. Hagrid, Hector remarked, crouching down to gently stroke Norbert's head. However, as you are well aware, the growth rate of a Norwegian Ridgeback is far quicker than you might anticipate. Caring for him will become increasingly demanding. Hagrid was evidently aware of this fact, yet as he contemplated a rebuttal, he could only nod silently. Thus, another splendid idea struck me. Hector pulled Ron, who was standing at the back of the crowd, aside. Ron appeared utterly astonished. Did you not mention that your brother Charlie is dealing with the fire dragons in Romania? Surely entrusting Norbert to him would pose no issue, and I believe he would relish the opportunity to care for such a rare Norwegian Ridgeback. Harry's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He found Hector's suggestion remarkable and perfectly aligned with his own thoughts that he exchanged furtive glances with Ron, who promptly assured Hagrid of their confidence in Charlie. Nevertheless, it took Hagrid quite some time to muster the determination, and to be prudent, Hector suggested that Ron write a letter to Charlie to inquire about the situation. This arrangement brought joy to all parties involved, and Harry's lingering anxiety eased slightly. They lingered at Hagrid's hut a bit longer, watching as Hector and Hagrid playfully interacted with Norbert, while they took turns standing guard to prevent any recurrence of the previous incident involving Malfoy. However, Hector remained close to Norbert, as only he could calm the little dragon enough to tolerate the touches of the other young wizards. Even Hagrid could substitute for Hector in this regard, which stirred a pang of jealousy within him. Eventually, everyone departed from Hagrid's abode contentedly. Having each had the opportunity to pet the dragon at Hagrid's behest, they squeezed through the door one by one. Hector brought up the rear and, before stepping outside, pointed at the reluctant Norbert and said to Hagrid, I actually intended to mention this from the outset. Lowering his voice, he continued as Hagrid leaned in with his bushy visage. Norbert is, in fact, a female. Hagrid, I believe the name Norberta would be more fitting. A week later, Ron received a response from Romania. It was Wednesday evening, and Hermione, Harry, and Neville were patiently awaiting in the Gryffindor common room. The hour was late, well past the time for young wizards to retire to their beds. Yet not a trace of weariness was evident on the faces of the three. As the clock struck midnight, the door to the Gryffindor common room swung open, prompting Harry to rise eagerly and glance toward the entrance. From a distance, two familiar voices echoed. Hector, help me lift this curse. It was Ron's voice. Oh, I almost forgot. The air slowly revealed the silhouettes of two familiar figures, and Hermione and Neville quickly stood up as well. Hector and Ron had gone to assist Hagrid in caring for Norbert, now referred to as Norberta. Ever since Ron mentioned that his brother Charlie specialized in dragon studies, Hagrid had warmly invited him to partake in the nurturing of Norberta, to which Ron had proudly agreed. However, on the first attempt, Norberta had unceremoniously bitten Ron's finger, and ever since then, he had strongly insisted that Hector accompany him. Norberta had been quite the handful, only calming down when Hector was nearby. The growth rate of the Norwegian Ridgeback had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Hagrid found it challenging to manage her. Now, Norberta had gained considerable strength, and her fire-breathing capabilities had undergone a significant transformation since a week prior. Yet, Hagrid still gazed at her with the same affection one might reserve for a fluffy rabbit. Before Hector departed, he had even heard Hagrid singing a lullaby to Norberta. How did it go? Harry inquired with genuine concern, observing Hector and Ron's disheveled appearances. What on earth happened? Ron's hair was in disarray, his fingers wrapped in layers of white bandages, and Hector was not faring much better. Although Norberta obeyed Hector's commands, her size made it exceedingly difficult for him to withstand her enthusiastic movements. Ron pulled out a blood-stained handkerchief from his pocket to show Harry and the others. "And she's got the worst temper. She started eating dead mice. It was manageable when Hector was around, but the moment he steps away, she becomes uncontrollable. I barely touched her when she bit me fiercely. And now Hagrid's blaming me for scaring his precious darling. Ron, I still recommend you visit Madame Pomfrey. Dragon teeth are venomous," Hector advised, patting Ron on the shoulder before turning to Harry. Any reply? Harry shook his head. Just then, a flurry of wings sounded from outside the window, and everyone turned to see a snowy white owl perched on the windowsill. T.S. Hedwig. It must be Charlie's reply. Harry dashed toward the window, while Ron cast a worried glance at Hector, whispering, "Is that true? Charlie has never mentioned this to me." Ron looked exceedingly anxious. "I was planning to use this as an excuse. The homework is piling up." "What shall we do then? Madame Pomfrey will surely recognize the cause of the injury," Ron fretted. "Even if she does, she may not believe you," Hector reassured him. "How could there possibly be a dragon around Hogwarts? Just say it was Hagrid's dog that bit you." Ron nodded, appearing contemplative, while Harry retrieved the note from Hedwig's leg, beckoning everyone to gather around, and read it. The content of the letter was as follows: "This Saturday at midnight, and we must bring the dragon to the highest tower." A look of dismay crossed Ron's features as he turned to Hector. "Does your invisibility charm work on dragons?" Hector shook his head. "First of all, I haven't tested it. Secondly, it's well known that dragons are highly resistant to magic. As for whether ordinary spells would affect Norberta, I have no idea since I haven't tried. Not to worry. We still have the invisibility cloak. It should accommodate us and Norberta just fine." The group quickly reached a consensus. There was truly no better alternative. Although it entailed some risk, it was far superior to harboring a dragon within the school. Escaping from Norberta in this manner was undoubtedly the best course of action. "Destroy that note," Hector urged cautiously, seeing Harry about to tuck it into a random book. "You make a valid point." Harry agreed, rubbing the note in his palms before tossing it into the fireplace. Hector cast a blazing flame spell at the note, watching it turn to ash, and then used a sweeping charm to clear away the remnants. Now Hector was confident that Malfoy could not interfere. He wished to avoid the multitude of unforeseen complications that plagued the original story. "Have you all remembered the plan?" Hector inquired, feeling assured that nothing had been overlooked. He casually asked Ron, "What about Scabbers?" Ron shook his head. "No idea. Ever since I started feeding Norberta dead mice, Scabbers has been avoiding me. He must be terrified of my scent." Hector nodded, surveying his surroundings. A twinge of unease lingering within him, he sensed that Scabbers, or Peter Pettigrew as he was known, had become increasingly aware of something. Ever since his conversation with Dumbledore, Hector had seldom caught sight of Scabbers. Hoping he was merely overthinking, Hector yawned and waved his hand at the young wizards. "Well then, good night. I'm feeling quite sleepy." He intended to mitigate the final risk of exposure. "Harry, please take Ron to the hospital wing. If Malfoy and his cronies see his finger, it could spell trouble. Isn't it a bit late for that? Just say you can't bear the pain any longer. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will understand." Hector's suggestion made sense, and Harry rose to his feet, assisting Ron up as well. Then, good night. The Gryffindor common room fell silent, and as Harry and Ron supported each other out, Hermione, though somewhat worried, still placed her trust in Harry. Besides, the young witch was genuinely exhausted. They exchanged good nights at the entrance to their respective towers and retreated to their dormitories. A mouse cautiously poked its head from the shadows, its eyes glinting, before suddenly transforming into a short, balding man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a rather unseemly countenance. The man remained hidden in the darkness, as if fearing the light, even though it was but a flicker. A pale hand emerged from the shadows, grasping Ron's book left on the sofa. "Saturday, the highest tower." The man murmured softly, almost like a groan, as he tore a piece of paper, muttering, "Norwegian Ridgeback." Then, as if nothing had transpired, Ron's book returned to its place on the sofa, as though it had never been disturbed. Hector's arrangements were quite commendable, and Malfoy remained blissfully unaware. The past few days had unfolded with remarkable tranquility. much to the satisfaction of Harry and his friends. At this juncture, the absence of incidents was indeed the most favorable scenario, and on the afternoon following the receipt of the letter, Ron and Hector proceeded to assist Hagrid. They conveyed Charlie's response to Hagrid, whose eyes brimmed with tears. He was deeply reluctant to part with his mischievous little companion so soon. Hagrid murmured, yearning to stroke Norberta's head, but the little dragon rudely evaded his hand and bit down hard on his calf instead. Tears nearly spilled from Hagrid's eyes, though it was uncertain whether they were born of sorrow or pain. His voice was hoarse, and his gaze remained fixed on Norberta. After all, she was still a little creature. It was truly difficult to let her go. Norberta had grown considerably larger than Fong, and her teeth were even sharper than his. Fong could no longer contend with Norberta, as evidenced by the bandage wrapped around his tail. Clearly a testament to Norberta's handiwork. Nevertheless, Hagrid resigned himself to the reality of Norberta's departure, cherishing the fleeting moments they had left together. Saturday arrived with remarkable swiftness. In the afternoon, Hector dispatched Neville on a mission to keep an eye on Malfoy. Despite Malfoy having no reason to suspect their plans, Hector deemed it prudent to exercise caution. He also monitored the whereabouts of Scabbers, having specifically inquired about him from Ron before heading to Hagrid's hut on Thursday. Ron recounted that upon their return from the infirmary, they had found Scabbers lounging on the sofa to prevent Scabbers from running amok. Ron had confined him to a cage, as his recent disappearance had been a source of great distress for Ron. Fortunately, Hector found solace in the fact that Scabbers had remained in his cage since then. Before embarking on their nighttime venture, Hector made a point to check on Scabbers, or rather, Peter Pettigrew, who was still obediently ensconced in his cage. It appeared that all was well, and Hector remained merely cautious. Truth be told, he saw no necessity for the involvement of Peter. Such meaningless actions only served to heighten the risk of exposure. And the ever-cautious Peter had no justification for meddling. As night fell, Hector meticulously examined Harry and his companion's equipment, finally patting his pocket where his wand lay quietly, a reminder of the incident when he had forgotten it. Hector, Harry, and Ron stealthily exited Hogwarts Castle, encountering Neville along the way to inform them that Malfoy had returned to the dormitory and could not follow them to Slytherin's quarters, necessitating his retreat. Malfoy cannot possibly know. That makes no sense. No one has informed him, Ron whispered, somewhat perplexed by Hector's strategy. Caution is the mother of safety. Ron, Malfoy was aware that Hagrid had raised a fire dragon, and he also knew that this week we would be visiting Hagrid's hut intermittently. Hector gazed at Hagrid's cottage not far away and explained to Ron, "To be honest, I am genuinely curious as to why he does not simply inform Snape. However, that is of little consequence. It is merely a precaution, as it is always preferable to have no situation than to have once they arrived at the doorstep of Hagrid's hut, the door tightly shut." Just as Harry knocked, Hagrid swung the door open, exclaiming, "You've come!" Hagrid's tears were uncontrollable, revealing his struggle to suppress his emotions, lest he break down before the young wizards. "Everything is ready." Hagrid pointed to the large crate in the center of the room. The interior was much brighter now, with all the windows flung wide open, finally resembling the familiar surroundings of Hector and the others. "I've prepared mini mice for her, along with some brandy. Enough for her journey. I even placed her teddy bear inside. Poor Norberta, having to leave her mother at such a young age. You're not her mother," Ron muttered quietly, prompting the other three young wizards to glare at him in unison. Ron could only retract his neck in defeat. Fortunately, Hagrid had not heard Ron's comment. His attention was solely on Norberta. "All right, Hagrid, we don't have much time left," Hector urged, signaling Harry to retrieve the crate. He addressed the large man, whose shoulders trembled, saying, "Say goodbye, Hagrid." "Rest assured, Norberta will be well taken care of, that I know," Hagrid replied, his voice hitching. "It's just that little Norberta is so pitiable. She will never see her mother again." "Don't worry," Hector reassured, standing on tiptoe to pat Hagrid's shoulder. "There will be opportunities in the future." Harry found himself struggling to lift the crate alone, his face reddening as the box remained unmoved. Hector gave his shoulder a comforting pat, then drew his wand, casting a levitation charm on the crate. Under Harry's watchful gaze, the box containing Hagrid's precious cargo slowly lifted from the ground. "Harry, what you're holding is a wand, not just a stick," Hector teased. However, I will need to cast the disillusionment charm again shortly, so you'll have to manage the levitation charm by yourself." Harry's face flushed crimson. He nodded sheepishly, and Hector gently set the crate back down. Regrettably, Hector noticed that neither Harry nor Ron could accurately control the crate's floating direction. Either it was too high or too low, swaying violently from side to side, and they could hear Noberta's distressed vocalizations from within. "Young master, this chapter continues ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following parts are even more thrilling." Hector glanced at Neville, who shook his head in response. Although Neville had a somewhat better grasp of the charm than the two clumsy boys, relying solely on him was not feasible. Hector realized he could not guarantee the effectiveness of everyone's disillusionment charm while also maintaining precise control over the crate's levitation. Thus, they would have to resort to the most primitive method, lifting it. "Goodbye, Noberta," Hagrid called to the crate, tears streaming freely down his face. "Your mother will never forget you." Hector and the others waved goodbye to Hagrid. And the journey back for the four young wizards proved to be significantly more arduous than their arrival. Harry and Neville strained to carry the crate, while Ron stood ready to take turns. And Hector, while ensuring the longevity of everyone's disillusionment charm, remained vigilant against the lurking presence of Filch and the elusive Peeves. As midnight approached with each passing moment, the four young wizards grew increasingly anxious. Yet their pace remained sluggish. Transporting Noberta to the highest tower of Hogwarts was no trivial task. The crate was excessively heavy, necessitating frequent rotations with each flight of stairs they ascended. They had to navigate around obstacles. For while the invisibility cloak and disillusionment charm could keep them from being seen by Filch, his cat was not so easily deceived. Moreover, the size of their group made it challenging to escape if they were discovered. In preparation for their mission that night, Hector had borrowed the Marauder's map from Fred and George, keeping a watchful eye on Filch's movements, as well as on Wormtail and Malfoy, upon reaching the 6th floor. Hector's worst fear materialized as Malfoy's footprints stirred to life on the map. He had exited the Slytherin common room and was making his way upstairs. "We can't wait any longer." Hector assessed the Marauder's map and urgently informed Harry and the others, who were leaning against the wall, panting heavily. "Hurry, Malfoy's coming." Harry straightened up instantly, while Neville and Ron quickly grasped the situation. "It's impossible. How could Malfoy possibly know about this?" Ron questioned, though he instinctively lifted one end of the heavy crate. And Neville did not hesitate to take hold of the other end. "Besides, how do you know?" Despite their skepticism, they unconsciously quickened their pace, choosing to trust Hector's instincts. "Forget the details. Malfoy is heading upstairs. Although we don't know how he found out, he is definitely coming for us." Hector positioned Harry at the forefront while he took up the rear, keeping a watchful eye on Malfoy's movements. The four young wizards had no time to rest, their sole focus on reaching the highest tower. "This one do," Hector observed as Malfoy reached Professor McGonagall's office, his footprints aligning with hers as they exited together. Unencumbered and thus swifter than Hector and his laden companions, in no time, they reached the 5th floor, while Hector and the others, expending their last reserves of strength, still lagged 2 flights behind the highest tower. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before they were caught. Just then, a familiar, melodious voice rang out. "Harry, is that you?" The voice was unmistakable. It was Hermione. Could it be that the disillusionment charm had faltered? Hector quickly checked, confirming that the charm was still in effect, except for a corner of the crate that Harry's invisibility cloak had failed to cover, making it glaringly obvious. "Hermione," Harry whispered, and the little witch followed the sound, only to be pulled over by Hector. "You're here." Hermione, sensing the disturbance in the air, promptly concealed the exposed corner of the crate before joining their transport team. With the collective effort of the Gryffindors, they managed to painstakingly ascend another level. Now, only one spiral staircase separated them from the astronomy tower. Exhausted, everyone collapsed against the wall, huddled into the shadows as they gasped for breath. "Let us take a breather," Ron suggested, vigorously rubbing his sore calves. He wasn't sure who he was addressing, but Hector's voice soon emerged from the front. "Everyone keep quiet. We'll wait here for a moment. Malfoy and Professor McGonagall are coming up." Professor McGonagall? Hermione, who had just joined, clearly had not grasped the situation. She had been assigned to the astronomy tower by Hector, intending to rendezvous with Charlie's friend, yet in her haste, she had come down to the 7th-floor staircase to wait, fortuitously encountering Hector and the others that, oh, right, and you. Hector swiftly cast the disillusionment charm on Hermione. The dual drain on his energy and magic left him slightly dizzy, but he reassured himself that his wand was still in his pocket. Oh, this is the disillusionment charm, Hermione observed, eyeing Hector warily as memories of long ago surfaced. I believe it's time for you to explain yourself, Hector, but not right now. Hector stood up. The figures on Marauder's map were drawing closer. He needed to conduct a final check. Harry was completely concealed under his invisibility cloak, and the others' disillusionment charms were still intact. Hector was uncertain if a charm could completely evade Professor McGonagall's discerning gaze. All he could do was pull out a vial of Felix Felicis from his bag and take a small sip. Everyone be careful, and try to shrink into the shadows. The disillusionment charm isn't foolproof. Hector cautioned softly. However, his warning was unnecessary, as everyone instinctively lowered their breathing to a dim yellow light appeared at the end of the corridor, and they all heard that familiar voice. I hope you are not making excuses. Mr. Malfoy, this is utterly absurd. How could a fire dragon possibly be in Hogwarts?